are biased. You gave it to Ming Ming, but not to us. Qiao Tong held out her hand in a tantrum. I don't care. I want it anyway. You just get it for us. Next time, next time. Zhang Ye said dismissively. The autograph was handed around for everyone to take a look at it. Qiao Mingming looked on, unwillingly. Whenever it was passed on to another person, her eyes followed closely, afraid they would damage it. Having gotten this autograph, Zhang Ye was looked upon in a different light by his family. He actually managed to get his hands on Zhang Yuanqi's autograph. They only had the sudden realization now. Zhang Ye was no longer the silly boy who could not achieve anything. Chapter 64. New feature of the lottery, additional stakes. The second day after Mid-Autumn's Day. It drizzled lightly overnight, and the morning was cool. Zhang Ye was resting. In his rented apartment of about 30 square meters, Zhang Ye was preparing for something very important, the lucky draw. At this moment, his total reputation had reached an alarming 630,000. It had accumulated 100,000 points from before, from the broadcasts of Ghost Blows Out the Light and The Wizard of Oz over the past few days, as well as more from the fans gained from Weibo's See Me or Not poem and Shuyao Gedu from the live broadcast of the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet. Also, there was the popularity that Zhang Ye had received from yesterday's Beijing Evening News and Beijing Times. It was as if flowers were blooming from all directions. Hence, his reputation had reached an unprecedented large number with all these aspects. Counting it, Zhang Ye had really never obtained so many reputation points before. He felt like a nouveau rich. It was so addicting. It could be said that his hard work had paid off. Zhang Ye forgot about his pressures and took a deep breath. Then he went to the bathroom and used some soap to wash his hands 3 times before sitting down on his bed. He was always this superstitious. The game's interface appeared. Inventory, currently empty. Merchant shop, only memory search capsule. Lottery. There was only this method left to obtain new items. Zhang Ye used his heavily scented hands to tap open the lottery screen and chose to purchase the chance at the lottery once. After he made the confirmation, the wheel began to spin. The drawing had begun. Stats category. Consumption category. Skills category. Special category. The needle slipped past one after another. About 10 seconds later, the needle began to slow down. Zhang Ye had previously had great luck when he had obtained a special category prize. He did not have any extravagant wishes, as the probability of it happening again so soon was too low. This time, he was hoping to obtain a stats category or skills category prize. It was because he had still not seen what sort of items there were in these two categories. He had no concept of it, so he naturally anticipated it. He also wanted to be familiar with the game ring's usage and effects as soon as possible. For example, what was a skills category item? For example, there were parentheses at the end of the treasure chest, within which was written small. Was there a treasure chest, medium, or treasure chest, large? How was it opened? Or did he need to level up? Will there only be this feature in the future? Zhang Ye did not understand any of these. The increase in his popularity depended on it. The unlucky sticker, the memory search capsule, etc. had all given him a wondrous boost for his career. Even the modification of the world's background was all due to the game ring. It was only this that allowed Zhang Ye to use unknown literary works to appear so divine. For such an important thing that he relied upon, he had to research it thoroughly. He had great goals. He would not be satisfied with an average life. As he was thinking this, the needle had stopped. Seeing the needle point to a stop, Zhang Ye was a bit depressed. Your sister. Why is it still a consumption category? Even if this category accounted for a 50% probability, it shouldn't happen all the time. Zhang Ye obtained another consumption category's treasure chest, small. He helplessly took it out and opened the lid. Actually, Zhang Ye no longer looked forward to the consumption category, as he had obtained it too many times. However, when he opened the treasure chest and saw the item inside and its introduction, he could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Lucky bread. The item's introduction, effective once eaten, increases the player's luck stat for 5 minutes. Adding luck. This was a good item. Zhang Ye had clearly not used it before. However, he had used the unlucky sticker and the unlucky halo. These items were things that had bad luck effects. From those two items, he could also see what effect that the lucky bread would have. It definitely would not be terrible. Zhang Ye finally laughed. He carefully kept the lucky bread, and then opened up the lottery interface once again. He still had 500,000 reputation points and could still draw another 5 times. However, to be safe, he would leave 100,000 reputation points unused. He needed to ensure that he could obtain knowledge he could not remember clearly when there was a need. For him to want to become a celebrity more popular than Zhang Ye, it was important for him to be careful. There were still 4 more chances. Zhang Ye chose the lottery once again, and then confirmed his purchase. The needle moved. Zhang Ye stared at the turntable, without blinking. Maybe it was because he looked at it so seriously, but Zhang Ye was suddenly shocked. He noticed that there was an option that he had never seen before on the turntable. As there were too many categories, and there were all sorts of color zones and the needle, the turntable was too complicated. It had distracted a lot of his attention, so Zhang Ye had only discovered it at this time. The option was very small, and was at the rightmost corner of the turntable. Additional stakes. These 2 words did not have any other introduction. Zhang Ye hesitated for a while, before he tapped it. A window popped out. At the same time, the needle stopped in its place and did not carry on moving. There were only 6 words on the screen. Adding stakes or not. Yes or no. Zhang Ye was of a mind to try it for research purposes, so he chose yes. Following that, his remaining reputation points and more options appeared. Select additional stakes quantity. The default was 1, and there was an up and down arrow beside it. He could add more stakes. Zhang Ye hesitated for a long time. With a ruthless determination, he decided to add an additional 3 more stakes. He reserved 100,000 reputation points. This was the largest number of stakes that he could add. Every additional stake cost 100,000 points. With the 3 additional stakes bought, his reputation immediately became 130,000. Following that, the interface bounced and returned back to the turntable interface from before. The needle continued moving. It did not begin from the beginning. It was in the previous state as before. Its momentum was slowly decreasing and was closing in on the stats category. Stop. Stop, please. Zhang Ye only wished that he could use his hand to pull the needle over. Maybe it was because the heavens had heard his call. As the needle carried on moving, it began to close in on the stats category at the final moment. It had hit the zone by just a millimeter difference. Finally, he had obtained the stats category that he had never obtained before, just what he had wished for. Zhang Ye was greatly anticipating it. The treasure chest appeared. It was still the same old treasure chest, small. However, different from before, there were 4 treasure chests, small. This was the effect of adding stakes. Drawing from the lottery was 1 stake. With 3 additional stakes, there were 4 treasure chests. Zhang Ye rushed to take out all the treasure chests. He used his left hand to open a lid, and the result greatly surprised him. Fruit of Charm, I. Fruit of Charm, I. And still Fruit of Charm, I. The 4 treasure chests opened the same stats category item. So this was the meaning of additional stakes. It was the same as buying lottery tickets. Additional stakes meant doubling, tripling, or more. Understanding this effect, Zhang Ye believed this additional stakes option would definitely aid him greatly in the future, as he had added his stakes when the wheel was almost stopping, yet it carried on. That meant that whenever Zhang Ye wanted a particular category's item, he could watch the needle and wait until it was about to stop at the category he needed, then begin adding stakes. By buying additional stakes, he could then obtain many of the category's awards that he needed, all at once. Chapter 65. The Amazing Effects of the Fruit of Charm. He now had an understanding of the additional stakes. Looking at the item's introduction, Zhang Ye was overjoyed. Fruit of Charm, I. Permanently effective once eaten. Increases the player's charm stat, eyes. Can be unlimitedly stacked. Only for the eyes. Could there be other Fruit of Charms for other parts? So this was the stats category award. No wonder the chances of getting it were so low. It was completely different from the one-time consumption category items. This was a permanent effect item. And looking at the description, it could be stacked an unlimited number of times. This meant that he could eat as many of these permanent effect fruits as he could get his hands on. Zhang Ye finished his lottery draw. He had spent most of his points, so he had no intention of drawing again. He immediately placed the 4 fruits of charm on a desk. The fruits were not big. They were about the size of a fist. It was in a shape that Zhang Ye had never seen before. The fruit's skin were deep purple in color, and its surface was pitted with potholes. However, it had a magical charm to it, that made it very beautiful. On the stalk, there was even a few green small leaves that exuded an aromatic fragrance. Let's eat. Don't believe in advertisements. Believe in effectiveness. There was a mirror in front of the desk. Zhang Ye prepared himself, holding up a fruit of charm in his hand. He took a bite with excited and mixed emotions. Poof! Even the aroma splattered out. Zhang Ye uncontrollably closed his eyes. He swore that this was the most delicious fruit that he had ever tasted. Sweet and creamy, mellow tasting, overflowing with fragrance, full of fat, but not greasy, melts in the mouth, with a lingering taste. Forget it, I'm not gonna exaggerate. Actually, the taste was just so, but if it were not exaggerated, how else could the specialness of the item be expressed? When you watch TV, those cuisine programs, food critics, are they not the same? They easily say it melts in the mouth every now and then. Zhang Ye could never understand it in the past. Your sister, a piece of lousy jackass barbecued meat. How the heck could it melt in the mouth? Did you think you were eating dove? Zhang Ye could understand now why barbecued jackass meat could even melt in the mouth on TV. Because this would make it seem *****ing awesome. All the fruits had been eaten. Everything had been stuffed into his stomach. Rumble, rumble. He felt his throat pulsating. The next moment, Zhang Ye had a surprise. He could only feel a very special, magical feeling. Something that was indescribable. Something very, very special. It was a feeling that could not be held in. Could it be so magical? Yes, it was just that magical. Right. And so Zhang Ye rushed to the toilet for his small business. After flushing, the magical feeling had disappeared. All right, not kidding anymore. Let's go back to before the writing table. Zhang Ye was looking into the mirror at himself, and he really discovered that there was something different. His eyes had a burning sensation, and he couldn't keep them open. He could feel this burning sensation all around his eyes for over half a minute. Only after Zhang Ye returned to his normal condition did he open his eyes. His reflection in the mirror gave him a little bit of a shock. His eyes were like they were unchanged. Or maybe it changed. The unchanged parts were the eye contours and its appearance, which was still like before, not too big and not too small, with a single eyelid. However, the spirit seemed to have changed. Originally, there was nothing special about his eyes. Now, there seemed to be an air of quality and depth, but it was not too obvious. Seeing this, Zhang Ye's spirit rose. He excitedly grabbed all the remaining fruits and ate them. 1, 2, 3. Everything had been eaten. Fruit of charm, I. Effective. Player's charm state, I. Permanently effective. After bearing with the burning sensation with each fruit, Zhang Ye finally rubbed his eyes and looked into the mirror. He got a fright from looking at himself. Is this still me? How did I become so charming? Could it be a delusion? Was this a placebo effect? Zhang Ye was really confused, which caused him to question the results. Seeing that lunchtime was almost here, he decided not to eat instant noodles. He went out to a restaurant to eat ramen. Going out, taking the elevator. Inside the elevator, there were two 18-year-old female students who lived upstairs. Seeing Zhang Ye enter, one of the girls with a ponytail did not respond. She gave a glance before looking back down at her cell phone. The other girl, who wore spectacles, paused her gaze on Zhang Ye for an additional second. Only when Zhang Ye's eyes met hers did the bespectacled girl quickly pull away her gaze. When the elevator almost reached the first floor, Zhang Ye could see from the corner of his eyes that the bespectacled girl had glanced at him again. When the elevator stopped and opened its door, the first girl went out, while the bespectacled girl took a third glance at Zhang Ye. This glance was very fast, before the two of them briskly walked away. Were there flowers on my face? Or was my face stained with something? Zhang Ye was unsure. As he used his cell phone's front camera as a mirror, he realized that there was nothing unusual. The girl had definitely not looked at him because of that. Coming out of the small district, Zhang Ye walked towards the ramen restaurant. On the way, people still ignored Zhang Ye. This was something that Zhang Ye was already used to. However, as he walked, a 27-year-old older sister who wore a long skirt noticed Zhang Ye. She looked at him, and her gaze paused on Zhang Ye's face for 3 full seconds, before taking her gaze off him as they brushed past each other. He reached the ramen restaurant. Zhang Ye found a seat with air conditioning. A bowl of ramen, a big bowl. Do you want to add meat? A female waitress came over. There is no need to add meat. Add more chili peppers. Thank you. Zhang Ye smiled. The waitress took a look at his eyes. All right, please wait a moment. It will be served shortly. In 3 minutes, the 18-year-old waitress brought the lamian over. It's ready. Zhang Ye lifted his chopsticks and began eating. He noticed that there were 4 pieces of meat in the lamian. He had frequently eaten in this lamian restaurant before. He had always been thrifty and never added meat. Hence, there would always be at most 2 pieces of meat in the bowl. But there were actually 4 pieces today. He had said not to add meat. Now, it was still 11 o'clock. There was still some time before the lunch hour, so there weren't many people here. Soon, the waitress came over again and began chatting with Zhang Ye. Do you come here often for your meals? I find you familiar. Zhang Ye replied, Ah, yes. I've come here a few times. Aren't you working today? Why did you come here so early for lunch? The waitress asked. The two of them had some idle chatter until a person behind called out to her. The waitress then busied herself. After finishing his meal and coming out of the lamian restaurant, Zhang Ye looked up into the sky and had the impulse to cry out. People on the street look at me. He got special treatment when eating noodles. The waitress even took the initiative to chat with him. This was something that had never happened in the past, and was something that Zhang Ye had not even dared to think of. The fruit of charm was indeed effective. This was not a delusion of his. It was not a placebo effect. It had really worked. Although there were only a few special cases, and most people had not changed his attitude towards him, this was still Zhang Ye's first time experiencing this. He had never encountered special treatment before. Previously, he would often envy handsome hunks, where they would be given special attention or would be stared at. People would hit on them for telephone numbers, while no one paid him any attention. Ignoring the possibility of having additional pieces of meat in his lamian, just not having his meat reduced would be something to be thankful for. And now that Zhang Ye had a tiny experience of such treatment, it would be weird if he wasn't happy. He had reversed his situation. He had seen hope. At this moment, he wanted to sing a song. Arise, all who refuse to be slaves. Asterisk. But what was the principle behind the fruit of charm? How did it cause the change? Actually, charm was something hard to explain. Some people had average looks without any attractiveness. However, there were people with average looks who exuded a lot of charm. Zhang Ye understood that it was a combination of one's facial features and also the nourishment of one's experience. If one gained self-confidence, then it would result in a different air. For example, some celebrities did not look eye-catching in photos when they were young. Some could even be said to be ugly. But as they grew older and their career began to thrive, they somehow became more handsome or beautiful. Zhang Ye might currently be in such a situation. His looks were very average, and there was not anything outstanding about his eyes. However, after eating 4 fruits of charm, the change in his eyes had become very obvious. He was still the same person. While his eyes were still the same eyes, the feelings they produced in others were completely different. The feedback he got from coming out to eat lunch had let Zhang Ye confirm this. With the result from the test out, Zhang Ye was unsure what he himself was feeling either. This bro can have such a day? This bro can also become good-looking and be full of charm? He had always been helpless with his looks. They were given to him by his parents, and it was natural. There was no other way. However, now that there was an opportunity for Zhang Ye to reverse this situation, this discovery made him extremely excited. He would no longer be obscure again. He could still be saved. The world had such an attitude to people of his looks. People differentiated one's looks into different grades. In this objective environment, Zhang Ye felt that he had no other way out. Especially his goal of becoming a world-renowned superstar, the requirement for looks was even higher. Now, Zhang Ye had seen some hope. This was the best reward he had gained from the lottery. His looks could not change, but his charm could change. Charm could be increased. Now, just 4 fruits of charm had given him such a significant change. If Zhang Ye were to eat 100 pieces, no, 1,000 pieces, or even 10,000 pieces of fruits of charm, what sort of situation and concept would that result in? Could he charm the entire world with just one look? Zhang Ye did not know, but he was greatly looking forward to it. After all, the stats category's fruit of charm could be infinitely stacked. As long as he had the reputation points, then as long as he gained the purchasing privilege of buying this sort of fruit of charm in the special category, then he could eat an unlimited number of them. When that happened, then would he need to work so hard in his unit? tiring himself to death just to increase his visibility and fame. He just needed to casually sing a song or film a movie. Wouldn't his fan numbers increase with just a smile with his eyes? Just thinking of it made him excited. What was the highest realm a celebrity could reach? It was not working desperately to have a good piece of work and heavily promoting it to draw in numerous fans. It was having fans stream towards him and increasing in numbers with him just standing there without moving. He did not need to work at all, completely using charm. Note, the lyrics are from the National Anthem of the People's Republic of China, March of the Volunteers. Chapter 66. The olive branch held out by the television station. The next day, the sky had just turned bright. Zhang Ye, who was still sleeping, heard the irritating sound of the phone ringing. He opened his eyes and grabbed around with his hand stretched out, before pulling the cell phone to his ear. "Hello. How are you? Is this Teacher Zhang Ye?" It was a middle-aged man's voice. Zhang Ye had never heard this voice as he said with his eyes closed, "That's me. May I know who you are?" The middle-aged man's laughter rang. "Teacher Little Zhang, are you still sleeping? Should I call again later? So as not to affect your rest." "It's all right. May I know who are you?" Zhang Ye asked. The middle-aged man said, "My name is Hu Fei. We have previously had some interaction on Weibo. I'm not sure if you still remember me." "Hu Fei? Who was that?" Wait a moment. Interaction on Weibo? Was it that famous producer, Teacher Hu Fei, from Central TV? Zhang Ye was immediately jolted awake. He sat up with his eyes open wide. Of course he knew the name. Firstly, Hu Fei was quite famous in the industry. And secondly, when Ghost Blows Out the Light was released, he was the first bigwig Weibo account to publicly praise Zhang Ye. He remembered very clearly that Hu Fei had supported him when his poems were posted on Weibo. He had even posted a very long Weibo message that gave him endless praises. "Hello, Teacher Hu," Zhang Ye hurriedly said. "How do you know my telephone number?" Hu Fei said, "Finding your telephone number sure wasn't easy. I have managed to get it thanks to someone from the Beijing Broadcasting Television Station. With their connections, they could get the telephone numbers from your radio station's anchors." The Beijing television station and the Beijing radio station had merged a long time ago. They were interlinked and had a common system. You may not know that I have already left Central TV. My Weibo verification has already changed to former Central TV program producer. I can tell you some things in advance. Shortly, I will be working at the Beijing television station and will be doing my old business of program production. Left? He had job hopped to Beijing television station? Zhang Yi did not understand. And you are calling me because? Hu Fei laughed. Ever since you began Ghost Blows Out the Light, which was recommended to me by a colleague, I have begun taking note of you. I have read all of your modern poems. They are very good. They are so good that I'm speechless. Of course, the reason why I am making this determined decision to call you is because of the Shui Diao Getu that you wrote. I never expected your ancient poetry literacy to be so outstanding. That melody poem had given me goosebumps after I finished hearing it. Hence, I came looking for you. Although my program hasn't been decided, and I am still negotiating with the Beijing television station about the program matters, I still want to invite you in advance. How about it, Teacher Little Zhang? Are you interested in coming over to the television station to develop yourself? Zhang Yi was stunned with surprise. Me? Yes, I am new, so I need my own team. If my team has a talented person like you, it would be my honor. Hu Fei appeared very polite. Zhang Yi said unsurely. Can I ask if I will be working front stage or backstage? I was attracted by your front stage work, so of course I want you to work front stage. Hu Fei said. However, my appearance might be off the mark. I'm not sure if you have previously seen my profile. Zhang Yi was afraid that he would go back on his word in the future, so he gave him a heads up. Hu Fei laughed upon hearing this. I have seen your photo from the Beijing television station system. Your image might not be considered good, but you are also not ugly. You have decent features. Well, you might not know what sort of program category mine would be. It would be all right for me to divulge this to you. We have preliminarily decided on a cultural knowledge segment. Hence, we do not have very stringent requirements on the hosts' and guests' looks. If you come, I can arrange for you to be a host or arrange for you to be a long-term guest in the segment. This still has some room for discussion until we really decide on the program. Zhang Yi took 2 deep breaths as he was lost for words. This? How about it? Hu Fei invited him again. Are you interested in helping me? Being a television host or guest would definitely be a challenge for you. However, if you want to go further in the future, it is something that you need to go through. It will definitely be better than developing yourself at the radio station. You should consider it. Zhang Ye immediately said, "There's no need to consider. Teacher Hu, I'm going." Hu Fei nodded. "All right, but I have a tiny request on my side. You are, after all, lacking in experience and have just entered the industry for a month, so I hope you can understand this." Zhang Ye said, "Please say it." Hu Fei explained, "It's this. The Silver Microphone Awards are entering the nomination period soon. I want you to win this award so that your resume will look better. With that, the pressure on my side will be much less. Although I am pulling you over for my segment, a lot of things are decided by upper management. I'm not questioning your ability, but due to your experience and lack of any official acknowledgement, the television station will not let a rookie like you who has no experience in television hosting come over. I will definitely need to show a lot of papers just to convince them. For this, I hope you can understand." Zhang Yi certainly understood. "I understand." Hu Fei said, "This award should not be a big problem for you. With your current ratings there, if you can raise your ratings further and get the recommendation from the radio station, it would not be difficult to do. When you get a Silver Microphone Award, my program will be approved, and then I can immediately recommend you to my superiors for the position of host or long-term guest." Zhang Yi said, "Thank you for Teacher Hu's trust. Your works have touched me. If we can work together, I believe the segment will gain pretty good ratings. When that happens, it will be me thanking you." Her. Hu Fei did not have any airs of a famous program producer. He spoke very nicely. The phone was hung up. Zhang Yi threw his cell phone on the bed as he rubbed his head and slapped his face. It felt like he was in a dream. Great. The television station had invited him. He had not worked so hard for the past few days in vain. He had finally gained the attention of people in the industry. He immediately picked up his cell phone, intending to make a phone call to his parents to tell them about the good news. The radio station was just his springboard. The television station was really the stage that Zhang Yi would be satisfied with. How could he not be excited? However, just as he called out, Zhang Yi gave some thought before quickly hanging up. Not yet. It was still too early. Someone had just held out an olive branch to him. The future had not been decided yet. He had also put forward a condition that had not been reached, which was winning a Silver Microphone Award. From Hu Fei's words, Zhang Yi could tell that if he didn't win the award, he would definitely not be accepted. Which television station would dare to hire a fresh graduate who had worked for a month with no service of records or television experience as a long-term guest or host? Hu Fei appreciated him, but Hu Fei was unable to make the decisions for certain things. The only way was for Zhang Yi to live up to his expectations. He needed to get the award. Zhang Yi felt an imperative. He definitely could not lose in competing for a Silver Microphone Award, regardless of any unexpected situations. Chapter 67. The Rookie That Was About to Make History. The morning phone call had empowered Zhang Yi with energy. After he washed up, he left home. Today, he was again the first to reach the unit. After he retrieved the keys from the doorkeeper's room, he rushed straight to the recording studios. He wanted to record programs, and he intended to record a few episodes. After squeezing in some Xiaolong Bao, which he bought from the streets, into his stomach, Zhang Yi began to narrate The Wizard of Oz as he ate. He wanted to organize the plot. For example, the ending part of each chapter and the crucial plot's position. He was not changing the text or the plot, nor could Zhang Yi change it. He would not change anything about the story, but he could arrange where he would end the segment every day. He did not follow the exact chapter format of The Wizard of Oz to the T. For example, he was ending the program today at a part that made people anticipate. With people's anticipation hooked, the listenership rating tomorrow could be slightly higher. These were all strategic methods. Why did he go through all this trouble? It was because Zhang Yi was trying to pull up his listenership ratings. His current Old and Young Story Club listenership ratings were approximately 2.4% or so. It was second in the literature channel. If it went any higher, then he could break a few records. That would be extremely helpful for him in winning a Silver Microphone Award. Then, it would be quite certain that he could win the prize. Chapter 9. The Queen of the Field Mice. "We cannot be far from the road of yellow brick now," remarked the Scarecrow as he stood beside the girl. "For we have come nearly as far as the river carried us away." The Tin Woodsman was about to reply, when he heard a low growl. Turning his head, he saw a strange beast come bounding over the grass towards them. 9:30 a.m. His colleagues had already begun work for half an hour. Zhao Guozhou's image had changed today. He had permed his hair. He held out the ratings table as usual. Stop the things that you are doing for a moment. Is everyone here? Tianbin looked towards an empty seat. Zhang Ye isn't here. Zhao Guozhou frowned. He isn't here yet? What time is it already? Big Sis Zhou spoke out for Zhang Ye. Little Zhang must have been too tired over the past few days, so he's a bit late. I'll give him a call. She took out her cell phone and gave a call, but Zhang Ye's cell phone was switched off. Jia Yin tried to instigate matters. He's not picking up? Big Sis Zhou stared at him. His phone is switched off. Maybe he's still sleeping. Wu Deitao seethed. Isn't this not treating work seriously? He decides not to come on a whim. He has become arrogant just with this bit of results? Does he even have the leader in his eyes? With this fault to pick on, a few colleagues who had extremely poor relations with Zhang Ye began to fan the flames. Their tones made it even worse. Suddenly, Zhang Ye came in from outside. Hearing everyone say his name, he asked strangely, "Director, are you looking for me?" He was still unsure of what had happened. Zhao Guozhou looked at him. "Why are you so late?" Zhang Ye was puzzled. "No, I'm not late. I reached here at 7+ in the morning." He shook the bunch of keys in his hand. "I got the keys from the doorkeeper's room and was in the recording studio, recording my program. I wanted to record a few more episodes today, so I came in earlier, so as to not need to line up to wait for the recording studio." "What? You came in at 7? He had been working and recording all this time? Tianbin, Jia Yin, and Wu Deitao's faces turned ugly. Big Sis Zhou laughed and mocked at Tianbin and company. She again stood up for Zhang Ye. "I was wondering why teacher Little Zhang's cell phone was switched off. So he was recording programs." Zhao Guozhou glanced at Jia Yin and company from the corner of his eyes before finally patting Zhang Ye on the shoulder in a satisfied manner. He smiled. "Very good. However, you must make sure to rest. Don't work too hard." "Thank you, Director. I will." Zhang Ye said. "Go back to your seat. I'll announce the results." Zhao Guozhou said warmly. Noting that Director Zhao's attitude towards Zhang Ye was changing, Tianbin's heart began to quiver. He suddenly felt a sense of danger. Late-night ghost stories had just been returned to his hands. Ghost Blows Out the Light was not done broadcasting, and it would be some time before Tianbin managed to really take up the job. However, with the way things were going, why did he feel a sense of danger? Could Zhang Ye steal the anchor position of late-night ghost stories once again? Zhao Guozhou began announcing the listenership ratings. First place, Talk About the World, listenership 3.69%. Second place, Old and Young Story Club, listenership 2.98%. Third place, Late Night Ghost Stories, listenership rating 1.97%. With the top 3 announced, everyone was already speechless and unsure about what to do. Some people even let out audible heavy breaths. This was too fierce. Was this something that no one could stop? Even late-night ghost stories had gone up as well. It had gained third place. Ever since Zhang Ye had a new segment, the first episode of The Wizard of Oz had replaced Entertainment Daily as second placing. Late-night ghost stories, which was always third in place, then got pushed back to become fourth. However, now, with Wu Deitao and his partners frequently having errors in his program, Entertainment Daily's listenership ratings have begun to drop off. Even late-night ghost stories had surpassed this news-related segment and had even reached a shocking 1.97% listenership rating. Ignoring their literature channel, even in the central broadcasting radio station, or even in all the radio station channels in the country, there were no late-night segments with such a F*********ing ridiculous listenership rating. This was about to break 2%. F********. Was this still a late-night segment? Even primetime segments were not so fierce. Only those colleagues who had been steadfastly listening to late-night ghost stories were not surprised. This was because they knew that Ghost Blows Out the Light had ended a particular arc a few days ago and had begun to lay a foundation for a new story. During these few days, it was in a thrilling climax and was especially interesting or even very scary. This naturally pulled up the listenership ratings, resulting in another small outbreak. So it was no wonder that it could exceed Entertainment Daily. Actually, What shocked everyone the most was the listenership ratings for Old and Young Story Club. The first episode was 2.49%. The second episode was 2.45%. The third episode was 2.51%. There was supposed to be the fourth episode being broadcast the day before yesterday, but it was canceled due to the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet, so there was no listenership rating for that day. The real fourth episode had been shifted to yesterday, which was also the listenership rating that was announced today, 2.98%. This growth was too defiant of the heavens. This was almost like making rockets. It was flying up in such a short period of time. How can that be? Their channel had never had such a jump between listenership ratings before. They acknowledged that Zhang Ye's new story, The Wizard of Oz, was indeed very fascinating. However, even the best segment and story needed a gradual process of improvement. It could not have such a jump without any signs, right? That's not right. Who said that there were no signs? Many people realized after giving it some thought. It was the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet. It was winning first place with Shuidiao Gedu that allowed Zhang Ye's fame to greatly increase. The live broadcast of the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet happened to be the time slot for Zhang Ye's program. And from various factors like this were Old and Young Story Club, and even late-night ghost stories brought to such an amazing height. This was 2.98%. It was going to break 3 soon? In the history of the Literature Channel, only 3 programs had broken the 3% rating barrier. One of them was Criticizing Books, and another was Daily Jokes. These 2 segments had a historical reason for breaking 3%. Back then, television was still not universal, and radio broadcasting was the main avenue. Later on, with television and the internet becoming prevalent, Criticizing Books was axed 6 to 7 years ago due to poor ratings. Daily Jokes had now changed into a witty skit segment. It could be said to have ceased to exist. Today, the only program in history that still managed to break 3% in the Literature Channel was Wang Xiaomei's Talk About the World. But now, another one was about to appear. What sort of glory was this? It was about to enter the Beijing radio station's annals soon, and it was highly possible for late-night ghost stories to break a record, too. No, actually it should be said that ever since late-night ghost stories was in Zhang Ye's hands, it was making new records every day. It had created a history and miracle for late-night midnight segments. And this miracle was about to usher in a new peak, breaking 2%. If Ghost Blows Out the Light, S rating could break 2%, this was not just creating history in the Beijing radio station, but history for the entire country's late-night segments on radio. A newcomer. 2 segments. They had all reached a peak at this moment. Zhang Ye's results had made everyone envious. However, Zhang Ye was clearly not satisfied. It could even be said that he was far from satisfied. He wanted to get the Silver Microphone Award. He could not stop in his footsteps. He needed to climb even higher. He could still go further. Chapter 68. Refreshing a new historical record. Lunchtime. Many people came to speak to Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang, let's go. Let's go for lunch. I have to congratulate you in advance. You might break a record tomorrow. That's right. If it all goes well tomorrow, your programs will definitely break 2% and 3%. At the very latest, it should happen the day after tomorrow. Don't forget to give us a treat when that happens. I would not believe if your bonus money is less than 20,000 this month. Haha. Speaking of which, Little Zhang's 2 program segments are in the channel's top 3 and also in the station's top 20. This is already a record in itself. Imagine our old comrades from the past. Only a small handful of them could have done the same. Everyone was praising him. Except for Tian Bin, Jia Yan, and a few others. Everyone else in the Literature Channel was friendly towards Zhang Ye now. If Zhang Ye could really wield his prowess and break a few station, or even national, records by bringing up his listenership ratings, then everyone in the Literature Channel would also stand to gain. There was a rule in the station that not only gave out rewards for individual performances, but also for team performances. Their whole channel's employees could all gain an increase in wages of 10% to 20% due to Zhang Ye's performance. When Wang Xiaomei's segment broke 4% the previous time, everyone received a reward of about 1,000. It all depended on what record Zhang Ye could create. Now, Zhang Ye smiled wryly. Don't expect too much. This time was just a coincidence that the results shot up by so much. It may not continue on. Shouldn't it be possible? Big Sis Zhou was a little unsure now. Zhang Ye waved it off. There are no guarantees. Auntie Sun smiled. We will just see tomorrow's results. Let's not give teacher little Zhang too much pressure. Wang Xiaomei took her lunchbox and prepared to go to the canteen. She obviously had wanted to bring her lunch back to the office to eat, but the canteen didn't have takeaway boxes. Wang Xiaomei gave a glance at Zhang Ye when she was passing him and suddenly stopped in her tracks. Did you put on makeup today? Or use skincare products? Eye cream. Zhang Ye was stunned. No. Big Sis Zhou wondered. Hey, I also felt it when teacher Xiaomei said that. It's not makeup, but why does teacher little Zhang feel a little different today? Someone asked. Really? Another asked. Nothing changed, right? Auntie Sun said. How could there be no changes? When I saw little Zhang today, I felt it immediately. Shouldn't this be a case of when everything is going well, the spirit is also refreshed? Haha. Look, it's like he has become more handsome. His eyes are also discharging electricity every moment. Little Zhang doesn't have a girlfriend, right? Auntie can introduce one to you. Do you want me to? Zhang Ye's assistant, Xiaofeng, also laughed. Teacher Zhang did become more handsome. Zhang Ye finally understood why the question of makeup was brought up. They were actually talking about the effects brought about by the fruit of charm. Even my eyes can discharge electricity? Damn, that's too exaggerated. Xiaofeng nodded furiously. For real. She said nice words and had good taste. Zhang Ye was feeling very proud right now. Afternoon. The letters from the listeners had arrived. Zhang Ye was once again the one who received the most letters within the channel. There were over 400 letters, more than Wang Xiaomei by 100. It wasn't hard to guess why. Zhang Ye had 2 programs, so the letters were also a combination of both of them. Besides, a children's program would definitely get more letters than an adult's program. Therefore, it cannot be said that just because of this, Zhang Ye could replace Wang Xiaomei as the channel's top host. He couldn't do it because he was a guy. The letters were written by a mixture of both adults and children. Please speed up the narration. The Wizard of Oz is really interesting, but it's too slow. Uncle Zhang, could you read it faster? I can't wait any longer. The program duration is too short. Comrade Zhang, I hope the program duration can be extended or that the speed could be increased. It's making me so eager to listen. A lot of listeners put in their suggestions. Zhang Ye thought about it. He also felt that the suggestions were valid. When he was narrating The Wizard of Oz, he had maintained the speed and softness of when he had read Little Bunnies Be Good. After all, this was a children's program and he wanted to take care of them, so he narrated it very slowly. But the letters this time made him reconsider. The speed could definitely be quicker, because The Wizard of Oz had a more mature theme and suited a larger age group. It would not be suitable to use style of Little Bunnies Be Good. The children might still accept this, but the adults definitely would not have the patience. They might like the story itself, but if it was too slow with its emphasis on every word, the adults might not continue to tune in. Some changes were required. 3 chapters per segment was possible. Adding 1 chapter wouldn't be too difficult. Zhang Ye had Xiaofeng contact the recording studio for a booking. He stayed inside the studio for the whole afternoon to prepare the recordings for tomorrow and the day after. Zhang Ye had already recorded tomorrow's broadcast this morning, but for the quality of the program, Zhang Ye did not think twice about deleting the recording from before. He re-recorded a full 3 chapters for tomorrow and almost doubled the speed of narration for them. He had set very high standards for himself. He only finalized it after a few recordings. The next day, Friday, everyone had arrived early. Zhang Ye was in the spotlight today. Everyone from the literature channel also thought so, and were waiting for history to be rewritten, but were unsure if it could happen. Yesterday's result was a special case. That rating had been brought about by the attention from the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet event. Zhao Guizhou also came in very early today. When they saw him coming in at 9:10 a.m., they all saw the smile he had on his face. He got it. He broke a historical record. They listened to Zhao Guizhou announcing, "Today I will not be reading the listenership ratings in order of ranking. First, I would like to announce yesterday's 3rd placing, Zhang Ye, Late Night Ghost Stories. The listenership rating is," pausing on purpose to pique everyone's curiosity. Zhao Guizhou continued on. Everyone applaud. Ghost Stories listenership rating is 2.01%. Maybe some people have already expected it. Yes, the program has broken the 2% rating barrier. Not only has it broken the listenership rating record for late-night programs of the same period, it has once again refreshed the historical record for the midnight segment in the country. It has replaced the central radio station's The Sound of the City's legendary 0-point night chat from 13 years ago, which had a 1.99% listenership rating. Now, this legend belongs to us. It belongs to our Beijing radio station. Phew. Thunderous applause. Haha. Too awesome. Too impressive. I think our channel is about to defy the heavens. It has even exceeded the late-night segment, The Sound of the City's rating. It may not seem like much, exceeding it by only 0.02%. What was 0.02%? Right? However, it was not that simple. Maybe only people in the industry would be shocked by this news. Why would it be shocking? Because it was too shocking. This was a listenership rating from 13 years ago. What sort of position did the radio station have back then? It had half dominance and was already in decline, but it had not been completely taken out by television. A large number of people still maintained the habit of listening to the radio. It was completely different from the harsh broadcasting environment of today. The audience size differed by tens of times. But even so, late-night ghost stories had managed to replace 0-point night chat's record. What sort of value was this? To people in the industry, this was something impossible. However, Zhang Ye had managed to do it. Ghost Blows Out the Light had managed to do it. Late-night ghost stories had managed to do it. People had reason to believe that although they were unable to tell for sure at this moment, that the people on The Sound of the City had definitely received this news. They were definitely in a state of shock. They might have never expected that someone could break a listenership record from more than 10 years ago in such a broadcasting environment. Big Sis Zhou wailed. Teacher Little Zhang, say a few words. Zhao Guizhou also smiled. Little Zhang, tell everyone your mood. Very excited. Zhang Ye stood up and spoke. I'm really very excited. I had never expected to have such a result, either. Actually, back when I created Ghost Blows Out the Light, everyone should know that it was due to extenuating circumstances. I had braved myself to narrate that one episode, so as to not have a live broadcast incident. To have reached the point of today's result, I need to thank everyone for your help. Thank you for the leader's trust. This is not my achievement alone, but is also the hard efforts of our team. Zhao Guizhou gave a deep nod. Well said. Everyone gave another round of applause and gave their congratulations. Zhao Guizhou opened up the form in his hand. Let me carry on announcing. First place is still Teacher Xiaomei's Talk About the World. Listenership 3.77%. With a pause, he said with a smile, I know everyone is very concerned with the next listenership rating. Yes, it's still Little Zhang's segment. Second place, Old and Young Story Club. Listenership 3.17%. 3.17%. Compared to yesterday's 2.98%, it had jumped even more? It can't be. Why is it jumping higher every day? Even if the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet had attracted many new listeners, it shouldn't have jumped like that, right? Could it be the charm of a serialized story? A serialization had managed to consolidate the listeners further? This was definitely the case. People were still awed. Back then, people had questioned Zhang Ye's use of a fairy tale serialization. Even Teacher Feng and several experienced old comrades had rebuffed his method of telling such a story. However, Zhang Ye had ignored their reproach and carried on going forward. He had used facts to tell everyone that others might not be able to do it with a serialization, but in his hands, it was possible. Zhao Guizhou was extremely pleased as he looked warmly at Zhang Ye. Old and Young Story Club has broken 3%, and it has broken way above 3%. We still need to give Teacher Little Zhang another round of applause. Our literature channel will have 4 segments that have broken 3% from now on. Our Beijing radio station only has 25 segments that have broken 3% in listenership ratings, too. So everyone remember this name. Old and Young Story Club. What was originally in last place had now become a star program that had broken through 3% in its listenership rating in just a week. This miracle could not be said to be not great. The Literature Channel's colleagues had witnessed the entire process. Even now, a lot of them could hardly believe it. This was not a miracle anymore. It was a divine act of God. As changeable as the clouds and rain, a divine act of God had made it come back from the dead. Everyone even had the thought that according to the rate at which the listenership ratings were increasing, could Old and Young Story Club have a chance at catching up to talk about the world. People were shocked by their own thoughts. It can't be, right? No matter how ridiculous it was, it can't chase up to Wang Xiaomei's segment, right? Chapter 69, Little. Zhang reached the top of the literature channel. Saturday. There were only a few people who came to work. Zhang Ye was one of them. As he had rested from Wednesday all the way to today, he definitely needed to work overtime. However, his colleagues had worked overtime last week, so they were on break now. The telephone in the office rang. Zhang Ye noticed that a few editors and clerks were busy, so he picked up the phone. Hello. How are you? This is the literature channel. Little Zhang, right? I'm Zhao Guizhou. The phone call was from Director Zhao. I was just looking for you. Come over to my office. All right. Zhang Ye went over the moment he put down the phone. He knocked on the director's office door. Zhao Guizhou was reading the listenership ratings table inside. Are you looking for me? Here, take a seat. Zhao Guizhou lowered his hand. Take a look for yourself. Zhang Ye sat down and looked at the form that was passed into his hand. It was the ratings rankings for Friday. Late-night ghost stories had dropped back down to 1.9+%. Clearly, it had lost momentum. It would be difficult for it to go higher. After all, it was a late-night segment that had a limited audience. This was nothing to be surprised about, but the listenership rating for Old and Young Story Club made Zhang Ye pleasantly surprised. It had increased once again. Its listenership rating was 3.31%. And at first place, Talk About the World only had a 3.63% listenership rating. One had dropped, while the other had risen. The gap between the two segments had once again narrowed. This was something that had never happened before. No one had managed to force the number one girl, Wang Xiaomei's, segment to such a dire point. To see Zhao Guizhou say, maybe it was because many students were having a school holiday on Friday afternoon, but your segment's numbers have once again sharply increased. Even the station's management has been startled. Beautifully done, little Zhang. I knew I didn't make a mistake with you. Following that, he said, I saw the segment chart for today just now. The program after yours at 1 p.m. is Weekend Laughing Forest. This program should be no stranger to you. Typically, it doesn't have an anchorman. It just broadcasts some skits or crosstalk that we bought the copyrights to. However, as skits and crosstalks are slowly deteriorating, as there are too few good works, we have been broadcasting the same skits over the past few weeks for Weekend Laughing Forest. It has lost a lot of its audience, and has also been greatly criticized. Hence, for this weekend, I'm thinking of temporarily halting Weekend Laughing Forest and handing you the time period from 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Zhang Ye said, Is that all right? It's only for this weekend. Can your story keep up? Zhao Guizhou asked. There's no problem on my side. If I'm given a total of 4 hours for today and tomorrow for my broadcast, I can definitely finish The Wizard of Oz this weekend. Zhang Ye said. Zhao Guizhou tapped the table as he thought. All right, then, let's do it. This opportunity is yours, so it's up to you to grab the opportunity well. Zhang Ye promised. Thank you, leader. I will do my best. Zhao Guizhou said. Go to the recording studio and get it done as soon as possible. Walking into recording studio number 4, Zhang Ye felt his body full of energy again. It felt like he had inexhaustible strength, so he quickly got down to recording the segment for the weekend. This was a great opportunity. He had also seen a glimmer of hope of surpassing Wang Xiaomei for the first time. Although he knew that it was still very difficult and was almost unrealistic, Zhang Ye still wanted to fight for it. He wanted to do it for his records of service, for a chance at grabbing one of the Silver Microphone Awards, and for him to be able to enter the television station. The recording began. Hello, everyone. Today's program will have some temporary adjustments. Old and Young Story Club will be broadcast from 12 noon to 2 p.m., so please do not change the channel. After it ends at 1 p.m., there will be a short advertisement before The Wizard of Oz carries on its broadcast. And this weekend, The Wizard of Oz will also come to its end. I hope that everyone will listen to it punctually. After adding these words, Zhang Ye began recording. Working until the afternoon, he finally managed to finish recording The Wizard of Oz. After he came out, he wanted to look for Zhao Guizhou so that he could ask about the listenership ratings. However, he could not find him. The leader had gotten off work, so he could not do anything but wait until Monday. He had a day off on Sunday. The listenership ratings were not out, and the announcement was delayed. Monday. Today seemed to be the day that was destined to be enshrined in the Literature Channel's historical annals. After Zhang Ye got off the subway, he met Wang Xiaomei, who had been recognized by two male fans, in front of the station platform. Teacher Xiaomei was giving the fans her signature. "Thank you, Teacher Xiaomei. You're welcome. Is that all? Can we get a picture together? I really like your talk about the world. Next time. I came to work late today, so I'm running late." Seeing Wang Xiaomei cross the road, Zhang Ye also walked up to her. "Teacher Wang." Wang Xiaomei turned to look at him and acknowledged tersely, "I heard your program's listenership rating on Friday had increased once again? 3.31%, right? It's very good." Zhang Ye said, "There are more children resting on Friday, so it went up." Wang Xiaomei said, "Aren't there even more resting on Saturday? Also, parents do not need to work." I don't know. It's of course good if it can increase a bit more," Zhang Ye said nonchalantly. However, Wang Xiaomei said, "Work hard then. It's not that easy to surpass my listenership ratings." Her tone sounded a bit prickly. She left. After she finished speaking, Zhang Ye smiled bitterly. At the unit's office, today's atmosphere felt particularly weird. "Did you hear? The rating for Old and Young Story Club on Friday was 3.31%. I knew about it the day before yesterday. It's really such an exaggeration. Say, do you think teacher Little Zhang will really reach the top of our channel? It might have just been a fluke. I don't think it will happen. Teacher Xiaomei has been #1 all these years. Her segment's foundation lies deep, so it shouldn't be taken down. But teacher Little Zhang is too fierce. He has already chased to just about 0.3% left. Besides, I've heard they are giving him an additional hour over the weekend. They have halted Weekend Laughing Forest for 2 episodes. There are also more people resting over the weekend, so an afternoon session might be able to rival a primetime session at night. That is still impossible, right? Teacher Xiaomei isn't a pushover. Everyone was discussing about this matter. The moment that they saw Wang Xiaomei enter, they stopped talking. Following her in immediately to the unit was Zhang Ye, who received a lot of attention from everyone. For a full half an hour, the entire office was quiet. No one spoke a word. Everyone was not really into their work. Today was the Literature Channel's battle of the top boy and girl. Even if it did not have anything to do with them, they were still curious. Suddenly, everyone put down the things in their hands. Director, leader, Zhao Guizhou had arrived. All right. This time, he did not need to speak any further, as everyone stopped working and uniformly looked towards him. Instead, it was Wang Xiaomei and Zhang Ye, who were the people directly involved and today's main characters, that did not have many changes in their expressions. They seemed nonchalant. Zhao Guizhou looked at the listenership ratings in his hand. His eyes looked very complicated. "Let me first announce the ratings for the programs on Saturday. There are quite a lot of things today, so I will not announce all of them. I'll first announce the top 3. Looking up to look at everyone. First place. Talk About the World. Listenership 3.81%. 3.81%. Teacher Xiaomei was indeed not someone simple. Actually, the listenership ratings for Talk About the World had been dropping over the past few days, so that even Zhang Ye had managed to chase up to it by quite a bit. People were even worried for Wang Xiaomei. But today's results made everyone understand that Zhang Ye had no chance. Teacher Xiaomei had gotten serious. Second place. Old and Young Story Club. Listenership 3.55%. Holy! Many people gasped again. It added another 0.2%. Teacher Xiaomei had an explosive increase, but teacher Little Zhang was not far off, either. However, it was still off by a bit. Old and Young Story Club would definitely not be able to catch up. Sure enough, Zhao Guizhou said, "Next I'll announce the listenership ratings for Sunday." When he said this, Zhao Guizhou especially looked at Wang Xiaomei and Zhang Ye. Teacher Xiaomei's Talk About the World. The listenership rating is still at 3.81%. Big Sis Zhou sighed as she murmured, "Little Zhang, there will still be plenty of opportunities in the future." Aunt Sun also comforted Zhang Ye, "Don't lose heart. Second place is already very formidable. Don't compare your segment with Talk About the World. It's nothing disgraceful to lose to it." Zhang Ye smiled. It's all right. He had not given up, because he had noticed that Zhao Guizhou may have first mentioned Wang Xiaomei's listenership rating, but he had not said that she was first. On Sunday, The Wizard of Oz had came to an end, And that was also the climax of the entire story. It was also a 2-hour segment. So Zhang Ye believed that even if he did not get first place, his listenership rating would definitely be much higher than Saturday's. It was not over. He still had a chance. Zhang Ye was not confident in himself, but confident in his own story. This was The Wizard of Oz, one of the greatest fairy tales in his world. Tianbin funnily looked at Zhang Ye. He was thinking, to think you still hope to get first place? To really surpass, talk about the world? You sure are funny. From the eyes of Jia Yin and Wu Deitao beside him, one could tell that they were thinking Zhang Ye was having fantasies. All right, the situation was fixed. Time to do whatever you had to busy yourself with. With this outcome, people no longer had any intention of listening. However, what Zhao Guizhou said next stunned everyone. Zhao Guizhou looked at them and said, "But Sunday's first place is not talk about the world." After everyone stared widely with their mouths agape, Zhao Guizhou said, "First place, Zhang Ye's Old and Young Story Club, listenership, 3.82%. What? Higher than talk about the world by 0.01%? With a hula sound, the entire office seemed like a bomb had dropped. It exploded instantaneously. Tianbin was dumbfounded. Jia Yan's eyeballs stared like a cow. Big Sis Zhou was so shocked that her throat vibrated for a long while. The looks of the other colleagues were each more astonished than the last. Zhang Ye had reached the top. Zhang Ye had actually reached the top. Although the gap was tiny, first place was still first place. No one understood how Zhang Ye had managed to do it. No one could understand why the Wizard of Oz was full of magic. But the facts were placed in front of them. This newcomer, Zhang Ye, had managed to use a segment that was ranked right at the bottom to pull Wang Xiaomei's star segment down from its divine spot. It went from first from the back to first from the front. Zhang Ye had used less than 2 weeks to achieve it. What the heck? What sort of perverse existence did this Zhang Ye come from? Chapter 70. The Silver Microphone Awards Nomination. Too impressive. This was the change of an era. Zhang Ye's literary accomplishments were not only known by those at the Literature Channel. Even the whole Beijing radio station knew of them. Based on his strengths, everyone knew that Zhang Ye would achieve this someday, but no one had expected it to be so soon. Zhao Guizhou continued. Additionally, yesterday's Old and Young Story Club placed 4th in the entire station's listenership ratings. It had gone to the top 4, only second to several of the news and traffic segments. Zhao Guizhou looked towards Wang Xiaomei and said encouragingly, "Teacher Xiaomei, Teacher Little Zhang is catching up. Your program finally has a competitor now and won't be lonely anymore. If you don't push harder, Little Zhang's segment might really end up in first place." Wang Xiaomei calmly replied, "I will." Zhang Ye followed up modestly, "It won't. It's just my good luck that there were more weekend listeners and the program duration was extended by an hour with The Wizard of Oz ending at its climax. All these help to pull up the ratings. It won't be able to continue to compete for first tomorrow and will definitely be lower again." Everyone knew so too, but why did it matter? Getting first one time was still getting first. In the past few years, no one in the Literature Channel had dared to challenge Wang Xiaomei's talk about the world. Zhang Ye was the first, and he even succeeded. I want to add on something. Zhao Guizhou finally smiled and said, loudly, "Yesterday, on Sunday, our Literature Channel's overall listenership rating managed to exceed the Traffic Channel's total listenership rating for the first time in 11 years. We are ranked second overall in the station. This was a team effort that contributed to our channel's brilliance. I would like to take the chance here to specially praise Teacher Zhang Ye for helping to pull up the 2 segments which had the channel's lowest listenership and bringing them to first and third place. Just his contributions alone have brought us amazing listenership ratings. It's also the main reason for us surpassing the Traffic Channel for the first time in 11 years. I feel that everyone here, no matter if you are a rookie or veteran, could learn from Little Zhang. They had not obtained second place in 11 years. In the past, it had always been in 4th place, suppressed by the Music Channel. Later on, it was always in 3rd place, behind the Traffic Channel. But today, their wish had finally been granted. Amazing. Haha. It's time to disperse the rewards, leader. No one can stop us from now on. Let's work even harder and surpass the news channel, too. Some roared. Some bragged. In any case, everyone was on an emotional high. Zhao Guizhou gestured for everyone to be quiet and said, "This afternoon, I will call the shots. Everyone do what you need to, and we will break for lunch at 10:30 a.m. Let's go to a restaurant outside for a good meal. It'll be my treat. Oh, long live our leader. Can we order expensive items? Zhao Guizhou gave a smile. Choose whatever you like. Anything is fine, Zhang Ye said. I guess I won't be joining? I still have a recording later. The Wizard of Oz has ended, and I have to tell a new story today. Big Sis Zhou happily said. How could you not go? Right? Little Zhang must go. You are the star. Auntie Sun urged. Zhao Guizhou also added. Everyone must go. No one can give it a miss. As long as we get back before noon, your broadcast will not be late. Let's not discuss this any further. Don't think that I have forgotten your specialty. You don't need any preparation at all. Since when have you made a mistake during a live broadcast? Zhang Yi rubbed his temple. All right. Then, I will follow the leader's instructions. That settles it then. We'll set off at 10:30 a.m. I will gather everyone in a while. Zhao Guizhou then left. Zhang Yi had something to discuss. After thinking for a moment, he followed him out. Seeing Zhao Guizhou going into his office, he followed in closely behind. Director. Zhao Guizhou turned back to look. Ah, little Zhang. Her. How can I help you? Zhang Yi coughed a bit and said nervously, about that. I saw on the news a few days ago that the nominations for the Golden and Silver Microphone Awards will be held soon. I've joined the station for almost 2 months now, and I won't talk about my performance, but it's been quite okay. I haven't been working for a year yet, so I fit the criteria for the Silver Microphone Awards. Do you think that I could get a nomination? As no one had discussed this with him before, Zhang Yi could only bring it up himself. Zhao Guizhou acknowledged this and signaled for him to take a seat. It's just this matter? I was still expecting something else. You're asking about this today? If I had waited for you to apply for the nomination, it would have been too late already. While speaking, he pulled out a drawer from his desk and took out a document. Here. This is a copy. The original has been submitted to the station leader a few days back. I recommended that you be nominated for the Silver Microphone Awards and sent this over, together with your resume. Zhang Yi wore an expression of joy. You recommended me already? Thank you, leader. Thank you, Zhao Guizhou told him. The Silver Microphone Awards are not as important as the Golden Microphone Awards, so the nomination list for it is smaller, too. Our Beijing radio station has 2 nomination spots. Even though your nomination has not been approved by the management, I guess your nomination is almost guaranteed. Among all of this year's rookies, your results have been the most outstanding. There is no one close to your work performance. At the very most, there is someone from the news channel called Zhang Ye*, who is performing reasonably well. If all goes according to expectations, then it's likely that you and Zhang Ye will be our station's 2 nominees. There's only one winner in the end, and I expect it to be you. It is true that, in the past, the Golden and Silver Microphone Awards judges have always favored those from the news channels, but you are different. Your contributions are too outstanding. You have provided a dominating result that no one can compare with. Zhang Yi asked, when is the selection date? Zhao Guizhou answered, this Friday, but only the Golden Microphone Awards will be broadcast live, not the Silver Microphone Awards. The Silver Microphone Awards, 10 winners from all the nation's radio stations. There were about 30 to 40 nominees, but only 10 received an award. The number of radio stations in the country amounted to more than that, but it was impossible to give every station an award. Only some of the key provinces and cities could be given the award. For example, Central Radio Station almost always had 2 winners, followed by Beijing Radio Station and Shanghai Radio Station, each of which usually had 1 winner. As for the other provinces, the other winners would rotate around their radio stations. Beijing Radio Station would never miss out on a spot, though, since its place was already politically guaranteed. That was why with the station's 2 nominations, there was a 50% chance for either person to win an award. No, according to Zhao Guizhou's analysis, Zhang Ye's chances at winning an award was 99%. As such, Zhang Ye felt refreshed and good about it. This time, with backing from his recent first place in the literature channel and the unprecedented history he had set, giving him a thicker resume, his confidence was emboldened. On the subject of the Silver Microphone Awards, Zhang Ye could only feel that it was a sure thing that was in the bag. Get down off your high horse quickly. He already couldn't wait to further his career at the TV station. Note, another person named Zhang Ye, as compared to our main character, Zhang Ye. If the side character is mentioned again, his name will have the pinyin tones included to distinguish between them. The main character will remain without any pinyin tones. Chapter 71. You really think I'm a pushover? At the celebratory lunch, everyone was in good spirits. Zhang Ye had not felt this relaxed in a long time. Because he was due for a live broadcast soon, he did not drink any alcohol, but instead only ate the food. Ring, ring, ring. Zhao Guizhou received a phone call. Shortly after he answered, he suddenly did not look too good. He hung up and then took a look at everyone, saying, I will head back first. There's a short meeting. You guys head back early after you are done. I've settled the bill already. Enjoy yourselves. Oh, why are you leaving now? Then we should head back, too. That's right. We are almost done anyway. Everyone left, one after the other. They decided that they might as well return to the unit together. Zhang Ye was also wondering about Director Zhao's expression, but he couldn't care about it for now. After he went back, he sat in front of his computer to think about the story for his broadcast. Which should he choose? The Wizard of Oz had finished, and it had been received quite well, too. Should he choose another serialized fairy tale, again? His colleagues were also treating it as if it were any other day and were chatting during the lunch break. But at this time, an alarming piece of news had reached them. It was from an old editor from the Literature Channel. Teacher Zhang Ye, your old and young story club has been replaced. The notice has just been passed down by the station. Jia Yan's Soaring Youth will be taking over. You don't need to do your broadcasting today. Little Jia's pre-recorded program will be broadcasted instead. What? Big Sis Zhou got anxious. Auntie Sun asked, Why? Why so? Wang Xiaomei was also stunned. With the listenership ratings of Old and Young Story Club, why would it be taken off the air? The old editor explained. The management said that Soaring Youth was a planned program and would certainly be implemented. Because Old and Young Story Club's listenership ratings soared during the weekend, the station plans to move Little Zhang's program to a weekend broadcast. It will be shortened from 7 days to 2 days, but the program duration will be increased. If that plan is executed, then Weekend Laughing Forest will be axed, but all this is still being worked out and is not fixed, so Little Zhang temporarily does not have a segment for now. At least on the notice, Old and Young Story Club has been taken off air. Zhang Ye's face sunk. Wang Xiaomei was acutely aware, saying, He has no program now? Then what about Teacher Little Zhang's Silver Microphone Awards nomination? The rules for the nomination states that if a host has no program duties, they are not eligible to be nominated. Today is the deadline for the nominations, right? The old editor paused for a moment. That's why he wasn't nominated for the Silver Microphone Awards. Once that was said, everyone became silent. The atmosphere was heavy inside the office. The station was too harsh. They were ruthless. Are they not trying to play Zhang Ye to death? Old and Young Story Club would definitely not be canceled. No one would dare to cancel such an outstanding program. Not only would the station not agree to it, even the audience would not agree to it. That was why the station had only put the program on temporary hiatus and pushed the segment of Deputy Station Head Jia's relative, Jia Yan, up, and then told everyone that Story Club would be shifted to a weekend broadcast. However, they did not pass down a document to drag things out. With the procedures coming to a halt, it was only empty talk. Zhang Ye, who had been removed as the late-night ghost stories anchor, now no longer had any anchor duties. At least before Friday. Why was it done this way? The answer was already very clear. Someone in the higher-ups obviously wanted to fix Zhang Ye. They just didn't want him to be up for the Silver Microphone Awards. In fact, they didn't even want him to be nominated. They even went to the extent of putting a cap onto Zhang Ye's program duration and influence. They had changed Jia Yan's program so that it could take over their Literature Channel's #1 listening segment without directly informing the audience. By forcefully switching, a large number of Zhang Ye's listeners would end up supporting Jia Yan. This gave Jia Yan a flying start in his ratings. They had repressed Zhang Ye and let Jia Yan take advantage of the situation, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This move made Zhang Ye's colleagues' heart palpitate. This was really pushing Zhang Ye to his death. They even resorted to such venomous trickery? Did they need to push it so far with a rookie? To treat someone who had contributed so much to the station and brought pride to them? Did they have to go so far? This had really made everyone's heart go cold. At this moment, even Tian Bin felt uncomfortable, given that he had several conflicts with Zhang Ye. He wanted to see Zhang Ye embarrass himself. But no matter how much he disliked Zhang Ye, he also acknowledged Zhang Ye's abilities. His opponent had used his abilities to move up step by step, so even if Tian Bin could not accept it, he had to accept it. He was indeed inferior to his opponent. But what about you, Jiayin? Just because you have a station leader as a relative, just because of that, you can come in and take up our resources? Get favored over every one of us? Even push a colleague off a cliff like that? This has really gone too far. Isn't the station leader going too far? Tian Bin may be quite close to Jiayin, but that didn't mean he liked him. This time, Tian Bin did not kick Zhang Ye while he was down. Wu Deitao glanced at Zhang Ye, but on this rare occasion, he did not gloat. He only shook his head helplessly and mourned silently for Zhang Ye's future in the current system. This was such a place that if the leaders wanted to fix you, there was no way of escaping it. You just sat idly and were fixed. There was always a benevolent side to the human mind. The station's treatment towards Zhang Ye was too much. It was also unreasonable and unfair. This had affected many of the staff in the unit and had left them inclined towards Zhang Ye's plight. Big Sis Zhou was nearly tearing. They are such bullies. Bullies. Who has little Zhang offended? How could they do this? The Silver Microphone Awards event only happens annually. If he misses this opportunity, it is over. Auntie Sun also did not hold back and said, Deputy Station Head Jia, does he think that he can behave so lawlessly? At the side, a youth quickly said, Auntie, lower your voice. Don't let people hear that. Auntie Sun was outraged. Little Jia is not around. I'm only saying a few more words. I really don't get it. What is the station head doing? Why is he not managing this? How can he just stay still while watching some of these leaders do the wrong things? The old editor that had led the conversation hesitated for a moment before saying softly, There are no outsiders here today, and we have been old colleagues for decades. There might be some conflicts amongst our people, but we have stayed together over all sorts of hardships. Even through the friction, we are war comrades in the trenches, so let's just keep this amongst us and not spread this outside. Don't worry. We won't. Old Zhou, you think too little of us. Everyone could see that he had something to say. They looked over at him in a serious manner. Having made sure that everyone was on common ground, the old editor explained. Actually, Director Zhao tried very hard earlier in the meeting when he was notified of this matter. Director Zhao was in a rage and strongly disagreed about letting soaring youth take over, but since it was already decided by the higher-ups, Director Zhao was also helpless. Looking at Annie's son, he said, Just now, Sis Sun asked why the station head is not doing anything about it. I shouldn't say too much, but I've heard of some talk. I know of this from a friend from the news channel. The other person that was nominated for the Silver Microphone Awards, Zhang Ye. His father is an old comrade-in-arms of our station head. No wonder. No wonder Deputy Station Head Jia had nothing to fear. That was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. No, this was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Fixing Zhang Ye, assisting Jiayin, and promoting Zhang Ye. If Zhang Ye had been nominated, be it his literary standard or his broadcasting standard or his accomplishments, Zhang Ye would no doubt have gotten the only spot for the Silver Microphone Awards given to the Beijing radio station. There was no way that Zhang Ye would have a chance at it. But now that the person in charge of the literature channel, Deputy Station Head Jia, had used an extremely ruthless method to trample down upon Zhang Ye, leaving Zhang Ye as the only nominee, then was there any need to decide on who would win the Silver Microphone Award? It would definitely go to him. With this, Deputy Station Head Jia would not need to be worried about other station leaders accusing him of abusing his powers. From a certain viewpoint, he could be considered as following the instructions of the station head. Who would dare question him then? At this moment, Jiayin came back. The old editor and the others saw him, and they did not mention the issue again, afraid that the leader would hear of this. At the celebratory lunch, Jiayin was still feeling a little down. But after he came back and disappeared for half an hour, he came back in high spirits. Editor Chun, my 2 broadcast recordings are still around, right? A female editor replied. They're in the small room. Good. Help me to prepare them. In the future, from Monday to Friday, the afternoon segment will be changed to be mine. Jiayin commanded. Hurry up. It's almost 12 p.m. The female editor was unwilling, but could only go. Zhang Ye's heart felt cold. He also felt disgusted. When he had wanted to job hop, he initially felt sorry, as the unit and organization had groomed him well. But now, Zhang Ye's decision was firm. With such a leader in the station, he did not want to stay here for 1 second longer. Haven't you guys have gone too far? First, it was the Jias, one old and one young. Now, even the station head wanted to trample on him a few times. Zhang Ye did not know what wrong he had done. You all had offered that little amount of money and tried to buy my copyright to Ghost Blows Out the Light for your own profits. When I refused, you removed me from my program. That's fine, so I abandoned late-night ghost stories. Then, I worked hard on my new program. Now that the program has reached the summit and set a trail of outstanding results for the station, you all *****ing coming at me again? And you even want to compress and repress my segment? You're even resorting to such underhand means to not let me get the Silver Microphone Awards nomination, just to let Deputy Station Head Jia's relative step over me to gain his place? Just because of helping the station head's old war comrade's son win the Silver Microphone Award? I've worked so hard to fight for such a result for the station and even helped a program from Beijing radio station break a record previously set by the central radio station. And in the end, this is what I get? Your grandpa. Do you take me, Zhang Ye, to be a pushover? Beside him, a youth about the age of Zhang Ye advised in whispers, forget it, Teacher Zhang. You can't beat them. Just endure it. The station has purposely dragged to Friday before announcing the resumption of your segment, so as to stop your Silver Microphone Award nomination. Without an anchor position, you cannot be given the nomination, no matter who recommends you. He added on casually, that is, unless one of the 5 judges for the Silver Microphone Awards give one of their additional nomination spots to you directly. Every year, there are 3 other additional nominations for the Golden Microphone Awards, while there are 2 for the Silver Microphone Awards. Only these spots do not need to gain the nomination through the stations, and can be put on the list of nominees through an exception. There were additional spots? Zhang Ye's mind began churning. He recalled that Zhang Yuanqi was one of the judges this time. Chapter 72, the Silver Microphone Awards nomination list, has been released. Throughout the unit, the news spread like wildfire. Did you hear? Wang Xiaomei from the Literature Channel was knocked off her perch. It's that Zhang Ye from the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet, right? This rookie emerged out of nowhere. If not for his average looks, he would be someone in the future. It's a pity that he just lacks that little bit to succeed. Hey, why are you guys so outdated? What's the matter, Olden? Did something happen again? Zhang Ye's program has been halted and might be rescheduled to a weekend slot. He had lost his former positions as anchor for those 2 programs. He hasn't got a chance for this year's Silver Microphone Awards nomination. Impossible, right? How can that be? With his results, he can't get the Silver Microphone Award? What do you know? Do you know who is the new program's host that is taking over Zhang Ye's Monday to Friday segment? His name is Jia Yan. He's Deputy Station Head Jia's relative. Also, don't tell this to anyone or tell others that I told you this, but the nominee for the Silver Microphone Awards, Zhang Ye. His father and our station head are old comrades. Isn't Zhang Ye too tragic? Hi, he sure is unlucky enough. It's so disgusting for the station to do this. Not only did they not reward the station's greatest contributor, but they actually. What the heck is this? Well, he is the leader, after all. If the station carries on doing things like this, it will lose the trust of the people sooner or later. The relatives and good friends of the leader have to be well taken care of. That is normal human behavior. But you shouldn't be so insidious. Isn't this forcing Zhang Ye to his death? Everyone did not dare to openly question this, as this was a decision made by the station leader. However, there was a flurry of discussion in the shadows. Everyone had a strong opinion about this. Deputy Station Head's office. There were 2 people in the room. One of them was Deputy Station Head Jia, and the other was Zhang Ye. Deputy Station Head Jia was friendly. Little Ye, how has your work been recently? It's pretty good. Zhang Ye sat across him and said, I troubled Station Head Jia. Thank you for your concern. Deputy Station Head Jia smiled. There's no need to be so polite. We aren't outsiders. I even saw you often in the station head's house when you were young. Do you still remember? Zhang Ye touched his neck and said, I remember. Deputy Station Head Jia nodded. Then, let's talk about proper matters. Today is the deadline for the Silver Microphone Awards nominations. They will be officially selected on Friday. The station has only just submitted your name to the selection committee. As we do not have enough outstanding personnel in the Beijing radio station, we will only be nominating you. It is equivalent to handing one of the 10 Silver Microphone Awards, which has been reserved for our Beijing radio station, to you. Calling you over is just a formality, so prepare your acceptance speech. You might even need to say a few words on stage. To put it nicely, it will be helpful for your future development. After all, there will quite a lot of famous people in the industry there on the day of the awards ceremony. There will be broadcasting leaders, various producers from radio and television stations, and famous anchors. There will even be Heavenly Queen Zhang Ye. So prepare your acceptance speech well and leave a deep impression on everyone. Zhang Ye might have known of this earlier, so he was not very excited. Thank you for Station Head Jia's nurturing. I will work hard. So modest. Good. Deputy Station Head Jia said with appreciation. After you receive the Silver Microphone Award, your future will be limitless. After you have some training, people from the television station will definitely come for you, even without my recommendation. Literature Channel's office. Jia Yin energetically set off for the live broadcast studio. Although his program had been recorded, he still needed to make an opening statement and introduce himself. Big Sis Zhou hatefully watched his back. He is a scoundrel having greatness thrust upon him. Auntie Sun said with comforting words, Little Zhang, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future, don't worry. Right? Teacher Little Zhang, you will definitely be able to do it. There are still other awards in the future, his assistant, Xiaofeng, said. However, even if they said so, everyone knew there would not be such a good opportunity in the future. Indeed, there were other awards in the future, but which one of them had more value than the Silver Microphone Award? This was the nation's most prestigious newcomer award in the broadcasting world. There was only one a year, and nominations were only allowed for rookies who had worked for less than 3 years. It would be gone once it was missed out on. Those famous radio announcers currently in the radio station, and those famous hosts currently on television. Which of them did not receive a Silver Microphone Award back then? They had all received it. They could reach their present height all because of the qualifications the Silver Microphone Award brought them. Receiving it was equivalent to having a thick layer of gold plating. It was completely different from those people who did not have this newcomer award. Many people felt pity for Zhang Ye. Many colleagues felt aggrieved for Zhang Ye. However, Zhang Ye's expression looked abnormally calm. Little Zhang, don't let your thoughts go astray. Big Sis Zhou was extremely worried. If you want to curse, curse a bit. Everyone here is on your side. No one will spread it out. Zhang Ye said, I'm fine, Big Sis Zhou. Wang Xiaomei glanced at him and stood up to walk towards him. Teacher Xiaomei, what are you doing? Xiaofeng noticed something was wrong. Wang Xiaomei said calmly, I'm going to ask the station's leader to change his mind. It's too demoralizing. Big Sis Zhou cleared her throat and grabbed her. Don't do that. Don't do that. It would be useless, even if you went. Don't pull yourself into the ditch. From Zhang Ye's situation, people could tell that the politeness given to the star anchor by the station's leader was only just pure courtesy. So what if you were a star anchor? Zhang Ye had also gotten the #1 listenership rating. Wasn't he still suppressed by the station's leader? When there was a conflict of interest with the station's leader, no one else mattered. Everyone had to pave the way for them, letting their relatives take off. This was the status quo. After all, they had someone higher up. Zhang Ye was very touched. Teacher Xiaomei, thank you, but there's no need. You won't put any sense into them, no matter what you say. If the nomination will not be given by the station, fine. I'll get it myself. Wang Xiaomei was shocked. You get it yourself? Where are you getting it from? Isn't it impossible without an anchor position? Big Sis Zhou could not understand, either. Zhang Ye did not respond to them. He picked up the cell phone on the table and stood up. I'll go out and make a call. He then disappeared out of the office. On the corner of the hallway, Zhang Ye opened the window and leaned on it. He flipped through his message book and found Zhang Yuanqi's telephone number. After pondering for a moment, he made the call. He was not a person who liked to beg for favors. At least he would not suddenly beg of people. If he could do it himself, Zhang Ye would do it himself. If he could not do it, then he would not do it. That was always his character. However, he did not have much pressure making this phone call. This was because Zhang Yuanqi had drunkenly gone to his house that day. Zhang Ye had taken care of her, washing her clothes and making food for her, so Zhang Yuanqi owed him one. Ring, 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 ring. Only after it rang 10 times did the phone call connect. Zhang Ye quickly said, "Hello, Teacher Zhang. It's me, Zhang." A magnetic voice from Zhang Yuanqi came over, but the tone was not very friendly. "I know who you are. I'm very busy now. I'm giving you 10 seconds to speak." Zhang Ye was not taken aback. He had slowly gotten used to the Heavenly Queen's coldness. He knew that it was the Heavenly Queen's character deep down and was not directed at him. Then I'll cut the long story short. It's like this. You are one of the 5 judges of the Silver Microphone Awards, right? My segment has been axed through the machinations of my station's leader, so I cannot be nominated for the Silver Microphone Awards according to the rules. I heard judges have 2 additional nomination spots. Cough. So I'm asking if you can. At this moment, the 10 seconds were up. Bada, the other side, punctually hung up. Zhang Ye was surprised. Your sister. I haven't finished speaking. The 10 seconds you said was really 10 seconds? He nearly cursed at her mother, thinking how he would not care about her no matter how drunk she was in the future. If he saw her drunk at his place again, he would push her out on the road and write a plaque. Take a photo with the Heavenly Queen, 1,000 yuan. This bro could earn some extra money. In the afternoon, Soaring Youth finished broadcasting. Jia Yin returned to his office, and he stood straighter than ever before. He looked arrogant as the listenership rating had already been collated. It was 2.13% for a new segment. This result was quite brilliant. Jia Yin was very satisfied. Everyone knew that the next Silver Microphone Award for the Beijing radio station was guaranteed to be Jia Yan's. However, looking at his attitude, no one was impressed. This was because he had not done it with his own abilities, and it was not because Soaring Youth was that good. The reason was that he had a good relative. Everyone knew deep down that axing Zhang Ye's segment forcefully, without any notice, was to help pull listeners for Jia Yin. How many listeners did Zhang Ye have? Ignoring Soaring Youth, even a program that wasn't even worth a fart would have a listenership rating of 2%. Someone who had no ability sure appeared impressive. Some average person could receive the Silver Microphone Award. Yet a huge contributor like Zhang Ye had been forced into such a pathetic state. He was not even given a nomination. They were really brutal and cold-blooded, confusing right with wrong. The nomination deadline was in the afternoon. Now, Teacher Little Zhang was completely out of the race. Big Sis Zhou's hands were trembling with anger. It was too unfair. Jia Yin and the news channels Zhang Ye knew each other well. They knew each other due to their elders' connection. Seeing Zhang Ye getting the Silver Microphone Award, while Zhang Ye got nothing, Jia Yin also felt his anger vent. It was almost time to get off work. A tall and thin youth suddenly entered the office. Yin, let's go. Let's have dinner together, the youth said to Jia Yin. Jia Yin smiled upon seeing the person. Zhang Ye? Sure. Wait for me to pack my things. No one was surprised that the two knew each other. Both of them were products of nepotism, so it was inevitable that they knew each other. Zhang Ye was also curious about the identity of Zhang Ye. Looking around, he saw him at a glance. The Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet had been a big deal, and he had seen Zhang Ye's photo before. He has just this much looks and height. They're only average. Zhang Ye was already sure that he would win the Silver Microphone Award, so he looked down on Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye also looked at him. The two of them locked eyes, while Zhang Ye let out a laugh, showcasing the power of the victor. At this moment, Zhang Ye's assistant, Xiaofeng, suddenly shouted. It was unknown what serious matter had happened. She pointed towards the computer. Oh hey, come and see quickly. Everyone come and see. The Silver Microphone Awards nomination list has been released. Chapter 73. This time it's smacking the leader's face. This year's Golden Microphone Awards event was organized and sponsored by the Beijing television station, so the award ceremony would be held in the Beijing television station's large theater. Hence, all the announcements and name lists were published on the television station's official website, including the nomination list announcement. What Xiaofeng saw was clearly this. But no one understood why she was making a fuss. Come quickly. Xiaofeng was still shouting, this. Big Sis Zhou snapped. What big shot list? Without little Zhang, what's there to see? But Xiaofeng shouted with even more exaggeration. Quite a lot of people gathered around. What's the matter? Let me see. Upon taking a closer look, a second person also immediately called out, "What the F asterisk asterisk asterisk? Why is there teacher Zhang Ye's name? Am I seeing things? Zhang Ye's name. Why was his name there?" Auntie's son also ran over in disbelief. She then said with excitement, "There's little Zhang. There really is little Zhang." Jia Yin was shocked. "How can that be? Did you see wrongly?" Zhang Ye's expression also changed. "What? Didn't the station recommend him as its sole nominee?" Wang Xiaomei also came over. "Little Zhang does not have an anchor duty temporarily, so the station should not be able to nominate him, right? Also, who would nominate him? Zhang Ye had offended the leader, so even if he was qualified to get the nomination, one of the leaders would definitely think of a way to get him out of the way." Xiaofang said with a pleasant surprise, "It's not recommended by our Beijing radio station. It's recommended by one of the 5 judges for the Golden Microphone Awards. Someone gave teacher Zhang Ye a Silver Microphone Awards additional nomination. Ah, the jury. An exception was made to nominate him?" Big Sis Zhou said in a surprised manner. "Why would the jury give little Zhang a nomination? Out of the 5 judges, 3 of them have 3 additional nominations for the Golden Microphone Awards. The other 2 people would have the 2 additional nominations for the Silver Microphone Awards. That is to say, one of the judges has helped teacher little Zhang." Many people looked at each other, for they could not react in time. To think that they were worried over teacher little Zhang. Take a look. Zhang Yi himself had someone up there. Zhang Yi heard this and felt a burden lift off his chest. He was really shocked. Just now, when he called Zhang Yuanqi, he thought old Zhang would not have bothered with him. She had hung up on him. But who knew that comrade old Zhang was so reliable? She had immediately set things right for him. She was righteous. At the same time, Deputy Station Head Jia's office. "What's the matter with the name list?" Deputy Station Head Jia said with a blackened face to his secretary. The secretary had a wailful expression. "Leader, I only recommended Zhang Ye alone to the jury. There was no mistake. Maybe it is one of the additional nominations from the jury." Additional? Deputy Station Head Jia immediately confirmed it on the website. And indeed it was true. He waved his hand. "Go out and close the door." The secretary walked out gingerly. He knew the leader was mad. Deputy Station Head Jia called someone he knew on the jury. "Hey, old Zhang, what's the meaning of this?" The middle-aged man on the phone had a husky voice, as if his vocal cords had been injured. "Old Jia, I was just about to contact your radio station. I only just got to know about the nomination matters. Do not worry. There's no other meaning to it, nor are we trying to beat on your radio station. From what I know, someone from the jury submitted this nomination. The other judges had to give that person face, so we have such a list." Deputy Station Head Jia asked, "Which judge?" "I don't know about that," Head Jing said. Deputy Station Head Jia said angrily, "But in the eyes of others, you are smacking our Beijing radio station's management's face. We have only nominated one person and did not nominate a second person because there was no one suitable. But with you doing this, isn't it saying that our radio station is failing to recognize someone for his worth? For us to not discover him, despite having a good candidate, wouldn't that mean that we needed someone from the jury to nominate him for us? How would the other stations look at us? He had clearly caused the present situation due to his private goals, yet he said everything as if he was right." Head Zhang explained, "Don't be stressed. There's really no way to control this matter. As a small head, I can't do anything with the nomination from the higher-ups. According to the rules, additional nominations could be given freely. However, in principle, these nominations were not given willy-nilly. This was also the reason why Deputy Station Head Jia was angered. In the past, the jury and the broadcast stations had a tacit understanding. Most of the time, the jury would not use the additional nomination. When it was used, it was because the broadcasting station had too many good newcomers, despite only being able to nominate 2. Only then would they need the additional nomination from the judges to give those who weren't recommended a nomination as a form of encouragement. Yes, it was a form of encouragement. This was because there was no precedent of a person winning the award with the additional nomination. It was just a symbolic nomination as an encouragement. They would not award the person who was given an additional nomination. Why? This was because the jury not only had to consider the qualities and abilities of the broadcasting host, they had to also take into account the views and attitudes of the unit the person worked at. And since there were 2 nominations from a station, These two people indicated the opinion of the station, so the jury would usually respect it and naturally would not consider the additional nominations. But even so, deputy station head Zhao was still filled with anger. Anyone who had eyes could see Zhang Ye's results. He had broken so many records and made new history. Even other radio stations from other provinces might know of Zhang Ye's name. But Zhang Ye had not been nominated by their station. So anyone with eyes would know the attitude of their station, which was not wanting Zhang Ye to be up for nomination. But now, an unknown judge had pulled Zhang Ye into the nomination list. Wasn't this a smack in their faces? Who was it? Could it be Teacher Lu? Impossible. Teacher Lu's additional nomination should be for the Golden Microphone Award. The person with the Silver Microphone Award nomination had to be a new judge. Could it be the famous Heavenly Queen? That was more impossible. How could Zhang Ye know Zhang Yuanqi? The phone was hung up. Zhang Ye knocked on the door and entered. Station head Jia. About the nomination. Deputy station head Jia suppressed his anger and got over it. It's all right. It's just a little bump. You are recommended by the station, so the Silver Microphone Award is definitely yours. You don't have to worry. Only then did Zhang Ye heave a sigh of relief before saying, what is he trying to do? He found someone to give him a nomination? Isn't this openly challenging the unit? Go back. Deputy station head Jia did not say much. He had already given Zhang Ye the death sentence in his heart. You even dare take the station down a peg. Do you even have any concept of a bigger picture? Some people were like that. Even though they were the one repressing others with their power, fixing anyone they wished, they did not allow the other party to fight back. There was no consideration when they abused their powers. They were always unreasonable. But when the other party resisted, they would respond with a ton of logic. In short, they would never be wrong. Whatever they did was the truth. All the fault was on Zhang Ye. It was Zhang Ye that should not have been born in this world. Against such a person, Zhang Ye would usually only say this to them, helping those bunch of ungrateful crap that thought the world revolved around them. Then go F*** yourself. After work, his colleagues left the unit in pairs or trios. Big Sis Zhou said happily, Little Zhang, you have a chance this time. However, Auntie Sun pessimistically said, there's still no chance. According to what I know, additional nominations will never win the award. Big Sis Zhou did not understand. There's such a thing? It has always been so. The judges will follow the unit's opinion. Auntie Sun said, but this is enough. It is also a smack of the station leader's face. Little Zhang has at least been able to vent out some of his anger. Enough? It's far from enough. After having been repressed so much, Zhang Ye would not take this lying down. Chapter 74. The awardee's name has been messed up. Friday afternoon, there was a clear sky. Today was the day of the live broadcast of the Golden Microphone Awards. Countless numbers of people crowded outside the Beijing television station's Grand Theater. They were lining up with their entry tickets. The moment that Zhang Ye came, he saw his colleagues. Little Zhang, over here. Big Sis Zhou waved from the group. Big Sis Zhou? Auntie Sun. Zhang Ye blinked before walking forward. Auntie Sun let him cut in line. She thickened her Beijing accent. Come over quickly. There's no need to line up behind everyone. Zhang Ye did not feel bad about cutting in line, since he was nominated. He did not need to line up and could just show his work pass to enter. Why is everyone here? He really did not know that there would be so many people coming, as he had not gone to work the past few days. He had been fired from late-night ghost stories, and Old and Young Story Club was still halted, so he did not have any work to do. Zhao Guizhou also took into account Zhang Ye's mood, so he made an exception to let Zhang Ye take a few days off. These are tickets from the unit. There are many seats in the Grand Theater. Almost all our colleagues are here. Look, Tian Bin and his wife are right in front. See them? They are near security, and Teacher Xiaomei came early and is already inside. We actually came late. Big Sis Zhou said laughingly. Auntie Sun said in a comforting fashion, Little Zhang, just relax today and don't think about anything else. Big Sis Zhou also cheered him on, right? It's all right if you don't get it this time. There are still chances in the future. Just treat it as watching a show. Zhang Ye said untruthfully, I understand. That's good. Let's go. It was their turn to go through security. Throwing his lighter into the trash can, Zhang Ye passed through security and entered with them. This was the largest venue that Beijing television station had. It could accommodate 1,000 people. The seats for Zhang Ye's unit were arranged to the right of the front rows. It was pretty good. After all, their radio station was part of the Beijing Broadcasting Television Station. It was their turf, so they naturally had priority treatment. It was much better as compared to the other broadcasting stations from the other provinces. This was the home turf advantage. Teacher Little Zhang, you've come? Sis Zhou, you are too slow. Little Chun, Little Su, why are you so early? The tickets for the literature channel were all in serial, so they naturally all sat together. Some came alone, while some brought their lovers. Some even brought their children. After greeting each other, everyone sat down. Right in front was the Beijing radio station's news channel seats. Zhang Ye was sitting in the first row. Clearly, it was for him to easily go on stage to receive his award. He had already made his preparations. At this moment, he turned around after being reminded. He looked at Zhang Ye and raised his hand with a smile to attract Zhang Ye's attention. Zhang Ye. He was the same age as Zhang Ye, but had entered the station half a year earlier, so he did not use the salutation of teacher. Zhang Ye looked over. Oh. Zhang Ye laughed. Why aren't you sitting in front? The both of us are nominated for our station. There was not too much of a problem with these words, but people felt uncomfortable hearing it. Everyone knew that teacher Zhang Ye did not sit in the first row for nominees because he knew he would not win. Yet you had to rub it in? Aren't you doing this on purpose? Zhang Ye said coldly. There's no need. Oh, suit yourself, then. Zhang Ye turned around. Jia Yan also happened to arrive at this moment. With his ticket in hand, he did not sit at the literature channel's area, and instead went to the news channel's seats. Zhang Ye. Hi, Jia. There was heavy traffic. That felt crappy. Sit over here. I reserved a seat for you. Jia Yan and Zhang Ye sat together. They chatted happily, as if there was no one else around them. Ever since Zhang Ye's matter was made known and Jia Yan got his program, many people felt demoralized, seeing the station leader's insidious schemes. Many people from the literature channel had excluded him from their circles, so Jia Yan decided not to make himself unwelcome. Since the colleagues from the literature channel did not value him, he did not value them either. After all, with deputy station head Jia, he could ignore anyone. Once upon a time, when Jia Yan just came, everyone was very polite and friendly to him. After all, he was a relative of the leader. In contrast, Zhang Ye had been excluded for a period of time. But now, the situation had reversed itself. There was really a reason of degree. Some methods were too damaging. It may be Zhang Ye this time, but could it be someone else from their literature channel the next time? In order to make way for Jia Yan, forced to their deaths by the leader? People could not help but have such thoughts after this matter. Big Sis Zhou said to Zhang Ye, ignore them. Those without abilities won't be jumping for long. Xiaofang also said hatefully. An old editor sighed. Hi. The internal affairs of the unit is getting more messy these days. This year's Silver Microphone Award for their station was definitely Zhang Ye's. There was no question that it would be Jia Yan's next year. So what if Zhang Ye had the ability? He could only bow down before others. Of course, those were the thoughts and judgments of others, and not Zhang Ye's. Zhang Ye had not given up. Compromise? Yield? Endure? That was completely not his style. He could only develop himself further in the television station by winning the Silver Microphone Award. But what did he need to do to win this award that he absolutely needed? Zhang Ye did not know. He was out of methods at this moment. Find Zhang Yuanqi? Impossible. The Heavenly Queen also had no way to change today's outcome. The jury was decided on a majority. 3 votes out of the 5 judges would make it effective. Other than Zhang Yuanqi, who was a new judge, the other judges respected the rules. So no one would vote for Zhang Ye. So it was meaningless if Zhang Yuanqi helped Zhang Ye alone. Besides, Zhang Ye had already used her favor, so he could not seek Zhang Yuanqi's help anymore. He was at a loss. There was no way out and no way back. Zhang Ye had to admit that he was really backed into a corner. However, he needed to find a way out despite this impossible situation, for he could not swallow his anger. Routine methods were definitely ineffective. Zhang Ye opened his Game Rings interface, hoping to find a method to break this quandary. These few days, with Old and Young Story Club halted, he could only count on Ghost Blows Out the Light to increase his reputation. However, that was all there was. Hence, he did not have much reputation. If he played the lottery. Hey, I almost forgot. There was an item in the inventory that had not been used. Zhang Ye suddenly thought of it. He opened the game inventory, and indeed, there was a shiny little thing inside. Lucky bread. This was something that he had received a few days ago. He had eaten the fruits of charm that he had received from the additional stakes right there on the spot. So he had nearly forgotten about this item. Let's try it out. Let's try it as a last resort to save a hopeless situation. The Silver Microphone Award was about to be announced soon, so Zhang Ye had no other choice. He could only bet on this. He took out the Lucky Bread from his inventory, holding an Ice World mineral water in his hand, which was a famous mineral water brand of this world. He pretended to drink the water, but was actually secretly eating the Lucky Bread. People could not see the items obtained from the Game Rings lottery, but people could still see Zhang Ye's actions. If he were to stuff thin air into his mouth and even chew, people would think he was crazy, so he had to have some cover-up actions. Gulp. The last mouthful of bread was finished. Lucky Bread in effect. Players' luck state increased. Countdown of 5 minutes begins. At the same moment, in the back, resting area 3, inside the hall, there were 5 staff arranging the trophies and certificates to be awarded today. Yesterday, the results were actually decided, so the certificates and trophies were quickly produced. There were golden microphones and silver microphones. They were all placed on a table. The door was locked. It was a strictly confidential process. However, although it was, so to speak, confidential, this sort of thing was impossible to keep a secret. Anyone in the industry would be able to understand who would win or lose. Furthermore, it wasn't the election of a president, so it was not that strict. Name, Lu Feng. Over here. All right, place it in front. The certificate has to correspond to it. Don't mess up. Don't worry. It can't go wrong. Zhang Ye, this is one of the winners of the silver microphone. Take it in front and send it over in a while. All right, it's ready. But just as the few staff were arranging the order according to the name list, without any forewarning, a female employee accidentally knocked into a certificate. Pada, the certificate flipped, pushing down a mineral water bottle that was mysteriously placed on the table. The cap covered the top, but it was not tightly sealed, so momentarily, water spilled onto that certificate. It was all very sudden. Aya. The female employee hurriedly wiped the certificate with her sleeve. Don't rub it. An old comrade beside cautioned, but it was too late. With this rub, the paper on the certificate turned into a mess. The words could no longer be read. A youth quickly came over to help, quickly wiping the water off the table and onto the ground, so as to not to affect the other certificates. However, the floor was made of glazed tiles, so with water it became very slippery. The youth nearly slipped, but although he did not crash to the ground, he had still pressed on the table with his hand to stabilize himself, and thus he had touched the corresponding trophy to that certificate. The trophy crashed to the ground amidst their panicking eyes. The trophy shattered. The Silver Microphone Award trophy was different in quality compared to the Golden Microphone Award. It may be a Silver Microphone Award, but it was actually made of something similar to crystal. It was in the shape of a microphone. And since the toughness of crystal was not that much stronger than glass, it ended up shattering. Even its real mother wouldn't recognize it. Bad. What are you doing? How can you be so careless? Sorry. I didn't know that it would turn into such a mess. Everyone began running helter-skelter. After that mishap, there was no other way, as there was such a huge mess. Uncle Ping, what do we do? There's still another hour before the silver microphone will be awarded. The female employee was worried. She had never expected that they would screw up such a simple job. The Silver Microphone Awards were what was first awarded in the morning. As it was not a live broadcast, it was considered a warm-up for the Golden Microphone Awards. Only after the Silver Microphone Awards were given out would the Golden Microphone Awards be broadcast live on television. There was indeed not much time left. There was no way the Silver Microphone Awards would be placed after the Golden Microphone Awards, as there had never been such a precedent. The oldest employee gritted his teeth. Don't panic. We can still make it in time. The certificate is easy. We still have blank, ready-made certificates. Just filling it in would do. The judges would definitely have an official seal on their side. Little Chun, go get the seal from the judges. Little Wong, I'll give you a task. Immediately call Yixian. The trophies were produced by his company. I'm sure they still have backup Silver Microphone Award trophies. The name is blank, so get them to engrave the name Zhang Ye on it as soon as possible. Go get it yourself. Do it as soon as possible. All right, understood. The two of them went out. One of them made a phone call, while the other made the certificate. The female employee first got Yi Xian's number and hurriedly called. Hello, this is the Beijing television station. Yes, we have a situation here. Can I ask if there is still a silver microphone award trophy? There is? That's great, that's great. Please help us make the name again. One of them was shattered. Yes, thank you very much. Please do it quickly, or it will not be in time. All right, the name? The name is Zhang. Being in a hurry, she had forgotten the name that the old comrade had told her as she said into the phone, Hold on. The youth had already taken out a certificate and was about to fill it in. The female employee immediately asked, Little Chun, what's that person's name? The unit is the Beijing radio station. I think it's Zhang. Yeah, the youth was also not certain and did not feel comfortable asking Uncle Ping again, for fear of being reprimanded. Hence, he quickly searched for the nomination list on his phone. Oh, I found it. Beijing radio station. It's this. His name is Zhang Ye. Which Ye? Take a look for yourself. All right, I've written it down. The pronunciation of Zhang Ye and Zhang Ye was about the same. They were both Yi, just that there was a slightly different tone. The youth used a pen and wrote down the name from the internet. The female employee also told the trophy makers, It's Zhang Ye, Zhang Yik. It's written with a wa and a bza. His unit is the Beijing radio station. Chapter 75, Zhang Ye's miraculous win. 9 in the morning. The entire Grand Theater was packed. Almost everyone was here. At this moment, the game ring on Zhang Ye's pinky displayed a screen with virtual text. Countdown ended. The lucky bread was used up. 5 minutes have passed. It's over? Just like that? Zhang Ye blinked his eyes in a daze. He looked to the left and then to the right. Why didn't anything happen? It increased my luck stat? Or was it increased? I couldn't see a bit of it. This was the first time that the special items from Zhang Ye's game ring did not have any effect. He was extremely depressed. He was originally hoping that the lucky bread would help him, and it was also his final life-saving weapon. But who knew that nothing happened at all? At least let this bro pick up a wallet to show its effects. Unlucky. There was not a chance left now. Zhang Ye was at a loss as to whether to laugh or to cry. He had choked at the critical moment. Over there, the Literature Channel's old editor, who had become the eldest after Teacher Feng retired, returned. He had not been seen all along, for he had gone somewhere. You just came, someone asked. The old editor said, I came much earlier. I just want to find a friend backstage. Big Sis Zhou was excited. You know people here? Are the decisions for the awards out? It came out earlier on. The old editor said, there was something happening backstage. Don't tell others that I was the one who told you. I heard that one of the trophies shattered from dropping. Auntie Sun exclaimed. Then wouldn't they not make it in time? The old editor said, the company manufacturing the trophy must have spares. By quickly engraving the unit and the name of the winner, it's quite fast. They should be able to make it in time. Nobody took this news in mind. Big Sis Zhou asked again. Then who will win our station's silver microphone award? The old editor said helplessly. You are still hoping for little Zhang to create a miracle? It's impossible. The additional nomination will not win the award. There has been no precedent, and neither will there be one in the future. Big Sis Zhou rolled her eyes. I know that. I'm asking if Zhang Ye got it. It said that every year our radio station will get 1 golden microphone award and 1 silver microphone award. But wasn't there a mistake 5 years ago with the golden microphone award, where both our station's nominees were not awarded, and it was awarded to Hebei Province's broadcaster? She could no longer stand seeing Zhang Ye being bullied to such a state. Since Zhang Ye could not get it, then it was best that Zhang Ye did not get it as well. It could vent her anger. Seeing Zhang Ye and Jia Yan's overbearing manner from before was annoying. The other colleagues also looked over. The old editor gave a wry smile. How can there be so many accidents? I heard from my friend that he happened to see the award certificates yesterday. Our station's silver microphone award winner is Zhang Ye. It's already decided? Big Sis Zhou still remained adamant. It was decided yesterday afternoon. The old editor said, It's him. My friend saw it with his own eyes. The trophy even has Zhang Ye's name on it. So how can it be wrong? Big Sis Zhou tutade. With so many colleagues worried for him, Zhang Ye felt quite heartwarmed. He had never seen a good unit or a good leader, but he had met a group of cute colleagues, making him feel blessed. Hey, that's Teacher Chung, the 8th Golden Microphone Award winner. Even this round's teacher Zhou is a guest. Although he had long retired, but he was the #1 brother of the hosting world. Who could compete with him back then? That is Annie Chu, my idol and goal. I watched her program while growing up. The important show was at the back as heavyweight big shots began to enter. There were top hosts from years ago, and also current top hosts. There were leaders from the broadcasting stations, and also the judges. The moment they entered, they stirred up a commotion. Other than some established people from various industries who were invited to be in the audience through a lottery, the other people were all hosts from various television and radio stations. In front of so many sage-like predecessors and former idols, people were extremely excited. They were the direction people were fighting towards. However, when the last figure appeared, people's emotions weren't excited anymore, but explosive. The entire venue resounded into a earth-shattering uproar. Zhang Yuanqi. Zhang Yuanqi. I see Auntie Yuanqi. Sis Zhang, I love you forever. Many staff of the television and radio stations did not make a big fuss, for they were in this industry, so they would not craze over celebrities. Even if they crazed over someone, they would do it for a top figure in the hosting world. Zhang Yuanqi may have been an excellent host in the past, but she was after all not professionally doing it, hence people were relatively calm. However, the other audience members could not be suppressed. Many people stood up. They raised their signs and light sticks as they roared Zhang Yuanqi's name. They did not care about the golden or the silver microphone awards. They were here for the heavenly queen. Zhang Yuanqi appeared from the side stage. She had initially wanted to take a seat, but seeing the audience shouting so enthusiastically, she waved with a smile at everyone. Sis Zhang smiled at me. Didn't you make a mistake? Sis Zhang was smiling at me. Sis Zhang, you are too beautiful. I love you too. Death. Sing a song, Sis Zhang. I want to hear I Don't Believe. The situation went out of control. There were even fans rushing up to get her signature. Many reporters charged up to take pictures. More than 10 security guards, who were standing by to maintain order, immediately came to fend off people. They finally managed to control the situation. It was tiring enough. Zhang Ye and his radio station colleagues were secretly surprised. This was a heavenly queen. This was the current #1 sister of the entertainment industry. This appearance showed the apparent gap. The number of fans was completely of a different grade compared to star hosts. It was estimated that all the fans of the star hosts present added up were far smaller in number than Zhang Yuanqi's alone. Zhang Yuanqi sat in the first row. People could no longer see her, as they were facing her back, so the shouts slowly stopped. The heavenly queen sure is beautiful, the old editor praised. Big Sis Zhou also said, yeah, better looking than in the movies. Auntie Sun said, I also like her movies. She's good at singing, too. Her voice has a magnetic charm and metamorphic charm to it. No one in the current entertainment industry can compete with that mature and gentle charm that she has. A literature channel youth sighed and said, yes, Sis Zhang is really like a giant panda in the entertainment industry. Other heavenly queens and kings can be replaced, for they look good and are good at acting, but Zhang Yuanqi is definitely someone who cannot be replaced. She represents a generation. Everyone's evaluation of her was very high. Tian Bin and Zhang Ye, who were in front, also looked towards Zhang Yuanqi. Maybe some people did not craze over Zhang Yuanqi, and some people had controversies with Zhang Yuanqi's works, but no one could deny that wherever Zhang Yuanqi was, she would forever be the main lead. On stage, a host went up. This person seemed to be from the news channel from the Beijing television station. He was not very famous, but everyone found him familiar. Hello, everyone. Welcome to this year's Beijing television station's live broadcast of the Golden Microphone Awards. He did not introduce the guests and judges, because it still wasn't a live broadcast. Those were lines only said during the live broadcast. There is still half an hour's time before the Golden Microphone Awards. According to established practices, now is the time for the awarding of the Silver Microphone Awards. First, let me announce this year's Silver Microphone Awards nominees. Beijing Television Station, Chen Bin. Yanqi. Hebei Television Station, Lu Mei. Huadongyan. Jinshi Television Station, Chen Tao. Zhang Yang. Beijing Radio Station, Zhang Ye Zhang Yi. Shanghai Radio Station, Su Lele. Li Bang. After each nominee's name was announced, The host began to announce the first winner. Next, I will announce the winner of this year's Silver Microphone Awards Television Host Award, Beijing Television Station's Yan Qi. Everyone applauded. A female host seemed very surprised as she quickly rushed onto the stage while covering her mouth to accept the award. The person handing the award to her was one of the 5 judges, Teacher Chung. He was an old senior of the broadcasting world. The award's host laughed. Congratulations to Yan Qi. She is almost my colleague. Little Qi, this occasion is quite magnificent. With so many seniors sitting below, do you have something to say? Yan Qi took over the microphone. Thank you. Only thank you. Thank you everyone for your help. Thank you everyone for your recognition. Next, then the next. The announcement of the winners of the 10 Television Hosts Awards quickly came to an end. Other than a few people having longer acceptance speeches, there was no delay. Next was the Silver Microphone Awards for radio hosts. They were also for 10 people. However, at this moment, it was cut back to the host to hear him say, next will be the radio station broadcasting Silver Microphone Awards. Let me invite my colleague Zhang Ye from the Beijing radio station to announce it. After he walked down, Zhang Ye came up with a smile. Zhang Ye was no stranger to Zhang Ye. Back at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet, he was also one of the hosts. He was a winner of their station's Golden Microphone Award many years ago. Since this award ceremony was organized by the Beijing television station, he had the qualification to do it, even if he wasn't very famous in the industry. Zhang Ye came onto the stage. Hello everyone. I'm Zhang Ye. At such a big occasion, with so many seniors and leaders around, he also seemed slightly nervous. After all, he was just a radio station's news-related broadcaster, so his fame was definitely incomparable to other television stations' hosts. Thank you for the leader's trust for me to host this radio station Silver Microphone Awards. Next, I will announce the first winner of the 10 awards. He flipped open the certificate and announced, Central Radio Station, Gongsu. Immersed in the applause, Gongsu excitedly went up on stage. Zhang Yuanqi took over the trophy from a member of the staff. It was her turn to give out the award. Congratulations. Zhang Yuanqi gave a warm smile. Gongsu received it with an expression of shock. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Thank you to the jury. I will continue to work hard. I will not put this trophy to shame. Zhang Yuanqi smiled. You've already done very well. Zhang He smiled. Let's give a round of applause to Teacher Gong. Beijing radio station's station head and deputy station head Jia were in the first row. They applauded the winner. Next, Zhang He announced another person from the central radio station. Zhang Yuanqi did not get off stage. She took the trophy and handed it to him, congratulating him. Off stage, Big Sis Zhou was not feeling an emotional high. It's almost already time for our radio station. Wang Xiaomei looked unsurely at Zhang Yi. Are you all right? I'm fine. Zhang Yi pretended to look indifferent. Actually, it would be weird if he was fine. This award was extremely important to him. Auntie Sun patted Zhang Yi on the shoulder. Let's not bother ourselves arguing with the likes of them. Suddenly, Zhang He's voice came again. Next is the third Silver Microphone Award. The result of the jury is, upon saying this, Zhang He suddenly paused. His words were still stuck in his throat. He had opened the certificate and remained silent for a long while. He looked with an unsure gaze off stage, with a questioning gaze. Deputy Station Head Jia frowned. Carry on reading. What's the meaning of this? The Beijing radio station head also pulled a long face. This was organized by them, and Zhang He was from their radio station. Even though it was not a live broadcast, he should not have made such a low-level error. Wasn't this embarrassing their radio station for a host to lose his focus? Why isn't he speaking? Who's next? He's not announcing it. Zhang Ye was already waiting off stage to receive his award. He knew he was next. The few people from the jury were also wondering what he was doing. Hence, they gave Zhang He a stern expression to tell him to carry on. Zhang He breathed in deeply. Seeing the leader and jury members having such expressions, he could only read, the next winner of the Silver Microphone Awards is Beijing radio stations, Zhang Ye. In the beginning, no one realized it. Zhang Ye, who was in the front row, smiled and got up. Zhang He hurriedly waved at him not to go on stage. He said to his news channel colleague, "It's not you. It's Zhang Ye." Chapter 76. Does this award count? It's not me. Zhang Ye was the first to be dumbfounded. Jia Yin was just about to applaud Zhang Ye. and his hands were still frozen in midair. Host Zhang He's words made many people who knew what was going on stunned. Everyone looked disbelievingly at Zhang He, thinking that he had made a mistake. However, Zhang He looked seriously at the award certificate in his hands, and with great care and confirmation, read once again, "This year's Silver Microphone Award winner, Zhang Ye." He articulated his words very clearly. It was Ye, not Ye. Deputy Station Head Jia was stunned. The station head's face turned black. Everyone from the Beijing radio station made an uproar. Xiaofeng almost jumped up. She grabbed Zhang Ye and shook him hard. "Heavens! It's you. Teacher Zhang, it's you." Zhang Ye was in a daze. "Me?" Auntie Sun widened her mouth. "How did it become Zhang Ye?" "I don't know either." Zhang Ye wasn't sure himself. "It's you. He has already read your name twice." Big Sis Zhou was happy all of a sudden. She gave Zhang Ye a hard push. "Huh? Stop looking silly there. Quick, go on stage to receive the award." The old editor also urged an whisper. "No matter what, just go up first. Right? First get the award before speaking. Even if the staff made a mistake, it will be too late to change who gets it at that point." Big Sis Zhou came up with a rotten idea. Zhang Ye was about to stand up, but he was stopped. A staff member suddenly ran onto the stage to communicate with the host, and then took the award certificate from his hands. Next, Zhang He waved his hand at Zhang Ye. "Teacher Zhang, wait a while. The jury has asked for a pause. I think there's been a mistake." Following that, he said to everyone present, "Sorry, everyone. We have a situation on our hands. Please wait for the jury's review." The other people did not know what was happening and also waited to see a show play out before their eyes. The 5 judges were already in discussion. Besides them, there were other staff members gathered together. Deputy Station Head Jia went over to take a look and also came together with the station head to understand the situation. What had happened? It was clearly supposed to be Zhang Ye. They had even seen Zhang Ye's trophy. But why did the announcement suddenly change to Zhang Ye? Wasn't this nonsense? There was no precedent of additional nominations winning an award. Not even once. Where's the award certificate? It's here. Take a look. It's written Zhang Ye. It's definitely not him. It should be the Beijing radio station's Zhang Ye. Then why is it this name in the award certificate? That's not right. The trophy is here, too. It's also engraved Zhang Ye. There's no mistake. Even on the trophy was written Zhang Ye. Can someone tell me what is happening? Teachers, this might be the fault of my people. Chu Ping, what are you talking about? Just now backstage, one of my staff members spilled some water and the award certificate could not be used. The trophy also shattered from falling, so I got them to get a spare from the manufacturer. But they might have heard the names wrongly. Zhang Ye and Zhang Ye sound quite alike. What do you mean by this? How can this happen? Then how are we to present the award? The names are all written as Zhang Ye. So should we present it now or not? At this moment, the Beijing radio station head interrupted their conversation. Even if it's wrong, it should still be presented to Zhang Ye. This was decided by the jury, so how can we change it? An old judge looked at him. We already announced it. So how do we take it back? Deputy Station Head Jia knew that Zhang Ye had to get this silver microphone award, for he was the only son of the station head's old war comrade. Hence, he said, since it's an error made by the jury staff, we shouldn't have it affect our station's newcomer award winner because of this. That would be too unfair for Zhang Ye. You can't do that. Fairness? When they were pushing Zhang Ye to a cliff, refusing to give him a nomination, they had never thought of the meaning of fairness. But now, once it affected their own interests and relations, they began shouting about fairness. The old judge was very unhappy with their tone. In terms of qualifications, he was an old veteran in the circle and was 1 grade more senior than the station head and deputy station head Jia. Isn't Zhang Ye from your radio station, too? Deputy station head Jia flatly said. No way can it be Zhang Ye. It has to be Zhang Ye. One of the 5 judges, a younger judge, stared at deputy station head Jia. Please keep your tone down and don't scare us again. Now that we are discussing how to resolve the matter, must we go to the point of making such a fuss? Zhang Ye and Zhang Ye are both comrades from your radio station. I have some impression of Zhang Ye. If I remember correctly, his results are much better than Zhang Ye's, right? So this should not be a huge difference for your radio station. The judge's tone had changed. They seemed to have the intention to leave the mistake uncorrected and make the best of it. Actually, Zhang Ye was chosen by them. Among the 5, 4 votes were given to Zhang Ye, while 1 abstained. Under normal circumstances, the jury would of course respect the views of the radio station. But the problem now was that the circumstances were now not normal. The trophy and certificate were all wrong, and even the host had announced the wrong name. It was not easy to deal with this situation. And with the Golden Microphone Awards about to be broadcast live, where did they have the time to make a new trophy for Zhang Ye? But the station head said with a long face. The old judge said, "We will take it into consideration. Can those who are uninvolved please return to your seats?" The station head could not say certain things, so Deputy Station Head Jia decided to say it. This Zhang Ye has a character problem. That's why our station did not recommend him. He definitely doesn't deserve to win this award. As their voices were a bit loud, and Zhang Ye was sitting in the front area and was pretty close by, he could hear clearly what the deputy station head said. "I have a character problem. I don't deserve this trophy." Zhang Ye laughed from extreme anger. He never expected that these so-called leaders would not only trample on him for no good reason and push him aside, they would even smear him now. The old judge looked at Zhang Yuanqi, who was still on stage smiling and chatting with the host, before looking at Deputy Station Head Jia's eyes. Character problem? An exception was made for Zhang Ye's nomination by our jury. Are you questioning our jury's level, or are you questioning our jury's basic distinguishing ability? Seeing that they still wanted to add on further, he waved his hands and put it to a stop. "I've already said that uninvolved people should please leave." Over here, Big Sis Zhou was straining her ears to listen. "What are they saying?" A literature channel's young editor said, "I think they were saying the trophy broke from falling, and they wrote wrongly. That's all I heard." Zhang Ye had naturally good ears, so he heard more than them. He had not missed a single word of what the 2 station heads said. The trophy shattered? No wonder. So this was written wrongly. I see. Zhang Ye and Zhang Ye are quite similar. Everyone finally understood. After all this time, it was a blunder. Blunder? At this moment, Zhang Ye finally understood. He had initially thought that the lucky bread had been ineffective, as he had not seen any effects. In fact, it was not ineffective, but it had happened without him knowing. He was sure that the shattering of the trophy, the messing up of the award certificate, and having the name written wrongly were definitely the effects that the lucky bread gave in those 5 minutes. If not, there was no way that such a thing could happen. All the mistakes happening together at the same time? If it was a coincidence, it was too exaggerated. Zhang Ye secretly touched his game ring. "You sure helped me a lot this time." Wang Xiaomei looked at Zhang Ye, who was 2 seats away. "Teacher little Zhang, I still do not know what magic you used. Such a thing can even happen." Wang Xiaomei set out what was on everyone's mind. "That's right. This can even happen? You can even make a comeback with this?" During his time in the station, Zhang Ye had never had a smooth sailing experience. He was looked down upon the moment that he came. He was never appreciated. He later offended the leader and was repressed by the leader. It could be said that he stumbled to the extreme. However, what made everyone speechless that despite all the dire situations, Zhang Ye had never suffered. He had managed to turn around every difficulty and problem that he encountered, saving the situation. He was godly. They were sure that Zhang Ye would definitely plant his face into the ground this time. But who knew that this would happen? He had managed to get his name announced in a manner that no one could believe. Big Sis Zhou laughed heartily. "Our little Zhang is full of luck." In the back row, Tian Bin and his wife heard this. They were thinking, what darn good luck. He was more bad luck. Whoever stained themselves with him would end up unlucky. The bizarre sequence of events that happened in the office was still fresh in their minds. It was similar with this situation. The coincidences made people speechless. But it was still early to say that Zhang Ye had won the Silver Microphone Award, because the jury had not made their indication, so no one could guess the outcome. Zhang Ye's face tightened as Jia Yin spoke to and accompanied him. The station head and deputy station head were sent back. They sat in their seats, silent. They stared unblinkingly at the people in the jury. This was not only about Zhang Yin not getting the award, it also had to do with their Beijing radio station's face. Although Zhang Ye was from their station, he was not nominated by them, letting a newcomer that they had abandoned win the Silver Microphone Award. The few leaders in the radio station could not afford to lose this amount of face. This was not just the smacking of the face. It was the trampling of the face. The kind that used feet to trample. They were all waiting for the jury's decision. The jury was still in urgent consideration and had not made up their minds. However, a few minutes later, a few guests and audience members could not bear waiting. They did not understand what had happened, nor did they care if there was a problem. They did not give a damn who won the award. What the heck? Are they still handing out the award? Hurry up. Sis Zhang has been waiting there for so long. The few judges and staff members halted their exchange. The final words they said seemed to mean that they had come to a conclusion. A staff member immediately ran up to the podium and whispered to the host, Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua nodded slightly, as his lips moved without anyone knowing what he was to say. He then picked up his microphone. Sorry for the wait. I will announce this award again. Zhang Ye took a deep breath. Zhang Ye appeared full of anticipation. Both Big Sis Zhou and Auntie Sun balled their fists. The station head and deputy station head Jia's faces looked solemn. This result had caused a lot of angst amongst many people's hearts. After Zhang Hua remained silent for a moment, he announced, the winner of this year's Silver Microphone Award, Beijing Radio Stations, Zhang Ye. Chapter 77, a poem to thank the unit and the leaders. It was still Zhang Ye. The reward recipient remained the same. Instantaneously, Zhang Ye's face was as ugly as it could be. The station head and the deputy station head's expressions were not much different from his. They felt like there was a stream of fire burning inside them that they could not vent. Zhang Ye had clearly been selected previously. It was clearly something that had been decided long ago. Why did it inexplicably become Zhang Ye's award? What the heck? What is the meaning of this? How can such a ridiculous situation happen? The other side had a different expression. Xiaofeng was heard screaming, Teacher Zhang, it's really you. This time, it's really you. Wang Xiaomei congratulated. Congratulations. Even if it was a blunder previously, now that the jury did not change the outcome, it has become reality. With the Silver Microphone Award, the path ahead of you will be much easier. This is a national-level award that is given alongside the Golden Microphone Awards. It's the highest honor and qualification for a rookie. Beautifully done. Big Sis Zhou slammed Zhang Ye's back heavily. Even the heavens have helped you. Only Zhang Ye knew that it was not because of heaven, but because he had used the game ring to reverse the situation. The station head had risen from his seat and stared at the people from the jury. He did not speak, but managed to express his great dissatisfaction with his eyes. Deputy station head Jia also slammed loudly on the handrest. The people from the jury paid no heed. They already had a result. Zhang Ye noticed the actions of the two leaders. Up until this point, the station's leaders still had the same attitude towards him. They did not even want to give him the little bit of respect he deserved. It was clear that they did not acknowledge Zhang Ye. He finally saw through it. So what if he worked hard? So what if he broke the central radio station's record? So what if he got first in his channel's listenership ratings? So what if he won the Silver Microphone Award? The station head and deputy station head Jia would never look kindly at a small figure like him. They had taken for granted Zhang Ye's great contribution from his results. Zhang Ye had used his works to create a legend, and even did not want any bit of compensation for his copyright from the station, yet they still thought it was expected of him, and in turn, tried to basically rob him of his copyright without spending a dime. And if he didn't give it to them? If he didn't give it to them, he would be threatened, removed from his position, not given a nomination. They were so ugly in their actions and faces that they looked inhumane. It was as if Zhang Ye owed them. They would never remember Zhang Ye for his merits. They would never care about his results. That was all that they cared about. It was quite tragic. Zhang Ye's heart was already completely cold. A surge of anger exploded in him. He had already accumulated this sentiment of his for too long. He could not repress it any further. May I invite Teacher Zhang Ye to come on stage to receive his award? Zhang Hua smiled. Zhang Ye straightened his clothes and strode up. Thank you. Zhang Yuanqi was wearing a nightgown today. It was purple. A large portion of her smooth back was revealed. The whiteness was especially charming. She took over the trophy from a staff member, and with a gentle smile and eyes, no one could tell the heavenly queen's usual indifferent nature. Teacher Zhang, congratulations. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. Zhang Ye took the trophy from the heavenly queen's hands. Receiving this award was not easy, but was this the end of it? No, it was not over. Zhang Hua conditioned the atmosphere. As the saying goes, the road to happiness is strewn with setbacks. Teacher Zhang took the longest to receive this year's Silver Microphone Award. Her. Looking at the audience, he said, "Some people might not know Teacher Zhang, or they might not be familiar with him. But if I say something, I'm sure many would know. A few days ago at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet, it's this Teacher Zhang who beat all sorts of elites, shocking the entire auditorium with a single Shijiao Gitu. Oh, I've heard of it. So it was him. Quite a small number of people were enlightened. Zhang He acted according to tradition and began introducing Zhang Ye's segments. It was easy for others, as they would end with a few words, but Zhang Ye's was really very long. Teacher Zhang had previously hosted late-night ghost stories and old and young story club. He gave birth to several excellent works, such as Ghost Blows Out the Light, Little Bunnies Be Good, Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, The Emperor's New Clothes, and The Wizard of Oz. And they were all original creations of Teacher Zhang. He was the one who wrote Ghost Blows Out the Light. Even Little Bunnies Be Good was created by him. Holy, I wouldn't know if you didn't say it, but the moment you said it, it's really frightening. Who is this person? He's so awesome. That's nothing. It is only now that you understand. Note that the most famous flying bird and fish was written by him. I heard this poem even saved a life. I know this person too. I especially like the Song of the Stormy Petrel. It's so aggressive. With these qualifications, he can even vie for the Golden Microphone Awards. Why was there so much controversy over a Silver Microphone Award? If he doesn't get it, who else can get it? Are the judges blind? Some people had heard of him, while there were even more people who heard of him for the first time. After hearing all this, many people were astonished by Zhang Ye's achievements. Zhang He carried on. Not sure if Teacher Zhang has brought with him an acceptance speech. I recall that the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet was also hosted by me, and the acceptance speech Teacher Zhang gave could only be described as art. It is as good as his talent for poetry. As they were colleagues, Zhang He also knew him, so he added on quite a bit more. This was also to ease his tension, since the he was at an important occasion, so even a senior like Zhang He could not feel at ease. Zhang Ye smirked. Since Teacher Zhang He has mentioned my poems, then I will use a poem for my acceptance speech. Zhang He laughed out. Then that will be a treat to our ears, for us to hear your new work for the first time. After he finished, he stepped back and gave the stage to Zhang Ye. Zhang Yuanqi also went down. She sat in the first row, listening. Zhang Ye touched the microphone stand in front of him. I actually did not wish to say anything today. I want to use this occasion and setting to thank the station's management that helped me. Our Beijing radio station's station head, and our radio station's deputy station head Jia. Without the strong support from my leaders, there would not be today's Zhang Ye. Below, when deputy station head Jia heard this, he thought, at least you know how to appreciate favors. However, the station head did not even give Zhang Ye a look. From the beginning to the end, Zhang Ye had not entered his eyes. Jia Yin snorted in his heart. He looked down on Zhang Ye. 2. Even say that you received help from the station head and deputy station head? You sure know how to kiss ass. Now you know the importance of having a good relationship with the leader? It's too late. For you to obtain an award you should not receive. It is considered an accident. The leader will not let you go. He will definitely remember to take revenge on you. Zhang Ye was someone close to the station head. You even dared to steal his award? It's too late trying to suck up now. Big Sis Zhou said with a surprise. What's little Zhang saying? This doesn't sound like what little Zhang would say. Annie's son was also wondering. Tian Bin interjected. He's been forced by the situation. From a certain perspective, little Zhang has matured. The old editor sighed. Indeed. Hi. This is also a chance to reconcile relations. Little Zhang is still quite smart. He knows that this situation is not a time for private emotions. The famous program producer formerly from Central TV was also offstage. He had been transferred to the Beijing television station for work, so he was naturally invited for the Golden Microphone Awards. Old who? This is the newcomer that you recommended? Yes. He is Zhang Ye, a very talented young man. His looks are quite plain. You want him to be your segment's host or guest? I don't think it's appropriate. I seldom make a mistake in my judgment of people. This kind of talent is not met even in 100 years. Isn't he going to recite a poem? Soon. Listen well. See if my evaluation is wrong. Hu Fei began promoting Zhang Ye. Sis Zhang, you know this Zhang Ye, a young judge in the first row spoke softly. Zhang Yuanqi gave a smile. I don't know him. Then why did you give the additional nomination to him? The youth was puzzled. Zhang Yuanqi said, I've seen his See Me or Not poem before. I think it's very good. The young judge was enlightened. I see. This person's poems are indeed exceptional. I have not seen See Me or Not, but Shuidiao Gedu was like a precious jewel falling into my hands. Another old judge said, Let's see what poem he will recite today. I happen to have heard of his generation. I heard that there were some problems with that bunch of people from the Beijing Writers Association. Other than these industry insiders, other people were not looking forward to it. Thank the leaders? What's nice about such an acceptance speech? That's right. To think he even wrote a poem to thank his leaders? What an ass kisser. He's kissing too much ass. What can you do? It's all people in the system. Who can you thank other than the leaders? Quite a number of radio and television station counterparts from other provinces were dismissive. Some even silently scolded Zhang Ye as an ass kisser. Everyone was discussing. However, Zhang Ye was not distracted. In this atmosphere that was not particularly quiet, on this stage with elites and leaders gathered, Zhang Ye recited a poem. This poem is me giving back to my station's leaders, as well as Beijing radio station, which nurtured and taught me. Everyone listened most devoutly and respectfully. Zhang Ye closed his eyes to gather his emotions. The first lines of his poem dumbfounded everyone. His opening expression was that of a mocking laughter. This is a bleak pool of dead water, where no breeze can raise a ripple. One may as well throw in metal scraps and leftover food. Dead water? Furthermore, a bleak pool of dead water? What modern poem was this? Are you sure that this is thanking the leaders and the unit? Many people began whispering. Some of them had not even gotten around to it. Zhang Ye carried on and sneered. Perhaps the metal will turn into emeralds, the rusty cans into peach blossoms, the grease will weave a silken gauze, and the mold will rise and become twilight clouds. Let the dead water ferment into a green wine, in which white foam floats like pearls. Tiny pearls giggle and turn into big pearls, then get broken by pilfering mosquitoes. Perhaps a bleak pool of dead water is fair, after all. If the frogs get lonely, they can bring music to the place. Upon reaching this point, Zhang Ye's expression suddenly changed into a cold and angry look as his voice reached a crescendo. This is a bleak pool of dead water, where beauty cannot reside. Finally, he stressed, one may as well let the devil cultivate it, and see what kind of world he will create. Everyone was dumbfounded. Faced with the absolute silence and a shocked crowd, Zhang Ye dropped the microphone and left while holding his trophy after finishing his poem. This poem was called Dead Water, and it was written by Wanidua. It did not exist in this world. In Zhang Ye's world, this poem could be considered the most famous scolding poem and cursing poem. This was also the highlight of Wanidua's poem. There was only one central idea and theme from the beginning to the end, and that was to scold. And this poem was even printed in high school education textbooks. In his second year of high school, his teacher had specifically made them all memorize it to recite it. It was probably the same with many other schools. Hence, Zhang Ye did not need to use the memory search capsule at all to clearly recite it ad verbatim. This poem was too famous, and he was too familiar with it. He had scolded happily. He got a kick from cursing. After being repressed for so long, Zhang Ye finally was in a great mood today. He was happy, inside and out. Chapter 78. One of the station leaders fainted. The poem was done reciting. Without staying an additional second, Zhang Ye went straight backstage with the trophy in his hand. He only left his back and the outcry of thousands of guests and judges. Holy, what modern poem was this? Could you mean that your Beijing radio station is dead water? Your radio station's leaders are devils? No, there was no need to begin the sentence. With could, he clearly meant that. This sort of poem was not profound. Dead water was extremely easy to understand. That's right, it was used for scolding. What the F*******. Isn't this way too overbearing? Is this person mad? How can he say that? Wasn't he going to thank the unit and his leaders? That's right, I even believed it. Haha, this will be interesting. Although it's not broadcast live, but this is still the Silver Microphone Awards. Is he sure that he won't get into trouble for saying that? Can he really do that? Isn't this offending his leader to the point of death? Station head. Didn't he mention a deputy station head Jia in his acceptance speech? He is already naming names. Holy. I really did not come for nothing. I really did a good job vying for one of the 10 tickets from my unit. When would you usually hear such a heroic modern poem? This poem is too classic. He cursed so ruthlessly. To think that the television and radio station system has such a ruthless person. Zhang Ye? I have remembered this name. Haha, impressive. I have to apologize. I even scolded Zhang Ye for being an ass-kisser. I never expected that it was such a thank you. This was the perspective of the audience. As they had no direct interest in the matter, everyone just had the state of mind of watching a thrilling show. But there were some people who were not the same. Big sis Zhou nearly dropped her jaws upon hearing it. She smacked herself in the forehead, saying loudly, I already said it. I already said it. Thank the leaders and the unit, my ass. This is not something little Zhang would say. When has he ever fawned upon the powerful? You see, I hit the jackpot. Zhao Guizhou. He already did not know how to speak. Tian Bin and his wife were also in a daze. Back when Zhang Ye was about to give his thank you speech, they had thought that he was trying to make a compromise with the leader and had known how to yield and exercise forbearance. But the next moment, with Zhang Ye reciting such a poem, they could not figure out where Zhang Ye got the courage. Xiaofang stamped her feet due to her worry. What do we do now? Teacher Zhang has caused such big trouble. Only big trouble, Wang Xiaomei said. Little Zhang has offended too many people this time. Auntie Sun whispered. But the way he scolded sure was good for venting anger. I have never understood little Zhang's other poems, that Flying Bird and Fish, or the Song of the Stormy Petrel. I do not have much cultural literacy. But today's Dead Water, I really understood it. It's written so well and delightfully. May as well throw in metal scraps and leftover food. Little Zhang is certainly completely disappointed with the station. This place is like a pool of dead water to him. The old editor was at a loss about whether to laugh or to cry. You can't say that, either. What sort of occasion is this? It's the Golden Microphone Awards. There are the top predecessor teachers in the industry. There's the Heavenly Queen, the other television and radio station staff, and many audience members not from this circle. Little Zhang may get a kick from scolding, but what will happen later? Does he still want to work in the station? They went ahead with the blunder of the award, and that was not a small problem. An additional nominee winning the award? This was another unprecedented event. All right. Then he used a microphone to scold the unit and the leaders during his acceptance speech. This is no longer an unprecedented event. Do you understand? It's not something that will happen in the future, either. There will only be this once. Yes, this matter was absolutely unprecedented and would never occur ever again. The old editor dared to guarantee it, because if it was another person, no one would dare to do this. Xiaofang gave a wry smile. Teacher Zhang has always had such a temper. Big Sis Zhou said, That's right. Only little Zhang would dare to do it. Sometimes, I really envy him, and I like this guy more and more. He's blunt. If he's not happy, he scolds. You can feel peace of mind when you interact with him. You never need to worry about him scheming against you. Everything is placed out in the light with little Zhang. He would never backstab someone. The old editor said in a speechless manner, You may be feeling good, but others aren't. Hu Fei was one of those who were not feeling good. After hearing Zhang Ye's poem, Hu Fei nearly fainted. Just a few minutes ago, he was boasting on behalf of Zhang Ye to his channel's director, who was beside him. He had strongly recommended that Zhang Ye join his news segment. Who knew that a few minutes later, Zhang Ye had done this? The director glanced at him. Teacher Hu, this is the person you are recommending? Hu Fei gave a cough and helped speak up for Zhang Ye. Let's put aside his temper for now. Just looking at this poem, there are absolutely no flaws. It is pure literature. The director also could not control his laughter. You sure can right a wrong for him. I don't know if it is pure literature. I only know he is prickly. Hu Fei said, Talented people tend to have an attitude. The director said, but his attitude is too explosive. Thankfully, the Silver Microphone Award is a lifelong award. There is no revoking it. If not, just that modern poem in his acceptance speech could have gotten his award revoked. Besides, the Beijing radio station is also under the same umbrella as our Beijing television station. We have merged long ago. By scolding their radio station, isn't that also including us? Old Hu, I need to give your recommendation further thought. I dare to guarantee you that after this matter, Zhang Ye might very likely be known by everyone in the television and radio station business. Some people may appreciate him for his bold words, but even more will push him aside. No one in the industry will dare hire him. You can nearly call it a ban. Her. Who would dare want a ticking time bomb? If he did that at a critical moment, who could stand him? Hu Fei firmly said, even if he is prickly, I still want him. His literary talent definitely cannot be buried, for it will be too great a pity. Over at the judges, Zhang Yuanqi watched Zhang Ye leave the place with smiling eyes. She did not comment. The young judge was speechless, and after that said, this poem sure is all right. After he hesitated for a while, he did not dare say anything further, as he knew Zhang Ye was recommended by Zhang Yuanqi. Although he did not believe that Zhang Ye could know the heavenly queen, in the end, it was still Zhang Yuanqi who gave the nomination. He had to give the heavenly queen face, for he was not like teacher Zhang and the other judges. He did not have the experience, nor the age. He did not dare to be rash in front of Zhang Yuanqi, for she was his predecessor. Teacher Zhang closed his eyes and did not make a sound. Old Zhang, what do we do? A female judge consulted. Is he not respecting our award presentation stage and jury? Teacher Zhang opened his eyes. Let's put aside whether the poem is right for the occasion. Just this dead water has broadened my horizons. Originally, I did not intend to join the jury this year. I'm already old and should step back. But now I feel that I'm very thankful to have come here. Her. Do you believe it? Just with this modern poem, I dare to say that this young man will definitely carve a name for himself. One may as well let the devil cultivate it and see what kind of world he will create. I'm very interested to see how this young man will create such a world. At this moment, the most angry people were the radio station's leaders. There was no need to mention the unit station head. He had already promised his old comrade's child this year's Silver Microphone Award, but ended up failing. This already made him extremely angry. Now, Zhang Ye came along with a finishing move. It was not smacking of face, neither was it trampling of face. It was live stomping of face. One foot after the other, stomping on their faces. With so many peers and predecessors present, there were also the leaders from other broadcasting entities. The Beijing television station's leader was here, too. The station had already felt he has lost all his face, with nothing left of it. From today onwards, no, there was no need for tomorrow. Just this afternoon, this matter would probably spread to all the television and radio stations. How was he to look up ever again? To be scolded by a subordinate who was a lowest-level newcomer anchor, and yet have no way of retorting. Zhang Ye was holding a microphone on stage. Even if the station head had said something, no one else could hear him. But the station head was still good. He was in relatively better shape. What was most notable was Deputy Station Head Jia. Zhang Ye was in the literature channel under him. As he had conflict with Zhang Ye over the copyright matter, it was Deputy Station Head Jia who made the decision to make it difficult for him. Hence, Zhang Ye's retaliation this time was clearly meant for him. This ing punk. Deputy Station Head Jia's face was already green. It was really green. He could not stop himself from cursing. He had turned silly from anger due to Zhang Ye. His lungs were almost exploding. In the end, maybe because his heart could not take the anger, Deputy Station Head Jia ended up suffering from shortness of breath. His eyes turned white, and he actually passed out. Another Deputy Station Head beside him was fast. Seeing Deputy Station Head Jia's neck slump on his seat, he quickly held him. Old Jia, Aya. Deputy Station Head Jia. Someone come quickly. Someone come quickly. Call an ambulance. Someone fainted. First check his pulse. Quickly, see if he's still breathing. It became a huge mess immediately. 7 to 8 people gathered around to help. In the end, there was not big a problem. After rubbing his philtrum, Deputy Station Head Jia woke up. A staff from backstage helped him measure his blood pressure, and indeed he was fine. This tiny episode made people even more speechless. Deputy Station Head Jia also felt the shame of letting a subordinate he looked down upon anger him to the point of fainting. His face naturally looked ugly. Zhang, wait and see. The station head used this matter to talk to the 5 judges. Teachers, I suggest withdrawing the Silver Microphone Award from Zhang Ye. This person spoke nonsense and discredited his organization unit. He has to be severely punished. The most qualified old judge, Old Zhang, looked at him, before discussing simply with the other judges. He said, "I'm afraid that's impossible. The award has been handed out. Be it the Golden Microphone Award or the Silver Microphone Award, they are lifetime awards. There is no process or rule for withdrawing the award." After he finished speaking, he added on, "This little comrade's speech indeed is a bit problematic. Your unit should handle the education and disciplinary matters itself. But the Silver Microphone Award." Deputy Station Head Jia stood up due to his flustered anger. Another young judge flatly said, "The award will not be revoked. The rules are rules. Well, let's begin the next award presentation. Hurry up and do not delay the Golden Microphone Awards live broadcast. We don't have much time left." The other Silver Microphone Awards were announced, but no one had the mind to pay attention to them. No one even cared about the Golden Microphone Awards. Zhang Ye had stolen all the limelight by himself. Zhang Ye had attracted all the attention with a single dead water. A few sensitive reporters even ignored the award's name from then on, not caring whose Silver Microphone Award it was. They just sat at their seats and began typing up a manuscript, preparing to immediately report back to their office about this matter. "Teacher Zhang Ye, well done." The reporters were thrilled. Their professional traits were fated to be those of people who wished to see the world burn. They were not afraid how big a controversy you would make. They were afraid that you would not make a big enough controversy. What was a topic of controversy? This was a topic of controversy. What could be more interesting and eye-catching than a person scolding his leaders during an acceptance speech? Besides, this was not any normal scolding. It did not use vulgarities without any technical skill. Cursing tends to be a derogatory term. When mentioned, the first impression others have is its lack of quality. But today, Zhang Ye had broadened the horizons of everyone. One could scold others in such a bold and unrestrained manner. Scolding others could be so elegant and cultured. This was the first time they had really seen it. They had learned something. This was a scholar. Killing people without knives, using one's mouth. Swearing without one's mouth, using one's poems. Zhang Ye had used dead water today to show the lofty sentiments of a scholar. He had inherited the good tradition of a poet, quaking the world with his poems. Chapter 79. Zhang Ye, synonymous with notoriety. Afternoon. Grand Theater's Hall. The venue hosts were announcing the remaining Silver Microphone Award winners. There was still some commotion, but Zhang Ye had already left the venue and backstage. Along the way, Zhang Ye attracted the attention of many people. This was because outside the theater, the staff had also heard Zhang Ye's poem. Some of them even saw him while they were below the stage. Therefore, there was such a strange scene happening now. Hey look, that's Zhang Ye. This guy is too awesome. A few staff members kept staring at him like he was some kind of god. Some others who were not aware of the situation could see the crowd watching Zhang Ye and parting when Zhang Ye passed through them and thought that he was some superstar. That can't be necessary, right? He's just walking along. Why does everyone need to send him off so properly? Who's that? Don't you know? You weren't at the venue earlier? No. I took over my shift outside earlier. Hey, then you've missed a great show. Go regret it in a corner. Seeing everyone's reactions, Zhang Ye knew that he had done something with big repercussions today. It was not like he did not know his cursing poem was inappropriate. He had killed his chances at remaining in the radio broadcasting industry. The same could be said of the TV industry, especially in Beijing Television Station, which is a sister station to Beijing Radio Station. With the cursing speech by Zhang Ye, they would not have a good impression of him. Even though Hu Fei had promised him that if he had won the Silver Microphone Award, he could join his new program. After the poem, the invite would have been voided. Zhang Ye had weighed his thoughts and was clear that he would not be joining Beijing Television Station anymore. But even so, he just wanted to curse. He would do it all over again if given the chance. You are the people I'm cursing. Your faces are the ones I'm slapping. I just want to put you in a spot. I just want to expose your ugly faces to those in the industry. And any other thing? Zhang Ye did not care about any other things. He just wanted to feel good first. To let those who made him uncomfortable, he would not let them be comfortable either. That's how it was. It was that simple. At this moment, Zhang Ye's phone rang. So many people were calling him. His leader, his colleagues, and some others whom he did not know. They might have been reporters. Zhang Ye rejected them all without exception. He did not want to listen to anyone right now. What was done was done, and what was scolded had been scolded. There was no need for an explanation. He only strolled slowly into a restaurant and treated himself to a meal. There was a television in the restaurant, and it was tuned into Beijing television station. The Golden Microphone Awards event was just about to start. Zhang Ye only footed the bill after the awards ceremony finished its broadcast. He took a bus back to the Beijing radio station afterwards. Afternoon. The colleagues who were in the Grand Theater had all made their way back. They were discussing the happenings of the day with those who did not attend the awards. They only had half a day off and had work in the afternoon. Oh, that's not true, right? Big sis Zhou, you were just joking around, right? Yeah, how can that be? Does teacher little Zhang still want his job? Just as they spoke of the devil, Zhang Ye returned at this moment. When he stepped into the office, everyone's gazes were focused on him. Big sis Zhou exclaimed loudly, "Little Zhang, why didn't you answer the phone?" Zhang Ye smiled, "I didn't hear it. I was having lunch earlier." "You were great," Big sis Zhou said. "Did you know that after you left, the whole theater's atmosphere was so charged up? You winning the Silver Microphone Award this time. It could be said that you have entered the record books. First was the blunder, then came dead water. You were nothing short of astonishing," Auntie Sun said. Deputy Station Head Jia was so angry that he fainted. "Oh." Zhang Yi blinked. "Really?" "It's true," Xiaofeng quickly mentioned. His neck was crooked on his seat. Everyone was in a mess, and they had to resuscitate him. "How is he now?" Zhang Yi asked. "He's all right. They pinched his philtrum, and he recovered. I guess it was the shock," Big sis Zhou answered. Soon after, perhaps the news of Zhang Ye's return had spread. Zhao Guizhou arrived with big strides. "Little Zhang, get over here. Look at the big mess you created," he chided. He said with a straight face, "Follow me. The station leaders are calling for you. Explain it to them yourself." Zhang Yi reached into his pocket, took out a letter, and placed it on the desk. "Leader, this is my resignation letter. I will not be explaining it to them, nor could I. I will not be working for them anymore. Please let them find someone else that is better." Having said that, Zhang Yi started to pack his desk. A long-serving employee would find this troublesome, but Zhang Yi was strictly still in a probationary period. His resignation process was too simple. Zhao Guizhou's face blackened. "You are leaving, just like that?" "Leader, honestly, I would like to not go." Zhang Yi said so sincerely to Deputy Zhao, and also at every one of his colleagues. He said, "Here I learned a lot. My present results cannot be removed from the help of you, Director Zhao and colleague Xiaofeng, Teacher Xiaomei, Big Sis Zhou, Auntie Sun, Teacher Feng, etc. Although I came for just over a month, I have also grown attached to everyone who would want to leave unless it was a last resort. But the reality is as such. Everyone has already seen it. It's not that I want to leave, but it's the station forcing me to leave. As the saying goes, while the dropping flowers pine for love, the heartless brook babbles on unrequited love. I would not stay here, asking to be snuffed out." Zhao Guizhou exasperatedly said, "You are too rash." "I am not rash, Director. I have thought through it clearly and understand it very well." Zhang Yi turned to look at his colleagues and gave a deep bow. "Thank you for everyone's help all this while." Xiaofeng's eyes turned red. Teacher Zhang, Big Sis Zhou, and Auntie Sun also could not bear to part. "We really don't want you to go." However, everyone was not surprised with Zhang Ye's resignation. The station's leader had been too unfair with Zhang Yi and had gone too far. If it was anyone else, they would also go mad. Zhang Yi smiled. "It's all right. We can meet again when we have the chance." Zhao Guizhou sighed, knowing that Zhang Yi had made up his mind. "All right, I'll do the paperwork for you." He brought Zhang Yi to his office. When there were only the two of them, Zhao Guizhou said, "You were brought in by me into this business, and I have always appreciated you. Now with things in such a situation, I am also quite at fault. Little Zhang, hi. I didn't manage to protect you, letting you feel wronged." Zhang Yi hurriedly said, "Don't say that. You are my Bola star. I will never forget this kindness for life. I know you did your best. You can't do anything with the station leader's instructions. Anyways, if there's anything in the future, just tell me. If I have the ability, I will never refuse." Zhao Guizhou suggested, "Let's have a last meal tonight with everyone." Zhang Yi waved his hand. "I think it's best not to. My status now is sensitive. I have already offended the station leaders to such an extent. If they know that everyone sent me off, it will give Trouble to everyone. It's fine going off on my own. He was very thoughtful, coming nicely, leaving simply. Afternoon. The resignation paperwork was done. Zhang Ye hugged his stuff as he left the unit. Coincidentally, he met Jia Yin and Zhang Ye, who had just come back. Enemies see red the moment they meet. Jia Yin might have already gotten the news. Yo, leaving? Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye stared at him. I will remember today's matters, and it will be for life. If we have the opportunity to meet again at work, we will square off. Zhang Ye smiled. All right, I'll wait for that day. Jia Yin said, you won't meet him. You think anyone in the industry will dare to want a person who dares to publicly denounce his unit's leader? Zhang Ye said, just wait and see then. After taking one last look at the building, the place where he had worked his first job after graduation, Zhang Ye gave a complicated gaze. After he chuckled, he turned around and strode away, without looking back. Now, there was no use in saying anything else, so he did not leave behind any words. However, in his heart, Zhang Ye said to himself, Beijing radio station, I will use concrete actions to prove to you that forcing me away is your loss. I will definitely let you regret every action you made whenever you hear my name. Zhang Ye. Jia Yin and Zhang Ye entered the station's door. Zhang Ye was gone, but they did not feel happy at all. Why? Because Zhang Ye did not suffer at all. Not only did he get glory and results from the radio station, he had thickened his resume and won the Silver Microphone Award. Leaving with the Silver Microphone Award trophy in his hand, he had gotten everything he could as a newcomer. On the other hand, the station had suffered due to Zhang Ye. They had entered a passive condition with his dead-water scoldings. It could be imagined that the radio station would not be peaceful in the future. They had to busy themselves to reduce any influence from this terrible situation to its minimum. This fellow Zhang Ye had left, but he had left behind a mess. Who profited? The result was obvious. Going for wool and coming home shorn. It was like the dog and its reflection. The station head and deputy station head Jia really felt the pain from Zhang Ye's beating. Maybe they had never imagined that this world had a newcomer that did not spare his punches like Zhang Ye. What scholar? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This was a damn hooligan. Everyone had already seen the essence of Zhang Ye. After Deadwater, Zhang Ye's name had become famous in the industry. But of course, it was notoriety. The newspaper, gossip tabloids, and online videos were most likely beginning to report on Zhang Ye's acceptance speech at the Silver Microphone Awards. From today onwards, Zhang Ye's name would be synonymous with notoriety in the radio industry. In legends, a god in charge of manning the horses was named Bo Lu. In the human world, a person who can distinguish a good horse is also called Bo Lu. In some sense, it is similar to saying how a person is your muse, but in a different way. Chapter 80. This World's Celebrity Rankings. The second day, Saturday. It was entering autumn, so the temperature was cool and pleasant. Today was a rest day, but even if it was not a weekend, Zhang Ye had to take a long vacation. After leaving the radio station, he was now a free man. The phone rang. Zhang Ye did not pick it up the first time, as he was sleeping soundly. However, the phone kept ringing non-stop, giving Zhang Ye a headache. He could only yawn as he grabbed the cell phone on the table. Hello? Who's this? Who do you think is it? It was Mom's voice. Why are you still sleeping? It's already 9+. And I want to ask you, what is this matter that is written in the newspapers? How did a rotten kid like you offend his leader again? If you took the Silver Microphone Award, so be it. It's such a good thing. Even a person who doesn't know your industry like me knows about the award. It's very valuable. But what did you say for your acceptance speech? Do you still want to work at your unit? Zhang Ye said sleepily, I don't want to. What did you say? Mom turned worried. I already resigned yesterday. My wages have also been settled. Zhang Ye told his mom. Mom was angry from worry. You finally managed to find a job, and you were doing well. Why did you quit? Are you dumb? That is the Beijing radio station. An institution. Where can you find a better place than that in the future? Who would want you with your looks? Zhang Ye gave a helpless laughter. Mom, I've already resigned. I will have no future staying there. Let me rest a few days. After that, I'll go look for other units. Mom was rejected. No. Immediately take back your resignation letter. Mom. Zhang Ye was at a loss of whether to laugh or to cry. Don't worry. My next unit will definitely be better than this. And it has to be much better. I assure you. No way. Mom was angry. However, Dad's voice came from over the phone. Zhang Ye only heard him say lightly, "Our son has grown up. He has his own plans, so you don't have to worry about it." How can I not be worried? Now all our relatives know my son is a small celebrity in the radio station. With him quitting, how can I keep bragging in the future? Mom was quite frank. Zhang Ye was amused. All right, Mom. Let's end it here. I'm hanging up. After putting down the cell phone, he could no longer fall back asleep. He got up and used the computer and watched the news. Indeed, there were many forum discussions on the Silver Microphone Awards ceremony yesterday online. Zhang Ye's Weibo had been at crazily, with a barrage of notification sounds. I love this dead water too much. Every work of teacher Zhang Ye is earth-shaking. Haha, it is a delight to hear and see. Teacher Zhang Ye also can get mad. So addicting. Well cursed. The institutional abuse is too much nowadays. Only teacher Zhang Ye dares to stand up and speak out. Did you notice that teacher Zhang's Weibo's verification has changed to former Beijing radio station literature channel famous radio host? Was teacher Zhang fired? He wasn't fired. I heard my insider friends say that he had resigned by himself. So what if he quits? There's no need to be attached to such a dead water unit. Teacher Zhang, you still have us. No matter where you go, we will support you. Well said. Supporting Zhang Ye. All limbs up in the air while rolling on the floor to support. A single dead water has sounded the words in people's hearts. Yes, it is clearly dead water filled with metal scraps and leftover food, yet it pretends to be elegant. This is the state of many of our units. It reeks of death, with the devil proliferating it. On Monday, when I was at work, I really wanted to be like teacher Zhang Ye, shouting at my unit's leader. One may as well let the devil cultivate it, and see what kind of world he will create, but I couldn't do it. I still have a family to feed. I do not dare to lose my job. I do not have teacher Zhang Ye's boldness and courage, so after listening to that poem, I have made a decision. From today onwards, I will be a hardcore fan of teacher Zhang Ye and will never change until death. Will never change until death +1. Will never change until death +28. This work of Zhang Ye had brought him quite a number of white-collar worker fans online. Dead Water had gone completely viral online. Not only was the poem well-written, the special background gave it additional fame. That was the Silver Microphone Awards ceremony. This made Dead Water even more legendary, as people enjoyed talking about it. Weibo forwards, forum clicks, the publication in newspapers, the transmission of the awards ceremony's broadcast. Zhang Ye's popularity had once again increased slightly. Maybe it did not have much influence on people outside the circle, but it was shocking inside. Many people in the industry already knew of Zhang Ye's name. The comments and replies seen previously were mostly yesterday's. Suddenly, the fan, Zhang Ye #1 fan, who spared no effort in supporting Zhang Ye, at Edim. A new Weibo post was published with a picture. Wow, quick look at the celebrity rankings. Godly #1. What's the matter? Didn't I attach a picture? Can't you see it? Ah, I see it. Holy, teacher Zhang Ye has become an E-list celebrity. Is that true? It's really true. Congratulations, teacher Zhang Ye. You deserve it. Citizens of the Hebei province send their congratulations. Congratulating teacher Zhang on making a new high. There aren't many people who become E-list celebrities just from writing poems and making radio programs, right? You can count them with your fingers. There's definitely not more than 20 people. Awesome. Teacher Zhang is impressive. They were all very lively and excited. However, when Zhang Ye saw this, he was confused. E-list celebrity? Celebrity rankings? What and what? Zhang Ye knew he was still unfamiliar with this world. For example, his previous world did not have the Silver Microphone Awards. Hence, with an open mind, he clicked the link everyone gave into the Celebrity Rankings official website. Upon seeing it, he was shocked. Holy! He had originally thought that it was someone's personal website or some forum, but when he saw the organizing unit of the website, he was dumbfounded. It was the News, Publication, and Broadcast Bureau. This was an official authoritative website. There were even official announcements for celebrity rankings. He had initially thought it was fake. He quickly checked the website's cooperating units. There was the National Writers Association, Directors Union, Editors Association, China Film Group Corporation, etc. Zhang Ye knew it was not fake. After a series of searches and inquiries, Zhang Ye finally managed to understand what this celebrity rankings was all about. This ranking was standardized internationally and was not only effective domestically, it had a certain amount of authority even internationally. As for the ranking criteria and choices, they were partially done manually, but a large portion of it was calculated through a statistical formula. It was valid worldwide. The entire world also used this formula to give a celebrity a ranking based on his overall abilities, influence, and popularity. It was most authoritative, unlike any other. In Zhang Ye's world, there were also rankings for celebrities. For example, an international B-list celebrity or a domestic S-list celebrity. But over there, this ranking had no fixed formula, nor was it conclusive. It was beauty in the eyes of the beholder. It only counted if a large number of people acknowledged it. It was comparatively fuzzy. For example, some celebrity may be considered as an A-list celebrity by industry insiders, but many people would only think he was a B-list celebrity. There were also cases where people felt he was a B-list celebrity, but the professionals or other people would think that he was a C-list celebrity. Who do you listen to? What rank would this celebrity be? There was no certainty, because there were no clear boundaries. But this world was different. There were all sorts of scores and all sorts of rules. Over many years of refinement, a nearly perfect set of judging rules were produced. It was acknowledged by official bodies and the people. Even other celebrities acknowledged it. It was no longer that troublesome to know a celebrity's specs. One could get it from flipping through the celebrity rankings. Domestically, there were 7 rankings: S-list, A-list, B-list, C-list, D-list, E-list. The 7th rank was not called a F-list celebrity. In this world, they were collectively referred to as public figures. After checking this out for a long time and taking a long time to absorb this information, Zhang Ye finally understood. The celebrity rankings between the two worlds were similar, but they also had their differences. For example, in Zhang Ye's world, when an E-list celebrity was mentioned, it was just an adjective. There was no real E-list celebrity in his world. The meaning of E-list meant the lowest and most obscure celebrity. There were at most the A-list, B-list, C-list, and D-list. Even D-list was not something many people acknowledged. There was a lot of controversy behind it. However, over in this world, it was clearly demarcated. An A-list was an A-list, an E-list was an E-list. There was no dispute. There was another difference. Maybe it was because this world's entertainment industry was relatively more developed, where people crossed over more often. The rating score was an overall integrative score. Notability was important. Influence was important. The fan cohesiveness strength was important. The quality of the works were important. Good works had to be produced over a long period of time and had to not go out of fashion. In general, no matter what industry one was in, the ranking depended on one's overall ability. For example, the authors, Han Han or Gu Jingming, were they considered celebrities in Zhang Ye's world? Of course. Were they highly notable? Of course. But what rank were they? Probably no one could tell. There was no celebrity ranking system for people in the publication industry. At most, when they were mentioned, they would be publicly acknowledged as A-list authors in the publication industry, but this world had unified it. Be it writing novels, children's fairy tales, poems, or even university professors and wealthy businessmen who received a lot of attention, they could obtain a rating from their combined abilities and appeal using the statistical formula. Once the rating was calculated, they could be perfectly ranked. This was this world's celebrity rankings. Zhang Ye had used dead water to go from a public figure to an E-list celebrity. This could be said to be one big step, and could also be said that this was the actual moment that he entered the entertainment industry. One had to know that be it Little Red Mushroom, the vice president of the Beijing Writers Association, or Big Thunder and Company, they were all considered public figures. As for Tian Bin and Zhang Ye, they were ranked in the tens of thousands amongst public figures. They would not even be ranked. Zhang Ye had already surpassed them. Although an E-list celebrity was the lowest, it was still a celebrity. However, he still had a long way to go. This was just the beginning. Chapter 81. The Absolute Unsparing Duo. Afternoon. The sun had risen. It was a bit stuffy in the house. Zhang Ye opened the room's door to air the place out. He stepped on a flyer that was slotted under the door and picked it up. He took a look and saw that it was a menu from a fast food restaurant called Long Long. It's likely this was a new eatery that only existed in this world, as Zhang Ye had never heard of it before. Whatever. Since it was convenient, he called in to make an order. Hello. This is Long Long fast food. What's the cheapest item you have for delivery? Well, the cheapest is chicken rice. Adding the delivery fee, it comes to 15 yuan. Okay, I'll take that. Let me give you the address. Just as he was about to hang up, Zhang Ye suddenly caught sight of a small shadow creeping into his house. Zhang Ye was startled, hung up the phone, and then looked over. It was a little girl who came in. She was about 8 years old and obviously an elementary student, as she was wearing a school uniform from the Xuanwu District's No. 2 experimental primary school. The little girl had a face like a porcelain doll. Zhang Ye had never seen such a fair and glowing child. She was especially beautiful. Little kid. Zhang Ye blinked. Who are you looking for? The little girl took a glance at him, ignored his presence, and walked straight to the fridge. She opened it up and looked inside. Then, as if it were her house, tiptoed at the edge on the inside of the fridge and reached for a bottle of cola that Zhang Ye had inside. She slammed the fridge door shut afterwards and looked around for a place to sit down. She found herself a seat on the sofa and twisted the bottle cap open and slowly enjoyed the gassy goodness. Zhang Ye, sweating with anxiety, asked, "What's your name? And what are you doing here at my house? Did you lose your way from your parents? What are your parents' names? I'll take you back." The little girl asked childishly, "What's your name?" "I'm called Zhang Ye." "Hey, why are you asking me instead?" asked Zhang Ye. The little girl briefly acknowledged that and took a look at Zhang Ye for the first time. "You are that Zhang Ye? The school has been broadcasting your fairy tale every week now. I'm so sick of it. It's so childish." Zhang Ye asked, "You know me? My story is childish." The little girl's tone was that of a child, but somehow her voice was deep. When she spoke, it felt like you owed her some money. Not childish. Just take Little Bunnies Be Good. When I first listened to it, I thought that the person who wrote it was rather dumb, like he had no general knowledge. She spoke with a logical flow and was composed, unlike many other kids her age. "Let me ask you, is the big bad wolf a picky eater?" Zhang Ye in confusion replied. "Why would a wolf be picky about food?" "That's it," she pouted. "You've personified the wolf in your writing, making it able to open or knock on doors. The little bunnies could converse with the wolf, too. These are not the problems, though. However, you wrote that the wolf tried all kinds of means to lure the little bunnies out to eat them instead of eating the mother bunny. So this would be a fault in your logic. You just said that the big bad wolf is not a picky eater, so why does it only want to eat the little bunnies and not the mother bunny? The mother bunny was not protected by the door. Would that mean that the wolf was repulsed by the thought of mother bunny's meat being too old? That it would be difficult to chew?" Zhang Ye. The little girl was calmly sipping on her cola and continued. "Another fundamental mistake is in the last paragraph, where Mother Bunny used a stick to hit the wolf. Even if it had used a kitchen knife, it could not have beaten the wolf. Firstly, there's the physical difference in their build, and secondly, there's a gender difference, too. So how could it have beaten and chased off?" Zhang Ye. "It's just a fairy tale. It precedes life." The little girl snorted. "But fairy tales are inspired by life." Zhang Ye was rendered speechless. He nearly wanted to curse. "Your sister? Which family did this unlucky child come from? Was the big bad wolf a picky eater? A female bunny could not beat a male wolf." All these were questions that Zhang Ye had no answers to. He had been choked by them. Why are kids nowadays such smarty pants? They are too unlikable. "By the way, how do you know me?" Zhang Ye looked at her and asked, "Did your family tell you?" That couldn't be right. He did not know most of the tenants here, nor had he even seen this kid before. Suddenly, the landlady auntie's voice could be heard coming from the corridor. "Chin-chun, Rao Chin-chun, where did you run off to?" After several shouts, under the stunned eyes of Zhang Ye, Chin-chun shouted back to the outside, "Aunt, I am at Zhang Ye's house." 2 seconds later, Rao appeared in front of Zhang Ye's door. She came in and immediately stared at the little kid, running around again. "Sooner or later, you will be sold off if you bump into human traffickers." Rao Chinchin sipped a little of her cola in disagreement. "Drinking cola again? Who gave that to you?" Rao angrily snatched the cola out of her hands. "Let's go back to Ani's house." Rao Chinchin pursed her lips and said, "You are always scolding me at home. I don't want to go back. It's better here at Zhang Ye's house." Rao smacked her little head saying, "Call him Uncle Zhang Ye. Don't be disrespectful." Zhang Ye was all confused while listening beside them. Damn it. I was still wondering why the speaking manner of the kid was so familiar. So it's a relative of the landlady auntie. No wonder she's so sarcastic. It's exactly the same as her aunt. Each one was more sarcastic than the other. Landlady auntie, this is... Zhang Ye asked. Looked at him. This is my niece, my sister's child. She will be under my care from now on. You keep your eyes on her, too. Don't let her run around. This little imp is full of tricks. A puzzled Zhang Ye asked. Under your care from now on? What about your sister and brother-in-law? Min's eyes did not betray any emotions as she replied calmly. They passed away a long time ago. The child had been cared for by my brother-in-law's family in the past. 2 days ago when I was not around, I was at the proceedings to take custody of her. Her surname will follow our Rao family. I see. Zhang Ye understood that her family matters were probably a little complicated, so he did not probe further. Oh yes. Thought of something. I heard you resigned? How is it? Zhang Ye nodded. It's all right, landlady auntie. I did not want to continue there for some time already. Thanks for your concern. Looked at him. I'm not concerned about you. I am concerned if you are able to pay your rent on time. It's almost the end of the month. If you can't pay up, then get out. No two ways about it. Zhang Ye nearly vomited blood. You are too damn direct. At this time, Rao Chunshan also laughed at him derisively. Rao agilely picked up Rao Chunshan with her hand and held her in her arm. A child of 8 years old was not that small, but the landlady auntie did it without skipping a beat. It was as if she was carrying a beer bottle. She said to Zhang Ye, quickly find a job next week. Who allowed this boy to curse at the award presentation ceremony? You deserve to lose your job, her. But that poem of yours was quite appropriate. You had some of my style when I was younger. Zhang Ye casually said, sure. I will look for a job after a few days' rest. Please don't worry. The rent will continue without break. I will definitely find a good workplace. Rao. Qinshan, who was in her aunt's arms, looked at Zhang Ye cross-eyed, her mouth stiffly smiling. What her? Zhang Ye was utterly defeated by these two ladies. The landlady auntie's poisonous mouth was enough to give him nightmares. Great. Now there's a little one too. Could he live through this? Will this old and young one team up and come destroy him every day? Chapter 82. Zhang Ye brings the child to school. During the weekend, Zhang Ye spent most of his time sleeping, eating, and watching TV. He handled no serious business, but instead used the break to readjust his condition and relax his mind. It's Monday now. Zhang Ye was planning to sleep until daybreak, but someone did not give him the chance to do so. It was only 6 in the morning. Someone was knocking at his door. Zhang Ye pretended not to hear it. He was still deep in his sleep. Bang, bang, bang. It had changed to pounding on his door. In a moment, a click sounded, a turn of keys. The door was unlocked from the outside. See, he is at home. It was Rao who stepped into the house. This rascal, he's always pretending not to hear. The landlady Annie was holding the hands of a cute and beautiful little kid. It was Qinshan. He could only hear the little girl repeating her aunt's name for him. Rascal. Rao looked at her. That's for me to call him that. Then I can call that, too. Qinshan said in a deadpan way. Be good and call him uncle. Don't be so disrespectful. Rao educated her. Qinshan acknowledged, then deeply called him. Uncle Rascal, get up quickly. Zhang Ye, who was sleeping comfortably, was nearly driven mad by the two ladies' perfect harmony as he pulled his hair, almost on the brink of collapse. What's the matter, landlady auntie? Rao began talking about important matters. I'm going out soon. I had scheduled an appointment with the sub-district and police station to settle Qinshan's residential information to be transferred over to me, so I haven't had time. However, Qinshan's school has a public class in the afternoon today. All the guardians have to be present to listen to the child's language class. I think there's a session with guardians and children writing a composition. Saying that, she thrusted Qinshan's hand over. I can't trust others with the child. Since you are also known as a teacher, I'll hand Qinshan over to you. In a while, bring her to school. Just say are Qinshan's uncle. Zhang Ye nearly fainted and quickly covered his head with his blanket. I'm not going. I still have things to do during the day. I still need to submit my resumes, and Rao kicked his leg that was dangling out of the bed without any reason. Cut the crap and get up quickly. You have to go, even if you don't want to. Zhang Ye was disagreeable towards it. Definitely not. I'm tired. Qinshan glanced at Zhang Ye and spoke like a tiny adult. A lazy S has lots of sh*t and urine. Anyway, I'm handing the child to you. I'm leaving. With that, left. But before she left, she said, if you don't finish the task, see how I will settle score with you later. If you do well with Qinshan in the morning, this big sister will cook and settle all your meals for the next few days. That won't do. Zhang Ye was anxious. Don't go, landlady auntie. Landlady auntie. As he sat up to shout, she had already disappeared, leaving little Qinshan gloomily staring at him with her big eyes. She gave off that laughter that made people want to faint. Her. What a crappy child. Can you stop her ing? As the two looked at each other in the eyes, Zhang Ye decided to roll over and carry on sleeping. Taking care of a child. How is he to take care of a child? 1 minute. 5 minutes. Zhang Ye fell asleep again. He slept soundly. But suddenly, an uncute voice from Qinshan rang in his ear. Zhang Ye. I'm hungry. She even used her tiny arm to push his shoulder. Zhang Ye pulled her hand away. Stop messing with me. Qinshan ignored and carried on pushing him. I'm hungry. I'm really succumbing to you. Zhang Ye may say so, but how can this fellow bear to let the child go hungry? No matter how sleepy he was, he got up and said unhappily, what do you want to eat? Qinshan said confidently and straightforwardly, soy milk and fried dough sticks. What fried dough sticks? My house only has instant noodles. Zhang Ye said. Qinshan constantly nagged, soy milk and fried dough sticks, soy milk and fried dough sticks, soy milk. Zhang Ye got a headache. Stop saying that already. Fine. Wait for me to change. He finally understood that with this tiny thing beside him, there was no hope of him sleeping. Hence, after washing up, he looked for something to change into, and then brought Qinshan downstairs. They went to a breakfast stand across the street. The female boss approached with a smile. What do you want? 2 soy milk, 3 fried dough sticks. Thank you. Zhang Ye was very polite. Sure, in a moment. The female boss gave a loving glance at Qinshan. Is this your child? She's so pretty. How gorgeous would she be when she grows up? Zhang Ye was thinking that if he had such a wicked child, he wouldn't need to live his life ever again. Keepingman. Beijing No. 2 Experimental Primary School. There was also a subway station here. But as 3 transfers were needed, making it very inconvenient, Zhang Ye came with Qinshan using a public bus. It was a direct line on Route 70. Give me your hand. As they were about to cross the road, Zhang Ye held out his hand. Qinshan curled her lips. You did not wash your hands after eating the fried dough sticks. Zhang Ye was gloomy. Didn't you not wash, either? Hurry up. Why are you so troublesome? He was afraid that the road was dangerous, so he forcefully held on to Qinshan's hand. Qinshan gave a reluctant look as if she greatly despised him, but she followed Zhang Ye to the school gates while carrying a tiny school bag. Today, there was indeed a public class for second-grade students. The moment that Zhang Ye entered the school, he saw many parents bringing their children in. Some children even had 2 parents beside them. Qinshan, someone shouted. A young boy came running over with his parents. Qinshan gave him a glance. Didi? The little boy said in friendly fashion. You came? Is this your dad? Qinshan said nonchalantly. He's my uncle. My father is much more handsome. Didi's parents were amused hearing this. Didi's father took the initiative to stretch out his hand. Hello. Zhang Ye shook his hand. Hello. Are the both of you here to join the public class? The school sure is something. The things they organize are getting more and more complex. Didi's mother said, Indeed. Both of us needed to work today, but ended having to take time off. There's no way around it. Children matter the most. Didi was also trying to chat with Qinshan. Did you prepare today's composition? No. Did you do the homework our teacher assigned for the weekend? No. Why didn't you do it? You will be reprimanded by the teacher again. I'll let you copy mine. I did them. There's no need. It was Didi who kept the conversation going, but Qinshan appeared uncaring. On Zhang Ye's side, he had already finished chatting with Didi's parents. They brought the children into the school building. Zhang Ye also held Qinshan's tiny hand, and as they walked, he said, Didi was chatting with you. Why were you so cold? You won't have friends in the future if you keep this up. Qinshan said nonchalantly. Women need to be more reserved. Zhang Ye was dumbfounded. Who taught you that? Qinshan said, My aunt said it. Let me tell you something. Don't keep learning from your aunt. Look at you. You are almost a duplicate of your aunt. Speak a bit more cutely and pleasing to others, understand? Zhang Ye taught with utmost care. Chen directly said, I can't. Fine. Treat it as if this bro didn't say anything. Zhang Ye brought her to the classroom of the first class, second grade. Are you Didi's parents? Right. You are Qianqian's mother, right? Her. I always hear my son talk about Qianqian. The two children seem to hit it off well. Whenever you are free, you can come visit my house. All right, let's communicate more. In the classroom, there were quite a lot of parents introducing themselves to each other as they got to know each other. However, there was not much a reaction when Zhang Ye brought Chen in. Other than a few boys like Didi who were willing to speak to Chen, the rest ignored Chen. Some girls even gave her aversive looks. Zhang Ye finally understood. Indeed, little Chen was too unpopular in school. Hey, the teacher is here. Teacher Zhao Mei, hello. Teacher Zhao, thank you for taking care of our children. Zhang Ye whispered to Chen. Who is she? Chen said indifferently. Zhao Mei, my class teacher in charge. She always criticizes me. Just as she finished saying that, teacher Zhao Mei saw Chen, and then her eyes stared right at Zhang Ye's face. She strode forward. You must be Chen's guardian, right? Zhang Ye said, Ah yes. I'm her uncle. Teacher Zhao Mei's face turned sullen. I've finally seen you. Uncle Chen, follow me. Saying that, she went to the end of a corridor. Zhang Ye could only follow. Teacher, what's the matter? Teacher Zhao Mei immediately said, What sort of guardians in the world are you people? Chen has been in school for a year. This is the second year, but this is the first time I'm seeing her guardian. I heard that back when she first came to school, Chen had reported to school with her books and fees herself. Last year, I had been asking to see Chen's guardians for an entire year, but none of you came. Do you even care about the child? I've been a teacher for so many years, but this is the first time I'm seeing such seniors like you. Zhang Ye was stunned. No one brings Chen to school usually? No, teacher Zhao Mei asked angrily. You even asked me? I stand at the school gates to greet students almost every day. Chen always takes the bus herself to school. Zhang Ye finally understood. It was no wonder the landlady Annie had gone through legal procedures to obtain the child's custody, because her brother-in-law's family didn't take good care of her, so he immediately explained, Teacher Zhao, it's like this. Chen's family situation is a bit more complicated. Her parents are no longer alive, and she had been under the care of her elders on her father's side. They were not very attentive. Now, with the child's custody in her aunt's hands, who is also a big sister of mine, I will guarantee you that this will not happen again. If you have any problems, just give her aunt a call, or even call me. I assure you, I will be available immediately. After understanding Chen's family situation, Zhang Ye felt pity for the child. She was just 7 years old. She had gone to school herself. She probably even needed to make her own meals. No wonder Chen was so much more mature than her peers. Teacher Zhao Mei exclaimed, Is that so? Then I haven't been a good teacher in charge. Sorry, I didn't know before this. After sighing, she said, Actually, this child is very pitiful. No wonder she never got along well with her classmates. Zhang Ye frowned. Are others bullying her? Zhao Mei gave a wry smile. You think too much. Who dares to bully Chen? If she doesn't bully others, I'll already be praying to the gods. As a guardian, you should know Chen's mouth better than me. Many of the young children in class have cried because of her words. Not only children, even her math teacher, a new teacher who just came for a year, nearly, got sick from the stress due to Chen, and even had to take several days off. Zhang Ye said in an ashamed manner. How can this be? Why not? Zhao Mei also felt angry and funny at the same time as she said. A few days ago when school opened, the math teacher had just been assigned to our class. On the first day, the teacher had asked Chen to answer a question, but Chen could not answer. When the teacher reprimanded her, Chen retorted with a question that no mathematician could prove. In the end, Chen even said that since the teacher could not answer, then she had no right in demanding that she answer the teacher's question. There was also the language teacher. She could not stand in any more with Chen and even left the classroom with her materials. Zhang Ye coughed. I'll speak to her about it. This child is not very sensible. Don't say things so heavily. Treat it slow and progress slowly. I can tell that she is a good child, but she doesn't trust people easily. Maybe it's due to her family situation. Zhao Mei could understand and felt pity. A family's influence on a child is too great. Zhang Ye said, I'll have to trouble you in the future. I'll try my best. Looking at her watch, she said, class is starting soon. There will be leaders from the education ministry coming today. Qinshin's guardian, please take a seat. All right. Returning to the classroom, Zhang Ye saw Qinshin sitting alone by herself. He felt his heart go soft. He went over to straighten her ruffled hair and adjust her school uniform's collar. Then, he brought a seat to sit beside the child, just like the other parents were doing by their children. Chapter 83. Zhang Ye writes an elementary school composition. Morning. Number 2 experimental primary school began classes. A familiar musical tone rang. A 40-something-year-old female teacher holding some lesson plans entered the classroom. Good morning, students. Attention, a class representative shouted. Everyone stood up at the same time. Good morning, teacher. The language teacher smiled. Students, please be seated. The other children were pretty well behaved and listened to instructions accordingly, except for Qinshin. Her movements were slower by a beat, without any spirit and a look of disinterest. It was like she was not properly fed her meals. Zhang Ye had never seen Qinshin smile sincerely before, not even once. Her smile was always her, like a cold sneer which always hung from her face. Zhang Ye prodded her. Pay attention. Little Qinshin just nodded in acknowledgement. The female teacher, hearing some commotion, immediately looked towards Qinshin and said with a sudden displeasure, Keep quiet. It's class time now, before putting on a smile again and saying to the parents, Good morning, parents. Today is a public exhibition class, so I would like to thank everyone for taking time off to attend. As for today's lesson plan, I would like it to be more interactive. I will be giving a question for the students to write an essay piece of at least 200 words. Parents may supervise, advise, or work on it together with your child. This is to let our parents understand our children's world and improve our interactions with them. All right, I will now begin the question. She turned around and wrote some words on the blackboard. Title: Sing the praise of any type of plant. Requirements: the theme is to be clearly written, with at least 200 words used. The form teacher of the class, Zhao Mei, was seated at the back of the classroom, observing every student's performance. Clapping her hands, the language teacher announced to everyone, All right, students, you may start writing. If you are unsure of any words, you can ask your parent for help. Dad, I want to write about roses. Sure, that is good, but I don't know how to spell rose. Here, let Dad write it out for you. Mummy, I want to sing a praise for the Kathia plant. Ah, orchids are not bad, too. The orchids we have at home are very pretty. Didn't you say that they were extremely famous and expensive? Everyone started moving their pens. Only Qinshin kept still for a long time. She was biting on her pen without writing a single word. In the end, she turned her head and looked at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye asked, What? Qinshin's heart did not miss a beat as she passed her pen to him. Write it for me. Zhang Ye stared at her. The teacher gave the assignment to you. We adults at most can teach you to write some unknown words. You are really thick-skinned. Hurry up and write it yourself. Qinshin lowered her voice. I don't know how to. Zhang Ye tried encouraging her. What's there to not know how? Think about which plant is good and which one you like. Then write what is good about it and how it is pretty. That is all. Aren't you very good at talking? Your vocabulary should be much greater than others of your age. You can definitely do it. This little kid had someone like Zhang Ye, someone who was good at speaking and who had worked as a radio host, at his wit's end. Zhang Ye knew that Qinshin was especially clever, but Qinshin just could not write. She laid there for half a day without writing anything. It was obvious that Qinshin was getting frustrated. Suddenly, there was a rush of footsteps coming from outside. The school leader had arrived, along with several people who looked like they were from the Beijing Education Bureau's chiefs. There were about 20 of them in a row, men and women, young and old. The language teacher quickly greeted Director Liu. Principal Li. Number 2 experimental primary school's Principal Li lowered his hands. Carry on. You don't have to bother about us. The form teacher, Zhao Mei, also stood up to welcome them and showed them the prearranged seats at the back of the class. Please take a seat, everyone. The children are all writing an essay for their language class. Director Liu from the Education Bureau said pleasantly, That's great. We have to hear some of the children's essays. Zhang Ye swept his vision to the back and understood that they had likely arranged an exhibition class because of the leader's visitation. This was so troublesome. Formalism was really a pain in the ass. Soon after, the language teacher looked at her watch. Okay, time's almost up. Whoever has finished writing, please put up your hands. I will read, her. As this is an experimental class, the first place for today's essay writing will be broadcast during the school's broadcast period. This is a rare opportunity. When they heard, the children became all eager and excited. I've finished writing. I've finished writing too. Read mine first. Read mine first. Everyone was very enthusiastic. The children all had the urge to show what they could do. Principal Li was very glad. He told the leader, Director Liu, this is our school's best experimental class of grade 2. The children are all very motivated. I saw it. Director Liu praised very good. Only Rao Chunshan lowered her head and did not make a sound. Her essay book was still blank. When Chunshan looked around and saw her classmates all raising their hands, she slowly pursed up her mouth. Zhang Ye could not bear the sight of this. He bit his teeth and did not care anymore. If I have to write, so be it. This child cannot afford to lose her confidence in front of her classmates. Moreover, the language teacher had been angered by Chunshan before. If she were to rub it in, Chunshan will further be ostracized. This was something that Zhang Ye did not want to see happen. The landlady Annie had always helped him when he was at his lowest. Big Sister Rao had entrusted the child to his care, so Zhang Ye definitely would not let the child suffer while under his care. Chunshan, Zhang Ye whispered, I will read. You write. Chunshan pursed her mouth and nodded. For once, she did not rebut Zhang Ye's words. But what should they write? Praise which kind of plant? Zhang Ye's head was blank, too. But all of a sudden, he had an idea. Yes, that's the one. Chunshan urged him on. Zhang Ye. All right, don't rush me. I have something. Zhang Ye said. The subject, tribute to the white poplar. The white poplar is no ordinary tree. Let me sing its praises. Chunshan's writing was extremely fast. With a few strokes of the pen, she was caught up. Zhang Ye continued on. When you travel by car through northwest China's boundless plateau, all that you see before you is something like a huge yellow and green felt blanket. Yellow is the soil, the uncultivated virgin soil. It is the outer covering of the Lush Plateau, accumulated by Mother Nature several 100,000 years ago. Green are the wheat fields signifying man's triumph over nature. They become a sea of rolling green waves whenever there is a soft breeze. Here, one is reminded of the Chinese expression, malong, meaning rippling wheat, and cannot help admiring our forefathers' ingenuity in coining such a happy phrase. Chunshan did not know some of the words, as she had not learned them. Zhang Ye guided her with instructions on how to write them. Over there, the language teacher had already picked up Didi's essay. Didi raised his hands up first, so I will read his essay first. Violet. I like the violet. Once, Dad and Mum brought me on a trip to Europe. I first saw them in a courtyard. They were so beautiful. After reciting, the language teacher praised. Well written. I could see Didi's heart in this. The words were also quite good. Didi was spoilt by the praise. Didi's dad and Mom also smiled. They felt proud of their son. There. Tong Tong raised her hand. Let me take a look at Tong Tong's essay. The language teacher picked up the little girl's essay, praising the cedar. The cedar is one of the most treasured trees in the world. Because of over-harvesting, many of the ancient cedars no longer exist. She finished reading. The language teacher's eyes lit up. Tong Tong's essay is even better. Compared to Didi's essay, there is more depth in the concept of environmental conservation. It's really quite good. Please continue to work hard. Thank you, teacher. Tong Tong grinned. She looked over at Chunshan's table and gave her a look of arrogance, like she was showing off. It can be seen that her relationship with Chunshan wasn't too good. 1 essay, 3 essays, 5 essays. Every student's essay had been read out. At last, the language teacher asked, Who else has finished, but not let me read it? Tong Tong suddenly said loudly, Rao Chunshan's essay has not been read yet. She pointed towards her. Tong Tong's dad, who was by her side, looked over at Rao Chunshan and Zhang Ye. His glance was a bit cold, and he said cynically, That's right. I also want to hear student Chunshan's writing. Last school semester, Chunshan had made his Tong Tong cry a few times, so Tong Tong's father was obviously not very pleased with them. He had purposely found fault with them. Chinchin's guardian, are you already done? Then recite it for teacher. Chinchin's educational performance can be said to be outstanding, so her composition must be very well written. Everyone in class knew that Chinchin's educational performance was bad. In fact, she was one of the last few in the class. Many of the children who did not play with Chinchin were now gloating and booing at her. Read it, Chinchin. I also want to hear Chinchin's essay. The language teacher had not wanted to read Chinchin's essay. It was not like she didn't know about Chinchin's language standard. She was the class worst student and was likely to be kicked out of the experimental class next year. Today, it was a public class, so with so many teachers and school leaders, and even leaders from the Education Bureau present, she naturally wanted to choose the best works to be recited. By doing so, she could highlight her teaching abilities. Hence, she said, Chinchin might not have finished writing. Tongtong's father sneered. I saw her stop writing a while ago. Teacher in charge, Zhang Ye, who was in the back of the class, was a bit mad. What sort of parent was this? Why did you have to treat another person's child like this? Was there a need to mock others? Yes, Chinchin might have a sharp mouth and had made your child cry, but don't you know that you should not take offense at a child's babble? Furthermore, that was also the child's own matter. Why must you, as an adult, step in and help your child bully another? What sort of words were those? Ever since she knew of Rao Chinchin's family background and history, Zhao Mei's attitude towards Chinchin completely changed. She also became very tolerant. Zhang Ye was also mad. He stared at Tongtong's father. Grandson, what sort of words are you saying? Are you finding fault with me? Fine. Chinchin, you? The language teacher queried, and also signaled to Chinchin with her eyes, indicating that it was fine if she just said that she was not done writing. But before Chinchin sounded out, Zhang Ye spoke up. My child is done writing. Since everyone wants to listen to it, then read it. The language teacher was stunned. Holy sh*t, are you really reciting it? Tongtong's father laughed. Teacher, we are all waiting. The leaders from the Education Bureau and school could not bear watching this any further. They felt that some parents' was lacking in bearing, so they did not plan to carry on listening. They got up and were about to inspect other classes. At this moment, the language teacher had already taken the composition from Chinchin's hands. The moment she looked at it, she was at first stunned. There was nothing else. There were too many words in this composition, and it had far exceeded 200 words. She wrote so many words. You can write so many words just to compliment a plant? She then read with a skeptical tone. Title: Tribute to the White Poplar. The white poplar is no ordinary tree. Let me sing its praises. When the first sentence came out, everyone was amused. Singing the praises for the white poplar? And it was no ordinary tree? You must be kidding. There were damn white poplar trees everywhere on the streets, and most of them were in the rural areas. What was the meaning of praising this plant? Look at what the other classmates were writing. They wrote about orchids, cedar, or lavender. Even the worst of the worst was praising roses. What about you? Praising the white poplar? Man, why didn't you praise the oil waste in the sewers? Quite a number of children mocked, and a few adults, like Tongtong's father, laughed together with the children. They looked disdainful. A rotten child was a rotten child. They could not do anything. What sort of crappy composition was this? Aren't you even ashamed to use it too? Compare with my child's composition? The language teacher also felt there was a problem with the composition. The title itself wasn't well chosen, but there was no other way. With a few parents purposely forcing the situation, she had to carry on reading. But the more she read, the more astonished she became. Her expression became more and more surprised. This was prose. Only then did she realize that the composition was not as simple as she thought. The words may have been simple and uncomplicated, but there was something amiss in it. With straight trunks and branches, white poplars aim high. White poplars are no ordinary trees. But these common trees in northwest China are as much ignored as our peasants in the north. However, like our peasants in the north, they are bursting with vitality and capable of surviving any hardship or oppression. I pay tribute to them because they symbolize our peasants in the north and, in particular, the spirit of honesty, tenacity, and forging ahead, a spirit central to our struggle for national liberation. The reactionary diehards, who spite and snub the common people, can do whatever they like to eulogize the elite Nanmu, which is also tall, straight, and good-looking, and look down upon the common, fast-growing white poplar. I, for my part, will be loud in my praise of the latter. The language teacher closed Qinshin's composition book and said in a daze, "End." She had finished reciting the composition. Everyone, at this moment, was silent. Tongtong's father was dumbfounded. The other parents were in a daze. The Education Bureau and school leaders who had just walked out the classroom also stood in their original spots for no reason. Then, one by one, they quickly returned. They looked in shock at the classroom, as if they had seen a ghost. Zhang Ye began to be the braggart he was and scoffed at the parents who questioned Qinshan and him. "You really despised me as a dog? Show off. Show off some more to me. Competing with me at compositions? All of you are sure funny." Zhang Ye was not surprised at the astonishment of everyone. "Was I joking with you?" This was the tribute to the white poplar. If he did not remember wrongly, this was a famous essay in his world's second-grade textbooks. And its author was even more famous, Mao Dun. Zhang Ye would spit at anyone who could find fault with this essay. Tribute to the white poplar did not have flowery language, and also did not have complicated vocabulary, but it was because of this that the value of this essay was highlighted. Only then could it highlight the ideological, educational, and literary value of the essay. An essay that praised items? Tribute to the white poplar was the most inconspicuous one, but it was also the most famous one. Chapter 84. You are that Zhang Ye? In the first class, second grade's classroom, the atmosphere had suddenly turned silent. The rowdy children and parents were all fixed in their spots. Astonishment, astonishment, and more astonishment. Teacher in charge Zhao Mei gaped. This essay. Tribute to the white poplar. What an excellent tribute to the white poplar. The Education Bureau's director Liu applauded and praised it. This shout also broke the silent scene. He looked slightly overexcited, and it was obvious he was not just a leader. There was an 80% chance he was a teacher or scholar who was involved in education in the past. The text is plain, and could even be said to be simple. There is no uncommon word or complex rhetoric in it. It does not look like prose at all, but it is this kind of text that perfectly harmonizes with the topic to an extreme. A common white poplar, simple peasants in the north. It might be writing about plants, and furthermore, a very inconspicuous tree, yet in actuality, it is expressing the greatness and power of the common people. Another person from the Education Bureau was also extremely shocked. This is practically a model essay out of model essays. Currently, in all the mainstream textbooks, be it in elementary, middle, or high school, there is no other educative model essay as this. How could this be written by a child? And an 8-year-old child at that? Principal Li immediately asked, "Who wrote it?" The language teacher said in a daze, It's written by our class Qinshan." Principal Li nearly fainted. "I meant, who was the real author of this essay? Which of them was dumb?" Furthermore, even a person with intellectual disabilities could tell that this plain on the surface, but riddled with layers of profoundness, essay was clearly not written by an 8-year-old child. Ignoring an 8-year-old student, even among them, who were in education all their lives, there was not any one of them who would be able to write such an outstanding model essay, even at the age of 80. They did not have that literary foundation. They were almost certain that the person who could write a prose like Tribute to the White Poplar was no ordinary person. Famous author? Scholar? Or which professor? They were all trying to guess. The language teacher gave a wry smile. Principal Li, I do not know either. Immediately looking towards Rao Qinshan, she asked, Qinshan, who wrote the essay for you? Qinshan said without being ashamed, I wrote it. Zhao Mei immediately said, the leader and principal are here. Qinshan, say it truthfully. Who prepared this essay in advance for you? It's all right. We won't say anything bad. Of course, they could not criticize Qinshan. Today's language public class topic was meant for parents and children to write an essay together. For example, in Tongtong's Save the Environment kind of essay, it did not look like Tongtong's work at all, with its terms or deeper meaning. It was definitely prepared by Tongtong's father ahead of time. Quite a large number of other parents and guardians were also ghostwriters for their children. After all, it was a parent's heart. No one would like their child to be embarrassed in such a public setting, so the teachers understood this. Qinshan said with a calm face, it was written by me. She did not lie, but she added on, and looked towards Zhang Ye. I wrote it while my uncle read it. Your uncle? He was the original author? Immediately, everyone's eyes landed on Zhang Ye. As Zhang Ye was too young, everyone gave a suspicious look. Who was this? Not familiar? Never seen him before. He could write such an essay at such an age? That can't be. Principal Li, Director Liu, and company had their doubts. Principal Li asked, "You are?" Zhang Ye said, "I'm Qinshin's uncle. I mean, how do I address you?" Principal Li said with a skeptical tone. Without waiting for Zhang Ye to respond, Rao Chunshan said with a hoarse voice quickly, "My uncle's name is Zhang Ye. Zhang," written with awa and ube. Zhang Ye. The language teacher was immediately stunned. Principal Li was also shocked. "You are that Zhang Ye? The Zhang Ye who wrote Shuidiao Gedu? The original author who won first place in the essay competition with Little Bunnies Be Good?" Zhang Ye smiled. "That's me. Hee hee. I didn't know this bro was so famous in the education system." However, there were only these few people who knew him. The other parents did not know him. They only knew Zhang Ye was probably quite an impressive person, given Principal Li and the language teacher surprised expressions. Director Liu laughed. "So it's teacher Zhang Ye. No wonder you can write an essay such as Tribute to the White Poplar. If it was any other person, how could a young lad just past the age of 20 be able to write Tribute to the White Poplar on the spot? They would definitely not believe it, as it was impossible. But the author was Zhang Ye, the famous Zhang Ye. There was no need to talk about his other works. Just think of the Song of the Stormy Petrel, which shocked the online world, was written by Zhang Ye. Both essays were writing about living things. One was written about an animal, while the other was written about a plant. One was a prose poem, while the other was also prose. The common theme was clear. They were using a living thing as an allegory. The Song of the Stormy Petrel was using the petrel to express one's resistance and fearlessness, while Tribute to the White Poplar was using the white poplar to express the greatness and simplicity of the ubiquitous people. They had different themes, but the same feeling. Hence, there were no doubts about his authenticity after they knew he was Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye was the only literature author in the country who could write such an essay at his age. Of course, there were other young people who wrote well, and they were also about the same age as Zhang Ye. But the problem was they were just not bad. No peer of Zhang Ye could reach his standard. The difference in quality in the works was too great. The language teacher exclaimed, "You are really Zhang Ye?" Zhang Ye blinked. "That's me." "What?" Nothing, never mind. I'll talk to you after the class has ended." The language teacher seemed to have something on her mind. Director Liu then said, "Right, there's still class. Come, let's go behind and continue listening. Let's not disrupt the children from their lesson." The people from the Education Bureau and teachers all sat in the back row. With the appearance of Tribute to the White Poplar, they no longer had any intentions of visiting other classes. Principal Li said after taking his seat, "Teacher, carry on. Don't bother about us." "All right." The language teacher calmed her mood and said to everyone, "Students, just now you heard Tribute to the White Poplar once. From the looks of everyone, you might not understand why this essay is good, and it can't be blamed. This prose is not something easily understood at your age, because its essence and excellence is not on its surface, but within. I really wish each one of you will be like the white poplar, and using Chinchin's uncle's words, with straight trunks and branches, aim high, stand erect, and be unbending in face of a violent wind." The children all looked towards Chinchin. "Actually, I need to be self-critical of myself," the language teacher said honestly. "Just now when I read the first sentence of Tribute to the White Poplar, I had some contempt in my heart. Like everyone else, I also find the white poplar mundane. Praising the white poplar? What was there to praise? But after I finished reading it, I knew I was wrong. A rose may be beautiful, but it easily withers. The orchid may be beautiful, but it is easily bent. The white poplar might look ugly, but I think they are much more beautiful than them. It is beautiful in the sense of striving for excellence. It is an unyielding beauty. This is a ubiquitous beauty." The language teacher's evaluation of it was of a certain standard. After hearing this, everyone applauded. Director Liu and Principal Li also nodded and gave their applause. Just now when I recited Tribute to the White Poplar, I had some uncertainty and hesitation, so my tone was not right at times. Actually, I also do not have the ability to recite it properly. I wish to invite teacher Zhang Ye to recite it once. I'm not sure if Teacher Zhang is willing to. The language teacher suddenly said, "You might not know this, but Teacher Zhang Ye is a professional in this line of work. His profession is a broadcasting host, but he is also an author. His recitation will definitely be better than mine by 100 times. Students, let us give a round of applause for Teacher Zhang Ye to recite." There was applause once again. Director Liu also greatly wanted to hear how Zhang Ye recited it. Principal Li might not have heard Zhang Ye's live performance, but Director Liu had happened to listen to an audio upload of Zhang Ye's recital of Dead Water on stage at the Silver Microphone Awards ceremony. That mocking tone, that sarcasm and that anger, with no scruples about cursing, could be felt throughout the recitation. Back then, Director Liu had even stood up and slammed his table when he heard it. It was too exciting. Zhang Ye was not willing to incur ridicule on himself. However, Qinshan kept stabbing him with her little elbow. Zhang Ye, Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye could only stand up. All right then. Since the teacher has said so, I'll incur ridicule on myself today. If I don't recite it well, please don't fault me. Following that, he did not take Qinshan's composition book. He did not need to see it. He walked to the podium and closed his eyes to steady his breath. It was his habit, and also a breathing technique taught in his broadcasting college. This was because recitation was not a simple matter. It needed to be recited with emotion. Amateurs might think that it was simple, as it was just reading an essay, but only professionals knew the trade well. Zhang Ye was a professional at this, so he was not sloppy at all. He calmly said, "Tribute to the White Poplar." Immediately following that, Zhang Ye gave a smile. It was a smile exuding confidence that ignored everyone. The white poplar is no ordinary tree. Let me sing its praises. Smile, frown, coldness, eccentricity. Zhang Ye's visual interpretation of this essay was extremely good. The children were fascinated listening to him. Not even them. Even the parents and the language teacher were watching with respect and shock. A professional was indeed a professional. It was indeed completely different from how the teacher had read it. Especially when Zhang Ye read the last line. His fanatical smile made people feel a rush. The reactionary diehards, who spite and snub the common people, can do whatever they like to eulogize the elite Nanmu and look down upon the common, fast-growing white poplar. I, for my part, will be loud in my praise of the latter. BBA, BBA, BBA. The applause this time reverberated through the entire corridor. Chapter 85. Could I have an autograph? Second floor. Along the corridor. The 6th class public lesson had ended early, so the parents had already come out. They were chatting outside, and those with smoking addictions even hid in the bathroom to smoke. Why is there such a commotion in the 1st class? What's the matter? Is the teacher teaching? It's not teaching. I heard the experimental class is writing compositions today. Oh, a student's essay? Let's go and take a look. All right, but we should be quiet. There's the school's leaders and teachers in there. Soon, a number of curious parents had come outside of the 1st class. They had happened to hear Zhang Ye's recitation of that tribute to the white poplar. A parent touched the goosebumps on his arm. He was alarmed. The other parents were also stunned. A person looked at the other parent from before. Friend, are you sure this is a composition written by an elementary school student? The person wiped his sweat. That's right. Their class is having a composition writing public lesson. The parents were all feeling amazed. Were elementary school students so impressive these days? A few minutes later, the public lesson ended. End of class. Rise. Goodbye, students. Goodbye, teacher. The language teacher smiled. Thank you to all the parents who came. Today's lesson will end here, so you can bring your children home. Today's homework is for everyone to write a reflective piece after you read Tribute to the White Poplar. Tomorrow, I will check them in class. The moment that the lesson ended, Qinshan's seat was surrounded by all the other children. Qinshan, your uncle is so awesome. Didi was the first to run over. Qinshan was unlike her peers who would be smug in such a situation. She still had that grumpy little face of hers as she nonchalantly said, "Passable. Is your uncle a superstar?" Another boy asked, "Why do the principal and the teachers know him?" Qinshan quietly kept her pencil case and books, saying, "I guess so. I didn't know he was that famous." "Qinshan, let's go home together. I want to go too. Let my father drive us home." Qinshan, do you want to come to my house and play? My house is nearby. A group of boys and girls surrounded her, asking all sorts of questions. They were very friendly. Zhang Ye also felt relieved when he saw the current situation. He was greatly wishing to see this little rascal have good relationships with her classmates. Actually, little Qinshan was pretty and cute, like a porcelain doll, and probably no child in the school was prettier than her. From an aesthetic point of view, most people would be willing to play with her. However, as little Qinshan was too cold and was mature beyond her years, this resulted in her not mixing well with others. After today's matter, there was reason to believe that Qinshan's interpersonal relationships would improve. This was also the only thing that Zhang Ye could do. Tong Tong and her father were already silent at this moment. The father brought his daughter out of the class. He did not want to stay a second longer, for he felt disgraced. Teacher Zhang Ye. The language teacher suddenly walked over. Zhang Ye, who was about to bring the child home, stopped in his tracks. He recalled that she had said something in class, something about talking after class. He then asked, "Teacher, previously you were saying?" The language teacher was a bit embarrassed. She did not look much older than Zhang Ye, and she had also not graduated for more than 2 years. After she hesitated for a moment, she took out a book. Actually, it's nothing important, just that. I especially like your poems. I have seen Your Flying Bird and Fish, The Song of the Stormy Petrel, and A Generation more than 10 times. I can even recite them without a mistake now. Especially that Dead Water you recited a few days ago. I like that the most. I am one of your hardcore fans. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye felt embarrassed. Thank you. The language teacher held the book and looked at him. Could I have an autograph? My husband also likes you. He likes your Ghost Blows Out the Light. He stays up late every night to tune into it. He has not missed a single episode. Zhang Ye immediately took the book over. There's definitely no problem at all. How many do you want? 1? No, 2 would be best. The language teacher was very happy as she passed him a pen. Zhang Ye's words were not very nicely written, but that was his normal handwriting. When it came to autographs, it might seem funny, but this rascal had purposely practiced before. He had wished to be famous since he was young, fantasizing about being asked for an autograph one day. He finally had his wish fulfilled today. Come to think of it, this was the first time a fan had asked for his autograph. It was a day worth remembering. Here's the autograph. Zhang Ye returned the book to her. Thank you. The language teacher was especially excited. Qinshan gave a cold glance over. Zhang Ye then touched little Qinshan's head and said to the language teacher, "This child Qinshan is not very sensible and not very obedient, so I'll be troubling you in the future." "You're welcome too." "Welcome." The language teacher immediately said, "Don't worry. I'll definitely teach the child well." Saying that, she whispered, noticing that there were no adults around. Actually, with Qinshan's results, she might be transferred out of the experimental class this or next semester, but I will definitely help Qinshan fight for it, so that she won't be transferred. Zhang Ye said, "Then I'll have to thank you." At this moment, the teacher in charge, Zhao Mei, briskly walked over. "Teacher Zhang, give me your autograph, too. I am a loyal protector of your children's fairy tales." Her. Back then 4 little bunnies be good. I had even activated the school's teachers to vote for you. However, I like Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs the most. Then I have to give you an autograph. Thank you for the support. Zhang Ye gave an autograph to Zhao Mei. After finishing this, Zhang Ye bade farewell to a few teachers and reached out his hands, saying to Qinshan, "Let's go. Time to eat lunch at home." Qinshan again revealed those eyes of contempt, but she still obediently placed her tiny hand into Zhang Ye's big hand, allowing him to hold her hand. Zhang Ye led the child out of the classroom. The other parents and children that had not left watched as they left, while they discussed about them. Afternoon, Jiamen East. With the two reaching downstairs, they took an elevator up the building. Zhang Ye bragged, "How was it, little rascal? Now you know the awesomeness of Uncle Zhang, right? Don't be too impolite to your Uncle Zhang in the future. You must learn to be respectful of your elders." Qinshan smirked, her. Zhang Ye. With the elevator reaching the floor, Zhang Ye led her to the landlady's house and pressed the doorbell. In a short while, Rao who was wearing an apron and had her hair tied up, opened the door. "You're back? Wash your hands and prepare to eat." Rao Qinshan returned to her own room. Zhang Ye entered the kitchen with Rao hoping to help. But noticing the table was full of dishes, he was shocked. Landlady Auntie, what's the occasion today? Why are there so many dishes? Is someone else coming? How many people are eating? Stir-fried some vegetables as she said. It's just the three of us. Then that's too much. How can the three of us have such big appetites? Zhang Ye found it extravagant. Did not even look at him. Why are you saying so much crap? Just wait and eat. Pausing, she said, Chinchin's teacher called me just now and told me what happened in school. Not bad. I didn't know that you were quite that famous. Even the teacher knows you. Zhang Ye flaunted. That's right. It's only you who keeps trampling on me. I'm not bragging. My popularity. Let's not talk about it. Shrugged her shoulders. Her. Following that, Rao Chenchan, who just came in, also smirked. Her. The two ladies had given them mocking laughter at almost the same time. Even their expressions looked identical, like they were carbon copies, making Zhang Ye extremely depressed. You're the her. Your whole damned family is her. Asterisk. In his own house. After returning home, he held his stomach and burped. It was too delicious. The landlady might be unsparing with her words, and could be as negative as she could, but her cooking was par excellence. Anyways, Zhang Ye had completely succumbed to the landlady's culinary skills. Although he had previously eaten Raoimin's cooking, it was clear that she had not put her heart into it. It was like the food had been prepared by a completely different person. It could be seen that the landlady was using such a method to thank him for his help today, which was why she put in so much more effort into the meal. Delicious. His stomach was exploding. Zhang Ye climbed before his computer. As he digested, he surfed the internet. Ever since he entered the E-list celebrity ranks, there were many people who had him. He did not find it tiring, and looked at every one of them. After spending an hour, he finally saw the newest one and was immediately focused on it. The person who posted it was called The Skies for the Children. Today I saw my idol teacher at Zhang Ye. Due to certain reasons, I won't say how I met him. But thankfully, I received 2 of teacher Zhang Ye's autographs. And I'm very honored to have listened to Zhang Ye recite his new work live, which was a prose. Weibo doesn't allow too many words, so I'll include the essay in an attached picture. The words are written by a child, so everyone can ignore that. The entire text of Tribute to the White Poplar was posted. This was a picture of Chinchin's notebook, taken using a cell phone. Zhang Ye knew at once that the person who posted it was the language teacher. He immediately helped by forwarding it. Teacher Zhang's new work? Zhang Ye also knows how to write prose. How can't he? Wasn't the Song of the Stormy Petrel a prose poem? It's about the same. I've seen it. It's really impressive. It indeed looks like it was written by teacher Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang also forwarded it and gave it a like. It's definitely teacher Zhang Ye's work. Everyone, quickly push it to the top. The next big work after Dead Water. Don't let it sink. After seeing Tribute to the White Poplar, my mind suddenly had these words, Tribute to Zhang Ye. What sort of talent is needed to create so many works worthy of being classics? You really saw him? What does teacher Zhang look like? Is he handsome? The language teacher replied. You can't describe him with handsome, but I think his eyes are quite charming. Haha, my husband is coming home soon, so I'll delete this reply in a short while. That afternoon, Tribute to the White Poplar did not receive as many forwards or clicks as Zhang Ye's previous works, perhaps because it was more educative in nature. But many teachers and scholars who worked in education treated it as a treasure as they forwarded it and discussed about it. It did not draw in a large audience, but it was surprisingly well acclaimed. This was Zhang Ye's only work that did not have much controversy. Those who had seen it did not have any doubts. Note, this is a popular Chinese slang in the form of, you're the one XXX. Your whole damned family XXX. It came from my own swordsman's character, Mo Xiaobei. The original text goes along the lines of someone saying to Mo Xiaobei, you are a child who matured early. Before Mo Xiaobei replies, you're the one who is maturing early. Your whole damned family is maturing early. Chapter 86. Little Zhang seeks employment. Today, early in the morning, Zhang Ye lazed in his bed. He laid under his blanket while surfing the internet on his cell phone. The comments on his Tribute to the White Poplar was ever increasing, and it was all positive. He browsed through the comments before opening up the Celebrity Rankings website to take a look at his own ranking. The site was very well organized. After all, It was the most authoritative ratings publisher with historical information, and all results are clearly listed. Searching for Zhang Ye. Day before yesterday's rating. E-list, ranking 1375. Yesterday's rating. E-list, ranking 1382. Today's rating. E-list, ranking 1375. Zhang Ye's previous world had many things that did not exist in this world. But this world also had many successful works which did not exist in his old world. There was no fair comparison as to which world was stronger. In fact, this world's professional ratings were very well standardized. There was an especially large number of artistes, with very broad development and advancement routes. There was hardly any limitations to who you can become. For example, in this world, many stars started off as models. They developed within their industry to D-list celebrities or higher, before turning to acting in TV shows and films. In the end, they even managed to get very high achievements. Where Zhang Ye came from, it was a very different world. Models, authors, or poets. It was very difficult to cross over from different industries. At the most, they could reach the pinnacle of their own field. Only a small minority could succeed when they transitioned from their own industry to a different one. The limitations were huge. This was something that Zhang Ye appreciated. Because with his level of a few radio broadcast shows and several poetry works, he would never have become a celebrity in his old world. This world had been unified in a way where no matter which industry you came from, as long as your results were exemplary, they would contribute to your celebrity ranking data. Even if you were a cab driver, as long as you attracted enough social attention through any means and managed to climb up the celebrity rankings index, advertisers would still look for you. What matters most in this world is fame. Of course, if it were because of some hot topic which contributed to your fame, the data would take it into consideration and average out your rankings. Every factor would be carefully formulated, so that any viral topics would not attribute to an increase or decrease in rankings suddenly. The Celebrity Rankings website will also decrease rankings very quickly if a celebrity has not been producing any works that mattered. Then again, it could be exactly because of the open nature of such rankings that contributed to the scale of development here compared to Zhang Ye's previous world. The number of celebrities here were over 10 times the amount of where he came from. Just looking at the E-list ranked celebrities, Zhang Ye was ranked at over 1,000. Further below him, the lowest number was 1,400 plus. Going further up the list to D, C, B, and A, the total number of celebrities were too many. Not counting S-list and A-list celebrities, as those had much smaller numbers. The number of people who peaked were in the minorities. The entertainment industry's environment is not bad, but the competition was fierce, too. You win some, you lose some. 1,375, 1,382, fell 7 ranks yesterday. Zhang Ye knew clearly that dead water had brought him up into the E-list of rankings. But what goes up usually comes down. There were still some fluctuations after the attention has faded. Yesterday was an exception. Even if Ghost Blows Out the Light was still being broadcast, Zhang Ye's ranking dropped. Even though today's ranking rose again, he knew that it was due to the talk around Tribute to the White Poplar. Although the sharing rate for it was not very high, the artistic nature of the prose was very important. It was important in the calculation of the rankings and likely to have had a big contributing rating in the statistics formulation. After all, the artistic values was something that could not be measured by fame. This had already been considered by the formulation. Deadwater's trend had already died down. Tribute to the White Poplar would only be trending for several more days. Ghost Blows Out the Light would finish its broadcast run within half a month. Zhang Ye's pressure was extremely high. He also felt that he was in danger. He couldn't stay like this any longer. If he continued to stay home doing nothing, then his fame would fall sharply. What does an artiste depend on? They depend on continuous attention on themselves. Zhang Ye thought that if he had nothing else to show for, he would fall off from the E-list celebrity rankings in several days and go back to the role of a public figure again. He definitely did not want to see this happening. It hadn't been easy to achieve his fame and reputation. It had been very difficult in getting closer to his ambition, so he cannot just helplessly watch himself fall. Time to look for work. Target: television stations. This was the next target for Zhang Ye upon finishing his work at the radio station. He really wanted to be a television host to further develop himself. They had much larger audiences than at a lousy place like a radio station. Zhang Ye didn't laze around any longer. With an imminent taste of success, his spirits had been lifted, and he began searching on a few job-seeking websites. After submitting a few resumes, he browsed over some of the television station's official website recruitment pages. If there was a hosting position open, he would email them his resume. Even when there was no opening for the position, he didn't hesitate and emailed them all the same. He had to spread his fishnet. It did not matter whether they were hiring or not. We will talk after the resume has been submitted. However, something that made Zhang Ye at a loss of whether to laugh or cry happened. 20 minutes later, Tianjin television station was the first to reply to Zhang Ye's email. The email said, "Teacher Zhang Ye, our temple is small. Therefore, we cannot afford to place such a strong deity like you here. Please look for another place." One look and he knew that they knew of him. They must have heard of dead water. The second reply was from the Zhejiang television station. The email was written by the Human Resources Department of the Zhejiang television station. "We're sorry, but we aren't hiring." However, Zhang Ye clearly saw that they had a job posting on their website which was to hire a variety program host. And they were especially urgent. It was a job posting that was just posted. Great. When it reached me, "You aren't hiring. Are all of you television stations banning me? That can't be necessary, right?" I just said a few sentences to scold my unit and leaders. I scolded the Beijing radio station, not all of you. Actually, Zhang Ye knew very clearly how big a mess he had stirred up at the award ceremony, or he would not have submitted resumes himself without contacting teacher Hu Fei, who had promised him earlier. He knew that no one in the industry would dare to hire him, especially the Beijing television station. From a point of view, they might not be the same team, but the Beijing television station and the Beijing radio station were practically two sides of the same coin. So Zhang Ye did not plan to give Hu Fei trouble. Although he knew, Zhang Ye still could not help but curse a few times while speaking to himself. All of you are less forgiving than a chicken. At the same time, like Wind Recruitment Online, Shanghai headquarters, a staff member in charge of contacting companies about recruiting candidates was twiddling his thumbs. He was flipping through resumes half-heartedly. He wished to finish his work sooner so that he could leave work early. However, when he clicked casually, he found Zhang Ye's resume posted on his company's website. Upon seeing it, he was astonished. A former Beijing radio station broadcaster? Created and also broadcast the current most famous supernatural novel, Ghost Blows Out the Light. Wrote Little Bunnies Be Good, that was promoted by the Beijing Education Ministry, posted modern poems online with more than 1 million clicks, and even received the most authoritative newcomer award in the broadcasting industry, the Silver Microphone Awards. He was a talent. This was a high-quality talent. He was shocked by the beautiful resume, and after checking on the internet, indeed, there was nothing fake about the resume. They were all Zhang Ye's achievements. Immediately, the staff member felt touched. Why would such an impressive person need to use our online recruitment website to look for a job? Which place wouldn't be fighting for you? But you still chose us? You trusted us this much? He immediately felt a great responsibility. He had to be worthy of the client's trust. He had to live to up the recognition from such a high-quality talent. He immediately turned diligent. He noticed that Zhang Ye wished to be a television station host, and that he had no other position restrictions, which made him appreciate him even further. Look at him. He was fine with any position as a host. Variety, science, etc. He was not picky at all. TSK, look at others. There were a bunch of those who had achievements similar to a fart. The last time, he had seen a person who was also looking for a hosting job. He was just a fresh graduate and had no experience at all. He demanded to be a variety show host and needed a guarantee of his screen time after he received the position. He was so picky, and based on what? Look at teacher Zhang Ye. Friendly, low-key, professional. Don't worry. Leave this job to me. The staff member logged onto the backend system and quickly found the data of 7 or 8 stations that were hiring hosts. He then called them one after another. Hello, this is like Wind Recruitment Online. I have a very qualified person here who wants to apply to be a host. When can you interview him? The staff member asked. The other side asked, does he have working experience? The staff laughed. Of course, and his results are especially outstanding. You industry insiders should know. His name is Zhang Ye, and he has received this year's Silver Microphone Award. Zhang Ye. The other side was dumbfounded. The staff chuckled. Yes, yes, you know him, too, right? He trusts our site greatly and posted his resume to us. I think your television station is pretty good, so I chose first to recommend a person with such outstanding credentials to you. How about it? Interview tomorrow. The other side was silent for a long time before saying, then please leave this person with outstanding credentials for other television stations. Our station isn't that great, so we won't need him. You don't want such an exceptional talent. As he said that, all he heard was the sound of the other side hanging up. The staff was curious and called a second telephone number, followed by a third, and a fourth. In the beginning, it was fine on the other side, as they appeared very thirsty for talent. But the moment that they heard him say the person was Zhang Ye, they all declined. Finally, when he made the sixth phone call, a television station staff member put on a long face as he said, "Big bro. Can I call you Big Bro? This is the second time you are calling. I'm in charge of both the hiring for the variety segments and the news segments. We were just on the phone before, so please spare me. I'll tell you the truth. If I were to agree to let Zhang Ye come for the interview, I can probably tell that I'll be interviewing at other places." The like-wind recruitment staff was stunned. Is it that exaggerated? What's wrong with this person? The television station staff gave a bitter smile. Nothing much. He just had a war of words online with his colleague, cursed his unit with a poem at an award presentation ceremony, and caused a leader to faint from anger. The moment the staff heard this, he nearly vomited blood. He finally realized why Zhang Ye would submit his resume to a small website like theirs. It was not because he trusted them, but because no unit dared to hire him. So he had tried his luck with them. This wasn't some high-quality talent. It was clearly an extremely notorious hooligan. Chapter 87. Selling the copyright to the novel and fairy tales. Beijing radio station. Station head Jia. His secretary entered. Deputy station head Jia had his head lowered, busy with work. What's the matter? The secretary smiled. I heard that Zhang Ye is applying for television hosting jobs and had submitted his resume to several provincial television stations. Deputy station head Jia laughed. He still wants to go to a television station? The secretary said, yes. And from what I know, they have rejected him. No one wants him. All right, I got it. Deputy station head Jia let his secretary leave. He knew that no one would dare hire Zhang Ye because both he and the station head had already informed friends in the industry. Although working in the radio station was not as glamorous as a television station, they still had quite a lot of connections. Maybe they might not be able to make other radio or television stations do anything to a person with excellent qualifications. But if they made the indication for someone whose qualifications were not good, then they could definitely let everyone in the industry reject that person. This was the so-called banning. The moment Dead Water was out in the world, the Beijing radio station and Zhang Ye were irrevocably irreconcilable. An entire day, Zhang Ye did not receive anything. Every time he sent his resume, he would not even be given a chance at an interview. Their replies were very fast, for they rejected him without even giving him a look. It was impossible for them to not know him. A typical process of submitting a resume would need at least a few days before responding, even if they did not want him. Some even dragged it out for a month or two. But for Zhang Ye, it was different. It could be said to be a second-level reply. Some people had responded politely, but others were not that polite. There were even emails that said, "We want anybody but you." It's the end. The plans were up in smoke. Has this bro become public enemy number one? After trying a few more times to no avail, Zhang Ye was also out of options. Immediately, his temper turned bad. K it. Were the television and radio industry collectively banning me? Fine. You think I can't live without you? Do you really think I need you to become famous? Zhang Ye immediately corrected his short-term plans. He definitely needed to join a television station, as it was a very important development and waypoint for his future. However, now with the situation changed, Zhang Ye had to make some temporary adjustments. He decided to put the television stations on hold, pushing forward some of his earlier plans and waiting out the negative influence brought by Dead Water. Since there was nothing to do these days, Zhang Ye would naturally not just sit idle, or his popularity would decrease by the day. He had to retain his popularity, as well as earn some money on the side. He called his previous assistant, Xiaofang, from the radio station. It was connected. Hello, Xiaofang. This is your brother Zhang. I know. Teacher Zhang, I have your number. Have you gotten off work? Not yet. I'm adjusting some documents and will probably need to work overtime until 8. It's this. I came to you because of a matter. The last time. Do you know about the matter of publishers contacting our radio station to publish My Ghost Blows Out the Light? I didn't agree back then. The publishing firm had also skipped over me. Or it could be said that the station management purposely prevented them from contacting me. Now, I'm thinking of getting the publishing firm's telephone number. I have already left the unit, so it's not convenient for me to ask. Even if I asked, I wouldn't be able to get it. Can you check for me? I also won't be able to find that out. I'll secretly ask others for you. I'll see if any colleagues know anything about this. You just need to know the publishing firm, right? Yes, I just need to know the publishing firm. All right, I'll do it immediately. Wait for my news. Sorry for giving you trouble. Thank you. I'll treat you in the future. After putting down the cell phone, Zhang Ye lit up a cigarette and waited. After about 20 minutes, Xiaofeng called back. She was very efficient, or it could be said that she was diligent with Zhang Ye's matters. Teacher Zhang, I got it for you. Get a notebook and write it down. The telephone number is 53276-172. It's the Beijing education publishing firm, one of the largest publishing firms in terms of sales in Beijing. Although they specialize in publishing some official books and works, they also do commercial books. Zhang Yi wrote it down and said hurriedly, "Thank you very much." Xiaofeng whispered, "You don't have to thank me. Actually, it was Teacher Tianbin who knew that you needed it before telling me. After all, he was always the anchor for late-night ghost stories, so it was his responsibility to contact authors and publishers and knew this area well. But Teacher Tianbin told me not to let you know this telephone number was given by him. I'm just being frank with you, so don't betray me." Zhang Yi was surprised. Tianbin? He was so nice, and didn't even want you to tell me. He and Tianbin had previously had several quarrels, and their feud was not tiny. Xiaofeng sighed. After you left, Teacher Tian's days haven't been good. You might not know that yesterday, the station had already removed Teacher Tian from his anchor position of late-night ghost stories, making him a replacement host. He has no position now. Zhang Yi was curious. That can't be. Didn't he get the job after I was removed? Xiaofeng explained. It's because of Jia Yan. Jia Yan's new segment, about 8 to 9 episodes of Soaring Youth, have been broadcasted already. Other than the first episode having an extremely high listenership rating, the episodes after decreased by the episode. It could only get that listenership rating for its first episode from the popularity of Old and Young Story Club, and it could not measure up to its previous usual standard. Now, with the program's defects exposed, yesterday's listenership rating was just 0.46%. I heard that it's about to be axed soon, so the higher-ups have transferred Jia Yan to late-night ghost stories. Once Ghost Blows Out the Light is done broadcasting, Jia Yan will take over. After all, with tomb robbing-related supernatural novels being extremely popular these days, there are quite a lot of good works that are tailing behind you on the market. As long as we buy the copyright, we can use the popularity to increase the listenership ratings. The station is clearly paving the way for Jia Yan, letting him build up his qualifications. As for Teacher Tian, he naturally became the sacrificial lamb. Zhang Yi frowned. Old Tian is so miserable now. Hi, your dead water did not wake them up. Now the station is getting even messy, eh? Anyways, I heard that Teacher Tian has already submitted his resignation letter. He should be leaving in a day or two. Xiaofeng said. The phone was hung up. Zhang Yi sat on the bed. Hearing a previous enemy of his in such a situation, he did not feel happy at all, and in fact felt very uncomfortable. Let's put this matter aside for a while. Zhang Yi called the number given to him by Tianbin. It did not connect on the first time, as the other party might have been busy. It connected on the second try. Hello, who's this? The other party was a middle-aged man. Zhang Yi said, Hi, I'm Zhang Yi, the original author of Ghost Blows Out the Light. I heard your publishing firm wants to discuss about the publishing copyright. I'm wondering if you still have those intentions. The middle-aged man was stunned. You are the author of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Zhang Yi laughed. That's me all right. I thought you were not planning on selling your copyright. The middle-aged man curiously asked. Zhang Yi said, I never said so. You must have gotten that information from my unit, right? The unit did not inform me. They told you things I know nothing about. I have also resigned already. Hearing this, the middle-aged man was very excited. Then that's great. We were still worried about how to get the rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light, but your unit was unwilling to reveal anything. Now that we have gotten a hold of you, things can be expedited. Teacher Zhang Ye, I'm the one who was in charge of this matter, so you can discuss about the copyright matters with me. Do you want to go the royalty route or a one-time buyout of the simplified Chinese edition copyright? What would be the prices? Zhang Ye asked. The middle-aged man said, if it's royalties, then it will be normal, for we all use a standard rate. It will be based on a percentage of the sales received. If it's a buyout, we had offered 2 million to your radio station back then. Of course, that was back then. Now Ghost Blows Out the Light is causing a greater effect on the market, and the response is very hot. Many people are looking forward to a physical copy. Even a few tomb-robbing books that imitate yours have sales of about 100,000 copies. Even if I don't tell you, I believe you will understand. Nor will I lie to you, as the evaluation of your work is definitely very high. Let's do this. I'll make the decision and not decide based on the word count. I'll offer 4 million. We only want the copyright to the simplified Chinese edition. The rest of the copyright belongs to you. How about it? It's a bit low, right? Zhang Ye's tone sounded unsatisfied, but he was actually overjoyed in his heart. Baby, 4 million? This was enough to buy him so many instant noodles. However, upon further thought, it was actually not a lot. In his world, Ghost Blows Out the Light had gone mad. He did not know how much the author had received, but it was definitely more than 4 million. The middle-aged man paused. Teacher Zhang, I'm not sure how much you want, but please believe me. Only our Beijing education publishing firm will be willing to buy the copyright of one book with 4 million. It happens that we have good cash flow this year. If it were other publishing firms, none of them would dare make such a bet, for if the sales aren't good, Zhang Ye interrupted. Can't you already estimate the sales volume? If the works that imitate mine already have such sales, the sales of mine would definitely be higher than theirs by a lot more once Ghost Blows Out the Light comes out. I believe you know the market better than me, the middle-aged man said. But your program has been broadcast on radio, and many have already heard it, so it might cause some detrimental effect to the sales. Nonsense. Ghost Blows Out the Light was first posted online in his world. And weren't there quite a number of people who had read it? Yet, I didn't see it having low sales when it was published. After more bargaining, Zhang Ye requested for 6 million. The other side was only willing to give 4.8 million, having added a bit more. After the bargaining could not carry on, the middle-aged man pondered and said, All right, Teacher Zhang, we can do 6 million, too, but you will have to give the publishing rights of Little Bunnies Be Good, Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs, The Emperor's New Clothes, and The Wizard of Oz to us. We are an education publisher firm, so that is our core business. We can include some illustrations and sell them as small books. With all that added up, 6 million. Clearly, they knew Zhang Ye well and had done their homework on his fairy tales. They knew the value of those stories. The fairy tales do not include the overseas copyright, right? Man, no it does not. Only the domestic simplified edition. As for publishing overseas, we don't have that ability, either. The middle-aged man felt that Zhang Ye was very ambitious. Was he already thinking of selling the fairy tales overseas? Zhang Ye did some calculations and felt that the price was right. All right then. Great. Since we are in a rush for time, shall we meet now and sign the contract? The middle-aged man said, I am also a loyal listener of Ghost Blows Out the Light. I can tell that this novel will end in a few more episodes, so once we sign the contract, we can send a lawyer's letter to the Beijing radio station to stop the broadcast of Ghost Blows Out the Light. The audio edition copyright is still in your hands, right? Yes, all the copyright is with me, Zhang Ye said. Then, that's great. If the radio station finishes broadcasting it, then there is no suspense. It will definitely affect the sales. Since you have already resigned, I believe you have no qualms about stopping the broadcast. Of course not. You can do it for me. All right, leave this to us. I'll immediately draw up the contract. Having negotiated successfully, both sides were overjoyed. Actually, the price received for selling Ghost Blows Out the Light was not that high. It could be said to be acceptable, at best. However, Zhang Ye knew that in his world, the legendary sales of Ghost Blows Out the Light were not created in a short period of time, but over a long process. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, they were accumulated sales figures. And the publishing firm had bought it out with 6 million at once. After inflation and other factors, Zhang Ye did not lose out at all, and it was just the simplified Chinese edition. It did not include the copyrights to games or movies, so he was very pleased. The contract was signed. Details and the promotion were discussed. The morning of the second day, Deputy Station Head Jia had just arrived at the radio station. But before he could enter his office, his secretary came rushing over. Station Head Jia, we have a situation. The Beijing education publishing firm has sent us a lawyer's letter, requesting that we immediately stop broadcasting Ghost Blows Out the Light, or they will sue us for infringement. Infringement, Deputy Station Head Jia said angrily. What copyright has our program infringed on? The secretary gave a wry smile. But the novel was written by Zhang Ye. He never gave us the copyright. Now, the lawyer's letter is with the station head. I heard that it even has Zhang Ye's signature. Deputy Station Head Jia's anger surged. What is this little Zhang doing? How can he stop the broadcast after it had been broadcast for so long? How are we to answer to the listeners? The secretary sighed. But legally, we are indeed. The phone in the office rang. Deputy Station Head Jia quickly went forward to pick it up. Hello. Oh, station head. What? Stop the broadcast? How are we to stop? The story isn't over yet. But, all right, I understand. I will instruct the literature channel. Rest assured, the station did not want to lose money in a court case. The station head had compromised. Deputy Station Head Jia was gritting, his teeth with hate. This Zhang Ye, he was gone, but he was still around haunting them. Admittedly, they had caused a ban on Zhang Ye, and Deputy Station Head Jia had naively thought that Zhang Ye would never have a platform of his own forever, existing silently. With such a major ban order, what waves could he set off without a program? But Deputy Station Head Jia now realized something. They could suppress Zhang Ye in the broadcasting industry, but they had no say in other industries. The publication world? They could not ban him even if they wanted to. And Zhang Ye was not a person with only broadcasting abilities. He also had his creations, and those novels and fairy tales. Despite Zhang Ye leaving the broadcasting industry, Deputy Station Head Jia realized to his anger that Zhang Ye could still thrive. This made him extremely angry, but he was helpless. Chapter 88. The competition for the rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light. 2 days later, the news of the publication of Ghost Blows Out the Light was spread like wildfire. When Zhang Ye opened a few large discussion boards, 3 of the boards had the advertisement banners for Ghost Blows Out the Light on the main page. The original ancestor of grave-robbing novels, Ghost Blows Out the Light, will be released on the 1st of October at all major bookstores. Today was already the 29th. It was about to go on sale in less than 2 days. Zhang Ye had also asked the middle-aged man from the publication firm why it could be done so quickly. His reply made Zhang Ye speechless. He had said that back then, their publication firm had already agreed with the Beijing radio station a long time ago. They had even readied the contracts, as well as all the preparations for the promotions and sales printing planned. Everything was just waiting for the green light. However, there was complete silence from the radio station, which was because Zhang Ye did not agree to Deputy Station Head Jia acquiring his rights. Hence, all the printing and promotional plans were put on hold. Now, having finally received the rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light, they just needed to bring forward their plans from before. This resulted in a very fast procedure and was unlike other publications which could take months. Of course, the most important thing was that the Beijing education publishing firm was also in a hurry. 6 million yuan, $1 million, was not a small amount. The situation with the fairy tales was better, for there were no similar fairy tales that tried to compete with Zhang Ye's. However, Ghost Blows Out the Light was not the same. As it was not published immediately, this resulted in a large number of works that chased the tailwind and left it behind, being published first. If this dragged on, the situation would be hard to tell. If the grave-robbing novel market was oversaturated, then their publishing firm would be unable to regain their initial investment. This was what they were worrying about. Hence, the moment that they received the copyright, they had rushed to ensure things would go smoothly. Clearly, they were more worried than the author himself. It was good that the publishing firm was very diligent. As a result, Zhang Ye did not worry over it. Since his copyright had been bought out, he was no longer worried about the situation with the sales. He remained at home, watching the television without any worries. Ring, ring, ring. A phone call came in. Seeing that it was an unfamiliar number, Zhang Ye picked it up. Hello. Hello. May I know if this is Teacher Zhang Ye? It was a female's voice. That's me. May I know who this is? Zhang Ye asked. The woman smiled sweetly. I'm calling from the Hebei province's radio copyright department. It's this. I heard that the Beijing radio station has halted broadcasting for 2 days. Later on, there was the promotion of the publication of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Are you trying to preserve the sales volume? So you halted the broadcast of Ghost Blows Out the Light? I want to ask how many audio episodes left are there in Ghost Blows Out the Light? Is it convenient to tell me? Zhang Ye said. There's probably another 10 plus more episodes. The woman said. Then, will it be possible to sell the audio rights of the last 10 plus episodes to my radio station? The price is negotiable. Shall we meet to discuss the details? Zhang Ye understood what was happening and said, there's no need. Before the publication of Ghost Blows Out the Light, the audio version will definitely not be broadcast. I have already discussed this with the publishers. The woman said determinedly, no problem. We can wait. Ghost Blows Out the Light should be published in 5 to 6 books consecutively, right? After the last book is done, our radio station will publish it. Price-wise, we can give you 100,000 in copyright fees, as there's not that many episodes. What do you think? Forget it. Zhang Ye shook his head. If you think the price is too low, we can still discuss it. The woman was unwilling to hang up. Thank you, but I'm not selling it for the time being. Zhang Ye hung up the phone. But not long after, a few more phone calls came in. It was unknown which publisher or other circles had revealed his contact information. This resulted in various provincial radio stations calling him to buy the audio rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light. They did not quote a low price, and were willing to wait until the publication was out before releasing the audio version, paving the way for the hard copy. What was most hilarious was that even someone from the Beijing radio station came looking for Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang, I'm Little Li from logistics. The youth said, we once met in the elevator and exchanged a few words. Do you still remember? Zhang Ye naturally did not remember, but he said, oh, Little Li, I remember you. The youth sighed before saying, the higher-ups told me to discuss the rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light with you. I know that you have had some conflicts with the station previously, but even so, Ghost Blows Out the Light is your program, your child. It was brought up by you, and your novel is already well-rooted in our radio station. The audience recognizes this brand. With this halt, many listeners are calling it quits. Our official website has received a few denial-of-service attacks. I believe that you also do not want to see this situation. The audience is wishing for Ghost Blows Out the Light to resume its broadcast. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ye sneered. Yes, that is not something I want to see, but I did not leave willingly. Everything has a solution, but your station's management did not leave a route for me to live. I also wish to see Ghost Blows Out the Light finish its broadcast, with a beginning and an end, but I have no choice. You don't have to say nice words to me, nor use the audience to try to influence me. Those listeners who like my novel can buy the book to Ghost Blows Out the Light. Those who like listening to a broadcast and audio version can hear it on a radio station after the last volume of Ghost Blows Out the Light is published, but I can guarantee you this. It will definitely not be on Beijing radio station. He immediately hung up. He did not say anything unnecessary. Zhang Ye found it amusing. You were the ones forcing me away, and now you are keeping a straight face to get my permission and rights? How big is your face? As for the other radio stations, they had definitely been given the order to ban Zhang Ye. Although Zhang Ye had not submitted his resume to the radio stations, it was obvious that no one would accept him even if he applied. But now, after banning me, you still want my rights? You want to get all the advantages? Not selling. Zhang Ye had rejected them all. However, with careful thought, if other radio stations, including the Beijing radio station, were dying to buy the rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light, and furthermore a Ghost Blows Out the Light, with just 10 plus episodes left, this showed that many people in the industry thought highly of the novel. It could also be said that the industry knew how exceptional Ghost Blows Out the Light was. Zhang Ye had used a single Ghost Blows Out the Light to break the late-night segment listenership ratings records. #1 in the country for that time period. The creator of the midnight period historical record in the whole country. Even the central radio station's late-night segment was not enough to defeat Zhang Ye. What sort of legend was this? Probably most colleagues in the radio station knew that having Ghost Blows Out the Light meant having such listenership ratings. Even if there were just 10+ episodes left, even if it was less than 10 episodes, even if it was a late-night segment, Ghost Blows Out the Light was Ghost Blows Out the Light. It was not something other late-night segments could compete with. Hence, they had rushed to buy the rights. Even the Beijing radio station had straightened their faces before approaching. Not long later, the phone rang again. Zhang Ye was prepared not to pick it up, as he knew it could be someone from the radio station. However, when he saw the number, he gave a wry smile. He had to pick it up. "Hello, little Zhang." It was Beijing radio station's literature channel's director Zhao Guozhou. "What are you doing? Why did you take so long to pick up the phone?" You can't still be sleeping, right?" Zhang Ye coughed. "No, Director Zhao. I woke up earlier on. I had been on the phone for an hour." Zhao Guozhou understood. "They were all looking for you to buy your audio, right?" "Yes," Zhang Ye said. "You can even guess it?" Zhao Guozhou said lightly. "I wasn't guessing. I knew it. I called you because of this matter. Just now, you rejected someone from logistics, right? The higher-ups aren't willing to let go of Ghost Blows Out the Light, so they got me to look for you. They also know that you and the station's management are as unmixable as oil and water, so they got me to discuss the price with you. It is a market economy after all, so they wish to use money to talk." Zhang Ye was about to speak. "Leader, Zhao Guozhou laughed. "Listen to me first. I already know, even without you telling me. They do not understand you, but I believe I know this kid that is you. If you were willing to swallow insult and humiliation for money to sell Ghost Blows Out the Light back to us, then you wouldn't be called Zhang Ye. You would also not have said that dead water in front of so many people. They clearly think too simply of you. So I have no intentions of persuading you to sell the rights. I only called to ask about your situation. Seeing your publication promotions doing so well, I'm also well assured. After all, you were brought in by me. I deserve to be faulted for not being able to protect you." "Director Zhao, what are you saying?" Zhang Ye was not willing to hear this. "How can you blame yourself? Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I know this clearly." After pausing for a while, he said, "Actually, I already told Little Lee from Logistics that I would sell the rights to anyone but the Beijing radio station. But, if you were to say it, you can take the rights away. I won't want a single cent. Once the last book is released on the market, you can carry on broadcasting it on the literature channel." Zhao Guozhou remained silent for a while. Zhang Ye's words had touched him. Speaking truthfully, Zhao Guozhou had only brought Zhang Ye in. He did not help much. But even so, Zhang Ye was still a loyal person and remembered their old friendship. Back when Zhang Ye said to Zhao Guozhou that he would show his gratitude by repaying him, these were clearly not just empty words. He would really do it. But Zhao Guozhou was not willing to accept it. He was not a person without a sense of propriety. "Little Zhang, just those words alone are sufficient." "All right, I didn't make a mistake in my judgment with you," Zhao Guozhou assured him. "You can sell the audio rights to anyone but us. I have already received the news that if we were to obtain the rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light, it would end up with Zhang Ye broadcasting it. The 10+ episodes that you had recorded would be deleted, and Zhang Ye would be re-recording it. The station is using all its resources to raise him up." "I got it. Thank you, Director Zhao." Zhang Ye suddenly recalled. "By the way, what happened to Tianbin? I heard that he was removed from his segment. Why are you suddenly concerned about little Tian?" "I'm just casually asking. Little Tian has already resigned. He left the day before yesterday. He should be at home, waiting to get a job. I heard that his situation isn't very good. No radio station wants him, as he lacks experience and results." "Hi. Actually, with the two of you fighting so much and causing all the suffering between each other all this time, in the end, it benefited another person. Can you give me Tianbin's number? I did not store his number. What are you looking for him for?" "Forget it, I won't ask. I'll send it to you in a moment." Chapter 89. Helping an Old Colleague. Afternoon. Close to noon. Zhang Ye looked at the number that Zhao Guozhou had sent over. He called Tianbin using the number listed. When the other side picked up, he immediately said, "Teacher Tian, it's me. But it was a woman who answered back. You? Who? Zhang Ye mumbled and recognized her voice. Sis, it's me, Zhang Ye. Which Zhang Ye? Tian Bin's wife asked knowingly. She added, old Tian is not around. Just when she was about to hang up, Tian Bin's voice rang out. What are you doing? Give the phone to me. Tian Bin definitely had Zhang Ye's phone number stored. Presumably, his wife had seen Zhang Ye's name when he called and answered it. Tian Bin's wife was heard in the background, nagging. Why did you answer? That Zhang Ye fella must have called to make fun of you. How long have you two been fighting, and you still want to answer? Yes, both of you have left your jobs already, but you were forced out. As for Zhang Ye, he might have looked like he was forced by the circumstances, but you know that he resigned on his own terms. He left the station with pride. Look at the success of Ghost Blows Out the Light. It's even going to be published soon. TSK, what else could he be planning by calling you now? He definitely wants to step on you while you are down. Why are you even answering? I want you to give me that. Tian Bin turned furious. I'll give. I won't bother about you anymore. Tian Bin's wife was frustrated as well. Their conversation had been clearly heard by Zhang Ye, and it made him a little intolerable. He knew that this call of his was made at the wrong time. He could tell that Tian Bin had not had it easy for the past few days. He had lost his job and still couldn't find a new one yet. As the saying goes, in peaceful times, everything is fine. And it was the same the other way round. A poor couple, a lifetime of misery. The two of them must have had countless arguments in recent days. Hello, Tian Bin answered. His voice was a little cold. What's the matter? Zhang Ye hesitated a little, but went ahead. Teacher Tian, thanks for the other day. Tian Bin played the fool. Which matter from what day? The publisher's number. Zhang Ye reminded him. Tian Bin frowned. That's Xiaofang. I repeatedly instructed her not to say that it was me. Forget it. You don't need to thank me. It was not a big matter. Have you had dinner? Not yet. Come out and join me then. That's not necessary. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Don't be like this. Old Tian, come out and have dinner. We have been fighting for so long. I stole your show, you stole my show. We also argued and left our posts at about the same time. Isn't this some sort of fate? Just accept my invitation. Let's decide on that place called something pavilion near the unit, where we had the celebratory lunch the other time. I will be there in 30 minutes. Bring your wife along. See you there? No need for that. I have something to tell you. We need to talk over dinner. After saying that, Zhang Ye hung up without explaining further. He packed up, combed his hair, and then left for the place by subway. After reaching the vicinity of the restaurant, he didn't know whether Tian Bin would show up. He had arrived slightly early and went to a copier shop. He used the public computers and signed into his email account. After downloading the copyright contract that he had received when he was still at the unit, he changed a few of the names and let the staff print it out for him. He asked for a pen and signed off on the contract before placing it into his briefcase. He then left for the restaurant, greeted a waiter, and asked for a room to wait for Tian Bin's arrival. After about 10 minutes, Tian Bin and his wife had arrived late. The waiter had led them to Zhang Ye's reserved room. When Zhang Ye saw Tian Bin, he was stunned. It was as if he didn't know him anymore, because the changes were too much. In the past, he was much more handsome, but now he looked a little dirty, with hair stubble on his face. It was obvious that he had not shaved in a few days. Even though his hair was washed, it was still rather messy and not groomed. His fallen spirit was apparent without him saying anything. It was written all over his forehead. Tian Bin's wife still looked quite refreshed. She still dressed like her usual pretty self. Would you like to order? The waiter asked. You have not ordered? Then, I will order. Tian Bin's wife did not stand on ceremony. The moment that she sat down, she began ordering everything that was expensive on the menu. Shark's fin soup, dompa pork, abalone for 3. Tian Bin stared at her. What are you doing? Tian Bin's wife said, it's his treat, anyway. I didn't say it was my treat, sister. Zhang Ye hastily said. Tian Bin's wife's eyes looked like they were popping out. If you weren't treating, why did you ask us out? Why are you picking on us? Your book will be published soon. If a single volume of the book sells below 500,000 units, I will twist my head off for you. You are so rich now, and yet you want to save on this meal. Zhang Ye wiped his sweat. Big sister, my money has not been transferred over yet. The publisher hasn't paid me yet. Still, it should be your treat. Tian Bin's wife said to the waiter. Did you write down what I ordered just now? Listen, continue to take the order. Steamed sea bass or roast duck. I want it to be freshly roasted and the most expensive type. Don't cut back on the quality. Okay, that's all for now. Zhang Ye added on. Serve us some wulyangia as well. Okay. The waiter proceeded to prepare the order. Maybe because it was past lunchtime and there weren't many guests. The food was served quickly. Here, old Tian's sister. Eat, eat. Zhang Ye said politely. Tian Bin did not move his chopsticks. The wine had been brought over, so he twisted it open and poured a full cup for himself. He then passed it to Zhang Ye. Pour some for yourself. Sure, let's have a drink together. Zhang Ye poured some for himself. Tian Bin's wife kept glancing at them. This should be a good wine. I will have some too. What are you drinking for? Tian Bin was unhappy. Tian Bin's wife had been speaking with sarcasm since the moment she had entered the restaurant. Only you can drink, and I cannot? I'm not in a good mood. Can't I have a glass? Drink, drink, drink. Who cares about you? Tian Bin then took a mouthful. They had nothing to talk about. They were foes to begin with, so the atmosphere was rather awkward. Besides eating, they were drinking. No one tried to say anything more. Finally, it was alcohol that worked its magic. Tian Bin suddenly said something. He looked at Zhang Ye and laughed. What do you think about our feud? What were we fighting for? Look at it now. You have left, and I have also left. In the end, it was that Jia Yin who took our places. Don't you think that we were stupid? Zhang Ye replied. Yes, we were really dumb. Tian Bin might have had a little too much, and he began to talk much more, too. Forget it. Let's not talk about the past. If there's anything that I did wrong in the past, let this big brother apologize to you. Come, cheers. Zhang Ye stopped him. Stop right there. We have to be clear here. It should be me apologizing. I am younger and more hot-headed, and I did not think before I spoke. Tian Bin interrupted him. Let's shut up and drink. Zhang Ye heartily said. Good. Let's drink. Zhang Ye did not hold his alcohol well. He was the type who collapsed after a glass. After a few mouthfuls, he did not dare to raise his glass anymore. Instead, he talked about a more serious topic. Old Tian, how's the job search? Tian Bin sighed. There's been nothing yet. The radio stations are currently not understaffed. In fact, there are overstaffing issues. They are firing rather than hiring. There aren't many positions. I'm not like you. Even though I have several years of experience, I still have no results to show for them. I can only stay home. I'm even prepared to switch careers. Tian Bin's wife shouted. Don't talk rubbish. What do you mean by switching careers? If I don't make a switch, what can I do? There are no positions available. Tian Bin said worriedly. I love my radio broadcast job, but it doesn't King love me back. Tian Bin's wife relented. There will be chances. Try again. How many times have I tried already? I've even asked the outer provinces, and there are no suitable positions for me. In truth, it's just because they don't want me, because I'm not good enough. Tian Bin mourned. You have so much experience. I don't believe that no one wants you. Tian Bin's wife said. Zhang Ye pondered for a bit and took his bag out. From it, he pulled out several documents and placed it squarely on the table. He pushed it over to Tian Bin. Old Tian, take a look at this. What is that? Take a look first. Tian Bin read it while his wife glanced at it. From his side. And soon, their faces were in shock. This is the contract for the audio rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light. Zhang Ye nodded. Yes. What's the meaning of this? Tian Bin was confused. Zhang Ye explained, the contract is a general one. The terms are nothing too special. A radio station would use this kind of contract for copyright purchasing. I actually took it from another station and had it changed. The title is Ghost Blows Out the Light. At the bottom is my signature to release the copyright. I've had everything filled out already, except for the beneficiary. From here, take this contract with you when you go for your interviews. Bring the story with you, and it will be you choosing your employer, not the other way around. Old Tian, I am handing the radio broadcast of Ghost Blows Out the Light to you. It is like my child, so please don't mistreat it. Tian Bin was stunned. But you? Tian Bin's wife said with her mouth agape. Can this work out? With this copyright, everyone will be snatching for old Tian. Why is that not possible? Tian Bin said agitatedly. Do you know how many radio stations are fighting for the rights to Ghost Blows Out the Light? They are all fighting their heads off for it. Zhang Ye said, yes. Just today, there were 8 to 9 stations who called me, but I did not sell it. Why didn't you sell it? Tianbin asked. Zhang Ye fiddled with his hands and spoke honestly. Actually, I don't know why either. Maybe I just want to help out an old colleague. After fighting for so long, I do not wish the worst for you. Old Tian, you have to do well. We still have to continue our rivalry in the future. Don't fall here without a fight. Haha. Otherwise, who can I cuss at next time? Tianbin's eyes were a little red. He knew how important the contract was. He grasped the pieces of paper in his hands and went silent. He did not say any dismissive nor gratuitous words, but he looked deeply at Zhang Ye and nodded. Do not worry. I will not fall like this. Tianbin's wife excitedly cried out. Little Zhang, tell me how we can ever repay you. You have helped old Tian out big time. I know, and to think this sister treated you in that manner just now. Please don't hold it against a little woman like me. Zhang Ye did not mind. Sister, your words just now. I have already encountered them on my first day at work when you spoke down on me with old Tian here. If you don't talk down on me, I will not feel comfortable. Tianbin's wife was red with embarrassment. When did I talk down on you? You did. Tianbin replied, and then had a laugh himself. All right, then sister will atone for it with a drink. Tianbin's wife mood had also turned for the better. No discord, no concord. Some relationships in this world were just so marvelous. Chapter 90. The chance for an interview at the television station has come. October 1st. Today was National Day. Early in the morning, Zhang Ye was in the bathroom, brushing his teeth. Mom called and her tone was filled with blame and criticism. Have you found a job? Not yet. I already told you not to quit. Take a look, take a look. Zhang Ye simply rinsed his mouth and wiped his mouth as he laughed. Mom, even if I don't have a job now, I will also not starve to death. Don't you know? My ghost blows out the light, and a few fairy tales are about to be published. Today happens to be the day it goes on sale, so you don't have to worry about me. When the publishing firm transfers me the money, I'll give you some. Mom was overjoyed. It's published already? How much did you make? Zhang Ye feigned ignorance. Not much, not much. Have you eaten? I asked you how much, so stop trying to interrupt. Mom said fiercely. Zhang Ye could only say, about 6 million. After it reaches me, it's probably around 5 million. Quite a lot of it is taxed. What? 6 million? Hey, Mom was shocked. Did you rob a bank? So much. Aren't most people earning only a few tens of thousands when they publish a book? Our neighbor Uncle Zhang's child is also an author. His best book only received 80,000. Why is yours so much more? Zhang Ye began bragging. How can that be the same? What kind of book is My Ghost Blows Out the Light? It's completely on a different level when compared to theirs. Also, I have my fairy tales. All of them are classics. I even think I lost out. If not for them giving me the money quickly, and that they only wanted the simplified Chinese rights, I wouldn't have sold for this pittance. Mom, help me tell Dad. Don't let him be worried for me. I'm doing fine. After quitting my job at the radio station, I actually have more freedom. If I want to publish, I can publish. I don't have to be limited by my job's regulations. Besides, I can guarantee you that there will be even better units waiting for me in the future. Then are you going to your granny's house today? Go with Dad. I won't be joining for now. All right then. I know you are busy. Then do well. Just as the phone was about to be hung up, he even heard her mom say to his dad, Good lad. Our son is impressive. 6 million. He earned 6 million from publishing. Only then did the call hang up. Tianbin's number came calling. Hello, Zhang Ye. Tianbin's voice sounded excited. Old Tian, it's me. What's the matter? Zhang Ye walked out of the bathroom. Tianbin said, I've been hired. Yesterday, I submitted my resume and came for an interview today. In the end, after just 5 minutes of interviewing, they informed me that I would start work tomorrow. Hey, that's good. Which radio station? Zhang Ye asked. Tianbin laughed. It's the Central Radio Station, the biggest radio institution in the country. Zhang Ye was also happy for him. All right, then I'll congratulate you first. Tianbin paused for a while. Actually, it was all thanks to your copyright power of attorney. When I gave it to them, during the interview, they were all speechless. Then a leader made a phone call and came back, telling me to report to work tomorrow. It looks like the Central Radio Station also highly values your segment. Zhang Ye, thank you. Zhang Ye laughed. I won't be able to get used to you being so polite, so there's no need to thank me. It's not a big deal. It's as simple as lifting a finger. If we have the chance, let's have a meal. Tianbin said. All right, then we can have it when there's time. Zhang Ye hung up. After the 2 phone calls, Zhang Ye appeared happy. He had reported the good news to his mother and had congratulated Tianbin. However, he was still feeling worried. Now with the publishing matter settled, this step had ended early, but his next step returned to that dead end once again, which was the way to get into a television station. If he was really banned and couldn't enter one, Zhang Ye would have to redevelop his plans. Where should he go? Filming movies? Singing? But the timing was not right. He still did not have the qualifications or ability to make people ignore his looks. If he were to encroach into the music and film industry straight away, probably no one would care about him. So what if the works he produced were great? The time was not ripe. Let's give an example. Was Miss Dong a good song? Back when the original songwriter released his album, almost no one heard it, nor did anyone know about it. Later, when it was sang by Zhang Ye on the singing contest stage of Singing Boy, did it become popular. It even went viral throughout the entire country. What was the reason? Although the lyrics were slightly changed, it was essentially the same song. There was no difference. Maybe his singing ability was slightly better than the original songwriter, but why did it only become popular when it was sung by Zhang Ye and not him? It was not a problem with the song. The song was just a song, and it was also a good song. It was due to a fortuitous turn of events, and also because of Zhang Ye's story about his girlfriend. And a lot more of it had to do with looks and conditional factors. At least that was how Zhang Ye saw it. This was something he could do nothing about, for Zhang Ye knew that he was in a similar situation. Without the opportunity, he could not do something at the wrong time. He could only go to the television station. No matter how much thought he gave, that was the only place suitable for his next step to develop further. He needed a springboard, and he needed it a lot. No, still can't give up on this. Zhang Ye decided to submit a few more resumes to give it a try. People did not want him the past few days, but it did not mean that it would not work now. He had already published Ghost Blows Out the Light, and the promotional work done by the publisher firm was done very well. This had also added reputation and popularity to Zhang Ye. The effects of dead water had also decreased after a few days, so the television and radio stations could not ban him for life. There was a period, and once that period expired, Zhang Ye would naturally be able to appear. 1 resume, 3 resumes, 5 resumes. Zhang Ye began submitting resumes once again. There were only those few television stations that had a hosting position, so naturally, he still submitted to them again. However, the response poured cold water on Zhang Ye again. The few television stations still responded very quickly. It was just like 2 days ago. The answer was still no. Zhang Ye felt that his head hurt and also felt dispirited. Your sister, how long must I have to wait? If this drags on, this bro will really drop off from being a E-list celebrity. Just as he was thinking, the 3rd phone call of the day came. Zhang Ye was shocked, for the number was from the famous program producer who had previously invited him and had also job-hopped to the Beijing television station, Teacher Hu Fei. Hello, Teacher Hu. Zhang Ye was not very sure why he had called. Hu Fei's tone was not very pleasant. Teacher Zhang, I heard you have been submitting your resume to a few television stations the past few days, applying to be a host for them. Zhang Ye coughed. Yes, I was thinking of trying my luck. Hu Fei said, didn't I already invite you? And you had previously agreed. So why are you submitting resumes to other television stations? Zhang Ye was stunned. Teacher Hu, isn't the Beijing television station banning me? After all, I said that poem at the award presentation ceremony. And since the Beijing radio station and the Beijing television station are one, I knew what I should do. So I didn't have the nerve to bother you and make things hard on you. Hu Fei was enlightened. So you applied to other television stations, but did not submit your resume to the Beijing television station? You man you. Her. What should I say to you? Well, this matter is also my fault. I didn't contact you immediately, making your thoughts wander. Teacher Little Zhang, you might not understand me as a person. I, Hu Fei, have been working in the television system for so many years, and I have never gone back on my word. Since I have already promised you, and did say I cannot guarantee that I could do it, but I would definitely do my very best to get your matter settled. Zhang Ye was said in disbelief. Teacher Hu, so you are saying? Your side still wants me. I don't care what the station thinks. I definitely want you. I fancied your artistic attainment and your literary foundation. Amongst the younger generation, your standard is peerless. Maybe there are people your age or even younger than you who are more famous than you and have greater accomplishments than you. But I dare to say that no one can compare to your literary standard. If I don't want a person like you, who else do I want? Hu Fei affirmed. Zhang Ye was excited. Teacher Hu, then, come to the Beijing television station this afternoon for the interview. I have already arranged it for you. Hu Fei hesitated for a while. But I still have to tell you this. I may acknowledge you, but the matter of the host and guest selection is decided by the higher-ups. My opinion can only have a certain degree of influence. After all, the situation you caused was not tiny. It still hasn't calmed down yet. I believe you know this very well, too, so I cannot guarantee you that the interview will be successful. For this interview, there will also be a leader from higher up. In short, do well. I will fully support you. Thank you, Teacher Hu, Zhang Ye said emotionally. You don't have to thank me. The situation hasn't been fixed. It won't be too late thanking me when you succeed. Also, I need to say that this opportunity was not given to you by me. You earned it yourself. You have used your literary foundation to conquer me and conquered many people. This is something you deserve. Actually, before Zhang Ye won the Silver Microphone Award, Hu Fei only appreciated Zhang Ye, hoping that he could come help him. However, after Zhang Ye's dead water at the award presentation ceremony, Hu Fei was first speechless, then angry, and then finally, he appreciated Zhang Ye even more. That dead water had completely conquered Hu Fei. Hu Fei felt that Zhang Ye was the talent he needed the most at that moment. No one else would work. The call ended. Zhang Ye took a deep breath, feeling things have changed. The Beijing television station was interviewing him. He still had a chance of entering a television station. This news was no doubt what made Zhang Ye the most happy today. It was more exciting than the news of publishing Ghost Blows Out the Light. Publication was just temporary, and the popularity was just temporary. To really become famous, to continue on increasing his popularity, he had to go on television. However, there was a major drawback about going on television, which was that it was easy to suffer destruction to both people and family. Look at the excellent programs and talk shows on television. Those who go up on stage would mention how many people had died in their family. Today was a grandfather's death. Tomorrow would be her father's death. Later on, his aunt would have cancer, and the day after their family's dog would suffer from prostatitis. One was worse than the other. Hence, from a certain angle, going on television was very dangerous. If you didn't have destruction happening to both people and family, you would be embarrassed going up. Chapter 91. Television Station Interview, Literature Contest. That afternoon, Beijing television station. In an office at a certain floor, Zhang Ye was led by a staff member from the front desk. He did not even see which floor the elevator had stopped at. This was because he was feeling a bit worried. He knew this was the last chance for him to enter a television station, so he treated it with highest regard, hoping that he could grab this opportunity. The office was empty. Teacher Zhang, please wait a minute, the staff member said. All right. Zhang Ye sat on a chair by the side. The staff said, the leader should be coming soon. Zhang Ye said, sure, do what you need to do. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Then I'll go first. The staff left after closing the door. After a few minutes, a plump, middle-aged man pushed open the door and saw Zhang Ye immediately. He said with a sigh, Teacher Little Zhang, you've come? You are. Zhang Ye found the voice familiar. The middle-aged fatty said, I'm Hu Fei. We've spoken on the phone twice. Zhang Ye immediately came forward to shake hands with him. Oh, so it's Teacher Hu. It's nice to meet you. Hu Fei had previously seen Zhang Ye at the Silver Microphone Awards, but Zhang Ye had not seen him. This was the first time they had actually interacted, so they exchanged pleasantries. Finally, Hu Fei got round to business. Teacher Little Zhang, you have to be mentally prepared for today's interview. There might not be too much hope. Zhang Ye was stunned. I got it. Hu Fei explained. I have already repeatedly communicated with the management. In the morning, when I spoke with you, I still thought that I could convince them. But after all I said, they still felt you were not up to the task. The incident of you saying dead water back then gave them concerns, and they were not. I have tried my very best. In a while, I will also try my best to help you win the job, but I can tell that they do not wish to let you come to the Beijing television station. Even if you were to pass the interview perfectly, they might not hire you. So, I'm informing you beforehand. You can only blame me for not doing my job in advance. Zhang Ye immediately said, I can't blame you. You have already helped me so much. It was my fault. Since I said dead water, scolding the unit and the management, then I already had the preparations to bear the consequences. So it's all right. Suddenly, footsteps from outside could be heard. Hu Fei stopped talking with Zhang Ye and sat on an interview seat behind the desk. Zhang Ye was feeling bitter. This was like a roller coaster ride. A few hours ago, Hu Fei's words had given him hope. But in a blink of an eye, the situation had changed. He went from having hope to not having hope. He had not even gone through the interview, but he already knew he was sure to fail the interview. It was meaningless, no matter how well he answered. Zhang Ye felt his heart go cold to the freezing point, but he did not complain. As he said, since he had done certain things, he had to bear the consequences. Life had always been fair, so he had nothing to complain about. Getting something is because I'm lucky. Losing something is because of my fate. Zhang Ye remained silent for a moment. His mental state also calmed down. Of course, he did not completely give up. Even if he knew the chances were slim, or even zero, he still wanted to try. The interviewers came in, one after another. There were around 8 to 9 people. They were probably the channel or station's junior heads or staff. Old Hu, you've already come? A 40-plus-year-old middle-aged man said. I also just came in, Hu Fei answered. The middle-aged man looked at Zhang Ye. This is Zhang Ye? Let's begin then. All right, then let's allow little Zhang to prepare, Hu Fei suggested. Zhang Ye said calmly, I'm fine. I can have my interview any moment. Everyone sat down. The middle-aged man that had spoken previously then sat in the middle. His name was Wang Shuixin. His name sounded slightly feminine, and he looked gentle, with his golden wire-rimmed glasses. Zhang Ye had checked the television station's official website's information before he came. He knew this person was the Beijing television station's arts channel's director. He was probably the leader of all the people present and head of the arts channel. There was not much public information one could find on the internet, but there was plenty of information about Wang Shuixin. Before he left, Zhang Ye had happened to find it online. Director Wang happened to be a poet in the past. A few years ago, he had published a few works in anthologies. He was best at modern poems. Although he did not have many works in recent times, he was still famous. Most people in the industry still knew him. It was quite obvious after giving it some thought. As the head of the television's arts channel, he would not be able to have the role without some ability. He definitely had to have some literary quality to him. First, introduce yourself, Director Wang Shuixin said. My name is Zhang Ye. I'm 23 years old this year. I graduated from. Zhang Ye began his self-introduction. During this, a few interviewers were whispering to each other. Some frowned, while others shook their heads. It was as if they did not wish for Zhang Ye to enter their arts channel. Wang Shuixin was also one of them. Back at the Silver Microphone Awards, he and Hu Fei were present. He had heard with his own ears Zhang Ye's angry recitation of Dead Water. The atmosphere seemed to have exploded, but Wang Shuixin had secretly shook his head. He knew that Zhang Ye was a problematic person. It was not easy to handle him. His literary standards were passable, but his temper was too terrible. No leader would want such a person. Leaders tended to want obedient subordinates, so by getting such a different kind of guy in, he would not be as gregarious, and he had to worry that he would stir up something daily. So even though he treated teacher Hu's recommendations seriously, Wang Shuixin was unimpressed. Of course, there was another reason. Wang Shuixin actually felt that Hu Fei was blowing Zhang Ye's so-called literary level out of proportions. And it was this matter. He never believed that Zhang Ye could compete on the same level as him. He felt that Zhang Ye was still far inferior. Dead Water? A generation? Wang Shuixin believed that he could write such poems, too. He even felt that his previous works were much better than Zhang Ye's. Cultured people tended to scorn each other. No one considered themselves inferior. Actually, the other interviewers had the same thoughts. Although Zhang Ye was highly acclaimed on the internet, they did not think that Zhang Ye could be compared to a master like Wang Shuixin. In the literature scene, Wang Shuixin was clearly not the most famous person, but he was a veteran who had many excellent works. Furthermore, he had several poems that were very popular. So how good could Zhang Ye, a young kid who had just appeared, be against Director Wang? At this interview, they were, in fact, not bothered. As Director Wang's attitude was very clear, Zhang Ye was definitely not going to be hired. Zhang Ye finished his introduction. Hu Fei interjected, "Director, teacher Little Zhang has one of the highest literary skills amongst his generation. He is the best amongst his peers. Besides," Wang Shuixin interrupted his words, "he can be considered good amongst his peers, but he is far too inferior compared to predecessors who are in the arts." Hu Fei tried to fight for Zhang Ye. With Little Zhang's literary foundation, he is not necessarily worse than the predecessors. Wang Shuixin was amused. "You are too absolute, old Hu. I know that you appreciate Little Zhang, but maybe Little Zhang's literary skills match your appetite and manage to move you. But that does not mean others will be moved. It does not mean his literary skills are flawless. I know about the matter from the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet. I also know Big Thunder, Old Zhang, and a few of them. Do you think Little Zhang has exceeded people from the older generation just because you think Little Zhang overshadowed them? Not really. Actually, Big Thunder and Company's poems are just a bit famous in the Beijing circles. They aren't much in the country. I also heard their poems back then at the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet. They were all quite average. So Little Zhang overshadowing them can't show anything." This director was clearly a scholar to the bone. His temperament was competitive. He did not mince his words and had said it in front of Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye gave him a glance and did not comment. Hu Fei wanted to add on, "But teacher Little Zhang, then let's test him with an interview question." Wang Shuixin said very confidently, "I can tell you, old Hu, that he is weaker than me, not to mention other predecessor masters." Saying that, Wang Shuixin looked at Zhang Ye. "Little Zhang, we are just blindly chatting amongst ourselves. We aren't saying you are terrible, so don't take it to heart. Actually, to write Deadwater at your age is already not bad." "Just not bad?" Zhang Ye smiled without speaking. He only thought that he was too careless. "All right, I'll not talk about your physical factors. I'll give you an interview question. There will only be one today for this interview. I actually want to see how much ability and skill a young man like you, who was recommended by old Hu, has." Wang Shuixin said. Zhang Ye said, "Please say it." Wang Shuixin seemed to have the intentions to compete with Zhang Ye in literature. "I have a poem that I'm not sure if you have heard of. It's called Everything." He began reciting. "Everything is fated. Everything is unreal. Everything has no end. Everything has no home to return to. Every happiness doesn't come with a smile. Every suffering doesn't have tears. Every past is in the dreams. Every faith comes with longing. Every burst is preceded by moments of silence. Every death has a prolonged echo." After a few interviewers heard this, they gave their praises again. "Good poem," a middle-aged woman said. A youth said, "This is Director Wang's best poem, right? I always feel something whenever I hear it." Hu Fei also had to admit that this poem was excellent. This was probably written about 4 to 5 years ago by Wang Shuixin when he was at the lowest point of his life. It was very powerful. It called out to people's hearts and shocked the world. Wang Shuixin said calmly, "Little Zhang, this is the interview question. This is one of the works that can be considered famous, and also a modern poem that I'm most pleased with. Teacher who has always said that your poetry is excellent, and you have deep literary foundations. Then can you compose a poem here on the spot to show us your literary level?" If it was a poem that had no boundaries, it would have been nothing. But it was Wang Shuixin who said his own poem first, which meant he wanted to compete with Zhang Ye. It was also called a poem contest. If Zhang Ye was to create another work, it had to be targeted at Wang Shuixin's work. Furthermore, it had to exceed Director Wang's poem for him to pass. But was this possible? Hu Fei knew it was impossible, not to mention the other interviewers. What sort of poem was Everything? It was a poem that was previously included in high school textbooks. Although it was in an appendix and was not eye-catching, and was eventually removed due to its dark and depressing artistic quality, it was still a model essay that was once made into teaching material. What could Zhang Ye use to compete with it? He had nothing to compete with it. Chapter 92. This is also Everything. The interview question was out. Everyone looked at Zhang Ye, wondering how he was to answer. He had to follow up on a tough poem that had previously gone in Chinese language textbooks, Wang Shuixin's most famous poem, Everything. Zhang Ye did not speak for a long while. Everything. Why did it sound so familiar? He was sure that he had heard this poem somewhere, but he could not remember it clearly. Hence, he said, "Can I have some water?" "Yes." Wang Shuixin turned his head. An interviewer threw a bottle of mineral water to Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye used the time to drink the water and opened his game ring and bought a memory search capsule. He closed his eyes, pretending to be in thought. In fact, he had swallowed the capsule while drinking water. He was searching the memories in his brain, and finally Zhang Ye opened his eyes. He had found his memory and had finally remembered why this poem sounded so familiar. What the F***? Wasn't this Bei Dao's everything? However, there were some slight differences. For example, in his world, Bei Dao had written, "Every fate is destined. Every cloud is fleeting. Every beginning is without an ending. Every search is brief." As for Wang Shuixin's poem, it was, "Everything is fated. Everything is unreal. Everything has no end. Everything has no home to return to." It may look different, but the format and meaning were about the same. The core idea was similar. One of the lines, "Every faith comes with longing," was identical in both poems. There was not a single word different. This world also had something similar to everything. However, there was no Bei Dao, but it was written by Wang Shuixin. This was not surprising either. The two worlds' cultural backgrounds weren't much different. The four great classical novels, such as Romance of the Three Kingdoms and Water Margin, still existed. Maybe it was because the four great classical novels had too strong of an effect ingrained in the country, so there was no way of changing it. So it was not modified by the game ring. Then it was pretty normal to have similar literature works from both worlds. Of course, they were just similar. In Zhang Ye's world, Bei Dao was a very famous poet. In terms of text and profoundness, Zhang Ye clearly believed Bei Dao's everything was much more excellent than Wang Shuixin's everything. This was the topic? Zhang Ye laughed, for he could not control himself. Bei Dao's everything was considered quite famous, but the reason why Zhang Ye did not remember it to the point of needing to use the memory search capsule to search his memories for it was because there was another poem that was more famous. It was written as a retort to Bei Dao's everything. It had completely negated Bei Dao's work. Hence Zhang Ye and the people from his world had a deeper impression of that poem and had forgotten about Bei Dao's everything. Even if people from his world mentioned everything, it was to use it as a reference or backstory. It was as if everything existed just to accentuate the other poem. Hence, no matter how well it was written and had cried out the lives of people so perfectly in front of that poem, everything was just a supporting role and considered a sidekick. It could only be hidden under a shade. "Are you done?" a woman urged. "Can you begin?" A young interviewer was also turning impatient. Seeing that Zhang Ye did not speak for so long, Hu Fei guessed that. Zhang Ye was unable to follow up. He sighed in his heart. Zhang Ye had low odds of success, and it would have been impossible for him to be accepted by the leader. Wang Shuixin's attitude was very clear. Now, by not being able to answer the interview question, the chances of hiring him were close to nil. However, Hu Fei's love for talent was very deep. He was still trying his best to help Zhang Ye fight for it. Director Wang. Little Zhang is still young, so no matter how much talent he has, he can't compare to you. This question is indeed quite difficult. Shall we change a topic and let little Zhang have freedom to express a poem? Brother Hu, a female interviewer said. Then what's the point of an interview? Anyone can write something freely. That's not ability. Wang Shuixin also lightly laughed. Old Hu, to speak the truth, I want to test little Zhang's creative ability on the spot today. It seems all his poems in the past were created on the spot. As for the poem's quality and logic, I'll reserve my judgment. I don't believe those good works of his were written on the spot by little Zhang. It doesn't agree with reason. Even if it was written on the spot, it couldn't be done without any stammering, right? And those poems of his had so much logic, and the parallelism was done so well. And since you appreciate this youth so much, I'm testing him this time. So I purposely used my poem to let him follow up. First, it's to see if he really can compose on the spot, and secondly, to see if little Zhang really has as much literary skill as people say. Hu Fei said. But to follow up on a classic poem that even entered language textbooks, little Zhang will. Wang Shuixin waved his hand to stop Hu Fei from continuing. He looked at Zhang Ye. It's all right, little Zhang. Take your time to think. There's no hurry. Her. At your age, you might not have heard this poem. When you were in high school, the materials for your language class might not have included everything. If you did not catch everything, I can recite it to you again. A youth volunteered. Since you already recited it once, why don't you let me, Director Wang? All right, little Sue, you do it. Her. Wang Shuixin was in a good mood. He had been doing administrative work all these years, so for him to once again display his literary works was a rare event. Seeing Zhang Ye remaining silent, and his subordinates looking at him with admiration and respect, Wang Shuixin was very pleased. The other interviewers and the youth completely ignored Zhang Ye. They knew that it was impossible for Zhang Ye to follow up on the poem. The only reason that they were still in here to interview Zhang Ye was to kiss ass and flatter the leader. They wanted to see with their own eyes how their leader defeated Zhang Ye, a newcomer who had been praised for his poetry. Besides, even without the flattering factor, Director Wang did have the absolute ability. Zhang Ye, a newcomer. Compared to Director Wang, what was he? He wanted to compete with Wang Shuixin in literature and poetry? Wasn't this due something beyond his ability? Director Wang's everything came about due to his using all his senses to come into maximum contact with the pulse of life. He had used his critical perspective to inspect the interpersonal moral and ethical relations, as well as the sparks that arose when people clashed. He had also subconsciously pondered above love, freedom, joy, suffering, hope, and death, which were all common factors of human life. It was one of the best modern poems, and could be said that he had written a poem of such a genre at its peak. Zhang Ye wanted to use the literary insight from everything as a topic to exceed everything. That was impossible. Well, but it was not that the poem did not have its flaws. If one wanted to pick faults with it, it was probably the reason why it was eventually removed from the language textbooks. The poem was too dark and oppressive. There was no hope in it. This was also why everything was criticized by some people. But the flaws could not obscure the splendor it possessed. This poem was still enjoying a relatively high status in the poetry world. It could be considered a pessimism masterpiece. Let me recite it, while you listen well, the youth said to Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye ignored him, and already had his plans. The youth frowned. You even turned haughty? Just because you were praised to the skies by people who did not know literature, you already forgot who you were? See, your original form has been revealed. I have no idea why teacher who appreciated you so much. You can only have your way with Big Thunder and those slightly known poets in Beijing. But take a look. Once you encounter a real master of literature, you have nothing against them, right? The youth grunted and cleared his throat. Everything is faded. Everything is unreal. Everything has no end. Everything has no home to return to. Wang Shuixin squinted his eyes as he listened to his poem. The other interviewers again revealed their reverence. Their mouths moved gently, as if they were tasting the poem, and were also reciting it along with the youth. The youth carried on. Every happiness doesn't come with a smile. Every suffering. But suddenly, a scene no one expected happened. Zhang Ye opened his vocal cords and interrupted the youth, who was having a good time reciting, rudely. Zhang Ye shook his head. Not every tree has been broken off by the storm. Not every seed cannot find soil to root. Not every true feeling is lost in the deserts of human hearts. Not every dream wishes to be cut off at its wings. No, not everything is like what you said. Hu Fei gasped. This poem. Wang Shuixin and the other 7 to 8 interviewers were stunned. Zhang Ye looked at Director Wang and then at a few interviewers, then began stressing his words. Not every torch is burning itself, but not illuminating others. Not every star indicates darkness, but does not predict the dawn. Not every song passes through the ears, but does not stay in the hearts. No, not everything is like what you said. The second paragraph was also out. It was another massive parallelism. His tone also grew stronger. Wang Shuixin's expression instantly looked ugly, but he made no sound. However, Hu Fei got a kick hearing this. He clenched his fists and was so excited that he wanted to stand up to cheer for Zhang Ye. This was the first time that he had such a bright smile on his face. He was happy for Zhang Ye and also happy for himself. He had not evaluated Zhang Ye wrongly. He was really a remarkable talent of the age. Zhang Ye scanned everyone with his eyes and purposely paused before reciting the last paragraph. For this paragraph, he wiped off the solemnity and seriousness and changed it to that of a smile. There was even mockery in his smile. Not every appeal has been dismissed. Not every loss cannot be compensated. Not every abyss is death. Not every grief lands on the heads of the weak. Not every heart and soul are to be stepped on and buried in the mud. Not every consequence is blood and tears, but without mirth. Everything in the present is creating the future. Everything in the future is grown from yesterday. Hope, and to fight for it. Please put all of them on your shoulders. The last shout was Zhang Ye saying it to Wang Shuixin, and could also be him saying it to himself. Everything was darkness. Everything was suffering. Every success was accompanied by tears and sorrow. Be it Bei Dao's everything, or Wang Shuixin's everything. Zhang Ye could not agree with them. He knew that many people hated him, or had a grudge with him, or disliked him. He also knew that he had not much hope for this interview. But Zhang Ye had never felt that his life was filled with darkness. He had never hesitated in his life. As long as he had a glimmer of hope, he would never give up. That was everything. Everything is like what you said? No, not everyone is like what you said. At least, I am not. I, Zhang Ye, am not. Chapter 93. The outcome of the interview? Everyone had their own recital style. Some had highly exaggerated expressions. Some liked to use body language. Some had varying tones when delivering the recitals. And some did it with a straight face. There were all sorts of reciters. Those who were not skilled at recitals would always attempt to copy someone else's style, or just not attempt a style at all, and recite it just as it is. But someone like Zhang Ye, who was from a background of media arts, would always recite in their own style. This was his rice bowl. He would not lose to anyone in a basic skill like that. His recitals tended to be calmer. He was used to expressing his emotions through the subtle expressions of his eyes and the tonal changes in his voice, and did not use exaggerated body language like dancing and shouting. From the results, it looked like he had done a very good interpretation of the poem. These interviewers, each and every one of them had a shocked look. I've finished reciting it. This poem is called This Is Also Everything. Zhang Ye said lightly after adjusting his breath and looking at the interviewers. Director Wang's Everything. Zhang Ye followed up with This Is Also Everything. The former was filled with the cries of darkness, while the latter was overflowing with the light of hope. Zhang Ye's work was heard. The 8 to 9 interviewers looked at each other. They were thinking that this wasn't some poetry competition with Director Wang. It was clearly a smacking of face. You were clearly here to mess things up. They had initially thought that Zhang Ye was unable to follow up, or even if he did, it would not have been good. As for a pessimism poem, everything was impeccable. Using the line of thought of Wang Shuixin's poem to carry on writing a pessimistic modern poem, he would never be able to write something better than everything, no matter how much he tried. However, no one had expected Zhang Ye to do the opposite. He did not follow the line of thought of everything. He had instead used This Is Also Everything to lambaste this pessimistic view. Not all. Not all. No, not everything is like what you said. A few lines of not everything had gradually stepped up the mood of this poem and at the same time stepped down on everything. If this wasn't face-slapping, what was? If this wasn't a blatant challenge, what was? But somehow, this blatant challenge had sent shockwaves down everyone's spines. A few interviewers who had not thought much of Zhang Ye initially had been swept along with their emotions while hearing Zhang Ye's poetry. A few lines of not everything had convinced them as they maintained their stunned faces. This is Zhang Ye. This was the Zhang Ye that they didn't think much of. Director Wang had doubted Zhang Ye's composing on the spot before this. He felt that his poems were all prepared beforehand to fool the listeners, and felt that Zhang Ye's literary standards could only be compared alongside amateur poets. And if he met a professional poet, he would be exposed. Those who had thought this to themselves earlier were now blushing from embarrassment, and they thought he was just SOSO, or that he could not compose on the spot. This was called a low literary standard that could only be compared to low-grade poets. Zhang Ye's This Is Also Everything had made them swallow their words. Even the least literary educated person present could tell that Director Wang had been outdone by a newcomer. Everything had really been overshadowed by This Is Also Everything, and the gap did not feel like it was by a small margin. It was a crushing victory. There was no question about it. Zhang Ye's poem had even answered the biggest flaw of everything: pessimism. It was full of optimism in This Is Also Everything, full of positive influence on the people. No wonder everything was only in the appendix of the high school textbook for a short 1 year. Compared to This Is Also Everything, everything was such a shallow and weak piece. Instead, Zhang Ye's poem looked like it should be added into the textbooks. They all whispered to each other. All of them had been shocked by this poetry piece of Zhang Ye's. But none of them knew. In Zhang Ye's world, this poem was precisely born because of Bei Dao's everything. This is also everything. This was a piece by a famous poet in Zhang Ye's old world, the writer Shooting's work. It was rumored that after Bei Dao's work was criticized for being too pessimistic, Shooting had also criticized something about it. Soon after, This Is Also Everything was born. From its words, parallelisms, and thoughts, it could be seen that This Is Also Everything was targeted at everything. So after Wang Shuixin had read his poem, Zhang Ye's immediate thought was this work of Shooting's poetry competition. This poem was made for it. This was walking into the line of fire. Hu Fei had given Zhang Ye a thumbs up in his heart. He looked over at the silent Wang Shuixin. Director, little Zhang has answered the interview question. What do you think? The others also looked over at Director Wang. Wang Shuixin acknowledged, it's matched pretty well. How is it just pretty well? It was perfect. But of course they did not say that. No one was that dumb. Hu Fei took advantage of the situation and asked, then about little Zhang's recruitment? Wang Shuixin looked at Zhang Ye. Little Zhang, stand up and let me have a look at you. Stand up? Zhang Ye did so accordingly. Wang Shuixin took a look and shook his head. I won't comment on his look since a minority of successful hosts and guests are lacking in that department too. But your height is even more important compared to your looks. If I'm not wrong, after your shoes are off, your height is around 1.65 m, right? That's too short. Even with shoes on, you won't hit 1.70 m. If you were on stage with other hosts or guests, your height would be a problem. If a female guest wears slightly higher heels, you'd probably be shorter by half a head or more. How can you become a host like that? It will affect the broadcast quality. If your looks are ordinary and you are lacking in height, then it certainly will not work. Great. You couldn't find fault with my literary standards, so now you started picking on my height? Zhang Ye was thinking that if he was King tall and handsome, then he wouldn't be wasting so much effort here. He would have gone to become a singer or movie actor. Hu Fei added, little Zhang can add insoles to his shoes. That at most will add 6 to 7 centimeters to his height. Any taller than that, and it wouldn't look natural. A look and you will know there's no conformity. What's the use of that 6 to 7 centimeters? At most, he will be 1.7 m tall with his shoes and insoles. Wang Shuixin was finding faults. Our male hosts at the Beijing television station, which one of them doesn't reach 1.8 m after wearing shoes? It is the minimum requirement to reach the height of 1.8 with shoes. After that, he also sighed. Old Hu, I've seen little Zhang's talent today. It's not bad. You didn't make a wrong choice, but his height is not enough. If his height can reach the standard, he can report to work after National Day. I wouldn't say anything else. He could be hired as long as he was taller, but this was actually a load of rubbish. Looks were not hard to change. There was plastic surgery. But how could one change one's height? Zhang Ye was already 23 years old. As the saying goes, one could still grow at 23, but no matter how much you grew, you couldn't go from 1.65 to 1.75. Do you think that you were sitting on a rocket? That you could increase your height so easily? It was clear that he did not want Zhang Ye. It was just a way of rejecting him by saying that he would be hired if he was taller. Hu Fei was disagreeable with it. He strongly insisted, Director, I really want to hire teacher Little Zhang. My segment is about to begin recording. Little Zhang will be of great help to me, and will also greatly help the station. Saying this, Hu Fei said to Zhang Ye, Teacher Little Zhang, why don't you go out to the resting area and wait for a while? All right. Zhang Ye could only take his things and leave the room. Outside, he could hear Teacher Hu fighting for him. Zhang Ye knew that there was no hope left. He could only take Teacher Hu's appreciation of him in his mind. He would return the favor in the future slowly. After he waited for a while, no one came out. Zhang Ye leaned on the windowsill and watched the traffic flow below. Suddenly, he saw a shoe shop across the road. Seeing this, he also wanted to try to see how much elevator shoes could increase his height. Who knew if he could reach the height of 1.8 m wearing them? Zhang Ye had never tried them, so he quickly took the elevator downstairs. On the side of the road, it was a foreign shoe shop named HT. Sir, what type of shoes do you want to buy? A female attendant came forward. Zhang Ye asked, Do you sell any insoles or shoes that can raise a person's height? The female attendant smiled. There aren't insoles, but there are elevator shoes. This way, please. She led Zhang Ye over. There are two styles. They are elevated leather shoes and can increase your height by about 5 to 8 centimeters. Zhang Ye tried them. Although he felt some discomfort in his heels, he was indeed much taller. However, it was clear that 8 centimeters was an exaggeration. It was not that much, and was probably at most 6 centimeters. With Zhang Ye's height, he could only reach 1.71 m at most. He was still shorter than Wang Shuixin's lowest requirement of 1.8 m by nearly 10 centimeters. The difference was too great and could definitely not meet the requirement. Zhang Ye smacked his lips, but still decided to buy the shoes. He did not wear his shoes and let the attendant remove the tags. He wore the new shoes and walked back to the television station, returning to the resting area. Every bit helps him becoming tall. Who knows? If teacher who was helping him, maybe he might have a chance? Hi, what was he thinking? He was still having hopes when he knew there was no chance. Right? Why was he relying on others? He still had his game ring. He could try his luck at the lottery. Zhang Ye suddenly thought of it. Every time he faced a tough situation, he had used the magical items from the game ring to resolve them. Who knew if the heavens would be standing on his side today? The office on the other side was still having arguments. There was Hu Fei's voice and the voices of the other interviewers. It did not seem like it would be over in 10 minutes. He did as he thought. Zhang Ye immediately opened the game interface. The menu opened, and a virtual screen was presented before Zhang Ye's eyes. Staff from the television station who walked past could not see it at all. Then, a glance at the reputation points he had accumulated over the past few days made Zhang Ye extremely pleased. His overall reputation points had reached an alarming 930,000. Chapter 94. A huge discovery about the lottery. The explosive outbreak of Deadwater. The receiving of the Silver Microphone Award. The listenership ratings of the unstopped Ghost blows out the light. The large scale. Promotions and sales of Ghost blows out the light. And even tribute to the White Poplar and various other contributions. All these reputation points that were accumulated allowed Zhang Ye to have more than 900,000 reputation points at this moment. It looked like an exaggeration, but it was accumulated by Zhang Ye bit by bit through hard work. Every reputation point increment was not easy for him. Of course, before the memory search capsule that he had bought just a while ago, it had already exceeded 1 million. The lottery interface opened. Zhang Ye decided to take a gamble. He clicked on the lottery and spent 100,000 reputation points. Confirm. The wheel began to move. The needle began rapidly moving. As it was a bet, Zhang Ye decided to have additional stakes. After clicking the additional stakes button on the bottom right, he gave it some thought and added 2 additional stakes. After all, he needed to leave some reputation to bet on the next chance. He could not use it all on one try. The needle began to move slowly. Special category. Skills category. Stats category. Consumption category. The needle began to slow down gradually. Finally, it stopped on the consumption category. Zhang Ye did not have much hope, nor was he disappointed. This was because he did not know what items he needed at this moment. He was only trying his luck. 3 treasure chests, small, appeared. Zhang Ye brought them and placed them on a table in the resting area. He opened one. After another. Since all the items that were obtained from additional stakes were the same, he just needed to see one. Lucky Bread X3. He had previously obtained this prize before. And this was also the first time that Zhang Ye had obtained an item that he had received before. However, Zhang Ye gave a wry smile. The Lucky Bread may be good, but it was not very useful for him now. Back at the award presentation ceremony, the Lucky Bread had expounded its miraculous effects, allowing him to magically receive the award. But it had a reason to. It was because of luck that the trophy and certificate both had problems backstage, which caused such an effect. But this time, it was different. Luck was useless here, as it was not something that could change from subjective means. Wang Shuixin had objectively not wanted Zhang Ye. He had already said that Zhang Ye was not tall enough. So no matter how lucky he was, Director Wang would definitely not change his attitude. He had lost the bet. Hi, there aren't many opportunities left. Zhang Ye was feeling down. He was already used to having items he received from the lottery being of use. For example, the save, the unlucky sticker, or the memory search capsule. All of them were a great help to him after they were obtained. And even though the lucky bread from back then was not something that he had received on the spot and was something he had stored from a previous luck of the draw, it had been effective at the critical moment. Even the unlucky halo and the invisibility potion had their own usage. However, this time it wasn't enough. Zhang Ye no longer had the luck from before. His hand nearly pressed down on the lottery purchase button, but he paused and did not press down on it. Zhang Ye knew it was impossible. Actually, upon careful thought, the items he had received from the lottery were not really just right for the purpose. For example, the save. He might have used it, but if he had obtained the memory search capsule, he could have also used it to help him recite from memory. If he swept through at a glance and used the memory search, Zhang Ye could similarly recite out 900 words. Furthermore, he could save the time he took to memorize it, and the accuracy would be even higher. And with the unlucky sticker, if he had obtained the lucky bread or something else, those items could probably create a similar effect, allowing Zhang Ye to get a program. Similarly, if he had used the unlucky sticker at the Silver Microphone Awards, giving Zhang Ye bad luck, resulting in him being unable to receive an award, the award would have still ended up in Zhang Ye's hands. It may be said that his luck was good when he had played the lottery in the past, but it could also be said that the difficulty that Zhang Ye faced was relatively smaller. The difficulty range was much wider, which resulted in many items being able to be used as magical weapons. They could all help, but this time his was different. Wang Shuixin had made his attitude clear. His requirement was on Zhang Ye's height. Hence, the items that he could draw that would be useful from the lottery were extremely specific and limited. How could Zhang Ye have such good luck and draw whatever he needed at the lottery? What a joke. Zhang Ye had never felt that he had good luck. Luck? Wait a moment. Luck? Zhang Ye was suddenly shocked. Then he excitedly stood up from the couch. Right. Usually when he played the lottery, he definitely could not obtain items he was in desperate need of, for he did not have the luck. No one in the world had such luck. Even if they had luck for a moment, it would not be for life. However, Zhang Ye had a sudden thought. So what if he did not have luck? This was not a problem. Without luck, he could create luck. Lucky bread. He had just drawn lucky bread. Zhang Ye's mind opened up. Previously, when he had received items from the lottery, he had only thought about how he could use them in reality. But who made the rules that the luck from the lucky bread could not be used on the game's lottery? The lucky bread's description said that it could increase the luck stat of a player for 5 minutes. Since Zhang Ye's luck stat would increase, then drawing at the lottery was also within its range. He could completely use this to create luck, so as to obtain things he needed. Could it work? Even if it didn't, he had to try. Zhang Ye felt that this discovery of his was too important. It would be very important for his future. If it was like his speculation, then whenever he was faced with a difficult problem, Zhang Ye would have a chance and method to solve it. He did not need to bet on the so-called luck. Zhang Ye immediately reached his hand into the game ring's inventory. He took out one of the lucky bread and immediately ate it. Lucky bread in effect. Countdown for 59. Zhang Ye was afraid that there was not enough time, so he quickly clicked on the lottery and did not even wait for the needle to slow down as he gritted his teeth to have additional stakes. Seeing the needle pause temporarily, Zhang Ye immediately added all his remaining reputation. Having just spent 300,000 reputation points, and having spent 100,000 for the lottery, he still had 5 more additional stakes left. Success was all counting on this. Without any hesitation, Zhang Ye spent nearly all of his reputation points. Additional stakes completed. The needle began moving again. 1 revolution, 3 revolutions, 5 revolutions. Then it slowed down, and the needle slowly moved towards the small region of the special category. Zhang Ye was almost about to cry. If it was some normal time, he would love to have the special category, because he greatly had the need to be able to permanently purchase items in the merchant shop. It was unlimited purchase, and he did not need to draw at the lottery. But now he did not need it. Even if he had obtained the right to buy an item, he did not have enough points to buy it. He was only left with about 30,000 reputation points, so even if he wanted to buy something, it would not be enough. Move. I don't want the special category. A treasure mountain was right in front of him, yet Zhang Ye did not want it. This was the first time that he felt cheap. However, there was no other choice. He had to solve the problem he had now. Move a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Finally, the special category was moved past. It did not stop there. The lottery wheel's category size was fixed. For example, the consumption category's probability was the greatest, while the special category was the lowest. Hence, the size of all the regions were the same every time. However, the placement of the regions were random. For example, the last time that he drew at the lottery, the special category was between the consumption category and the skills category. But this time, the special category was now in the middle of the stats category and the skills category. After the needle moved past the special category, it immediately stopped at the stats category. Bada. 6 treasure chest, small, appeared. At this moment, there was still 1 minute left for the lucky bread. Zhang Ye did not dare to delay. This was because he was not sure if the item in the treasure chest was decided at the moment it was drawn, or if the lottery only fixed the type, and the specific item was decided only when the treasure chest was opened. Hence, he used the remaining amount of lucky time to open the treasure chest. The first treasure chest opened, fruit of growth. The second treasure chest opened, fruit of growth. The 6 treasure chests all contained a small white fruit. It was basically round, but it was not uniform. It did not have leaves, but had a brown root zone. Fruit of growth, effective upon consuming it. Activates the player's growth genes. Can be stacked repeatedly. Growth? Activates genes? He got it. He really got it. At this moment, the lucky effect ran out. Zhang Ye nearly cried out. His theory was right. The lucky bread really could be used on the lottery system. After a moment of excitement, Zhang Ye regained his composure. He quickly picked up a fruit of growth and ate it. He still did not know the effects of the fruit. Although the fruit of charm had already proved the effects of such stats category items. But what did growth mean? Where would he grow? Please don't make my chest hair grow. This bro doesn't need that. After consuming it, his whole body heated up. Zhang Ye nearly shouted out as he felt his bones crunching, as they sounded out. After a few seconds, the strange feeling disappeared. Zhang Ye looked around and looked at his chest. Thankfully, his chest did not get any bigger. But which part of him changed? He could not detect it. But when he looked at his pant legs, Zhang Ye was slightly surprised. His pants had been slightly longer, so that it would roll up above his shoes. But now, the rolls had relaxed a bit more. What was the meaning of this? What did this represent? There was only one possibility presented. That was, someone had secretly cut his pant legs with scissors when Zhang Ye was slightly distracted. Alright, actually there was another possibility. It meant that Zhang Ye had grown taller. Although it was just a tiny bit, but it no doubt made him excited. Zhang Ye decided to consume the remaining 5 fruits of growth in one go. The sound of his bones cracking incessantly lingered on. 1 centimeter, 2 centimeters, 3 centimeters. Finally, Zhang Ye used the change in his pant leg's length to guess that he had grown about 5 to 6 centimeters taller. That was to say, every fruit of growth increased his height by nearly a centimeter. Zhang Ye was overjoyed. His looks and height had always been a chronic problem for his development. He never expected one of them to be solved just like that. The fruit of growth was too amazing. Zhang Ye understood that this fruit probably did not increase his height directly. It had helped activate his potential within his genes. That was to say, Zhang Ye's genes should have allowed him to grow to that height. But Zhang Ye had grown up in relatively poor conditions. Without milk to drink or eggs and much meat to eat. His poor nutrition when he was young stunted his growth. If he was properly fed and nourished when he was young, then he could definitely be like others. At least, he would have a good average height. Now, the fruits of growth had remedied all of this. Now his height was 1.71 meters. He already entered a normal range. Chapter 95. You are changing persons. Upstairs at the Beijing television station. Today was National Day, so not many people worked. However, even the small number of people who came to work was definitely more people than people from other industries by several times. As this was a television station, it was similar to supermarkets or shopping malls. They were busier during this period. There were quite a number of people working overtime, who not far from Zhang Ye, who were looking at him. What was that sound just now? I also heard it. It sounded like cracking. Did that youth come for an interview? What was he doing just now? Yeah, why was there so much noise? Was he molting? A few people began discussing as they pointed fingers at Zhang Ye. They found him weird. Actually, from a certain point of view, Zhang Ye had indeed molted. His height was now 1.71 m. If he wore the elevator shoes that he had just bought, He could barely tell from the receding of the pant leg that he was about 1.78 m tall with the elevator shoes, even though he did not have a ruler on hand. He was about 2 centimeters shorter than Wang Shuixin's minimum requirement. Zhang Ye tried to find some paper to pad the bottom of his shoes, but it was obvious that it wouldn't work. Even if he could pad his height a bit more, it would not be natural. This was already a height increased by a pair of shoes. The heels were already very high, so by padding it with paper, his foot would probably come out of the shoe. There was no way that he could go on screen like that. Even if he went on screen, he was unable to walk, as the shoes would just drop the moment that he walked. There were boots that could increase his height a bit more. However, it was autumn, and the weather wasn't cold yet. It was sometimes hot, so how could he go on screen with boots? This was also not practical. The interviewers would also not agree to it. The other side. In the office, Wang Shuixin looked at his watch. Old Hu, don't be in a rush. It's not that I don't believe in your judgment and professional achievements. Our station headhunted you because we appreciated your experience and ability. However, a host is a combination of various aspects. He can't just be accepted because of his literary foundation. Even if Zhang Ye was made a guest, he is also not up to it. I believe that you know the importance of a segment's host and its guests. If the audience doesn't like the visuals, the program will suffer a hit, no matter how good it is. It will also lose a large number of the audience members. I cannot gamble on this. If we are excluding Zhang Ye because of his height, it would be such a pity. Hu Fei's eyebrows were knitted together. This is too unfair to little Zhang. Wang Shuixin said lightly, the entertainment business has never been about fairness. Little Zhang's height is indeed not enough. I cannot give the go-ahead for him alone. Hu Fei said, weren't there also hosts who had heights around 1.6 m in the past? But were they ever popular? Wang Shuixin retorted, how many hosts of those heights managed to make it big? Also, you are talking about some second or third-tier cities' small television stations. Where are we? This is Beijing television station. He stood up. All right, old Hu. There's no point in talking about this anymore. What time is it already? I still need to hold a meeting soon. Director. Hu Fei tried to speak. Wang Shuixin interrupted. I can lower my final requirement. He doesn't need to be 1.8 m. As long as he can reach 1.78 m with elevator shoes, I will immediately hire him. I will not say another word. Brother Hu, forget it. That's right, Producer Hu. There are plenty of good seedlings. The other interviewers also persuaded Hu Fei. However, Hu Fei was thinking, what was the difference between 1.78 m and 1.8 m? Zhang Ye was just 1.65. He wouldn't reach that height even if were any kind of shoes, unless he went on stage with stilts. Outside, as the final exchange of words were done while they were approaching the door, Zhang Ye had heard the last line. He just needed 1.78 m? Huh. I was just waiting for that word of yours. It looked like the 20 minutes that teacher who had fought for Zhang Ye was not in vain. It had helped him a great deal. The door opened, and Wang Shuixin was the first to exit. He looked at Zhang Ye in the resting area. Little Zhang, you can go back. It meant that the interview was over. Hu Fei looked at Zhang Ye, apologetically shaking his head. Zhang Ye gave teacher Hu a never-mind look. He sat there and said to Wang Shuixin, Director Wang, I think I have reached the standards you mentioned. What did you reach? Height. A young interviewer was amused. Enough. Go back. Zhang Ye did not say anything further. He only slowly stood up from his seat. A few interviewers were planning to leave, as they had been delayed for far too long. There were many programs for National Day that they had to busy themselves with. However, when they saw Zhang Ye stand up, a person who was about to turn and leave was suddenly stunned. He immediately turned back with his eyes staring widely. Several others also stared widely with their eyes. Holy sh**t. Your height. Why? Why does it seem? Zhang Ye walked closer and let them take a closer look. Does this height meet your standards? Wang Shuixin was also dumbfounded. He patted his forehead and also rubbed his eyes. He felt as if his eyes had gone blurry before looking at Zhang Ye again. Ew. Taller. This person was actually taller. During the interview, Wang Shuixin and a few interviewers remembered clearly that Zhang Ye was about half a head shorter than many of them. Although they were not very tall, they were about 1.7 m tall. But now, 20 minutes later, this person was no longer shorter than them, and he was instead taller than them by a lot more. shorter by half a head to taller by half a head. Are you doing magic? They could hardly believe their own eyes. After his surprise, Hu Fei quickly said, "Little son, bring a measuring tape." A youth looked at Wang Shuixin and seeing Director Wang nod his head, he quickly left and came back shortly after with a retractable ruler. "Teacher little Zhang, please stand nicely." Hu Fei gestured. Zhang Ye held his back to the wall and stood very straight. Hu Fei personally measured him and then looked at the marks on the ruler. He turned with a look of surprise and said to everyone, 1.78. Exactly 1.78. Someone did not believe it and also measured Zhang Ye, but the result was also the same. The female interviewer nearly fainted on the spot. Wang Shuixin also never expected such a situation. A young interviewer said with fear, "How? How did you do it?" Zhang Ye pointed to his feet. "I changed my shoes. I just bought them." Wang Shuixin, "How could this be possible? Where was there such elevator shoes that could increase that much height?" The youth exclaimed. "It could increase more than 10 centimeters? And not a trace of it can be detected? Not unnatural at all. What sort of shoes are those?" Another interviewer nearly cursed vulgarities. "Go to hell. How are you changing shoes here? You are king changing persons." Hu Fei did not care about this. He treated it as if there was such a magical shoe, for technology had developed so much. He stared at Director Wang. "Little Zhang has reached 1.78 m with the shoes, and you said previously?" Everyone else looked at the director. Wang Shuixin was really. This guy really did it? He had originally found a reason to reject a problematic person like him, as he did not want him. However, the outcome was too surprising. What should he do now? He could not rescind his words, and furthermore he had said it in front of so many people. He was also the leader. After a long silence, Wang Shuixin looked at Zhang Ye. "Report to work next week." After saying that, he turned and led the others away. He had entered the television station. He had finally entered the television station. Zhang Ye suddenly felt like all the hard work had paid off. Chapter 96. Face Smacking Specialist. Evening. The sun had set, dyeing the sky red. Zhang Ye had returned to his rental place. After taking the elevator, he did not return to his house, but followed the aroma from the landlady's house. The door was open and the sound of oil splattering could be heard from the kitchen. At a glance, the little rascal Rao Chinchun was in the living room, doing her homework. "Chinchun, are you busy?" Zhang Yi smiled as he entered the house. Chinchun immediately shouted to the kitchen, "Aunt, Zhang Yi is here to scrounge for food again." Zhang Yi nearly planted himself on the floor. "This unlucky child. I treated you well for nothing." Chinchun gave her trademark smile. Her. Then she lowered her head and carried on doing her homework. Rao from inside probably heard this. She opened the kitchen door and did not look kindly at Zhang Yi. "You really came on time. Is your Chinese zodiac a dog? You followed the aroma over." Zhang Yi was also not mad, for he had already adapted to her vicious tongue. "I worked so hard for Chinchun, and you said the last time that my food for these days will be settled by you. You only know how to eat. Did you not eat in your last life?" Rao mouth was vicious, but she was soft-hearted. "Wait a while. I'll cook another 2 more dishes." "Thank you, landlady auntie. Make sure that Chinchun does her homework." After the small rascal did her homework, the table was already filled with dishes. Rao threw a pair of chopsticks at Zhang Yi. "You sure look happy today? Did you pick up a wallet?" Wait a moment. Come over and let me take a look. Why are you so much taller?" Zhang Yi smiled. "You finally noticed it. I'm wearing elevator shoes." "Oh, I was just wondering." "All right then, let's eat." Rao sat down and handed a bowl and chopsticks to Chinchun. Actually, Zhang Yi was not wearing his elevator shoes, but his own normal shoes. He had said that for fear of not being able to explain it. After all, he had grown so much in a blink of an eye. No one would believe him if he said it. Hence he decided to use the reason of elevator shoes to let others be used to his height. When people were accustomed to it, then there would not be a problem. Well, actually it was not something new for a person to grow 5 centimeters overnight. At least in Zhang Ye's world, he had frequently heard of such miraculous things happening, such as waking up to realize that one had grown 6 centimeters, or how family members heard his bones crackle at night while he was sleeping. When Zhang Ye heard of this, he was skeptical, but people growing tall overnight was indeed a fact. There were more than 10 such cases in the world as examples, but the reasons were still unknown. Hence, Zhang Ye did not have any pressure. Even if others questioned him on this, he could use this as an excuse. Landlady Auntie, I'll tell you something. Zhang Ye told the good news. Just now, I was hired by the Beijing television station. I will be either a host or a guest after National Day. Rao Imean said. Oh, you sure can create miracles in life. That can even happen. Zhang Ye rolled his eyes. I'm using my strength. Absolute strength. Stop bragging. Rao Imean laughed. Chang'e, 4 just went up into space and was taken down by your bragging. Chunxin swallowed the celery in her mouth. Her. Zhang Ye curled his mouth. Keep trampling on me. When I become famous, I'll let you open your eyes. After the meal, Zhang Ye was feeling bloated. He was too lazy to go home. Let me borrow your computer. Go home and use. Yours. Rao Imean said impolitely. I can't even move. I'm too bloated. Zhang Ye ignored her. Rao Imean smacked her lips. It's upstairs. Use it yourself. She went to wash the dishes. Zhang Ye clutched his belly as he walked upstairs with great difficulty into the landlady's bedroom. The moment that he opened the door, he was caught off guard. A dazzling array of underwear and fall clothing assaulted his eyes. There were clothes of Big Sister Rao's on the bed. There were about 20 to 30 pieces. It was obvious without asking that Rao Imean was clearing her closet in the afternoon. She was keeping her summer clothes and preparing to wash and dry her autumn clothes. But before she was done, she had to cook. Hence, there was a bunch of clothes left on the bed and balcony. This made Zhang Ye's heart race. Floral print dress, hollow flesh-colored underwear, black silk stockings with decorative patterns. There was white underwear that had just been taken off. Zhang Ye looked behind to make sure there was no one before closing the door. He could not help but pick up a few pieces of Rao Imean's underwear and examine them before throwing them back. This Big Sister Rao was seriously too much. She was too careless. Forget it. Let's look at my computer. Actually, just like Rao Imean's vicious tongue, Zhang Ye was also slowly getting accustomed to old comrade Rao's careless demeanor. She had always been like that and never took heed about their difference in gender. But she had to be such an unkempt big sister. Yet she made amazingly delicious food and was particularly good at taking care of others. People were just so strange. At times, there were such contradicting amalgamations. Switching on the computer and going online, Zhang Ye was initially intending to check the current events and entertainment news. But he habitually first logged into Weibo. He discovered that his poem had been posted online. Let me post a poem. I happened to hear it while chatting with a friend at the television station. The original author should be Zhang Ye. The title is This Is Also Everything. Not every tree has been broken off by the storm. Not every seed cannot find soil to root. Finally, he concluded, I was very excited after hearing it, so I posted it to share with everyone. Zhang Ye looked at the discussion and messages below. It had already broken 1,000 views, and there were numerous messages. Teacher Zhang's new poem? Holy sh*t. I remember there's a poem called Everything, right? Yes. It's Everything, written by Wang Shuixin. It even went in textbooks. This poem is clearly targeted at everything, rejecting everything in it. Haha, this poem is so great. As expected of face-smacking Master Zhang Ye's work. Wow. Everyone take a look quickly. Face-smacking specialist. Teacher Zhang Ye has a new work. You don't say? This really is a smack in the face. Every line contradicts everything. Teacher Wang Shuixin is probably crying to encounter such a face-smacking specialist. But This Is Also Everything is really much more suitable as a language education material than everything. I pity Zhang Ye. Why can't such a good poet like him enter the Writers' Association? There is no official recognition of his position in literature. At Beijing Writers' Association. Who told Teacher Zhang to trample on the people from the Writers' Association? Supporting Teacher Zhang's entry into the Writers' Association. Or Providence would not forgive. That's right. It doesn't make sense. Can the Beijing Writers' Association respond? Why isn't Teacher Zhang invited into the association? Just because cultured people tend to scorn each other. Summoning the Beijing Writers' Association. Teacher Zhang is impressive. He has to enter the Writers' Association. Everyone stood in solidarity. Zhang Ye's works came one after another, and each one was more interesting and wonderful than the last. It made people feel disappointment that the Beijing Writers Association did not have any response. But what Zhang Ye was most concerned about was his nickname and description. Face smacking specialist? Your sister's a face smacking specialist. Why is my nickname so terrible? Chapter 97 Night. It was very late. Other households were slowly switching off their lights. Zhang Ye was still online. When Rao Aimin returned back to her small duplex bedroom on the second floor, she pushed the door open and frowned. She began to keep the clothes on the bed, hanging them up, and those that could not be hung up were thrown into the washing machine. She turned back and said unkindly to Zhang Ye, "You, I'm speaking to you. Look at the time. Quickly grab your stuff and get lost. It's time for Qinshen to sleep. Go back to wherever you came from." She was wearing a very homelike sportswear. It looked old on her, and the colors did not look good. It was probably worn when she cooked. Zhang Ye glanced at her and said, "Oh, all right. I'll be done once I finish reading this." It was news related to the first day's sales of Ghost Blows Out the Light. Although there were no specific numbers, and the publisher firm had not made it public, by analyzing the numbers from various bookstores, there was only one conclusion, and that was that Ghost Blows Out the Light had a craze-like sale. Except for a few large bookstores who had still 1 or 2 copies of Ghost Blows Out the Light left, as they had a large inventory, the other smaller bookstores that ordered fewer copies were completely sold out. This was just the first day. The initial printing of Ghost Blows Out the Light was just 100,000 for 1 volume and 200,000 for 2 volumes, and almost half of it was already sold out. In recent years, very few books would have such crazy sales. They could be counted on one hand, not to mention a niche supernatural genre like Ghost Blows Out the Light. After reading the news, Zhang Ye closed the page. At this moment, Qinshan was walking heavily up the stairs. She came and took a look at Zhang Ye. In her tiny pajamas, she slipped into bed. "I'm going, little rascal." Zhang Ye bade her farewell. Qinshan looked at him. "Zhang Ye, tell me a story." Rao Aimin was done packing her clothes, and she said, "Your uncle Zhang needs to go home and sleep." Qinshan ignored as she looked at him with silent big eyes. "Zhang Ye, tell me a story, or I won't be able to sleep. My aunt doesn't read me stories." Rao Aimin mumbled, "How old are you to still want to listen to stories?" Qinshan reached out her tiny hand to grab Zhang Ye's big hand, as if she did not want him to leave. Zhang Ye had no other choice but to sit on the bed, seeking the opinion of the landlady. "Then I'll tell Qinshan a story?" "Read it then. I'll go shower." Rao Aimin did not care and went into the bathroom and closed the door. A moment later, the sound of flowing water could be heard. Maybe she was feeling the comfort of showering, which resulted in the whistling sounds of Rao Aimin coming out of the bathroom. Zhang Ye, seeing him wandering with his mind, Qinshan called out very unhappily, Oh, all right." Zhang Ye asked, "Have you heard my fairy tales? Which ones have you listened to? Our school has read Your Little Bunnies Be Good and Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs." Qinshan closed her eyes as she lay in bed. "All right then, I'll read you The Wizard of Oz." Zhang Ye began reading. After speaking for so long, he also ended up tired. He ended up lying on the perimeter of the bed, with his shoes off and the blanket over him, as he carried on narrating to Qinshan. However, this little thing got more spirited the more she heard. Her large eyes grew brighter, and all the sleepiness had disappeared from her eyes. The landlady had finished her shower, and, seeing that Zhang Ye was not gone, she looked at him. "Still reading?" Zhang Ye gave a wry smile. "She doesn't want to sleep." Qinshan insisted, "I still want to listen." Zhang Ye said, "Let's do it tomorrow. I'll read to you tomorrow." "No, I must listen to it today." Qinshan said, "We don't have classes on National Day. I can sleep later." Rao Aimin may look like the devil daily who stops people and grumble daily, but whoever had long exposure to her would realize that she was a very careful and soft-hearted big sister. This child is so disobedient. Let's see when this aunt of yours will beat you up one day. After saying these ruthless words, she added on, all right, keep listening." Then she said to Zhang Ye, "Little Zhang, I'm not going to care about you. I'm tired, so I'll sleep first." All right," Zhang Ye said. Rao Aimin tightened the towel on her body and went to the other side of the bed and slipped into it. Then she turned with her back facing them. "Keep it down. Don't disturb me." Qinshan said like a small adult, "Sleep then. Cover your blanket well. Good night, aunt." There were 3 people in bed. Thankfully, the landlady's house was big, and her bed was big, too. It was not crowded at all. Now, Zhang Ye and Rao Aimin took up both sides of the bed, with Qinshan in the middle. This scene looked like a family, making Zhang Ye feel some warmth. Zhang Ye, Qinshan said softly. Zhang Ye then said, "All right, I'll carry on." He read from 9:30 to 10, and then from 10 to 10:30. When it was nearly 11, Rao Aimin turned around in a sleepy daze in an annoyed fashion. "Why are you still reading the story?" "Quick sleep." Qinshan did not answer, for she was already sound asleep. Only then did Zhang Ye notice. He was also extremely tired. He was too lazy to make a move, so he just slept where he was in the bed. The next day, the morning of the second day of National Day, there were a lot of sparrows here, so they began chirping the moment the day broke. The soundly sleeping Zhang Ye felt hot, so he kicked the blanket off him. Then he turned sideways to find a comfortable position. He even lifted his legs over. He had the habit of hugging his blanket in his sleep. Oh, why was there the scent of a woman? And it was the special body smell of a mature woman? Zhang Ye was a bit more awake, and he finally recalled that he did not sleep at home last night. Hence, he opened his eyes to take a look and was covered in sweat. This was the landlady auntie. Man, why am I cuddling her? Zhang Ye was still wondering why he could feel the touch of flesh on both his hands and legs. Qinshan had somehow crept to the end of the bed and was near Zhang Ye's feet. Without any barrier in between him and Rao Aimin, Zhang Ye might have not been an honest sleeper, for he had snuck towards big sister Rao. Rao Aimin was still sleeping, but after a night of tossing and turning, the red towel on her body had unwrapped. Most of her shoulder was revealed. Her thigh was just barely covered by the towel, concealing the most critical region. The remaining 2 firm long legs were left revealed outside. He could see a tiny trace of flesh-colored cotton underwear on her rightmost side. Clearly, this was revealed when Zhang Ye kicked the blanket previously. The 3 people were in bed, but now, big sister Rao had been exposed. And it was not only that. The scene gave too much information. Zhang Ye's legs were lifted above Rao Aimin's buttocks. Her knees were fixed there, and his knees floated up and down as big sister Rao's body breathed. What was most worth mentioning was Zhang Ye's hand. This pair of unlucky hands had happened to snuck into Rao Aimin's towel when he turned his body. His hands were located very close to her chest. Zhang Ye had never really touched females before, so he was not sure what the feeling was on his hands. He was not sure if he had touched things he should not have touched. Things were not good. Zhang Ye's sweat began streaming down his head. He did not dare to stay a second longer, nor did he dare to appreciate the soft touch. He quickly pulled his hand out a bit. But this made Rao Aimin wake up. It's over. Bad things are going to happen. Zhang Ye's face was green. He recalled the glorious deed of Rao Aimin beating up the 2 young renters in the past. Big sister Rao was a powerhouse in the entire small district. Who wouldn't know this story? Woman challenges 2 hooligans. Hooligans beaten up badly was even the title of the article that had appeared on some small, unknown newspaper. Rao Aimin had gotten fame from that one fight. Her fighting prowess was well known by everyone in the small district. At this moment, Zhang Ye suddenly recalled his home country, recalling the parents he left behind in the far countryside. He recalled of his long-lost child. All right, it was just an artistic exaggeration. Anyway, he was just scared out of his wits. Zhang Ye remained motionless, hoping for a miracle to appear. He hoped Rao Aimin would not realize it and would go back to sleep. But Rao Aimin was still awake. Zhang Ye was already prepared to get beaten, but the development was completely different from what he thought. "Oh," Rao Aimin uttered. Zhang Ye did not dare breathe. His hands were still by her chest, and his leg was still on her hips. Rao Aimin smacked her lips. "What are you doing?" Zhang Ye did not know how to answer, so he did not speak. "Don't go around touching and sleep," Rao Aimin reprimanded with a sentence. Zhang Ye's body had been tightened, awaiting the fury of the landlady, but he never expected those words. What did it mean? Why didn't you beat me up? Why were you so calm? Rao Aimin turned around, and her back faced him. The towel on her body slipped even more. Now her entire smooth back was revealed. She carried on sleeping. When she rolled over, Zhang Ye's hand had also slid off from her body and fell onto her waist. Zhang Ye's heart was beating, but he was also emboldened. This time, he began touching on purpose. He was moving his palm on the landlady's waist. Flesh. The feeling was really good. Rao Min remained motionless, but she said, "Sleep. Stop messing around. I'm sleepy." She was still not mad. Zhang Ye was excited as he emboldened himself further. He knew such an opportunity did not befall him usually. He slipped his hand downwards and touched the landlady's thigh. At first, he did not dare to move much, but after observing Rao Min's reaction, he noticed that Rao Min did not say a word this time. As if he was given permission to continue, Zhang Ye shifted his body closer, sticking himself to Big Sister Rao's body. Then he began to carefully touch her. What about below? What should he do next? Zhang Ye did not know. He had no experience in this at all. Chapter 98. The Landlady's Mistake. In the bedroom. A picturesque scene. The landlady did not make any obvious rejection and didn't even reprimand him with any harsh words, so Zhang Ye did not stand on ceremony. He used the principle of "you are an idiot not to take advantage" to explore the landlady. Zhang Ye, who was a person who had never had a relationship before, obviously had never experienced such a scene. He could only move steadily. This ambiguous atmosphere made Zhang Ye agitated. He felt like his entire body was almost melted by the landlady's flesh and mature body scent. This was a memorable occasion that made Zhang Ye want to give a song of love. "You are my little, dear little apple asterisk, lighting my life's fire, 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 fire." Forget it, it spoils the atmosphere a bit. It's best not to sing it. Anyway, Zhang Ye was now feeling very daring. He felt life was pleasant. But when Zhang Ye wanted to change his position, with his palm preparing to attack the landlady's seductive ass, Rao Chunshan suddenly woke up. The little rascal said in a daze, "Aunt, I'm hungry." The landlady said gracefully, "Got it. Aunt, I'm hungry." The little rascal constantly nagged with her eyes closed. "I'm hungry. I'm hungry." Suddenly, Rao Min was awake. Her body suddenly stretched, and in a blink of an eye threw away Zhang Ye's unmannerly hands. Before Zhang Ye could even react, his wrist was pinched by Rao Min. His eyes went blurry and his head went dizzy. Zhang Ye had no idea what had happened. He only felt the world spinning, and even the ceiling and the ceiling lights and pictures on the wall had flashed past him. Then, his ass was thrown off the bed. Only then did he feel the intense pain. "Aya hey!" Zhang Ye screamed. Rao Min looked at him from the bed. "So it was you. What were you doing on the bed?" As Zhang Ye moaned, he said, "Of course I'm there. Ah, wasn't I telling stories to Chinchin yesterday? I was also sleepy, and then I fell asleep." Rao Min stared at him. "Then what were you touching me for?" Zhang Ye was dumbfounded. "You did not know I was around." He finally understood. Damn, the landlady had not quietly allowed him to take advantage of her. But it was because she had been sleeping with little Chunshin these past few days, so she had treated him as Chinchin. She thought the person touching her was her niece. Hence, she said, "Stop messing around." Just now, when Chunshin shouted that she was hungry, the voice came from the other side of the bed. Only then did Rao Min realize. And then threw Zhang Ye off the bed. It was a misunderstanding. Your sister, it was a big misunderstanding. Zhang Ye felt like crying his heart out. He laid on the ground, without being able to get up. It was too painful. He didn't even know what had happened. He had been thrown off the bed with a single hand of the landlady. "Big Sister Rao, Goddess Rao, how much strength do you have? You did a over-shoulder throw with one hand? That was too crazy." But since Zhang Ye was initially the one at fault, he could only be the first to complain despite being the one to offend. He lay on the ground screaming, "I can't take it anymore. Aya, I'm dying. My waist has broken. I can't take it anymore." Rao Min glanced at him. "Who let you grope? Fine, stop screaming. Treat it as I mistakenly overused my strength." Zhang Ye was embarrassed, so he shouted even louder, "Oh, my elbows. Aya, my knee. Aya, my disc." It was quite a catchy phrase. Rao Min wrapped the towel on her body again, then stepped off the bed with her bare feet. She squatted down and touched his elbow. "Is there pain here?" Zhang Ye said, "It's not painful here." "What about here?" Rao Min examined his knee. "Ah, it's not painful here, too," Zhang Ye said. "What about here?" Rao Min pressed on his intervertebral disc. "Also not painful," Zhang Ye said. Rao Min kicked him in the ass with an unhappy face. "Damn kid. If it's not painful, why are you screaming? Quickly get up. It's no big deal." Zhang Ye's screams became worse. "I can't get up. I can't move." Rao Imean curled her mouth and stretched her arm underneath his waist. And like she was lifting a bag of rice, she threw Zhang Ye onto the bed. It was unknown if she knew traditional Chinese medicine, as Rao Imean checked his pulse. She then firmly said, "It's all right. You just have some muscle injury. Lie down. I'll give you some medicine." Turning towards Chun Chun, she said, "Bring my medicine box over. It's at the bottom of the cabinet." Chun Chun gave a nonchalant, "Oh," and went to take it. Zhang Ye was still shocked that he had been thrown by Rao Imean with one arm. "Landlady auntie, have you practiced Kung Fu before? Why do you care? Then why are you so powerful? Don't mind my business." "Oh." Zhang Ye did not ask again. With the medicine box brought over, Rao Imean took a bottle of safflower oil. It was one of those especially old bottles. Right, it was like those sesame oil bottles. "What's that?" Zhang Ye complained. "Will it work? Are you just full of nonsense? Lie down and stay still." Rao Imean pricked him with a sentence. She then spread the safflower oil on him and massaged him. "Tell me where it hurts." After seeing this, Chun Chun went downstairs. She was probably too hungry, so she went searching for food. After rubbing him a few times, Rao Imean went onto the bed with her bare feet. It was likely because her pose was not conducive for her to use her strength, and it was also uncomfortable. She crouched beside Zhang Ye's side and massaged his back. This allowed her to use more strength. "It's painful here. It's painful here." "Got it. It's painful here, too." "All right. Bear with it." Rao Imean must have definitely learned before, for her technique was very good. She was more professional than a professional. Zhang Ye's pain was slowly alleviated. What replaced it was more and more pleasure. It felt so good. It was too comfortable. Zhang Ye enjoyed it while closing his eyes. "Still painful? Painful? Why don't you look like you are suffering to me?" "No, it's especially painful." Rao Imean did not say anything more. She carried on massaging his back and thigh. She even grabbed his ass and gave him an angular massage. Suddenly, Zhang Ye turned his head and saw a flowery scene. As the landlady was crouching on the bed and her body was wrapped in a towel, the opening to the towel by her thighs was undefended, as Zhang Ye's position was low, so he could clearly see what was underneath. As he was afraid the landlady would discover it, Zhang Ye did not dare to keep looking. He looked away, but after waiting a while, he turned his head to sneak a peek. 10 minutes later, Rao Imean patted his ass. "All right, it's done." Zhang Ye sat up and stretched. "Why do I still feel sore?" "Of course. You should be happy that it was just a simple muscle pull after being thrown by me. If I had really went all out, it would be a light injury if your forearms and calves were only fractured." Rao Imean chased him off the bed. "Hurry up and get lost. Be more honest when you sleep and don't go groping around. I haven't eaten breakfast." Zhang Ye looked at her. "None. Go home and make your own," Rao Imean said. Zhang Ye could only hobble downstairs to return to his home. Note: this song is Little Apple, a Chinese song by the Chopsticks Brothers that went viral in 2014. It was also remade into a Korean version, sung by Korean girl group, Tiara. Chapter 99. The 5 million copyright fee has been banked in. Home. After returning from the landlady's house. In the morning, Zhang Ye crashed back into bed. There was nothing he could do about it. Rao Imean's throw had caused him to go into a daze. He had still not recovered from it. Of course, the landlady was not easily taken advantage of. He had been taught a lesson, a bloody lesson. Beep, beep. A short message was received. Zhang Ye twisted his arm while feeling the pain and tapped on the phone. However, the next moment, he could not be calm. His waist did not ache, and his legs were no longer painful. It was a notification from the bank. He had received the copyright fees. There was more than 5 million yuan. Excluding taxes, this was the amount Zhang Ye received for selling Ghost Blows Out the Light and several of his fairy tale stories. His cell phone vibrated. A call was coming in. It was a call from the man from the Beijing education publishing firm. "Hello, teacher Little Zhang. Haha, did you receive the royalty fees? Congratulations. The sales for Ghost Blows Out the Light yesterday was a huge success. No, I should say it was an unprecedented success. In all these years, our publishing firm had never, besides non-commercial publications, had a first-day sales record of 90,000 copies." He was very excited. "To be working with you, it is our honor. All along the way, you have been a man of miracles." Zhang Ye laughed. "You are generous with your praises. I'm not that great. It's great due to your sales promotions. But this sales figure is certain to decline. It won't be able to hold at such high numbers going forward. Our most conservative estimates say that we will hit at least 700,000 copies per series this year. The next year estimates will likely increase very little, but we will still reprint. I think that with time, to break through 1 million copies sales per series should not be a problem at all, said the middle-aged man excitedly. This sales figure was also within Zhang Ye's own estimates. It wasn't too much of a surprise to him. How about the fairy tale stories? The middle-aged man reported happily. We have already started on the promotions. When some of the bookstores and web stores knew that we were going to publish a compilation of Snow White, The Wizard of Oz, and other fairy tales, many of them approached us to make pre-orders. The pre-order figures are already over 30,000. We have also put a priority on this publication. The firm's leader has already decided to speed up the publication of your fairy tales for release in a short time. They hung up. Zhang Ye was still a little worried, so he went online to check his bank account. There was indeed 5 million more in his account. This large amount of money made Zhang Ye dizzy. When had he ever seen so much money? I'm rich. Time to buy a house and car. Zhang Ye's first thoughts were to buy a 3-bedroom apartment within the second ring road of Beijing City. Then what next? Then what's left to buy? Cough, cough. All you can buy is a fart, because you still have to pay it in installments after that. 5 million, and you want to buy a 3-bedroom apartment within the second ring road of Beijing City? That is something that would only happen in the New York Times and the Washington Post. At once, Zhang Ye opened up Weibo to interact with his followers. This was an activity that he liked doing very much recently, because his followers had increased to around 89,000 odd people. He had found out that he could increase his reputation this way, too. As long as he posted something interesting or something that left them in admiration, he would gain a certain amount of reputation. After all, this was also a form of social media, not unlike that of a radio or TV station. After posting, receive the royalty fees, but after doing some calculations, I'm still far from buying a house. Forget it. I won't be buying one after all. Unsure if Zhang Ye #1 fan had been on standby for Zhang Ye the whole day, immediately after it was posted, the first to forward and comment on it was him. That can't be. Teacher Zhang also cannot afford a house. How much is the royalty fee? Requesting for insider news. Definitely on the level of 1 million. Ghost blows out the light is too hot. How can it be just 1 million? It has to be at least a few millions to do justice to a work like this. Haha. Teacher Zhang is deliberately playing dumb again. But honestly, property prices are getting expensive. I doubt I will ever be able to afford one in my lifetime. I can only afford to rent. Everyone was busy discussing. Suddenly, a nasty comment appeared. Is this Zhang Ye retarded? How are property prices expensive? It's cheap enough. If you can't afford it, it's because you are useless. Don't complain. Even though I can't afford one myself, the people around me have all bought one and have paid in full. And they're even in the top-tier cities. This poster was nicknamed Imthibist. Someone below replied, Are you for real? Paid in full. Top-tier city. Imthibist replied, Of course. Those are even houses in the city. It's not difficult. Laughable. Someone retorted, Do you even know how much property prices are right now? Don't you watch the news? Zhang Ye #1 fan was speechless. This person watches the news, but I bet it's news simulcast asterisk. After following Zhang Ye's Weibo, many of these followers were fighters. This challenge had provoked a war. Everyone was now arguing. All of these comments were posted under Zhang Ye's Weibo post, so, of course, he felt helpless and irritated. Scolding me? Even saying property prices are cheap? So he followed up with a post, Everyone, don't argue. Actually, Imthibist has a point there. I also know a friend who paid in full for a house in a top-tier city, too. It's not impossible. You can still work for others and be able to afford a so-called luxury home. This is not an impossible dream. An employee can afford a luxury home. How's that possible? Why is Teacher Zhang talking for that guy? There can't be any logic in this. Even a fool knows how high property prices are. Teacher Zhang's gone crazy today, right? The masses were now questioning Zhang Ye. Some of their comments were very nasty. Zhang Ye replied, seemingly unaffected, Listen to my friend's story first. He had randomly remembered a very popular story from his old world. Tell us, how is this not bullshit? I would like to see how you explain yourself out of this. A lot of people began to talk down to him. Zhang Ye posted 5 years ago, my friend Xiaoke ran into walls when he was seeking employment. In the end, he found a job as a small-time programmer in a small IT company in Beijing. After half a year, Xiaoke felt that he could not continue on like this anymore and came up with a plan to buy a house within 5 years. Every step was carefully planned and followed. At first, it was really difficult. I could not do any social or entertainment activities. Xiaoke related. From the start, I used any free time from work to study financial planning and programming courses to increase my knowledge. Just like that, Xiaoke took all sorts of IT certification exams and got his company to give him yearly raises in increments of 3%. I even applied for management courses and got to know many outstanding industry people. Using such networking, Xiaoke slowly built up his contacts. Finally, with the 5 years of accumulated savings of 50,000, adding on the 7.95 million that his parents gave to him, Xiaoke managed to buy his first ever house. It's even a house in Beijing City's second ring road area. Having a dream that can be turned into reality is the most beautiful, said Xiaoke with determination in his eyes. At first, everyone was still seriously reading, trying to understand Xiaoke's miraculous plan to buy a house and learn from it. But when the story ended, everyone passed out. Pooh. Ha. That was a godly reversal. This is definitely Teacher Zhang's style. Teacher Zhang is too cute. That was such a tease. This is what a master is. A short story can be written with such sarcasm and depth. Turns out to be ironic. I had thought that Teacher Zhang went crazy. I quickly apologize. I'm ashamed to have treated Teacher Zhang wrongly. I will definitely support you in the future. This story has written out our voices and frustrations. This is what a writer should be, at least to me. Look at Teacher Zhang. He can write modern poetry, ancient melody poetry, novels, fairy tales, and even such thought-provoking and humorous short stories. The Beijing Writers Association must be blind. Are you sure that you won't be admitting Teacher Zhang Ye into the association? This story had actually been so overused back in Zhang Ye's old world. If you surf the internet often enough, you'd have heard of this story before. But it has never appeared in this world before, so everyone's curiosity was piqued. And they laughed so hard at it. Then came the forwarding and dissemination of the story. A simple short story like that had now been voted to rank 9 of the main page. An explosive viral effect had been achieved within such a short time. This also made Zhang Ye secretly shocked. The power of the masses was indeed great. The number of Weibo fans and his reputation points were both increasing. It seemed like he had to do such things more often in the future. He could not give up any opportunity to be famous. His goal was to be the world's #1 superstar. So naturally, he had to grab every opportunity. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still flesh. If he could go onto the front page of Weibo or make the headlines, it would greatly increase his popularity. And the poems, novels, passages, and essays in Zhang Ye's mind were what he relied on greatly. He was not lacking in knowledge. Note: News simulcast, Xinwen Lianbua, is considered to be a government-inclined news outlet. Chapter 100, Buying a Car. Afternoon. The landlady auntie did not cook for Zhang Ye anymore. He grabbed something to fill his stomach before going online to transfer 100,000 yuan to his father. It was an instantaneous transaction. After the transfer was made, his mom called him with her cell phone. "Son, did you transfer money to your dad?" His mom asked with some surprise. "Yes, my royalty fees have been paid, so I transferred 100,000 over to spend first." Zhang Ye said like he was a nouveau riche. "When you finish spending it, you can ask me for more. We are not short on money. You are really my good son," Mom said happily. "Is the money for me or your dad?" Zhang Ye did not know to cry or laugh. "Isn't it the same who I give it to?" All right, it's for you." Mom seemed to be showing off at Dad on the other side of the phone. "Heard that? Our son is giving it to me. Don't you touch the money. In a while, I'll go buy some jewelry. Our family has been suffering for so many years, and we have finally reversed our situation." "Huh, my son is indeed capable. Mom did not work for nothing by feeding you through sh*t and p. So, I grew up being fed sh*t and p. Then everyone, please be careful when you are close to me." Recalling how others talk about their youth, they would say stuff like, "Thinking back to my innocent childhood," and then say how it was. But when it was my turn, it's thinking back to my days of being fed sh*t and p childhood. Just this impressive opening speech would make people listen to his childhood stories with their noses pinched. Zhang Ye grumbled to himself a little, then finished up the conversation with his mother before taking an afternoon nap. In his dreamlike state, bang, bang, bang. Someone was knocking on the door. Brother, brother, open the door. We know you are home. Zhang Ye was awoken by 3 chattering voices. He knew from their voices at once that they were his cousins. Coming, coming. After putting on his clothes, he went to open the door. 3 nice-smelling girls streamed into the room. The slightly more reserved eldest sister, Chao Dan, stuck out her tongue. Brother, I was pulled over by the both of them. The second sister, Chao Tong, smiled and put her arms over Zhang Ye's shoulder. We heard from First Ani about your new book. It earned a few million. Is that so? Why do I not know about it? Zhang Ye played dumb. He thought to himself that he had been utterly defeated by his mom. His mom's loud mouth was really strong. Oh, it's only been an hour and the secret is out? Did everyone in the family find out too? The third sister, Chao Ming, pouted cutely. Brother, you are already a big-time author. How can you be so stingy? We already know, and you still don't want to admit it. She shamelessly sat down on Zhang Ye's bed, not even removing her shoes before she laid down. I don't care. In any case, I want the newest model of a Phoenix laptop, the ultra-thin type. If you don't buy it for me, I will not leave. She rascally kicked her feet in the air. Phoenix laptop? It should be a brand of this world, since Zhang Ye has never heard of it. Chao Tong also laid down on the bed. I'm not leaving either. I want an OC business class laptop. Their eldest sister, Chao Dan, looked at Zhang Ye and coughed. Brother, I also lack a laptop. Any type is fine, as long as it's usable. Zhang Ye seemingly scammed. Sure. If you aren't leaving, I will. Brother, you are bullying us. Chao Mingming's eyes turned red. Don't even mention that acting. When I go back, I will tell first aunt and uncle that you bullied us. When a hard stance doesn't work, try the soft way. Zhang Ye was just the type to fall for emotional blackmail. What are you doing? What are you crying for? Chao Mingming said with tearful eyes. You are earning so much money, yet you won't even spend some to buy things for your sisters. Aren't you ashamed to be our brother? Not ashamed. The hypocrite rascal Chao Tong also joined in the pitiful nagging. Brother. Chao Dan, witnessing it all, said, why not you buy it for them both? They need it for their studies. Forget about me. I can tell that you 3 are here to rob me. Zhang Ye laughed bitterly. He knew that he could not escape this, so he said, all right, buy it. I will reimburse you all. Chao Mingming immediately stopped crying and jumped in excitement. Long live brother. Chao Tong had wanted to buy a laptop since a long time ago. She went over to give Zhang Ye a peck on his cheeks. I love you to death, brother. My sister is included too, right? Yes. There's one for everyone. Zhang Ye helplessly said. The 3 sisters were all very happy at this time. They hugged together and cheered. Zhang Ye was also happy to see them so joyful. They quickly pulled him out of the house to go with them to the mall to buy the laptops. Sigh, I can't help it that I'm there. Brother, let's go? At Intime Mall beside Jiamen Subway. Brother, this is the laptop that I want. Buy. Brother, that is the one I want. Buy. Brother, I want this laptop. Buy. Brother, can I also have a bag? It's only 800. Not really that expensive. Buy. Brother, I would like a pair of sunglasses and also, you are now a famous author. You will need one too. This is a unisex design. One for you and one for me, okay? Buy. Outside the mall, the 3 sisters had their arms full and took the subway home. Zhang Ye's mouth complained, but he did not feel sorry at all. He was more capable now, so taking care of his little sisters was the normal thing to do. He was really not feeling sorry, only that his heart was bleeding a little. This trip had cost him over 10,000. The blood was splashed all over. These 3 prodigal women. I will definitely not let them enter the door in the future. Wearing his new sunglasses, Zhang Ye wandered around in the streets. He walked until he came upon a large 4S shop. 4S, sales, spare parts, service, survey. An integrated auto shop. Zhang Ye no longer wanted to buy a house. Although he was usually stingy, there were things that he wanted only the best of. For example, a house. He couldn't buy a large one with only 5 million. It wasn't too bad where he stayed now, so why not be a little cautious? But a car? That he had the capability to buy. It would be more convenient, and besides, he will. Be starting work at the TV station in a few days, either as a guest or a host of a show. If he were to continue taking public transport, that would somewhat be belittling his status. He went inside. A female shop assistant came over. Sir, which price range of a car would you like to look at? Show me around. I want to see if there's any I like, thank you. Zhang Ye had a passion for cars. He was a man, after all. He was all excited since stepping foot in here. Sure. This way, please. The female shop assistant in her high heels said, What do you think of this sedan model? It's an imported Risey, top of the range. For tea, and is selling very well right now. Risey? What the hell was that brand? Zhang Ye waved his hands. I don't really like it. How about this model? It's a J-Bond, imported from Europe. It's a 7-seater, very suitable for the family outings. It is very spacious. It's also very suitable for businesses. The shop assistant introduced. J-Bond. Why don't you call it a Durex instead? Zhang Ye continued to shake his head. He was not interested in this world's new car manufacturers. Although these brands may not be new, Zhang Ye still had totally no concept of them. He still preferred the manufacturers of his old world, maybe because he was nostalgic, or because he was used to them, or maybe even because those were the only things that reminded Zhang Ye that he did not truly belong in this world. He saw it. BMW. There's Don't Touch Me. Emowa over here too. Upon going further over to the other side, he saw the logo of Mercedes-Benz, too. There weren't many brands that this shop was selling, so he could only find 2 brands that were exactly the same as the ones back in his world. What about the BMW? He wanted to know whether BMW was also a high-end manufacturer here. The female shop assistant blinked. BMW is an international brand, but it's quite expensive. She looked at Zhang Ye's dressing, obviously thinking that Zhang Ye could not afford it. Can you tell me more about it? Zhang Ye didn't mind. The female shop assistant said okay and pointed at one of them. This is the BMW 3 Series. Recommended selling price is $320,000, but there's a promotion right now and the price is lower by $10,000. This is the BMW 5 Series. After understanding the situation, Zhang Ye found out that the BMW here and the BMW from his world were almost exactly the same. The models, configurations, exterior and interiors were hardly different. He was immediately relieved. He thought about it and felt that he was more inclined towards BMW's SUVs. They were larger, more stable, and looked more impressive. If he was buying, make it a good one. X5 or X6? Which is better? X6 looked more stylish. It was sportier. X5 was much more stable and had an air of dominance. Zhang Ye's eyes swept over them several times. He had taken fancy to the X5. He pointed to the X5 far away at the display window. How much is that? The female shop assistant hesitated slightly. That model is not a conventional X5. You should be referring to the one over here. She pointed at an exactly same-looking black X5 beside her. This one with a lower configuration is $804,000. There is ready stock available. Zhang Ye said. The two are not the same, right? The female shop assistant smiled wryly. They look the same, but the one you pointed out earlier, that's the bulletproof version of the X5. It's the current year upgraded version of the bulletproof X5. The recommended selling price is $4,720,000. With a full configuration, it would be slightly above $5 million. It's the most expensive BMW model here. Bulletproof vehicle? Upgraded version? There's even the bulletproof X5 in this world. When Zhang Ye heard that, he got excited. They had this over in his world, too. It was also released this year. He remembered that when he was lucky enough to have a ticket to see the International Security Equipment Expo at the conference center, a promotional video for the X5 bulletproof vehicle caught his attention. He swore at that time that if he ever became a superstar, he would buy one for himself. Now that his dream was right before his eyes, Zhang Ye was trembling. $5 million. Zhang Ye clenched his teeth and forced himself to point toward the armored vehicle. I will take that. The female shop assistant was dumbfounded. Are you sure about that? I am very sure. Do you have available stock? Zhang Ye inquired. There's no available stock. You have to place a reservation. We have to transfer the stock from another location. You can collect the car in about 2 days. It doesn't take too long. The female shop assistant, upon realizing that Zhang Ye was serious about buying, became excited, too. This was the most expensive car in their shop and had been on display for several months without selling, even though there were a lot of curious viewers. She wouldn't have thought that a car worth over 5 million would be sold by her, a rookie employee. She felt happy to death about the successful sale. Okay, then I will pay the deposit first. Please expedite the transfer of the car. Zhang Ye exhilaratingly followed the shop assistant to make his payment. This world's right to obtain a license plate was also through a lottery. At least, the machine that did it was stricter than Zhang Ye's world. The probability was very tiny, but there was a government policy that if any local family did not have any member who had a car under their name, they did not need to participate in the lottery the first time they bought a car. As such, Zhang Ye fulfilled that criteria. Chapter 101. One day at the television station. A few days later, the long National Day holidays were over. Now, Zhang Ye was already so poor you could hear his coins jingle. However, when he woke up to go downstairs to the BMW X5 in the parking lot, he felt that it was all worth it. He had obtained his driving license when he was in his 4th year in college when there weren't many classes. Yesterday, the car had already been brought back by Zhang Ye. After settling the procedures for his license plate, he drove with an air of dignity out of the parking lot. 4.4L, 330 kilowatts, turbocharged. Its external appearance looked similar, but the inside was different. The configuration of a bulletproof X5 was completely different from a normal X5. Even if it did not compare with the ordinary X5's low configuration, even comparing it to the X5's high configuration, the bulletproof X5 was better than it by a mile. It was definitely worth its price. It was extremely cool. People in the community raised their eyebrows. Some were envious, some twitched their mouths, and some looked at it respectfully. When he went past his block, Rao happened to be throwing out the trash. Her eyes were sharp and saw the car. Little Zhang? You bought a car. Zhang Ye braked and lowered the windows with a smile as he patted the steering wheel. How about it, landlady auntie? This car is not bad, right? Huh, you don't have to say. You must think this is a normal X5, right? Let me tell you that it is definitely not. It looks the same, but my car. Rao glanced at him. It's just about 5 million. Look at your smug look. Zhang Ye said, you know this is a bulletproof car? Rao mocked. You think you are the only one who can afford it? I previously drove this before, but it was not an upgraded version. I drove a normal bulletproof X5. Zhang Ye perspired. He had bragged to the wrong person. Your sister. Only now did he recall that the landlady owned several residential apartments in a certain level of a certain building in his district. Just any 2 small apartments would already cost 5 million. If she had bought the larger ones, it would exceed 5 million. And this was just buying at a whim. Who knows if the landlady had other property and savings. Zhang Ye estimated that even if he sold another 10 copyrights to Ghost Blows Out the Light, each selling for 6 million, he would not have a chance to compete with a female tycoon like the landlady. He was far from it. Forget it. I'll not compete with you. If he couldn't compete upwards, he could compete downwards. Zhang Ye drove to work grumpily. En route, Zhang Ye had purposely driven slower. He drove slowly, so as to enjoy the attention from others. Actually, this was nonsense. He couldn't drive fast even if he wanted. This was the 3rd ring road, and it was during rush hour. How could he drive fast? That must be you dreaming while driving due to fatigue. In Beijing, even if you had an Alto, you could not push it to its maximum horsepower. If you ignored your safety and sought a thrill, then there's no need to ask. When you take out your cell phone from your bag, there would definitely be a short message waiting for you. Hebei Mobile welcomes you. Beijing Television Station. Arts. Channel, station logo, BTV, Arts. In the past, Beijing's channels were represented by numbers. For example, BTV 2, the Arts channel from back then, and BTV 3. Now that they had been changed to text across the board, making it more convenient. The Beijing television station Arts channel had the purpose of broadcast the strengths of an era to serve the capital's people. It adhered to correct guidance of public opinion and used existing resources to its maximum effect, creating a new literary entertainment image. There were 11 programs in all, including celebrity interviews, film and television special topics, variety interaction, cultural information, etc. All of them were artistic programs with different styles and themes. In fact, to put it plainly, it was pretty similar to Zhang Ye's previous job at the radio station's literature channel. However, one was an audio media, while the other was a television media. The size of the audience base differed greatly. Arts Channel D office. 30-plus-year-old Ho Gu. Elder brother Ho smiled. I heard that we will be getting a rookie. I heard that too. Another, Ho D, younger brother Ho, who looked exactly the same as him said. I think it's either a host or guest. Da Fei, did you hear about it? Da Fei seldom listened to gossip. No idea. Ho Gu asked Xiao Lu. Do you know? The lady sitting behind said. I'm a newcomer. How would I know? Fine. You think all of us are old people. Ho Di was using a razor to shave. Somewhere he had missed shaving. We are newcomers, too. At most, we were hired a few days earlier than you. My brother and I came from making television dramas. Da Fei does movie scenes. Xiao Lu said, I was previously from a newspaper editorial. I knew Teacher Who a long time ago, and thanks to Teacher Who appreciating me, I came over. Everyone is the same. Ho Gu said. Ho Di said, right. We must communicate more often in the future. We are now all considered old people. Ho Gu suggested a bad idea. When the rookie comes, we should put him in his place. As a host, his status is higher than us, so when he gets arrogant and starts ordering us around, it wouldn't be good. Xiao Lu raised her hand in support, agreed. Da Fei quietly said, nothing better to do. The Arts Channel's D office, with D representing the program time slot. This office was also for programs of a certain time slot. As the program for that time slot was still being broadcast, and their program team had just been established, everyone here was a newcomer. It was considered a program team that Hu Fei had formed himself. Some of them may have dabbled in television, or movies, or editorials, but no one was a layperson. All these skills were portable. They must have had excellent results in their own fields to obtain Hu Fei's appreciation. Hey, there are footsteps. Someone is coming, someone is coming. They looked towards the door. At this moment, Zhang Ye was brought in by Hu Fei into the D office area. Although it's described as an office area, it was actually just a bit bigger than a fart. It was very tiny. There were 6 to 7 desks and 4 people. Hu Fei smiled and explained the situation. This place is different from your radio station. Every channel will have its program teams separated into different offices. Our program will still take some time before it gets broadcast, so there aren't that many people. When the program is done planning, the personnel and equipment will increase. But for now, if we want to record a program, we still need to get other personnel from the station to help. It's quite troublesome. Zhang Yi smiled. It will be better in the future. Yes, with teacher Little Zhang joining us, we are like tigers that have gained wings. After that, Hu Fei introduced the people inside. These are Ho Gu and Ho Di. They are twins. Of course, these aren't their real names. But to distinguish them better, we call them this way. Their position is that of program director. This is Da Fei. He deals with program design and the scene. In terms of technology, he is also very proficient. This is Xiao Lu, a text editor. She's an elite in the industry. I spent a lot of effort to headhunt Xiao Lu over. Anyway, all of us here are elites. The general team will be this. In the short term, I do not have plans on adding others. After all, we are doing some history and educational-related program. We do not need as many people as the variety shows do. For example, for lighting and cameras, the station has a complete set mechanism, so we just need to borrow people when the time comes. Hu Fei was the program's overall in charge and overall director and overall producer and executive producer. Man, he had so many positions and led 5 staff members. It was indeed a bit shabby. Although the Arts Channel signal could not cover the whole country and could at most cover the capital's region, its ratings were pretty good. It was considered quite a popular channel in Beijing, and the local audience were very loyal. For example, Zhang Ye and Zhang Ye's parents had grown up watching the Arts Channel. But why were there so few people? It was probably because Hu Fei was new here after having job hopped, so he did not want others to meddle in his core team. So he was more focused on quality than quantity, allowing him ease to express himself. Zhang Ye immediately shook hands with everyone. Hello, everyone. I'm very pleased to meet you. I'm Zhang Ye. Hu Fei said. Let little Zhang introduce himself. I have a meeting to go to, so I'm leaving first. Communicate well, and do the program design again. After he finished speaking, he left. Left behind were Zhang Yi and 4 others. Xiao Lu glanced at him. Zhang Yi, what did you do in the past? Zhang Yi said, Oh, I was a radio anchor. Xiao Lu was curious. It seems brother who appreciates you greatly. What sort of results did you have in the past? Nothing spectacular, Zhang Ye said modestly. Just some trivial stuff. Brother who was too kind. A radio anchor can come over to be a host? Hoga blinked. How old are you? Should we call you little Zhang in the future? Come sit here. This is your desk. All right. Thank you, Hoga. Zhang Ye smiled and didn't mind it. He took his things and sat over there. Seeing that Zhang Ye was a person who could communicate easily with them, Hoga began to take advantage of his seniority. Little Zhang, in the future, we must communicate more often. If you have anything you do not know, ask me. Although my brother and I were not in the television business, we have still done many years of television dramas, so we are definitely more experienced than you. Zhang Ye said, Sure, I'll consult with you if I have anything I do not know in the future. He finally understood. These colleagues of his were not exactly people of his industry. They had come from other industries over the past few days. It was no wonder that they did not know who he was. In the industry, few would not know of Zhang Ye, especially in the Beijing television station. Any veteran or person who had paid attention to the Golden Microphone Awards or had heard chatter from colleagues would definitely know about Zhang Ye. This was good, too. He was able to get along much more easily. After Zhang Ye got used to it, he was quite pleased with his environment. From another side, Dafei looked at him. If you have a problem with computers, look for me. There's nothing I can't handle. Then, he handed over a document in a strictly business manner. This is our program's planning. Everyone has one. I'll lend you my copy. I'll make a copy for you in a while. Saying that, he lowered his head and worked on his computer. Thank you, Brother Fei, Zhang Ye said. Hoga stared at Dafei. They had already agreed to put the newcomer in his place, so why were you in a hurry? Hence, he said, Little Zhang, we have unwritten rules that when a newcomer just arrives, he is in charge of cleaning and pouring water. Zhang Ye was amused. All right, I'll do it. Who wants water? I'll have one. Xiao Lu raised her hand. Thanks. I want one too. Thanks for the hard work. Hoga said. Hodi did not feel like it was right to get one, but Zhang Ye still poured a cup for him in the end. Chapter 102. Car was smashed by a flower pot. Before noon. Arts Channel D office. After he finished reading the program plans, Zhang Ye did not give any suggestions. He only absorbed the information and familiarized himself with the environment. He also built ties with his colleagues. This was the mission for his first day at work. After finishing the matters on his hands, Zhang Ye took the initiative to get up and went to a worker's room at the end of the corridor. He found a broom and dustpan to begin sweeping up the office. He was diligent and did the job well. He even cleaned the corners, which were a bit more dirty. Finally, he even used a cloth to wipe the window panes happily. 1 pane, 2 panes. Zhang Ye did not complain at all. Xiao Lu took a glance and said quietly, Were we too much? Hoga laughed. Not at all. We are putting the rookie in his place. Everyone has to go through this initiation process. It's very common. But no matter what, Zhang Ye is a host, and brother who appreciates him so much, so Hodi also could not bear this anymore. Xiao Lu coughed. Why don't I wipe too? Hoga stopped her. No, or this will be all for naught. Let's just order him around today. We'll return to usual tomorrow. Xiao Lu could only say, All right. Dafei expressed his attitude once again. Nothing better to do. Hogu rolled his eyes. What do you know? In the future, you will thank me. Rookies need to be suppressed a bit, or they will revolt. Hodi sighed. I'll listen to my elder brother. Lunch break. Zhang Ye had finished his chores and wiped his sweat and cleaned his hands. He was prepared to head to the cafeteria for his meal, but he was not sure where it was. Hoga, shall we eat together? Where's the cafeteria? Do we need to make a meal card? Hoga laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Little Zhang, since it's your first day, why don't we have a meal outside? Why bother with the cafeteria? Zhang Ye said, Oh, sure. I didn't think that far ahead. Xiao Lu's eyes lit up. Where shall we eat? Hoga said, We don't have to go to too good a place. Just any restaurant will do. Let's have a welcoming meal for little Zhang. I heard there's a restaurant at Guamao that's not bad. The food is cheap and delicious. Saying that, he added on, Little Zhang just graduated from college, so he can't have much money. We should help him save. Hodi was also hungry. All right. Dafei, are you going? Hoga glanced at him. How can I not go, with all of you going? Dafei put down his work. The group of people left the small office and walked downstairs. However, on the way, they met many employees of the television station. Some of them were from the arts channel, while others were from other channels. What made them surprised was that when many people saw Zhang Ye, they gave off the feeling like they had jumped out of their skins. Some even flitted a glance at Zhang Ye, while some were even worse. They tried to avoid him as far as possible, and when Zhang Ye walked past them, they would all turn back and look at him. They would also enter into whispers and point at Zhang Ye. "It's him. I saw him. He really came to our unit? It can't be. Why did the leader hire him? It can't be. It's really him. Did you see wrongly?" Out of the television station, Ho Gu was curious. "Little Zhang, why were they all looking at you?" That's right. Xiao Lu was also very surprised. "Aren't you a rookie? And yet people know you? The radio station doesn't show your face, but only your voice, right? That can't be." Zhang Yi laughed. "How would I know? They might not be looking at me. They must have recognized the wrong person." Ho Gu concluded and then said, "Right, my car can't be driven today. Which of you drive? We can't all be taking public transport there, right? Then we wouldn't be back in time in the afternoon. It will be too slow." Zhang Yi took out his keys. "I drive." Ho Gu was surprised. "Hey, you even have a car? Not bad, little Zhang. Looks like you work very hard. You can buy a car just after a few months?" This key," he said in surprise. "BMW?" Da Fei seemed very interested. "Which series?" "X5. I just received it yesterday," said Zhang Ye. "Not bad. Even the low configuration of the X5 costs hundreds of thousands," said Ho Di. The few people came to the parking lot, while Zhang Yi drove to pick them up. Everyone got in the car, and the 5 people filled the car perfectly. As the space inside the car was very large, it did not feel crowded. Da Fei acclaimed, "Nice car." Sparks flew out of Xiao Lu's eyes. "When will I be able to buy such a car that's worth hundreds of thousands?" Ho Gu smiled. "Little sister Xiao Lu, my car is also a high-configuration Risey. The entire thing costs 700,000 to 800,000. If you like it, I'll let you drive it for a few days." He and his brother had a good job for the past few years, and their salaries were high. Hence, they gritted their teeth to buy a good car, so as to flaunt. Compared to the X5, their car was in no way inferior. Even its performance was slightly better than the X5 and was cheaper. Just hundreds of thousands? Her. Zhang Yi did not say a word and just drove to their destination. Xiao Lu was excited. "You said it, Ho Gu? That's great." Ho Gu waved his hand. "No problem at all. My car is your car. Drive it as you wish." Ho Gu sure is chivalrous. Immediately, Xiao Lu no longer put too much thought on Zhang Ye's X5. Even Da Fei's eyes turned clear. "Ho Gu, lend it to me too. I don't have as much money as you. Lend it to me to have a thrill, too." Not a problem. Ho Gu enjoyed their reactions. Ho Gu was bragging about his Risey along the way, saying how it was better than a BMW, and how the configuration was good. Everyone was listening to him. Da Fei said, "Indeed, the Risey's performance is far better than a BMW. At the same price, its functionality and performance capabilities are about the same. BMW is really just selling its brand." Saying that, he paused and looked at the interior of Zhang Ye's X5. "But why do I think this BMW is a bit different? Is this really a X5? I've seen a few versions of the X5. My friend is in the car business. But why is the interior slightly different? And this glass, he knocked on it. Why is it so thick? The sound also doesn't seem right. Did you modify it?" "No," Zhang Yi said. "Then that's weird." Da Fei gave a touch. Ho Gu chuckled. "What's different? It's just the lowest configuration. I saw a 4S shop's price. It's 800,000, right, little Zhang?" Zhang Yi smiled. "About there. See? I'm right." Ho Gu said, "It's just slightly inferior to my car." Xiao Lu was impressed. Ho Gu has the money, indeed. Zhang Yi only focused on his driving. The restaurant recommended by Ho Gu was just in front, so he drove forward to search for parking. As the roadsides were full, Zhang Yi parked his car beside the restaurant's wall. But suddenly, an accident happened. Just as Zhang Yi stopped his car, and when his colleagues were about to alight, the sound of children's laughter came from the windows on the 5th floor of the restaurant. Maybe they were messing around. But suddenly, a ceramic flower pot that contained Emoria flowers fell from the sky, smashing straight at the BMW X5. "Ah, don't touch the flower pots. Xiaotong, come down." Oh no. It fell down. Those people downstairs dodge. The voices of adults came from the 5th floor to warn the people below. Hogu raised his head and was scared out of his wits. Mommy, run. Then, the flower pot slammed loudly into the rooftop of Zhang Ye's BMW. The flower pot was smashed into pieces, and the soil was scattered everywhere. The force involved was clearly great. Hodi shouted, "Hey!" He quickly got out of the car. Dafei was also feeling sad. This is a car that Zhang Ye just bought. This. Xiao Lu opened the door and shouted upstairs. Who the hell lacks public courtesy? Come down. What the heck? Do you want to kill people? The staff from the restaurant were also worried. A few employees standing by the door rushed forward. Is everyone okay? Is everyone okay? We are fine, Xiao Lu said angrily. But the car. Dafei said, this is a new car. The employee immediately said, sorry. We will settle it immediately. But the children upstairs are naughty, so... He looked at the terrible state of the flower pot and could imagine what the state the car would be after the impact. This was a BMW. If their restaurant had to pay the cost, they would. Suddenly, a bunch of adults pulled their children downstairs. A middle-aged woman came forward with an apologetic face. Sorry. It was carelessness on my child's part. Seeing that no one was injured, she was relieved. But when she saw that a car had been smashed and the brand of the car, the middle-aged woman turned pale. BMW? This. We can't afford to pay for it. A boy and 2 girls knew that they had made a mistake. They cried out loud. Xiao Lu said in a hurry. Just because you can't pay for it, that's the end? It's the 5th floor. With this impact, who knows if the car can still be driven? Maybe even the ignition has been destroyed. It's a new car. The few colleagues were worried for Zhang Ye. However, the car owner, Zhang Ye, was very calm. He alighted from the car without any hurry, as if nothing had happened. The middle-aged woman's eyes were red as she looked at Zhang Ye. Sorry. We are really sorry. We did not do it on purpose. This car. The 3 children were crying loudly, looking very sad. Zhang Ye smiled and touched the children's head. Don't cry. It's all right. He looked at the woman. Big sis, go on up and have your meal. It's all right. But the car. The woman was nearly on the brink of tears. Zhang Ye said kindly, go back. You don't have to pay. My car is fine. Dafei said, what do you mean it's fine? The ignition might even be destroyed. Xiao Lu also pulled on Zhang Ye. Why aren't you making them pay? Are you dumb? Many of the people present did not know why the car owner was so calm. Did this person turn dumb from the impact? However, Zhang Ye lightly walked before his car and used his hands to slowly wipe away the flower pot's fragments and soil. When everyone looked carefully at this, they were dumbfounded. The roof was damaged. The ignition was destroyed. Your granny is destroyed. The car's roof was not damaged at all. There was not even a scratch or mark. Even the F*** king paint had not been chipped off. Chapter 103. Colleagues realized Zhang Ye's glorious deeds. This scene shocked everyone. Ho Ji's eyes nearly popped out. Your car is fine? Impossible. Hodi refused to have his beliefs shaken as he rushed forward to examine the car. Dafei and Xiao Lu also rushed over. They touched the roof that had been smashed by the flower pot. Then they touched the front windshield that had also been hit by the fragments of the flower pot. Then they looked at each other in shock. They did not know what to say anymore. They looked like they had seen a ghost. Regardless if it was seen far away or up close, or even if it was touched with one's hand, the car's roof and the glass were completely intact. This was from the 5th story. A 5th story that was more than 10 meters high? A flower pot filled with soil was not light. Furthermore, with acceleration from gravity, a normal car would be dented from the smash. A small dent, or even the hood flipping open would be expected, even for European cars with thicker shielding. The X5 was no exception, but Zhang Ye's car was fine. It was as if the thing that came crashing down was a bubble wrap. The mother of the children that caused trouble, the middle-aged woman, also came forward in a daze together with her relatives to confirm. Finally, she looked at Zhang Ye. Little brother, your car. Zhang Ye waved his hand. I said that my car is fine. You don't have to pay. However, take care of your children. Thankfully, we got lucky. If it had hit someone, it would be no trivial matter. I know. The middle-aged woman said excitedly. Thank you. Thanks. Then she quickly got her children to apologize to Zhang Ye. The child said with tear-stained cheeks, Uncle, sorry. Zhang Ye patted him on the head. It's all right. Be careful next time. Although the matter was settled, everyone still remained. More people crowded around the car. Many of them had been eating in the restaurant or had happened to walk by. They had witnessed it with their own eyes and did not know what had happened. Why was this car? Suddenly, Dafei thought of a possibility. He exclaimed, "Holy sh*t. Zhang Ye, this car of yours is not a regular X5. This is a X5 bulletproof car." Ho Ge was stunned. Bulletproof car? Ho Di and Xiao Lu said, "Ah, that can't be." "Why not?" Dafei slapped himself in the forehead. "I was already saying that it didn't feel right when sitting inside. The engine sound was not the sound of the horsepower from a low configuration. It did not sound so thick, and the interior has slight differences from a normal X5. Also that glass. It clearly gave a heavier thud than normal glass-reinforced plastic. And one can tell with the naked eye that it's much thicker." Xiao Lu said with a daze. "It's really a bulletproof car?" "Definitely. I dare to swear." Dafei had done research on this as he vowed. This came out this year, and it might even be an upgraded X5 bulletproof version. No wonder it was fine, even after being smashed by a flower pot from the 5th floor. This is a bulletproof car worth about 5 million yuan. It can even resist bullets. What more, a tiny flower pot? I heard that they had tested it overseas. As long as it's not too close to an exploding hand grenade or rocket-propelled round, this car can protect the safety of the people. Inside, Ho Ge said in horror. How much did you say?" Dafei glanced at him. "The base price is 4+ million. The entire set is slightly more than 5 million. There's no doubt about it. My friend had even specially asked about it. This car is being sold in several places in the country. It's just that the supply is quite low. Usually, one has to pre-order it before the shop will do the necessary arrangements. It's not easy to buy. Most places don't even have it. So it's not even wrong to say that it's a limited edition car. More than 5 million to buy the car? And it was a bulletproof car?" When the surrounding people heard this, there was an uproar. The few children and the middle-aged woman stared with their tongues tied. After Dafei finished, he turned towards Zhang Ye. "Zhang Ye, was I right?" "I guess so." Zhang Ye did not acknowledge or deny it. "Let's go. Let's eat first, or we might not be able to return in time for work." Saying that, he entered the restaurant under the watchful gaze of everyone. After lunch, Zhang Ye went downstairs to drive his car. The few colleagues also boarded the X5 again. Their expressions this time were completely different from before. Dafei could not help but touch the car's interior. He liked it very much and kept praising, "Nice car. It's really a nice car." Ho Ge, who spoke a lot, no longer made a sound. He was about to cry at any moment. Just recalling the words he had said en route made him feel like his face had swollen. A low-configuration X5? A car that cost just hundreds of thousands? And to say it was inferior to his Risey? 800,000, your ass. He met a master today. Xiao Lu was curious. "Zhang Ye, is your family rich?" Zhang Ye shook his head. "No. My parents are from the working class." "Then how did you buy such an expensive car? Didn't you only work for a few months? Didn't you just graduate from college?" Ho Di asked in bewilderment. Zhang Ye did not say much. "I was lucky enough to make some money." The twins, Ho Di and Ho Ge, stared into each other's eyes. They began to feel that this person was a bit mysterious. The car reached the television station. When they got out of the car and entered the station, they saw a similar scene from before. When a few people saw Zhang Ye, it was as if they saw a ghost from a supernatural novel. They were shocked and frightened. "I'll go to the restroom. You guys go ahead." Zhang Ye left first. Seeing people still pointing at Zhang Ye's back, Ho Ge finally could not resist and went forward. "Brothers, what's up with that person?" Weren't all of you together?" a television station employee asked. Ho Ge blinked. "We are together. He is our colleague. But why are all of you looking at him? Did you know him previously? Who is he?" Another employee gave a wry smile. "Still colleagues? You don't even know Zhang Ye? Even if you didn't go to the Golden Microphone Awards in person, you should have heard of this name. You new here? And you were not part of the radio and television circles?" Ho Ge, Xiao Lu and company never expected to be read in a glance. Ho Ge said, how can you tell?" The employee said, "Who can't? Few people in this circle would not know Zhang Ye. Since you don't know, I'll tell you. This person is no ordinary person. He wrote a novel, Ghost Blows Out the Light, and has written many poems, such as Flying Bird and Fish, and some, If You Are Living Well, then the skies are clear, and that see me or not, and that shridao getu, and that this is also everything. Right. Recently, there's a very popular funny short story about working hard to buy a house that was also written by him. Ho Gu exclaimed. Ghost Blows Out the Light was written by him? What the heck? I just bought the hard copy book yesterday. That novel is too awesome. I didn't notice the author's name. Xiao Lu's eyes dimmed. He wrote Flying Bird and Fish. It's that the furthest distance in the world? What the F asterisk asterisk K? I love that poem so much. Why is it written by Zhang Ye? The employee was speechless. If it's not written by him, then who wrote it? The things that happened at the Silver Microphone Awards just a while ago. I guess you have not heard of it. No, we just started working a few days ago. Hoga quickly asked, what happened? The employee explained, Zhang Ye is famous in the system not because of his well-written novels and poems, but because of his guts. During the award acceptance speech at the award ceremony, Zhang Ye had used a Deadwater poem to publicly curse his unit and leaders. He offended people greatly. He even made one of the unit's leaders faint on the spot. It took all day to revive him. So do you think such a divine person can't be famous? So when we saw Zhang Ye at our television station, we were all surprised. I still want to ask you, why did the station hire him? Afternoon. Work time. Zhang Ye went back to the small office in the arts channel from the restroom. He sat down and busied himself. But even after waiting for a while, his colleagues still had not returned. He did not know what they were doing. Only 10 minutes later did they return to the office. Zhang Ye looked up and went to the water dispenser. Do you want to drink cold or hot water? Ho Ge nearly jumped up and hurried forward. Don't move. Don't move. I'll do it, little Zhang. No, teacher, little Zhang. You sit down, you sit down. Zhang Ye tried to do it. No, I'm a newcomer. This should be done by me. Xiao Lu also came to pull on him. Teacher Zhang, please sit down. Let me do these chores. Don't put us to shame. We failed to recognize a great person. You aren't a newcomer. It's just the ignorant us that haven't heard of you because we aren't from this circle. Zhang Ye was not used to it. Please don't. I'm not famous. Even if I am, it's just notoriety. What do you mean, not famous? Hoga said. I've been reading Ghost Blows Out the Light for the past 2 days and 2 nights. It's too awesome. Yesterday, I even told my brother that the person who wrote Ghost Blows Out the Light was too formidable. I never expected to meet you today. Hi. It was all my fault previously. Please don't fault me. Now, they had completely understood Zhang Ye's deeds and knew why Hu Fei valued Zhang Ye so much that he would pull in a person with such average looks onto his team. So this person had so many glorious deeds in the past. The person that they thought was a rookie they wanted to repress, a rookie they wanted to order around to do chores, was actually this famous. Suppressing a rookie? Teaching a rookie a lesson? Afraid he would revolt? Just thinking of his initial thoughts made Hoga feel at a loss of whether to laugh or to cry. With Zhang Ye's qualifications and bad temper, who knew who was the one trampling on who? Thankfully, they had realized this early. If they had offended Zhang Ye later, just a casual poem by him would make them famous, as they would be damned to death. Who was Zhang Ye? He was a person who dared to curse his unit and leaders. They had even just searched online for Zhang Ye's information and realized that the newest, This Is Also Everything, was specially used to smack their arts channel's Wang Shuixin. The person known as the face-smacking specialist was him. He even dared to trample on Director Wang. Who else did he not dare to trample on? Chapter 104. The Crisis for the Television Station's Public Service Advertisement. The next day, the clouds covered the sky. Today, Zhang Ye was not permitted to drive, so he had to leave his car in the parking lot. He took the subway alone to work. There were quite a lot of people there, so he failed to board the first time. He was late by a few minutes by the time he reached the office. Morning. Teacher Zhang, you are here? Teacher Little Zhang, good morning. Ho Ge and Xiao Lu greeted him. Yesterday, when Zhang Ye first came, they had called him by his name, or Little Zhang. But now after knowing the awesomeness of Zhang Ye, they all changed their form of salutation. It changed from Little Zhang to Teacher Little Zhang. They were very polite. Be it an institution, commercial business, private business, or the entertainment industry, it was all the same. As long as you had sufficient experience and great ability, with your fame, no one would dare to disrespect you. Xiao Lu took the initiative to pour a cup of water for Zhang Ye. Here you go. Thank you. I'll do it myself. Zhang Ye did not want to impose. Ho Di smiled. Right, Teacher Zhang. Just now, brother who came over, but didn't find you. Maybe the higher-ups have a meeting that brother who wants you to join. Zhang Ye immediately said, why was I late? Where's Teacher Hu? Brother whose office is here too. Ho Ge chuckled. He will be here in a while. Just after he finished speaking, Hu Fei walked into the office. Teacher Little Zhang, follow me for a while. Hu Fei smiled. The channel has a meeting. Since I don't have an assistant, go with me, too. Her. I'm not treating you as an assistant, and roping you in is not just to make you be in the front stage. Your literary qualities can always shine backstage. Zhang Ye asked curiously. Teacher Hu, what sort of meeting is it? A public service advertisement. Let's go. You'll know when we arrive. Hu Fei led him upstairs. While they were in the elevator, he explained, the higher-ups sent a policy down last month, and it can be considered a media policy. They wanted our arts channel to produce an electricity-saving public service advertisement. But we have not finished it after a month. Actually, it's not that we haven't done it. It's just that the higher-ups did not pass it. Seeing that tomorrow is the final deadline, our channel's leader is extremely anxious. So he gathered everyone to help in planning and discussing the details of the advertisement. Zhang Ye was enlightened. A small meeting room upstairs. There was a long table with not more than 20 seats. By the time that Zhang Ye and Hu Fei arrived, the room was nearly full. A few people in charge and employees from the various segment teams from the arts channel had filled the room. Zhang Ye saw a few familiar faces here. There was a youth and a woman, who were his interviewers from the previous day. Seeing Zhang Ye, these people only gave him a glance. Old Hu, her. You are the slowest. A middle-aged man greeted him. Isn't the leader not here yet? It's fine, as long as we aren't late. Old Wang, this is our segment team's teacher Zhang Ye. Please take care of him in the future. Hu Fei seemed familiar with him. The middle-aged man said in amusement, he's your man. I can't take care of him, even if I wanted to. However, I have long heard of Little Zhang's name. What is his position now? Hu Fei said, guest host. I might also get Little Zhang to do some of the documentation work for backstage work. There's no other way, since my segment isn't as large as others. With few people, everyone has more responsibilities. The woman, who had interviewed Zhang Ye, smiled. It's also quite suitable for Little Zhang to do documentation work. Few in the channel can match him in their literary skills. A capable person has many responsibilities. Everyone sat down. Hu Fei introduced people to Zhang Ye in whispers. Zhang Ye knew that the middle-aged man's name was Wang Meng. He was an overall director in charge of the trending music segment team. The woman who had interviewed him was Jiang Fun, an overall director in charge of entertainment and literature news reporting. At this moment, about 5 to 6 people came in from inside. One of them was the head of the channel, Wang Shuixin. Director Wang did not look happy today. He walked straight to the seat of power, without saying anything. First, he drank all the tea in his cup. He looked like he had just scolded someone, so his throat was dry. After finishing it, he put down the cup and said, all right, let's begin. I believe that everyone knows what the details of today's meeting are. We need to fix the public service advertisement, and it has to be done by today. We need to finish its production by this afternoon in order to submit it to the higher-ups for approval. After the approval, tomorrow will be the final deadline, where it will be broadcast on television. We don't have much time left. The people who came in after Director Wang were probably employees that did advertisements for the television station. An employee handed over a draft, or it could be precisely said to be a write-up. These were the two ideas that we came up with last night during overall time. Another employee distributed copies to the others. Zhang Ye also obtained a copy. He flipped it open and took a glance. After giving it a look, Wang Shuixin threw the write-up on the table without reading it carefully. You call this creativity? This is your so-called creativity. Wang Shuixin rapped on the table. Everyone is responsible for saving electricity. Saving electricity begins with everyone. Is there anything fresher? The employee from the advertisement department said, Leader, all the public service advertisements in the country are like that. It's easy to understand. If not, it will be shouting a slogan. Or it could be some shocking statistics, saying how many people don't have access to electricity, saying how much loss results from every watt wastage. We want to be creative, too, but it can't be done. This is already the limit of public service advertisements. Wang Shuixin said furiously. Even if you can't do it well, you have to do it well. Why are you making excuses? The person remained silent for a moment. Leader, it's our responsibility. We will think of something again. There's no time anymore. Didn't you hear what I just said? There has to be an outcome today, and it has to be done today. Wang Shuixin said, I know that public service advertisements are at a bottleneck, but only with a bottleneck can you break through. The higher-ups have such a request for our channel. This is a policy-based advertisement. There can be no mistakes. I'm not asking about anything else, nor reasons. I just want to see a result. I want to see creativity, or else the higher-ups will not pass it. It was pointless pinning his hope on the advertisement department. They had handed more than 10 drafts over the past month, but all of them were rejected by the higher-ups. Wang Shuixin said to everyone, I called everyone here to help brainstorm. Whoever has a good idea or creativity, you can speak up. It could be seen that he was anxious, too. If they could not complete a task that had governmental implications, then everyone would suffer when the higher-ups demanded an answer. Zhang Fan asked, How many seconds does it need to be? Wang Shuixin said, There's no restriction, but according to usual practices, it has to be within 15 seconds. If it is a longer public service advertisement, it's best it doesn't exceed 20 seconds. Zhang Fan suggested, Why don't we be creative on the advertising tagline? I have a pretty good one. Saving, the path to the continuation of life. Wang Shuixin shook his head. No, that's still too common. Wang Ming said, What about a witty tagline? Gentlemen have manners. Be a man when using electricity. It's too uncommon. Wang Shuixin said, The higher-ups want creativity, not something uncommon. Creativity is something that will light up the eyes of others, or something no one can think of. As he spoke, he got irritated. Can you broaden your minds? We have so many capable people in our arts channel, yet we are stumped by a public service advertisement? Can't you come up with any good ideas? Another segment team's person in charge gave a wry smile. Leader, we do administrative work. Creativity isn't our forte. If the advertisement department can't think of something, there's not much hope for us. Wang Shuixin said angrily. You have to think of something, even if there's no hope. Are you going to be shouldering the responsibility for failing the task? The person in charge had been joking, but with this retort, he did not dare to say another word. Following that, others from a few segment teams suggested their ideas. But Wang Shuixin was unsatisfied by them. They were all denied. No creativity. However, everyone felt helpless. Freshness? Creativity? How could one be creative for the theme of electricity saving? After so many years, all sorts of tricks had been used by all the different television stations. Wang Shuixin looked at Hu Fei. Old Hu, only your segment team has not contributed an idea. We invited you here to come up with ideas, not to just sit there and drink tea. Hu Fei had never done public service advertisements, and he had no ideas either. He had similar thoughts as the others. Public service advertisements had been done to the point of flogging the dead horse. It had long ago reached a bottleneck. Everything followed the same line of thought, to the point where they had to do so. As there was no way to be creative in public service advertisements, what was there to be creative about? Could you exalt an advertisement regarding electricity savings to the heavens? Just as Hu Fei was not sure how to answer, and the other people in charge and employees were unsure what to do, Zhang Ye spoke. I have an idea. Zhang Ye's words shocked everyone. Hu Fei's eyes lit up upon hearing this. That's right. He suddenly thought of Zhang Ye. The person beside him was an effective writer. Teacher little Zhang, please say. Wang Shuixin looked on with a complicated look at Zhang Ye. Go ahead. Seeing everyone look at him, Zhang Ye cleared his throat. Public service. Advertisement. Of course, he did not know about them. This fellow was a broadcasting major. So how could he learn anything about advertising? Although he did not know, the masters of his world knew. He had also seen quite a number of public service advertisements from this world. From the exposure to television, there was no way that he would not have seen it. Hence, he had some understanding of it. The public service advertisements from both worlds had their strengths. This world emphasized on the details and words said. In this area, they did especially well. Some of the advertisements' tagline had shocked Zhang Ye. This world was much better than his world in that aspect. However, the public service advertisements from his world had its advantages. It had creativity. This was the only thing about the public service advertisements of his world that was much better than those in this world. Who made the rule that public service advertisements could not be creative? How could this be difficult for me? I'm going to be the pirate king. I'm going to be a superstar. Chapter 105. An excellent advertisement exalted by the masses. A small meeting room in the television station. Everyone was looking forward to see what idea Zhang Ye could come up with. They wanted to see how capable this notorious, esteemed writer was. Everyone present knew Zhang Ye. They had all gone to the Golden Microphone Awards. About half of the people in the room knew that he was a thorn among thorns. They also acknowledged his literature standard as passable, but literature was literature. Creativity was creativity. There was not much of a relationship between the two. You have an idea? You can open a new field for public service advertisements? A few people had their doubts. There were a few people from the advertisement department who did not even doubt him. They only treated it as if Zhang Ye was joking. They were in the advertisement business, and they were the professionals. Yet a layperson like you could be so sure of yourself? Isn't this a joke? Do you think you are the only intelligent and capable person in this world? What a joke. This was a problem that no one in the country had managed to overcome. Even among those who had come up with a creative public service advertisement, the focus was on the creativity itself, and they were criticized badly because creativity and public service didn't mix. If it did, then it wouldn't be considered a public service advertisement. They were not optimistic about Zhang Ye. Little Zhang, please share with us. Yes, what idea do you have? Another one that just involves changing the ad catchphrase? If it's just changing the ad catchphrase, then don't bother saying it. Seeing Zhang Ye keeping his silence, some people became impatient. Hu Fei frowned and said, "You have to give little Zhang some time to conceptualize his presentation. How can it be so fast?" Earlier, there were many people giving suggestions, too, but everyone listened attentively. At most, they gave some comments after the suggestions were given. But it could be seen how many people were unhappy with Zhang Ye. They were suggesting ideas, all the same, but everyone's attitude towards him was totally different. They couldn't help it. Zhang Ye had attracted too much negativity during the Silver Microphone Awards and, on top of that, he rejected Wang Shuixin's poem with a work of his own. It would be odd if he was liked by the others. Zhang Ye didn't mind. He was used to it. He was actually thinking of which public service advertisement to use. Which one from his world? There were a few good ones, but he felt that they were not going to stand out. They didn't stand out in the creative portion. Saving electricity. Saving electricity. Got it. Haha. That's the one. Zhang Ye suddenly remembered a very famous Russian public service advertisement from his world. How famous was it? It didn't just get attention in Russia, it was also rebroadcast in China. There was a textbook in China that Zhang Ye did not remember if it was from a university class about advertising. However, the book was basically an introduction on public service advertisements. It cited advertisements as a successful examples. It could be seen then how famous it was. It had even gathered many honors and awards. And clearly, in this world, that advertisement had never appeared before. Zhang Ye had happened to see it once, and it had left a deep impression on him. After he looked at everyone, he spoke lightly. He first introduced the setup of the advertisement. The advertisement I'm speaking of will use an animation. Of course, real people can be used, too. That isn't important. 15 seconds for the advertisement should be sufficient. Wang Shuixin wasn't too worried. Carry on. Previously, people had said they had something creative, but it turned out that their ideas were not creative. They did not qualify, so no one believed that Zhang Ye could come up with something. Zhang Ye ignored their thoughts, and with his eyebrows straightening, he said with a solemn expression, "In a room, a couple are having a fierce quarrel. The wife points at the husband, scolding him. Note that there will not be any words spoken or vulgarities. Just the animation or the mouthing of real people to express it is fine. The audience can tell at a glance that the wife is being unreasonable. Well, then the husband finds it unbearable, and he packs his clothes to leave the house. The wife then realizes her mistake. She hugs her children and cries loudly. Then suddenly, the door opens. The husband appears in the doorway. What? What and what? Wang Shuixin frowned even more. He was very unhappy. Jiang Fun and the other employees were nearly falling asleep from this. A couple quarreling? Are you talking about a public service advertisement? Even if they quarreled to the edges of the universe. Even if they ***king quarreled to the Milky Way, that had nothing to do with saving electricity. Hu Fei kicked Zhang Ye's feet. little Zhang. Zhang Ye was oblivious to it. He remained serious. The husband is back. The wife thinks that he has forgiven her rashness and rudeness. Just as she runs to hug her husband amidst tears, then the dull atmosphere changed. Just as people were feeling Zhang Ye's idea was extremely boring and Wang Shuixin was about to interrupt him with a scolding, Zhang Ye's last line reversed the entire situation. Without any forewarning, the husband reaches out his hand and flips the switch on the wall, turning the lights off. Then he closes the door and leaves. The room is suddenly dark. Everyone gaped. This was still not the end. Zhang Ye had not forgotten the key slogan at the end. After the room goes dark, a subtitle appears: Conserve electricity. Lights off with people gone. Conserve electricity? Lights off with people gone. Holy sh**t. What a godly statement. It was definitely a godly statement. Especially that lights off with people gone. Not only did it fit the feeling, it also fit the scene. It was a slogan with multiple meanings. An advertising professional who had been doubting and looking down on Zhang Ye a few seconds ago sat up straight. This advertisement. Zhang Ye asked, can this work? Can this work? This works too well. What was creativity? This was King divine creativity. The few employees from the advertisement department were stunned. They knew for the first time that a traditional public service advertisement could be done like this. Momentarily, everyone stared at Zhang Ye. What sort of brains did this person have? He could even do that? He could even think of that? Even Wang Shuixin was secretly impressed. He slammed on the table. Good, good, good. After saying good thrice, he said, this is the creativity I needed. We'll be using this. He said to the people from the advertising department, do it now. Follow little Zhang's case. Immediately, Jiang Fun. But the approval. Wang Shuixin interrupted. We'll do it and directly send it for approval. If this case doesn't pass, then there won't be a case that can pass. Quickly prepare it. The advertising department people obeyed the order and went to busy themselves. Let's end the meeting. After resolving a tricky matter, Wang Shuixin was feeling pretty good. Hu Fei grabbed the opportunity. Director, I did some calculation of the funds allocated to us, and we still lack some funds. After all, we need to invite some professors and scholars that will need money. Wang Shuixin waved his hand and said without a thought, I'll approve another 500,000 to you. Hu Fei was overjoyed. Then I'll thank you, leader. Then he patted Zhang Ye on the shoulder. Well done. After the meeting ended, people also began leaving the office. Wang Shuixin recalled something when he walked quite a distance. He suddenly turned back and glanced at Zhang Ye. He knew old who had not chosen a wrong person. This little Zhang was indeed very talented. But to Wang Shuixin, such a disobedient, but yet genius, thorny person was someone he had to love and hate at the same time. Chapter 106. The Heavenly Queen Comes Again. Hogu was chatting with Xiao Lu. Hu Fei brought Zhang Ye into the office and laughed. Xiao Lu, in a while go to finance and settle the program's finances. Xiao Lu exclaimed, they gave in. We got an extra 500,000. It looked like Hu Fei had been having a headache about this for a long while. Hogu said in surprise, how? The last time I discussed with finance all day, and didn't you even go? They refused to grant it then, but today they did. Hu Fei patted Zhang Ye on the back. It's all thanks to teacher little Zhang. He helped the channel resolve a major problem. He suggested an advertisement idea to Director Wang. That public service advertisement. Hodi knew about it. Da Fei said in admiration. Teacher Zhang, other than novels, poems, and prose, you can do advertisements, too? Hu Fei laughed. It's an awesome advertisement. It can be said the best public service advertisement that I have seen all these years. You will soon see it, at the latest, tomorrow afternoon, and at the fastest, tonight. Xiao Lu was full of admiration as she walked over with a smile, pretending to have a microphone in her hand. Teacher Zhang, can I interview you? Why are you so awesome? Do you have a secret to your success? Can you reveal it to us? Is there some trick? Zhang Ye did not hesitate to say, there's a trick. Xiao Lu was stunned. Really? Tell us quickly. I want to learn too. Zhang Ye said, there are 2 tricks. First, read through the entire Chinese dictionary, memorizing every single word of them seriously. It's best if you can memorize and recite most of the text and phrases. It should reach an extremely familiar stage, where you have them at your fingertips. Xiao Lu nodded. Memorize a dictionary? That makes sense. What's the second point? What's the second point? The others also listened in as they focused over, hoping to hear the trick to Zhang Ye's success. The second trick is, Zhang Ye chuckled, memorizing is useless. Xiao Lu was stunned before bursting out in laughter. Even so, it's useless? Then why did you say it? Hu Fei was also amused as he laughed heartily. Teacher little Zhang is just teasing you. Accumulation, experience, talent. You can't lack any. How can there be a trick? 8:30 p.m. at night. Off work. Zhang Ye worked overtime quite a bit. The reason was that the public service advertisement was, after all, his creation and proposal. He was most familiar with it. The advertisement department also contacted Zhang Ye for help and gave it to him for review. After Zhang Ye displayed his capabilities, the advertisement department did not dare to look down on him. They respected Zhang Ye's instructions for every detail and suggestion. Some was not changed at all, but some had major changes according to Zhang Ye's instructions. Only when the animation public service advertisement was done did Zhang Ye leave. Entering the district. The sky was already dark. A lamp along the corridor was not working. Zhang Ye had to blindly grope him way home. Hi, do you think this bro is having it easy? I have to work so busily every day, and even had to work for the advertisement department. However, capable people have a lot of responsibilities. Zhang Ye was not displeased with this, and in fact liked it a lot. Why? Just because he could become famous. He was always chasing towards that goal with no intentions of retreating. What about doing advertisements? If a public service advertisement was done well, it would clearly result in a one-time increase in his fame. He never looked down on the opportunity for a tiny fame increase that other popular celebrities looked down upon. Even if he did not increase his fame greatly, Zhang Ye would not miss the opportunity. As he had a limitation to his external looks, he could not be picky about things other people looked down upon. Maybe this was the struggle and determination of a small figure. He was hungry. What should he eat? Zhang Ye rummaged through the house, and there was only one packet of instant noodles and a chicken egg. Just as he was about to light the fire to cook the noodles and egg, the telephone rang. Seeing the number, Zhang Ye could not believe his own eyes. After repeatedly confirming it, he knew it was true. Zhang Yuanqi had called. The extremely famous S-list Heavenly Queen. Zhang Ye quickly picked up. Hello. Teacher Zhang, are you home? Zhang Yuanqi's tone was very cold. I'm home. I just came home and am preparing to eat. Zhang Ye was baffled. What's the matter? I haven't eaten, too. Make some for me, too. Saying that, she then hung up. Zhang Ye failed to react in time. Make some for you, too? You mean? When the noodles were just done, the doorbell rang. Zhang Ye opened the door to a woman wearing sunglasses. Without any question, she was Zhang Yuanqi. Her outfit today was very weird. Sunglasses, face mask, and a hat. She looked like she was afraid of catching SARS, but as a huge celebrity like Zhang Yuanqi, she had no choice but to do so. If she did not take protective measures, she would be easily recognized with just sunglasses on the street. She was too well known, and everyone was very familiar with her. Without a word, Zhang Yuanqi entered the room. Glancing at the open kitchen, she frowned. Instant noodles again? Don't you have anything else at home? Zhang Ye closed the door. May I know why you have come? Zhang Yuanqi threw the plastic bag from her hands onto the table. The bag was translucent, and there was a bottle of wine inside. Other places are too noisy. Your place is quiet. Zhang Ye recalled Zhang Yuanqi saying that there were two places that allowed her to reveal her temper. One was her parents' place, and the other was Zhang Ye's place. It was probably the reason why the Heavenly Queen came to his house again. From this point, Zhang Ye was somewhat flattered and also quite pleased. He thought to himself, look, take a look. The renowned Heavenly Queen Zhang came to my house to scrounge for food. She had to beg me for a meal. I'll see who dares to challenge me in the future. Who dares say I'm not famous? There's only instant noodles. Are you eating? Zhang Ye asked. Zhang Yuanqi unscrewed the wine bottle. What can I do if I don't eat? Zhang Ye scooped the noodles and divided it into two bowls. Let's each have a bowl. Make do with it. There was only one packet of instant noodles at home. Right, let's also split the egg. Zhang Yuanqi graciously poured him a glass of wine. Give me the egg. Zhang Ye flipped his eyelids. Why? I'm hungry. Zhang Yuanqi glanced at him and said nonchalantly, because I'm your senior. I entered the industry earlier than you and am older than you. And compared to instant noodles, I prefer eating eggs. Fine, fine, fine. I'll give you. I'll give you. As a man, Zhang Ye did not want to fight with women. He handed the egg to her. Thanks for the Silver Microphone Awards nomination the last time. Zhang Yuanqi ignored him. Crossing her legs, she began eating and drinking wine. This was the true character of the heavenly queen after she peeled off her outer skin. She would only speak when she wanted to. When she didn't wish to speak, it would be as if she did not hear. How's the taste? Are you staying here tonight? I'm working at the television station now. The program will be aired in a few days. I'll be either a host or a guest. For me, it's a huge opportunity. Oh, Zhang Yi liked to show off. He could not say some things to his colleagues, or people would think he was not being low-key. However, he could say anything with Zhang Yuanqi. He began bragging about the matters that had happened to him the past few days. Sometimes, Zhang Yuanqi would answer with a or oh. Sometimes, she would appear like she didn't hear it. Thankfully, Zhang Yi was already used to her temperament. He did not mind and continued speaking excitedly. Zhang Yi got a kick from saying all that. He then began eating his instant noodles. To become a big superstar? This was him walking closer to the path of an instant noodle hero. But thankfully, there was a heavenly beauty like Zhang Yuanqi accompanying him to eat. Zhang Yi did not find the instant noodles revolting, for good looks replaced meals. Chapter 107. The commotion caused by the advertisement. 9 p.m. They finished eating the noodles. Zhang Yuanqi didn't bother cleaning up the dishes. She leaned on the bed with a cup of wine in hand. Little Zhang, TV. Zhang Yi snorted. He unwillingly grabbed the remote control beside him to switch on the television for her. Which channel? Zhang Yuanqi answered plainly. BTV, Arts Channel. Zhang Yi exclaimed. You watch this channel? I work there now. Suddenly, the telephone on the table began to vibrate. Zhang Yi was wondering who it was so late at night. He picked it up. Teacher Zhang. It was a man's voice. I'm the little Wang from the television station's advertising department. We met about 2 hours ago. I called you to inform you that the public service advertisement that you came up with and supervised will broadcast soon. In at most 5 minutes, once this segment ends. It was also approved by the higher-ups, after they deemed the effects to be very good. And since the part about switching off the light isn't very suitable for an afternoon broadcast, they decided to push it forward to tonight. All right, I got it. We passed the verification. Thank you. You worked hard, too. You're welcome. After putting down the cell phone, Zhang Yi quickly increased the television's volume. Teacher Zhang, once this music show ends, I'll have something to show you. Zhang Yuanqi did not ask either. She just kept drinking. A few seconds later, the program ended. First, a cosmetics advertisement was broadcast, and the next moment, an animated advertisement was aired. It was the scene of a husband and wife quarreling. Zhang Yi quickly said, Look, look. Zhang Yuanqi couldn't tell. Why an advertisement? You'll know once you watch it. Zhang Yi was full of anticipation. Following that, the husband left after being scolded by the wife. Just as the wife was crying in regret, the husband came back. Bada. He switched off the light and left. The screen went black. The subtitles appeared, Conserve electricity. Lights off with people gone. Zhang Yi had interacted and supervised it with the advertisement department. It was basically following the original Russian version from his world. There were nearly no changes. Seeing that, Zhang Yuanqi was stunned. She had probably never expected such an amazing ending. This is a public service advertisement? It can be done this way? The country still has such a good and creative public service advertisement. This must be the first time you are seeing it, right? Come over here. Zhang Yi was very pleased. He switched on his computer and found the television station's website. After clicking it, he called Zhang Yuanqi over to see the production credits. Supervisor, Zhang Yi. Planning, Zhang Yi. Idea provider, Zhang Yi. About half of the 7 to 8 names on the credits list were Zhang Ye's name. This is your production? Zhang Yuanqi looked at him. That's right. I suggested it, and it was also supervised by me. Zhang Yi said, How was it? Not bad, right? Yes, not bad. Saying that, Zhang Yuanqi returned to leaning on the bed, ignoring him. Zhang Yi also did not care about her. He opened the television station's official discussion board. The electricity conservation public service advertisement was awesome. I also just saw it. I'm dying of laughter. Divine idea. Divine creativity. Divine twist. Divine ending. Whose idea was it? I never expected public service advertisements could be made this way. Heavens, Zhang Ye? The idea provider, the supervisor, and several other roles in the credits list are all Zhang Ye? It can't be the Zhang Ye I know, can it? Who is Zhang Ye? I don't know which one. AI, this name has a link on it. Let me see. Holy sh*t. After clicking it, there's the person's information. It's that teacher Zhang Ye. Although there's no picture, just look at his resume. Previous Beijing radio station broadcasting host. Now employed at the television station, BTV Arts Channel. Teacher Zhang Ye has started work at the Beijing television station. Is that true? Congratulations to Teacher Zhang for his success. I thought that Teacher Zhang had been banned. He actually progressed another step. Isn't Teacher Zhang a broadcasting host? Why did he make a public service advertisement? Furthermore, he did it so well. There's no other public service advertisement that is better in the entire world. The creativity is good and the connotations are all world-class. Who is Zhang Ye? Go check on the web. You don't even know him. At the same time, a large number of audience members who were watching BTV Arts Channel in Beijing had seen the advertisement. There was no credits list after the public service advertisement. It was only released on the website. Hence, many people did not know whose production it was. Even if they knew, many did not know of Zhang Ye. His popularity was still in a very small circle. He was not that famous. But even so, it did not prevent people from being shocked and amazed by this advertisement. Haha, I'm dying of laughter. I'm dying of laughter. It's really amazing. This public service advertisement is amazing. I'll watch it again in a while. I want to watch it again. It's so humorous. Darling, come over here. What? Stop washing your face. Quick, watch this public service advertisement. What's so nice about a public service advertisement? Do you have nothing better to do? Damn, you came late. It's over. What do you know? This isn't any ordinary public service advertisement. F***K, it was such a reversal. Director Zhang, who did this advertisement? It's too perfect. Beijing television station? That can't be. Their television station doesn't have such a talent. That's right. I'm curious. There are only a few people in the industry who do public service advertisements that are famous. No matter how I look at it, they don't work for the Beijing television station. But just watching this advertisement, I know it is the work of a master. Did they headhunt someone? Which famous advertisement planner did they grab over? There's no news. Let's check the production credits on the web. Ah, I found it. Zhang Ye. Who's Zhang Ye? Never heard of him. There's no such person in the advertising industry. That night, quite a number of households in Beijing began discussing this public service advertisement. The advertisement's effectiveness was unbelievable. It was a great success. In half an hour's time, the discussion of it had exploded on the web. It could be said that no public service advertisement had ever been this popular. Laymen watched the buzz, while professionals examined the skill. The greatest impact was on the professionals in the advertising industry. This industry was neither too big nor too small. Even if they had never met, they would all know each other. They even had such interactions with people inside and outside the country. This public service advertisement had caused numerous discussion first in this country, and were later shared with several foreign friends who were in the advertising industry. In the end, many people in the advertising industry outside of the country were greatly surprised that night itself. Everyone was trying to find out who was the one who did the planning for the advertisement. Finally, when they obtained the answer, they were at a loss of whether to laugh or to cry. The person who had planned the advertisement was not from their circles. It was King broadcasting host. Immediately, several people in advertising felt a sense of defeat. The bottleneck of public service advertisements had troubled the industry, both domestic and foreign, for half a year. No one had been able to reverse the situation. But now, a broadcasting host, who did not work in this line of work, had managed to conquer this problem. This idea was too new and had an enlightening effect. It seemed like it had opened a door for the people in advertising. They were suddenly overjoyed. A new textbook entry to creativity in public service advertisement. This reputation did not sully Zhang Ye's production at all. Chapter 108. Where did this Zhang Ye appear from? At home. It was getting later and later. Zhang Ye still did not know how big a name he had made for himself in the advertising circles, both foreign and domestic. He was not even looking at the computer, despite it being in front of him. He had opened the game ring's virtual interface. He was staring with surprise at the reputation points surging upwards on the menu. Plus 266. Plus 7,692. Plus 2,103. At times, it increased by the hundreds, while at other times, it increased by the thousands. Just before the advertisement was broadcast, Zhang Ye had recalled taking a look in the afternoon. His overall reputation points had been 290,000. Some of it was left from the interview, and the other 200,000 plus were from the sales of Ghost Blows Out the Light over the past few days. But today, just after a small public service advertisement, in a short time span of an hour, Zhang Ye's overall reputation points had reached 470,000, 480,000, 500,000, and it was still growing nonstop. It was estimated that after tomorrow, it would at least increase to 800,000. Zhang Ye had another deep understanding of the game ring. That was that the works he produced could keep increasing his game reputation points, even if the audience did not know Zhang Ye's name, so long as they satisfied the respect and amazement requirements. How could he tell? The public service advertisement did not have a credits list. No commercial would list it. Only a small number of people will check on the official television website to find out that it was Zhang Ye's production. The numbers were so small that they were negligible, yet Zhang Ye's reputation was increasing nonstop. This explained the problem. With this rule, Zhang Ye looked at such sideshows with more importance. No, to be exact, this public service advertisement was no longer a sideshow. With so much attention focused on it, and it earning him so much reputation, how could it be considered a sideshow anymore? At this moment, the Arts Channel's late-night program had just ended. It now broadcast again the public service advertisement. Zhang Yuanqi put down her wine glass and looked over. She looked at it fully before saying, "You seem to be multi-talented. In the future, when I have any advertisements or endorsements, you can do the planning for me." Zhang Ye laughed. "Endorsement advertisements? Don't they have professional production companies?" Zhang Yuanqi answered coldly. "They can't do it as well as you can. The direction is a little stiff. Advertisements and endorsements, they not only bring in the money for the celebrities. If an advertisement is done well, it has another advantage. It can bring up the visibility of the celebrity, which is very important. But if an advertisement is done poorly and the product performs too lousily, then even if they paid a lot, no big-time celebrity would endorse it." Zhang Ye promised, "Sure. Let's discuss about it again sometime. What else do you know?" Zhang Yuanqi switched over her crossed legs. "I know everything. I am an original producer. You can't do without me." Zhang Ye started bragging. "Oh yes. I remember watching a news article about you. In your acting career, no one should be comparable to you. You are considered to be a top star, right? But in your music career, it seems to not be such smooth sailing. Why did the news mention that you are no longer getting ready for a concert anymore? Will you be focusing on movies instead? After conquering the domestic market, you will aim for the international market?" Zhang Yuanqi said unfeelingly, "I have no good songs. Let your team spend some money then." Zhang Ye said, "A good song is not so easy to find. Sometimes you think it's good, but after people listen to it, no one approves of it." Zhang Yuanqi related calmly. Zhang Ye blinked. "Okay, if I have time, I will write you a song. With this song, I can guarantee that you will get back your place in the music industry." Zhang Yuanqi didn't think much of it. She looked at her watch. Probably thinking it's late, she switched on her cell phone. When it turned on, a pile of message tones played. Then a phone call came in, probably from Zhang Yuanqi's assistant or manager. "Sis Zhang, my big sister Zhang, you are finally answering the phone." It was a woman's voice. My phone's battery was flat just now. It was charging." Zhang Yuanqi's expression had changed, a total difference from the one she wore when she interacted with Zhang Ye. The woman brushed her off. "You. Right, who are you trying to bluff? The other time you had disappeared for a night. This time you disappeared again. Sis Zhang, are you in a relationship? At your boyfriend's place? Let me tell you first, the company's regulations state that our artistes are not allowed to be in a relationship. Even if they want to be in one, they have to go through the company, get permission, and report about it. Of course, the company will not dare stick their noses in too much for someone like you. But you can at least inform me first, right?" Zhang Yuanqi laughed. "You're thinking too much. I hope that I'm overthinking it, too." If you really had a boyfriend, how many people's hearts would be broken? It would surely affect your acting career. The woman said worriedly. Zhang Ye laughed. You have really been overthinking it. All right, I will go back now. Please wait at my home. We will touch on tomorrow's commercial performance. Tomorrow, the woman replied. I've been at your house waiting. I waited for the whole night. All right, then please wait for me. It's been hard on you. I will bring some food back for you. I know you love curry beef rice a lot. Zhang Ye said kindly. The woman softly said, You are always like this, placating me after disappearing. I don't even have the chance to be angry. Okay, so I will wait for you. The phone was hung up. Zhang Ye asked, Going off? Going off. Zhang Ye took and wore her blazer, then put on her sunglass and face mask. To mention it, when the Heavenly Queen was around, Zhang Ye was a little annoyed. The main issue was that her attitude was bad, with that uncaring attitude of hers, but yet she treated her assistant in such a gentle manner. But when it was time for Zhang Ye to leave, Zhang Ye felt a little reluctant. It's already so late. Why don't I send you back? Zhang Ye said. I drove here. Zhang Ye said, Oh, then all right. Drive safely. Zhang Ye did not answer. She took her stuff and left in a hurry. Zhang Ye said to her back, Come over when you have time. Zhang Ye did not look back, but replied, If we won't be having instant noodles again, I will consider it. But, Zhang Ye happily said, Sure, we will order takeouts next time. After closing the door, Zhang Ye couldn't help but smile. His relationship with the Heavenly Queen was a little unclear. Were they friends? They could not consider to be friends, as she had only come over twice and they hadn't spoken much. Zhang Ye's replies were mainly ums and ohs, or silence. But if we were to say that the two of them were strangers? You can't say that either. Strangers don't go to each other's house late at night, do they? She is a female comrade, and even a well-known celebrity. So, their relationship could be considered as something very subtle, yet special. Forget it. I'm not thinking anymore. Zhang Ye went back to his computer. On Weibo, a number of people started to add Zhang Ye. This public service advertisement is really Teacher Zhang's work? I'm again impressed by Zhang Ye's artistic foundations. At Beijing Writers Association, at them once every day. Help Teacher Zhang into the Writers Association, at Beijing Writers Association. We have mentioned them for so many days. Why is the Writers Association not replying? Are they such petty characters? If they are inferior to Teacher Zhang Ye, they should learn from him how to write poems. Why are they ostracizing him instead? Such pettiness. If they are like that, then it's better that Teacher Zhang be not admitted. The voices calling for Zhang Ye's admission into the association were getting louder and louder. But there were also some voices that were focused on the public service advertisement. A long Weibo post was written specially to Zhang Ye. The poster was called 100-Year Tree, Teacher Zhang. I have been your loyal fan since I heard of your melody poems. Only after seeing everyone's discussion did I realize that the public service advertisement earlier in the night was made by you. That Lights Off with People Gone is a real classic. It's really great. We are also having some worries over an issue here at our unit, so we would like to seek your advice. His Weibo verified status was as an employee of the Beijing Taoran Pavilion Garden Park. I am an employee with the garden parks. During the November long holidays when there are more tourists, the cases of stepping on lawns have become our nightmares. A lot of the grass lawns have been destroyed due to all the trudging. 20% of the whole park's lawn areas have been destroyed, and the percentage is ever increasing. Are you able to help us come up with an advertisement tagline to discourage such unethical behavior? Support. Yeah, the ethics of many tourists these days are getting low. We would like some advice. Are there any creative slogans? There were many replies below, especially from employees of the garden parks and their related industries. Concerning this request from his fan, Zhang Ye thought for a bit and replied, Okay, let me think a little. Haha. Teacher Zhang actually responded. Sitting here waiting for Teacher Zhang's advertising slogan. I hope it's aggressive. Right? It needs to stop people from stepping on lawns just by seeing it. When this discussion came up, many advertising professionals who were lurking at his Weibo suddenly paid attention. They had all just found out about Zhang Ye's name and searched for his Weibo. They were just in time to see him giving a creative brief for another public service advertisement, so they immediately kept their eyes peeled on his Weibo. Old Joe, quickly come and look at this Weibo. Teacher's son, that creative who made the conserve electricity public service advertisement. Zhang Ye is preparing another advertisement. It's on Weibo. A few creative people informed their friends, some over the phone, while some met them over the internet. In the end, more and more people gathered to observe. Zhang Ye was a mysterious person to the advertisement professional circle. He had no industry experience, nor any results or reputation. But somehow his first production had given the creative world a light of innovation. Everyone was curious about this person, about whether he had the ability or if it just a fluke. Was he the real thing? This resulted in advertising professionals from Beijing, outer provinces, and even foreign countries staring at Zhang Ye's Weibo and awaiting his new idea. Love the lawn. These days, on the PSA taglines were all, love the lawn. Be responsible. What else could be a new idea? If it's nothing more than just changing the slogan, the effect will be the same. If a person was ethical, even without a warning, they would not step on the lawn. Those without ethics, even if you told them off for half a day, they will ignore the warnings. This was too difficult. Everyone wanted to see what Zhang Ye, the man who made a public service advertisement miracle, would come up with. Zhang Ye made an announcement a short while later. He wrote very simply, a single line for a slogan. When the garden park's employees wanted him to be more aggressive, the first thought that came to his mind was a popular phrase concerning lawn protection from his world. Aggressive? There was nothing more aggressive than this. Zhang Ye typed. Lawn slogan. Stepping on me today, growing on your grave tomorrow. The moment it was posted, Weibo nearly exploded. Uffed. I burst out. It's too damn fierce. Ha ha, I've gone mad laughing. If this slogan is used, who would still dare step on lawns? The fiercest advertisement slogan this century. Verification completed. Teacher Zhang Ye is always so humorous. I love him so much. You may say so, but I think it's really good. I think we should try it. The garden park's employee who had posted before said, haha. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. This slogan is too good. Why didn't I think of it? In a while, I'll try submitting it to the higher-ups. But I guess it won't be approved. This slogan was placed on a property in a tiny city in his world. It had not been greatly promoted. But when the slogan was made known, it caused a stir online. Everyone was shocked. The person who had come up with the slogan was too talented. If Zhang Ye had used it in this world, the effects would be similar. Some people treated it as a joke, while others didn't. For example, those people in the industry or famous or obscure advertising professionals saw a different scene. Honestly, from a certain angle, this slogan was offensive to the public's morals. As there were some morally degrading words, it was unlikely that it could be widely publicized by garden parks, not to mention publicized openly. It was a slogan that could not be used. But so what if it could not be used? So what if it couldn't be publicized openly? This slogan had lit up a light for everyone in the advertising industry. It made many of them curse in their hearts. Your sister, who knew that a slogan for caring for the grass could be written this way? They had gained a lot. Zhang Ye had really given them a lesson. Who was this person? Where did this Zhang Ye appear from? Momentarily, an advertising professional who was rather famous in the industry sent Zhang Ye a private message on Weibo. Teacher Zhang, are you interested in coming to the advertising world to develop yourself? If you are interested, you can contact my company. We can discuss the remuneration. Zhang Ye received the message and was at a loss of whether to laugh or to cry. Following that, another person sent Zhang Ye a private message. I'm from Aid Advertising. Teacher Zhang Ye, our company welcomes you with open arms. Please give us a line of contact. Zhang Ye very politely rejected them. Make advertisements? Forget it. Doing it for fun to gather some fame and reputation was nice. But to do advertisements professionally? Zhang Ye was not so free. Chapter 109, Calligraphy Skills Experience Book. The next day, at the new unit, Zhang Ye had arrived very early for work. When he entered the office, he grabbed a broom to begin cleaning. He was very hardworking. It was different from when he first arrived at the radio station. The colleagues here treated him with respect. Of course, this was also because Zhang Ye had fought for it with his reputation. Even though others were polite to him, that was their initiative. He could not be big-headed, otherwise it would be difficult to maintain their relationship as colleagues. After all, he was still a rookie, and he was considered the youngest here, too. There was no harm at all in doing more chores. This would partially contribute to his self-cultivation. It was a necessary step of valuable mental training on his path to success. After the chores were done, Zhang Ye checked the game ring for his reputation. As expected, it was as he had guessed yesterday. His reputation had reached over 700,000, being just short of 800,000. Plus 23, plus 11, plus 9. His reputation was still growing, albeit slowly now after yesterday's peak. After waiting for what seemed like half a day, his total reputation had reached exactly 800,000. This made Zhang Ye's hands itchy for a draw at the lottery. There was no point in saving it without spending it. Anyway, the reputation was a one-time windfall and was unexpected side-pocket earnings, so that he didn't feel bad about using it. Also, at this time, Zhang Ye only had 2 lucky bread left in his inventory from the last lottery draw. He definitely would like to have more items stored for times when he might need them. It would be better than the last time, when he was blindly forced to draw for something. With some insurance, it would be better. This was all to ensure that Zhang Ye's stardom dream would be smooth sailing, so he would definitely be motivated and not slack. He clicked on the lottery draw. As usual, he spent 100,000 to start the pointer moving for the draw. Zhang Ye did not plan to place additional stakes this time because he wanted a few more draws to receive more items, or maybe, if he was lucky, try his luck at getting the special category treasure chest. Of course, this was what he had planned. But when the pointer was slowing down to a stop, Zhang Ye realized that the pointer was now in the skills category. In fact, it had just moved into the skills category portion. Although the pointer always spun at different speeds, Zhang Ye was still 90% certain that this was where the needle would end up pointing. Skills. He had never drawn this category before. Zhang Ye immediately changed his mind and clicked on the additional stakes, thinking that it was a rare chance, so he might as well go for it. Add 7 additional stakes. Pour all of his reputation into this round. As to why 100,000 reputation was not reserved as a backup for a memory search capsule, it was because the public service advertisement was still running and the internet would still be discussing about it for another 1 to 2 days. It might not be able to add much more reputation, but 100,000 a day shouldn't be an issue. Moreover, the book sales for Ghost Blows Out the Light was still booming. For every book sold, he would receive 1 additional reputation. Therefore, he staked everything. There was another reason for doing so. From the game's introduction, Zhang Ye knew that many of the skills category and stats category items were stackable. For example, the Fruit of Growth and the Fruit of Charm. These could both be used without limitations. Eating one would add on to the stat. The skills category was the same. If he used a single skill book, the effect would be too small to be noticeable. From the Fruit of Charm, we could see that the effect was minute. Eating one did not make much of a difference. This was also the reason why Zhang Ye put in all his reputation for the additional stakes. Only if the quantity was enough would the effect be noticeable. Otherwise, he would be better off not using them. The needle stopped. It wasn't a surprise that it landed over the skills category. 8 treasure chests, small, were added automatically into the inventory. Zhang Ye took them out one by one and placed them on the computer desk. The treasure chests were not big. It was a small item after all. But on the desk, it was crowded all the same. Let's open them. Zhang Ye opened them all at once. It was an ancient-looking book. It was a little old, and neither thin nor thick. Calligraphy Skill Experience Book 7. Item description. Takes effect after reading. Increases player's calligraphy skill experience. Stackable usage. This was the first time that Zhang Ye had received such an item. He did not know how to use it. Will it take effect after being read? He still had to read the whole book? Zhang Ye tried to open the book, but realized that he had overthought the process. The moment that he flipped the book, a white flash of light appeared. The book dissolved, and the contents surged into his mind. It made his brain go into a mess momentarily, as if something had grown in it, but yet he could not explain it. Just flipping through it once, and it was done? It's just like the skill books in games. That's convenient. Calligraphy? Does it have to be the brush type of calligraphy? That shouldn't be. Ballpoint pen or fountain pen writing should also be considered a form of calligraphy. Zhang Ye used a pen to test it out. Since he had started school, his penmanship had not been too good. Sure, it was pretty standard. But you know, guys, people with good handwriting were still in the minority, so it was nothing strange. But when Zhang Ye's pen landed on the back of the unit's work file, the written word gave Zhang Ye a minor shock. He swore that he was still writing in his original style and it did not feel any different. Somehow, the moment when pen was put to paper, his brain had an especially vivid memory of writing. When he wrote it, it would automatically adjust to his memory. His writing was good. It was really better looking. At least, it was not messy. It was much more organized than before. Even if it was just a slight improvement, Zhang Ye was delighted. This showed that the calligraphy skill experience book had a visible effect. After that, he did not need any further explanation. He just flipped open all of the remaining experience books. 1 book, 3 books, 5 books. After eating these skill experience books, Zhang Ye had wanted to try out his new writing, but a colleague had just arrived. He raised his head and, from that point on, did not manage to test it out. Teacher Zhang. Dafei arrived. Xiao Lu also followed closely behind. Yo, Teacher Zhang. You are so early. Good morning. Zhang Ye greeted them too. Xiao Lu gave him a thumbs up. I saw your public service advertisement. It was so awesome, too awesome. I swear, I have never seen such an interesting public service advertisement. Dafei's praise was even much higher. This advertisement was marvelous. Ho Gu and Ho Di had arrived too. Looking at Zhang Ye, Ho Gu was very excited. Teacher Little Zhang, must you be so talented? Yesterday, brother who said your idea was very good, and I still didn't know what was going on. I was still having my doubts. But last night, when I saw the advertisement, my brother and I were dumbfounded. Ho Di added, he's not exaggerating. We really were dumbfounded. I cannot get tired of watching this advertisement. When I watched it again during the rebroadcast, it was really better than the first time. The feeling builds up. Ho Gu said admiringly. Soon, Hu Fei came into the office. Yo, everyone's here. Xiao Lu laughed. Brother Hu, we were just chatting about Teacher Zhang's creative ad. It's too interesting. Hu Fei laughed and looked over to Zhang Ye. You saw it yesterday too, right? I thought that the ad was good, but didn't expect that it would cause such a sensation and response. Did you all know? Little Zhang created a miracle. During the public service advertisement's second broadcast, the ratings surpassed the official programs before and after it. Huh. Hoga was shocked. What? Ho Di was also amazed. The ad's rating was higher than the official programs. It's because of the first broadcast's good response. So once the program ended, to make way for the advertisements, everyone waited for it. This created such a miracle. Hu Fei sighed. This advertisement has really gone viral. The feedback from the audience was not only good. Many said it was fresh and creative, and many people even expressed that after they watched the advertisement, they would definitely have their lights off with. People gone. We have gotten the recognition and praise from the television station's higher management. Little Zhang, I happened to bump into director Wang Shuixin upstairs. He had named you in his praises. Your bonus this month definitely can't be low. Check it out yourself when that happens. Zhang Ye humbled himself. I was just lucky. Hu Fei waved his hand. There's no point in being humble. This isn't luck. Why aren't we lucky? Why were so many advertising professionals not lucky at all over all these years? This is your ability. Saying this, Hu Fei's expression suddenly looked odd and also a bit funny. He said to Zhang Ye, there's another interesting thing. Zhang Ye blinked. What? Hu Fei said with amusement. After you were hired, wasn't your resume posted on the television station's official website? Many domestic advertising professionals found you through your resume. I received 2 phone calls last night and 1 this morning. All of them were requesting your contact information from me, hoping that you could go to their company or their television station's advertising department for further development. One of them even has quite good a relationship with me. One of them even offered a 500,000 annual salary to headhunt you. He even tried his best to convince me to let you go. This is the salary of their company's upper management. See how much they value you. Zhang Ye immediately made known his stand. Brother Hu, I'm not going. Xiao Lu and Dafei were also worried. They did not want Teacher Zhang to be headhunted, for their relationship was getting more harmonious over the past 2 days. Haha, I was just waiting for you to say that. Hu Fei pointed at Zhang Ye and laughed. Even if you wanted to, I wouldn't agree to it. I used so much effort to rope you in against all odds. Who dares rob you from me? I'm the first to reject. No way. Zhang Ye was relieved. Don't worry. Even if they gave me a 5 million yuan annual salary, I would definitely not go, let alone a mere 500,000. Xiao Lu giggled. That's right. Teacher Zhang's car is a 5 million x 5 bulletproof car. Does he lack that hundreds of thousands of salary? Hoge laughed. Indeed. Teacher Little Zhang looks wealthy from any angle. They sure dared to name their price. Hu Fei was shocked. Bulletproof car? The bulletproof version of the BMW? People actually buy that car? I thought not a single one would be sold. Xiao Lu said, Brother Hu, you may not know. When we went for lunch, a flower pot even smashed into it from the 5th floor. We were all dumbfounded. But in the end, Teacher Zhang cleaned off the pot fragments in a relaxed manner. Guess what we saw? The car's paint was not even chipped off. It was in perfect condition. That car was too awesome. Hu Fei said, Really? Then I must try it the next time. I doubt I can earn that much money in my entire life. I'll try to rub off some of Teacher Little Zhang's greatness. Her. But indeed, Little Zhang won't covet that tiny bit of money, so I was not afraid of them poaching. Teacher Little Zhang can casually write a ghost blows out the light and earn millions of royalties, right? If he really wanted to make money, he would have gone into writing books and poetry. Why would he need to trouble himself making advertisements? Xiao Lu was also curious. Teacher Zhang, then what are you doing this for? Hoge was also quite concerned. That's right. You aren't short of money. So why did you come to the television station? The salary here is pathetic. You may earn a bit more as a host, but it can't exceed 20,000, right? Zhang Ye gave some thought and declared, I am for the transmission and development of art. I dedicate my strength for national education. Social harmony and national peace are things I spend my efforts researching on. Only the television station can express my greatest ideals. Hu Fei rolled his eyes. Speak normally. Zhang Ye was helpless. All right. I can become famous here. Xiao Lu also burst out in laughter. Ha! Hoge and Ho Di were also amused. In this line, they either wanted to make a name for themselves or make money. They were all the latter, doing it for a living. However, Teacher Zhang Ye was clearly a level higher. He was in pursuit of the former. Was it embarrassing? What was so embarrassing about it? Everyone had desires. However, many people had used it as a derogatory word. It could be a bit ridiculous, but if desire was said in a different way, it was motivation. This was the power and source of success. Chapter 110, Beijing Couplet Competition begins. Afternoon. Zhang Ye was discussing with Xiao Lu about the program recording in a few days' time, when suddenly, some people from the advertising department came. Teacher Zhang, a youth said politely. Oh, Teacher Lu. Zhang Ye went over. He had seen these people before. They had worked together on the public service advertisement. Don't call me teacher. Although I'm older than you by about 3 years, I do not dare to be addressed as teacher in front of you. Well, the results of the advertisement are out. The reception was extremely good. I believe that you must have heard of it. We came over to thank you. Thank you for all the help, the youth said in friendly manner. Zhang Ye smiled. You're welcome. It was nothing. Another lady chimed in. If we encounter a tough problem in the future, we might even consult you. Please don't be stingy when the time comes and give us your guidance. Zhang Ye replied helplessly. I'm just a layman. How can I give any guidance? The third youth gave a wry smile. If you are a layman, then no one in the country is a professional. I also saw the slogan for the lawn on your Weibo. Although it cannot be used, it was really well written. Also, the electricity conservation public service advertisements creativeness are things we need to learn from. I don't think that it is too much to write them in advertising textbooks. You have opened a new path for creativeness in advertisements. It is extremely meaningful. Zhang Ye waved his hands. You are putting me on a pedestal. There's no need. Really, there's no need. After the people from the advertising department gave their gratitude, they left. Xiao Lu gave him a big thumbs up. Teacher Zhang is indeed Teacher Zhang. This is the first time that I have seen people from the advertising department seeking someone from the program teams for advice. Stop making fun of me. Zhang Ye returned to his seat. Hey, look at Weibo. Hoge shouted out suddenly. As he was very loud, no one was prepared for it, so they were greatly shocked. Weibo, you gave me a fright. What's on Weibo, Hoge? A few people asked. Hoge pointed to the computer. I followed Teacher Little Zhang's Weibo yesterday. I saw that many of Teacher Zhang's fans were at ING, the Beijing Writers Association, right? They wanted to get him into the Writers Association, and there were people questioning why the Writers Association did not let Teacher Little Zhang join. It seems like it has been stirring quite a buzz for days. Look, the Beijing Writers Association's official Weibo account has replied. They said that they have the intention of inviting teacher Zhang to join, and we're doing the final inspection and approval. And the Beijing Writers Association's official Weibo even posted an invitation. It invited many people, probably in the tens, and the last one is teacher little Zhang. Entering the Writers Association is good. With teacher Zhang's ability, he should have entered long ago. What's there to inspect? There's no need to inspect. Anyone with eyes knows teacher Zhang's literary foundation. Xiao Lu said in a displeased manner. Indeed, although this world's Writers Association's admission criteria was stricter than in Zhang Ye's world, with the minimum criteria very high, with Zhang Ye's poems, essays, novels, and fairy tales, the minimum criteria was not something that could faze him. Besides, the Beijing Writers Association was just a province's Writers Association, so was there a need for them to take so long before they announced their intentions of inviting him? There was something subtle with their attitude. Invitation? Zhang Ye was concerned about something else. What invitation? Dafei also asked. Hoga was unable to explain it properly. Just check yourselves. Zhang Ye and the rest opened Weibo and understood. The annual Beijing couplet competition was being held tomorrow. It was held in Peking University's newly renovated hall. It was a grand couplet competition jointly organized by the Beijing Couplet Organization, the Beijing Writers Association, and several other organizations. Every year, the leaders of the broadcasting companies, officials from the Beijing Education Ministry, members of the Couplet Organization and Writers Association, etc. would be invited as guests or competitors. What was a couplet competition? To be simple, they were to match verses. There were all sorts of one-to-one correspondence in matching the number of characters on a line, etc. It was very profound and had many rules to adhere to. It was a traditional component of Chinese literature and had more than 1,000 years of history. The traditional Chinese literature of this world may be inferior to commercial entertainment programs in terms of popularity, but compared to Zhang Ye's original world, it was much superior. Chinese literature received a lot of attention. Although Zhang Ye's world would have couplet competitions or poetry meets frequently, where they might even be on a national level, organized in various states, their scale was very small. It was done very simply. Sometimes it would even be held in a crappy classroom with about 20 people participating. Even if it was a couplet competition at a provincial level, there were not many who paid attention to it. However, this world was different. The number of people who paid attention to it was considerable and the scale was large. It was held in Peking University's hall, and the entire process was broadcast live online. It was considered an annual grand meet in literature in Beijing. At least, many professionals paid a lot of attention to it. Big Thunder? Zhang Seeing nearly 100 members invited as competitors, Zhang Ye could recognize a few old familiar names with his sharp eyes. All right, they were considered old enemies. They were those people from the Beijing Writers Association who had gone to the Beijing radio station to trample on Zhang Ye, but ended up being smacked in the face by him. He did not know any of the other contestants. Many of them were from the Beijing Couplet Organization or were grassroots members. Zhang Ye finally saw that the last person to be invited was him. But I didn't register. Why are they inviting me to be a contestant? Zhang Ye frowned slightly. Do you really not care about me? When you ignored me, you ignored me. When you cared about me, you didn't ask for my opinion to put my name in there. Do you know what respect is? Xiao Lu said. Who cares? You should go. That's right. It will be interesting. We can decide when the time comes whether to participate or not. Ho Gu encouraged him too. This is a grand literature event. It is much more important than the mid-autumn poetry meet that you participated from before. Not just anyone gets the participation qualification. Even the entry tickets for spectators aren't easy to get. With a smile, he said, Teacher little Zhang, aren't you fighting for fame? This would suit you perfectly. This is entirely broadcasted live on the internet. Not many people watch it, but the numbers definitely aren't low. If you can enter the final round and show your face, it can increase your fame. If your fame increases, it will help our new program, too. What he said was right. But I don't ***king no couplets. It wasn't that he didn't know. He only knew the couplets from his world. He had no idea what the situation and foundation of the couplets for this world were. Zhang Ye suddenly thought of something. F****k, Could the bunch of people from the Writers' Association know that he did not know couplets, resulting in them putting him on the invitation name list without asking him? They had lost in the poem competition last time, with the entire Beijing Writers' Association losing to Zhang Ye. They were indignant about it and wanted to take revenge. They wanted to use a literary area that Zhang Ye did not know to ridicule him, put him to shame, regain their reputation. It seemed highly probable. With the Beijing Writers' Association's vice president Meng Dong's personality, what wouldn't he do? Ring, ring, ring. A phone call came. Zhang Ye picked it up. Hello? Who is this? Teacher Zhang Ye? It was a middle-aged woman's voice. I am an employee of the couplet organization. I want to confirm your invitation for tomorrow's Beijing couplet competition. Do you have time to participate in it? If you do have time, I will inform my colleagues from the Beijing Writers' Association to print a contestant pass and entry pass for you. You were recommended by them. Tomorrow, you can just go to Peking University, and someone from the Writers' Association will attend to you. Zhang Ye hesitated for a while before saying, all right then. So what if he joined? He would analyze the situation first. If the Writers' Association had really planted a trap for him, or this world's couplets were things Zhang Ye did not know, then he would give up and not bring ridicule to himself. Of course, if he had a chance to show his strength, Zhang Ye would definitely not grab the opportunity to show off. Being an E-list celebrity could not satisfy him. His goal was even higher and further. He would grab tightly at every opportunity that could make him become famous. Writing novels, writing poems, writing stories, writing essays, making advertisements, match couplets. He was never picky. He would devour them all, despite what they were. Outside, Hu Fei, who was carrying a bunch of stuff, entered. Ho Gu was the closest, so he rushed up. Brother Hu, let me do it. All right, thank you. Ho Gu gave him the box. It was the information and documents needed for work. However, after Ho Gu took it away, Hu Fei reached into the box and took out a few tickets placed at the top. Then he said to everyone, tomorrow, the Peking University will have a couplet competition. It is very grand. The couplet organization has invited us from the television station to spectate it. They are middle row tickets. They are hard to get, but I managed to grab 5 of them. Tomorrow is Saturday. Let's go together. 5 tickets. Xiao Lu asked in a baffled manner. Aren't we short of one? With Brother Hu, we have a total of 6 people. Hu Fei pointed to Zhang Ye. Little Zhang doesn't need it, right? I heard that the Beijing Writers' Association has recommended Little Zhang to compete in the competition. All contestants have an entry pass, so he doesn't need a ticket to enter. Is that right, Little Zhang? Zhang Ye nodded. Yes, someone from the couplet organization just called me. Xiao Lu was happy. That's good. Then, let's go tomorrow. Anyway, I have nothing to do at home. Ho Di snapped his fingers. Right, we'll go tomorrow to cheer for teacher Little Zhang. Do you think we should make a banner? With Teacher Zhang Ye, we love you on it? Pretending we are his fans. With that, it can show how popular teacher Little Zhang is and how many fans he has. Da Fei wiped his sweat. You really have nothing better to do. Ho Gu also slapped his brother in the neck. Does Little Zhang need to fake it? He has no lack of fans. Everyone happily chatted together. They came up with plans and joked around. Yes, they were actually too free. After being hired for so many days, their program had not begun airing. Since the planning for their segment had been mostly completed, they did not have much work to do. So whenever something interesting happened, they would be extremely passionate about it. They didn't feel good about not having anything to do all day, so naturally, they had to find something to do. Chapter 111, The Preliminaries. Begin. Saturday. The weather had turned chilly. Entrance to Peking University. Today, the school was sealed off. It only allowed the school's students and teachers, as well as the couplet competition staff and contestants, to enter. Hence, all of the other entrances to the school were closed, leaving only the main gate and the largest side gate open. There was even a sign erected. The side gate was for students and teachers, while the main gate was used for the admission of the couplet competition's relevant personnel and spectators. There wasn't a lack of security. Many of the school's security guards were gathered here, and there were more than 10 people. Because there were more extreme events happening frequently in society these days, the security check was done more strictly. Zhang Ye was also being inspected. Hello, please show me your tickets, a couplet organization staff said. Zhang Ye, who had come early, took advantage of not needing to line up to enter the school, but he was stopped. He said, I'm a contestant. The youth looked at him. May I know what your name is? I'm Zhang Ye. Please check for me. The Writers' Association should have given me a pass, Zhang Ye said. All right, let me take a look. The youth immediately called out to a colleague to bring a suitcase over. Inside were the contestant passes. Zhang Ye. After rummaging for a while, the youth frowned. Sorry, there's no contestant pass with your name. Then looking at the name list, Zhang Ye, right? The contestant name list submitted by the Writers' Association doesn't have you. Sorry, but I won't be able to let you in. It doesn't have me? Zhang Ye could not stifle his laughter. The people from the couplet organization thought that Zhang Ye was purposely here to mess things up and enter, so they ignored him and checked the tickets of others. Zhang Ye could smell a rat at this moment. Was it really as he had guessed? The Beijing Writers' Association inviting him was a scheme to pay him back with his own coin? They were determined to make things difficult for him and disgust him? But aren't your methods too low class? Or could it be that he was an eyesore to a minority of people from the Writers' Association, so they had schemed against him? And the people from the upper echelons of the Writers' Association and the couplet organization were uninformed of this? He felt this was most likely. Anyway, no matter what, someone had definitely done something behind the scenes. They had made an error, forgetting Zhang Ye's contestant pass. This possibility was almost zero. The official admission time came. There were quite a lot of people lined up at the school gate. They were beginning to enter. Hu Fei brought Ho Gu, Ho Di, Da Fei and Xiao Lu with him, and they just arrived. The moment they reached, they noticed a gloomy-looking Zhang Ye nearby. Yo, Teacher Zhang! Xiao Lu shouted. Da Fei also waved his hands. Teacher Zhang, over. Here. Zhang Ye walked up, and Hu Fei and company walked over too. Hu Fei asked in surprise, Little Zhang, why haven't you entered? The preliminaries have already begun, right? Contestants like you should enter much earlier than us. Zhang Ye threw up his hands. I can't get in. The Beijing Writers' Association did not prepare a contestant pass for me. Although they invited me, my name isn't on the invitation list. What? Such a thing can happen. Ho Gu immediately turned angry. Ho Di also understood immediately as he gritted his teeth. Aren't they being bullies? They had recently gotten to know of Zhang Ye's previous matters. They knew that he had offended quite a number of people from the Beijing Writers' Association, including its vice president Meng Donghua. However, in their opinion, the Writers' Association was such a big organization that wouldn't be so petty. Since they had invited teacher Zhang Ye, they were probably making leeway in order to then rope Zhang Ye in. That was the reason why they had encouraged Zhang Ye to join the competition yesterday. However, who knew that they were too naive? They had invited Zhang Ye, but would not allow him entry? Were they bent on disgusting him? On the web, many of Zhang Ye's fans knew that he was participating in the competition. Many of them were full of anticipation, waiting in front of their computers for the live stream to begin. In the end, Zhang Ye did not even enter the gates? If someone asked, would the Beijing Writers' Association just explain it away with, Zhang Ye gave up on his own accord? That would make the fans grumble at Zhang Ye and, at the same time, strike a blow to his reputation. If someone investigated, the Writers' Association could simply say, oh, a subordinate made a mistake and did not process the contestant pass. They could push the blame just like that? It was too despicable. Those bunch of grandsons. Ho Gu cursed. Hu Fei's face was also sullen. Little Zhang, have you called the person who contacted you? Well, I was just about to call. Zhang Ye called the woman from the couplet organization who had contacted him from before. Hello, I'm Zhang Ye. There was a lot of noise on her side. She was probably busy. Zhang Ye? Oh, teacher Zhang Ye. Why haven't you entered? Can't you come? Our preliminaries have just begun. Zhang Ye said. I'm already here, but I can't enter. He explained the situation. The woman clearly did not know of the situation. She was stunned. How can that be? The Writers' Association should have done the necessary work for you. All right, I'll give them a call. I'll try to arrange it for you. After hanging up, Zhang Ye said, why don't all of you go in first? If you aren't going, what's the point of us going? Xiao Lu said, if we are going in, we must all go in together. Hu Fei reached into his bag and passed him a ticket. Take my ticket and enter first. Take part in the preliminaries first. Since they invited you, even if they did something underhanded, your name must be on the name list of the couplet organization. They just need to provide you a contestant pass. Zhang Ye waved his hands. There's no need. Go in first. They had all taken the pains to travel here. So how could he go in himself while leaving them outside? Suddenly, there were a few shouts. Haha, little Zhang. Teacher little Zhang. Here, here. Why are you here too? Oh right. You are here to compete. The people who came were Zhang Ye's former colleagues, Big Sis Zhou, Auntie Sun, and Assistant Xiaofeng. After greeting them, Zhao Guizhou looked to be a bit further behind them. Zhao Guizhou and a few staff and leaders of the radio station's other channels were there. Seeing Zhang Ye, Zhao Guizhou smiled and walked over. Little Zhang, it's been a while. Zhao Guizhou laughed. Zhang Ye blinked and immediately went over to say, Brother Zhao, do you have any extra tickets? Entry tickets? Too many people on your side came? You don't have enough tickets? That can't be. Your television station should have more tickets than our radio station. Zhao Guizhou was puzzled. The Beijing radio station and the Beijing television station had long merged together. The tickets were first handed out to the television station. Only the leftovers were handed over to the radio station. They were considered one, and their seats were even side by side. Zhang Ye said helplessly, No, I can't get in. They didn't. Prepare a contestant pass for me. Upon hearing this, Zhao Guizhou understood what could have happened. Do we have tickets? Big Sis Zhou said, No, everyone has only one. This couplet competition is too popular. It's not easy to get tickets. I'll ask around for you. Zhao Guizhou went to ask the leaders from the other departments. Xiaofeng immediately said, Teacher Zhang, use my ticket. I happened to have something to do and didn't want to come in the first place. Everyone knew that she was lying. Zhang Ye shook his head, adamant about not wanting it. Just as they were looking for tickets, Tian Bin and his wife suddenly appeared, hand in hand. By now, Tian Bin was one of the hottest late-night segment anchors of the central radio station. Under his hands, Ghost Blows Out the Light had reached even greater heights. His ratings were even higher than when Zhang Ye was at the Beijing radio station. After all, the central radio station could be received throughout the country, so its exposure was many times more than the Beijing radio station. These results were no wonder. Besides, the central radio station was a huge station. It had no lack of tickets, so Tian Bin would naturally get them, which meant that he could also bring his wife. Zhang Ye. Tian Bin's wife waved at him with a smile. Tian Bin had probably heard their conversation, so he pushed a ticket into Zhang Ye's hands. I have 4 tickets. The 2 friends I invited could not come, as they had to work. Over time, I'm giving it to you. Zhang Ye asked for confirmation. This isn't your own ticket, right? No, Tian Bin was amused. I might not give you my ticket, even if you wanted it. All right then. Thanks a lot. Zhang Ye accepted it. Tian Bin said, Hurry and go. They thought a tiny trick or two can trample on you. Let the people from the Beijing Writers Association know who teacher Zhang Ye is. Zhang Ye laughed. All right. Following that, everyone lined up to enter. After chatting with his former colleagues and leader, they entered the school gates. Zhang Ye walked together with his new colleagues, and Hu Fei, and went straight to a small square in the center of the school. This was where the preliminaries were being held. Only those who could pass the preliminaries had the qualification to participate in the couplet competition in the large hall. It had begun some time ago. There was not even much time left. Xiao Lu was more worried than Zhang Ye. Teacher little Zhang, hurry up. The people of the Writers Association did that, so as to deal a blow to your reputation. They might have even thought of the scenario where even if you managed to get a ticket to enter, the preliminaries would almost be overdue to the delay. If you can't even pass the preliminary, they will definitely say how lacking you are. They will smear you, and then win back the reputation they lost the last time. So we definitely cannot lose to them. We must enter the finals. Let them know how good you are. Let them recall the scene of them being hit in the face by you in the mid-autumn poetry meet. Hu Fei recalled something. None of you have even asked little Zhang if he knows anything about couplets. This is a different domain than writing poems or essays. It's completely different. Only then did Hogu realize. Oh, right. Teacher little Zhang, do you know? Zhang Ye sweated. Not really. I'm not very sure either. What's there not to be sure about? Xiao Lu said. Just say if you have ever studied couplets before. No, Zhang Ye admitted honestly. In his world, couplets were popular only in ancient times. As for modern times, other than cultural hipsters or scholars who still studied couplets, at the most, He had seen some millennial impossibilities left behind from ages long ago. However, he was still unsure what the couplet situation of this world was. He did not know if what he knew could be used. You really haven't? Xiaolu lost heart. Ho Gu also sighed. Then there's no other way. Ho Di said, it's all right. We can come up with a strategy to help Teacher Zhang. Let's enter the finals first. I still know a bit about matching couplets. Xiaolu said, I also know a bit. I once did a special article about it previously in the newspaper business. Chapter 112. The last question that no one could match. Square in the school. The woman from the couplet organization gave him a call. Hello, Teacher Zhang Ye. Where are you? I'm already inside, in the square where the preliminaries are held. Oh, why can't I see you? Which one are you? Are you the one in a white long dress? I can see you. She was the only one making a phone call. Zhang Ye walked over, and she was indeed the woman from the couplet organization. Hello. The woman lowered her cell phone and handed him a contestant pass and said, Sorry, Teacher Zhang. The staff missed it. They just found it. Hurry up and participate. There's no need to register. You just need to answer a question. Well, I have something else to do. I'm leaving first. Thank you. Zhang Ye watched her leave. Not far away, Hu Fei greeted him. You got it? Zhang Ye tersely acknowledged before looking at the questions asked in the preliminaries. There were 3 question boards in front. They were spaced 10 meters apart. There were many people crowded in front of each question board. There were contestants, as well as spectators. Of course, there were not many contestants left at this moment. Many of them had passed the preliminaries and entered the hall by answering correctly. There were less than 20 people left answering. They were pondering deeply in front of the question boards. The questions did not seem easy. There were the preliminaries rules by the side. 1. Contestants, please answer the questions according to the specifications. 2. You have passed only after the judge's decision. 3. There are only 50 questions. There cannot be more than 50. People passing the preliminaries. Xiao Lu exclaimed. There are only 50 questions? Aren't there nearly 100 contestants? Doesn't that mean that they are eliminating half? That's too cruel. Ho Gu was in a hurry. There's not much time left. Ho Di pointed to the question board. There are only 2 questions left on this board. Ah, that board is full and all the questions have been answered by others. The third board also only has 1 question left. There were 3 questions left and about 20 contestants who had not given up on answering. Some of the contestants felt that they would not be able to answer and had given up, so they had entered the spectator stance. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Let us quickly look at the questions. Grab every second, Xiao Lu said in a rush. The 50 questions were all couplets. There were 4-word, 5-word, and 7-word verses. All of them were the first half of a couplet. The rules were very simple. There was no lack of ink and brushes in front of the boards. As long as a contestant wrote an answer below the first half of a couplet and matched it properly with the proper correspondence, they would pass. The 3 judges from the couplet organization had the authority to make the judgment. The judges were all pretty old. 2 of them were old men, and 1 of them was an old granny. Although Zhang Ye did not know them, he could tell that they were likely authoritative figures in the industry from the way the contestants were so respectful to them. At least, they were top experts in the couplet domain. After calming his mind, Zhang Ye began looking at the questions. 3, 5. Zhang Ye scanned them once. He discovered that the couplets in this world were similar to those from his world. Heaven matched earth, rain matched wind, land matched sky. There was no difference at all. However, he saw some that he had never seen before. Many of the couplets did not exist in Zhang Ye's former world. Maybe it was because Zhang Ye was not well read, or perhaps he had already forgotten. After all, he did not really study much of couplet culture. Let's eat a memory search capsule first. Zhang Ye opened his game ring and looked at his reputation. With the help from yesterday's public service advertisement, his overall reputation points were still slowly increasing. It wasn't fast, but after 2 days and 1 night, it had managed to reach 100,000. Zhang Ye clicked on the merchant shop to buy 1 memory search capsule before eating it. His memories flashed past. Under the mental guidance of Zhang Ye, time returned to the year 2011 from his previous world. Back then, Zhang Ye had just entered college. He was determined to become famous. Every piece of news had an objective attraction to it. One weekend, he had obtained a library card and went to the media college's library to browse through books. In the beginning, he did not manage to find books he wanted to read. So he flipped through books like searching a needle in a haystack. In the end, he had flipped through a couplet compilation and a companion book that explained and dissected couplets. The two books were not thick. 1 page, 10 pages, 100 pages. The 5 minutes were up. The memory search time was over. Zhang Ye slowly opened his eyes. Back then, he had been flippantly browsing, but now with the memory search reinforcing his memory, Zhang Ye could remember every single couplet. Immediately, he looked at the 50 questions again. In the clouds, something something. I don't know. The flying snow, something something. No idea. Scorching vine, something something. Never seen before. After seeing quite a number, they were works that had not appeared in Zhang Ye's world. He could not answer them. But just as he was beginning to believe that the couplets of his world had no crossover with this world, a couplet appeared in his eyes. Following that, there was a second and a third. They existed. There were really some that he recognized. They were identical to the couplets from his world. For example, the 41st question, the first half was 2, 3, 4, 5. The second half had been matched by someone else. It wrote 6, 7, 8, 9. This couplet looked silly and a bit ridiculous, but there was a profoundness to it. Zhang Ye had previously searched his memories, and there was a dissection of this particular couplet. In professional terms, it was a hidden couplet. Why did 6, 7, 8, 9 match 2, 3, 4, 5? That was because 2, 3, 4, 5 lacked chid, chua, 1, a, e, and which sounded like lacking chid, clothes, a, e. And 6, 7, 8, 9 was missing shog, shao, 10, shu, sh, which sounded like missing sog, food, shu, sh. Together, it formed an idiom, a sao shur, chua, e shao sh, have not enough clothing and very little food. This was a hidden couplet. This discovery made Zhang Ye overjoyed. After inspecting it once, although the couplets from his world only took up about 20 to 30% of the 50 couplets, this was enough to make Zhang Ye relieved. This meant that he still had a chance. It meant that the two worlds had a crossover in works, and it was not to a tiny extent. After thinking about it, they had shared a similar history. Some historical figures were still the same, even after being altered by the game ring. Therefore, the couplet culture, as a whole, shouldn't differ by too much. For the same couplets to appear in both worlds was not unusual at all. Xiao Lu suddenly said, "Hey, I may be able to match this couplet. When I was an editor, I had seen a similar one to this before. I just need to modify it a little, and it should work." Morning snow. Not right. Morning dew. Ho Gu urged Xiao Lu, "Come on, hurry. Don't rush me. I am still thinking." Xiao Lu grasped her hair. "Isn't it morning something something? Won't it be better to match it with early?" Hodi also chipped in with ideas. It could be seen that all of them sincerely wanted Zhang Ye to qualify for the finals to prevent the lowlives from the Beijing Writers Association from achieving their target at discounting Zhang Ye's authority within the literary circle. Over there was a middle-aged man who suddenly smacked his own forehead. He then stepped forward with a writing brush and matched the couplet by writing on it while Xiao Lu, Ho Di, and the others were thinking. After he wrote, he looked over at the 3 judges and received their acknowledgement. He laughed heartily. He had passed. Xiao Lu was mad. "Someone got it before us." Ho Di said pitifully, "Just a step short. We were close to an answer. There are only 2 questions left." Dafei reminded. However, Hu Fei sighed and pointed. "Actually, there's only 1 left." When they looked over, they saw an old foe of Zhang Ye stepping up, holding a brush and matching the couplet. His strokes were vigorous and strong, and the words were very nicely written. That person was Big Thunder, a poet from the Beijing Writers Association. After getting the judge's acknowledgement, he laughed. "Thank you, teachers." The bald, old male judge looked at him and said, "Big Thunder, you were the previous couplet competition's runner-up. Why did you use such a long time to match?" The second judge, the old granny, smiled. "Did you not see it?" Big Thunder did not answer the simple questions, but chose one of the 2 most difficult questions. This is the ingrained stubbornness of the previous runner. Up. Her. Only Big Thunder has such a standard. If he did not answer this question, I guess that no one else would be able to. The third judge, an old man, said, "There's still one last question left?" "Oh, my guess wasn't bad at all. This is really the last question left. Elder Qian, this question of yours cannot be answered by just anyone. It's just the preliminary round, and you are already making it so difficult? In such a short time, who can match this couplet? Elder Qian was the first judge of this year's competition. He was also the oldest and the most experienced. He touched his beard and said, "This is the couplet competition. How can it be interesting if it is not difficult?" Big Thunder and the judges obviously knew each other. He said to them upon hearing that, "The 50th question was given by Elder Qian? No wonder. I was thinking about it all day but could not match it. This couplet is probably not going to be matched by anyone. Don't mention trying to match it. Whether it can be read properly would also be a problem. Even a professional might not be able to read it right." That was a given. Elder Qian was known as the phantom talent in the literary circle. He wasn't a part of the Beijing Couplet Organization, nor the Beijing Writers Association, but he was a member of the National Writers Association. His reputation was very high, and he was well known for giving extremely difficult questions, and not only in the field of couplets. He was one of the examiners at this year's college entrance examinations, too. His questions were usually not given to grade a student, but to differentiate the good students from the bad. A lot of contestants had now given up, including many distinguished authors and university professors. When met with such a question and hearing the conversation between Elder Qian and Big Thunder, everyone knew that they had to give up, and that there was no chance of them passing the preliminary round. They might as well be content with being the audience today. All of them gave up, except for Zhang Ye, who was still staring at the question. His eyes were even blinking, because this couplet was one that he had seen before. Chapter 113, Zhang Ye's second half. In the square, the preliminary round was coming to an end. "Time is almost up," Elder Qian said. The second judge said, "Well, let's wait another 2 more minutes." The third judge nodded. "Okay. If no one steps forward, we will be closing up." Her. The 3 judges announced the ending time, as the preliminaries could not go on without an ending. Everyone was still waiting for the opening ceremony over at the auditorium. Actually, they had not expected anyone to be able to match this couplet. There wasn't enough time either. The key couplet's second line was a very tricky one. Every word had to be separated, broken down, and digested before you could attempt to match the second line. There was just no other way. Elder Qian looked at those who had given up and shook his head slightly. In his heart, he had hoped that someone could match this couplet, but he understood that there was no way anyone could. Not far away, Xiao Lu was getting anxious. "Quickly match it." Hodi did not know whether to laugh or to cry. "How do you match question 50? Da Fei also looked over at the couplet that was coined as one of the 2 most difficult questions. Hai Shui Chow 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 Luo asterisk? Was this couplet matching, or was this a tongue twister? What is this crap? Ho Gu also stared. The words are written incorrectly, right? Why are there so many chow? Xiao Lu gave an idea. Why don't we just bullsh asterisk T and try our luck? Let's match it with defong gua 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 cheetah. Man, with so many gua, gusting, it had to be a typhoon. Zhang Ye could only smile bitterly. Da Fei nearly fainted as he said, "Why didn't you match it with fu bin zo 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 zo? Copycat go 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 go." Xiao Lu also knew it couldn't work. She looked down in despair. "Then what should we do?" Just as they were discussing, Big Thunder was staring at Zhang Ye and laughed. He walked up and said, "Yo, Zhang Ye is here too? Have you not matched any yet? But there's only this one left." Big Thunder was good at poetry and also couplets. Otherwise, he wouldn't have received the runner-up position in the last competition. He stood before Zhang Ye this time as a competitor in the couplet competition. Big Thunder was very confident. He knew that in terms of poetry, he might not compare to Zhang Ye, but in couplets? He wants to compete with me in couplets? You sure are funny. Big Thunder joined this year with the target to be the champion. Zhang Ye looked at him. "So what if there's only one left? Then you had better hurry. There's not much time." Big Thunder laughed. "And are you even sure that you can match this couplet?" This was given by Elder Qian. "Before bragging that you can match it, why not read the first part of the couplet for us first? I'm afraid that you can't even read it correctly. If that's the case, then you can forget about matching it." Xiao Lu whispered, "Teacher Zhang, just bullsh asterisk T your way through. Right? Write anything. You might even get it correct." Hodi said, "Why don't you just use the one Xiao Lu suggested earlier?" The few of them discussed in whispers. Big Thunder shook his head. "You are even trying to match the couplet collectively? Isn't this cheating?" Xiao Lu stared viciously at Big Thunder. This old bald donkey. What has it to do with you? Could it be that you were the one who did not allow teacher Zhang to compete? Were you the one playing tricks? The first judge, Elder Qian, looked at his watch. Okay, let's call it a day. They were preparing to go off. The school staff were coming over to move the tables away and pack up. At this moment, Zhang Ye said loudly, "Judges, please wait. I would like to give it a try." Big Thunder was stunned, and he was also happy. He wondered if Zhang Ye was even serious about matching this couplet, and he hadn't even arrived for long. In such a short time, what could he match? Even if it was him, he might have had to spend an hour or two, and it might not even be a good match, or he might not even be able to match it. So how could Zhang Ye? The other contestants also stopped in their steps and paid attention. Who is this person? This couplet must be an impossibility, right? Yet, someone actually wants to try it. It cannot be considered an impossibility, but it is definitely very difficult. Can he do it? I have never seen him before. Is he from this field? Big Sis Zhou, Auntie Sun, and Zhao Guozhou were also observing near the square. When they saw Zhang Ye stepping up, they all cheered. "Teacher Zhang, go for it." Xiaofeng shouted. "Little Zhang, show them what you've got," Auntie Sun said. Zhang Ye turned around to look. Even Tian Bin and his wife were gesturing for him to do well. He nodded to them in acknowledgement and assured them. With all the shouting, many of those who had given up were shocked. Zhang Ye. He is that Zhang Ye? Shui Diao Getu was very well written. So that's him. I heard that he slapped the faces of those in the Writers' Association the last time. Yet he dares to step foot here today? A portion of the crowd still did not know of Zhang Ye, but there were still some who had heard of him before. They all gathered together and discussed about him, occasionally pointing at him. At this time, the cameraman responsible for live streaming the event also pointed his camera at Zhang Ye. The preliminary round was not streamed live, but he still had to record it. There would be edits to create a highlight reel that was to be uploaded to the internet. The three judges looked over at him. "Try it then." Zhang Ye did not mind the discussion around him and stepped forward. Xiao Lu suddenly asked, "Are you really going to use that gua 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 gua?" Zhang Ye laughed. He was thinking that not even a fool would use a crappy match like yours. The words didn't even correspond. If this bro wrote it, he would have caused the professionals to die of laughter. This first verse had hidden tricks behind it. So how could it be easily solved with just luck? But Zhang Ye felt no pressure. Coincidentally, one of the two most difficult upper verses, the 50th and the last question, fell into the 20 to 30% of couplets that existed in his previous world. This couplet had even been completed by the capable predecessors of his world. The question board was nearing. Standing in front of it, Zhang Ye stopped and lowered his head. He picked up a writing brush, dipped the ink on its tip, raised his hand, and started writing the second verse without a thought. Big Thunder had a look. At first, he did not understand. The other contestants also inexplicably watched Zhang Ye writing the second verse. Because they did not understand the first verse at all, a large portion of them did not even know how to read it. So when Zhang Ye wrote the second verse out, they did not seem to understand it either. They were all confused. The only thing they knew was that this man's calligraphy was very good. Ho Gu exclaimed, "Good writing." Hu Fei eyes brightened. "Teacher Little Zhang, great calligraphy. The flicks are elegant, and yet doesn't lack strength." Xiao Lu was also lost in admiration. "These words are so beautiful." Teacher Zhang Ye is even skilled in calligraphy. The other contestants and audience members also had a look at Zhang Ye's writing. He was such a young man, yet his calligraphy was so good. It was not often that there was such a person. Zhang Ye put down the brush. He had completed the verse. Everyone then focused on the second half of the couplet Zhang Ye wrote. Fu Yun Zhang 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 Xiao asterisk. What second half is this? What did it mean? Nothing could be seen on the surface. Big Thunder and a few accomplished couplet experts stared at the second half. They gave it some thought and tried to read it a few times, but they did not manage to. It's not right. Did this second half match? They were not sure either. The first and second half were both very vague, so they could hardly tell. Even the second and third judges did not give it much thought at first glance. They felt that this young man was likely writing it blindly, but his words were very neat and tidy. Elder Qian's first half of his couplet was definitely complicated, both in its profoundness and mood. It was impossible to match it. Some booing was heard in the audience. What is this? Haha. using these few words, and it can be considered a second verse? Right, then I can do it too. The first verse can't be that simple. This must be blindly matched. Zhang 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 zhang. What and what? Only Elder Qian narrowed his eyes. Lad, how do you read this second verse of yours? Zhang Ye smiled and responded with a question. How do you read your first half? My first half is, Elder Qian recited. Hai shui cho, zhao zhao cho, zhao cho zhao lu. The sea tide. It rises every day. Every day it rises and every day it falls. After reading them with the right pronunciation, these consecutive chow/zhao made clear sense. A lot of the contestants and audience members were suddenly enlightened. So that's how it was. That was how it was read. No wonder the previous runner-up, Big Thunder, said that even professionals might not be able to read it right. The technique within was so profound. This was a couplet consisting of same characters, but different pronunciations. This kind of couplet matching was too damn difficult, because it was very complicated, and it even required a second verse to match it neatly? Impossible. Xiao Lu was speechless. This first verse is too obscure. Ho Di sighed. Teacher. Little Zhang definitely didn't manage to match it. Chong 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 chong. It doesn't correspond, right? Hoga said, forget it. There's nothing to feel regretful about. After all, Teacher Zhang's forte is not in matching couplets. He had even said before that he did not know much about couplets. The second judge looked at Elder Qian. Let's go, Elder Qian. Let's go to the hall. That's right. We need to judge the finals. The third judge, who was an old man, said. But no one expected to see Elder Qian remaining motionless. He looked at Zhang Ye. What about you? Hai shui cho, zhao zhao cho, zhao cho zhao lu, the sea tide. Every day it rises. Every day it rises and every day it falls. Zhang Ye repeated it again, and then smiled before saying his second half. Fyn zhang. Qing qing zhang. Qing zhang qing xiao. The cloud forms. It forms constantly. Constantly it forms, and constantly it dissolves. The second and third judges, who had just turned around, halted in their steps upon hearing this. They turned their heads in shock. Many spectators and contestants were about to leave, too. But when they heard Zhang Ye recite the second verse, one could tell with the naked eye that their expressions were that of shock. Big Thunder was stunned. Ho Gu, Ho Di, Xiao Lu and company stared widely. At this moment, the entire Peking University's small square seemed to quieten down. Chapter 114, Miraculous Couplet Matching Miraculous Couplet. There was silence all around. Hai shui cho, zhao zhao cho, zhao cho zhao lu, the sea tide. It rises every day. Every day it rises and every day it falls. Fyn zhang. Qing qing zhang. Qing zhang qing xiao. The cloud forms. It forms constantly. Constantly it forms, and constantly it dissolves. No one expected that the simple chong 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 Zhang Ye had written had a similar hidden catch to it. The old man who was the third judge cried out with a hoarse voice. This. Someone really managed to match it. They could not believe it, but reality was placed right in front of them. Phantom Talent Elder Qian's most difficult question had been matched, and it had been matched perfectly. The video cameraman for the online stream closed up on Zhang Ye's face. He also stopped on the couplet that Zhang Ye had written for a long period of time. Elder Qian looked at Zhang Ye. After several seconds, he burst out into laughter. Good. A young person's abilities must be respected. A young person's abilities must be respected. After he stopped laughing, he stroked his beard. You really exceeded my expectations. Today you have given me too great a surprise. Good. Young lad, I will barely pass you. Pass. And only barely? Everyone was puzzled. Didn't he match it? Zhang Ye looked at Elder Qian, but he was not angry. He laughed. Why only barely? The second judge, who was the old granny, was also pondering over his words. Old man Qian. Didn't he do a good job matching? There's nothing to fault at his correspondence. The mood is also just right. What is there for you to pick on? I think it was matched perfectly. The third judge frowned as he gave it some thought, before suddenly saying, Hey, does your first half of the couplet still have a hidden catch? Elder Qian smiled. Yes, the first half has other ways of reading it. The meaning and mood are all different. So he can only be considered to have matched a tiny portion of it. Hence I said that he barely passed. There were still hidden catches. There were still tricks inside. Everyone was stunned. Did Elder Qian come out with a miraculous couplet? They had originally thought that the couplet was extremely difficult, yet they had underestimated it. It was a miraculous couplet. Xiao Lu exclaimed, "Passing is good. Teacher Zhang is awesome." Ho Gu and Ho Di were also full of admiration. It was quite exaggerated to even match a portion of it. After all, they had not been able to understand the first half of the couplet just now. Big Thunder felt his mind balance. The other contestants also felt their minds balance upon hearing it. Oh, so he did not completely match the first half. He still had other ways of reading the first half. Elder Qian looked at Zhang Ye and pleasingly said, "If we follow strictly by the rules, I can't let you pass based on your answer. Because this is the Beijing couplet competition, not only do we have to adhere to the rules, but it also has to fit the mood in all aspects. But because this first verse is very complex and complicated, and is a miraculous couplet, and the fact that you are still young, to be able to match to this point is already a very good result. That is why I gave you a pass. I believe the other two judges won't have any objections." The old granny said, "Of course I have no qualms. Pass him." The third judge said, "I would have had a problem with you if you didn't pass him." Huh. But just as Elder Qian was about to pass Zhang Ye suddenly stepped forward and said with a laugh, "All of you might have no problems with it, but I have a problem with it. Elder Qian, you said that my second half had barely managed to match the first half. I can't pretend I didn't hear that." Her. Everyone burst into an uproar. "You still have a problem? What problem can you have?" Elder Qian was amused. "Why? You aren't convinced? Then I'll read the other ways of reading my first half. I will let a young lad like you be utterly convinced after losing." "Losing? I will lose," Zhang Ye said without fear. "What a coincidence. My second half also has many ways of reading it." It was time for Elder Qian and the rest to be shocked. You also have?" Xiao Lu shouted out. "What the hell? Teacher Zhang, you really can do it." Zhao Guizhou, Hu Fei and company could hardly believe it. Big Thunder scoffed. It was impossible. He was amused in his mind at how Zhang Ye had made such an outrageous brag. Big Thunder already understood the tricks behind the first half of the couplet. Hai shui chow 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 luo. In between the few chow words, punctuation could be placed. And changing the pronunciation, the meaning would be completely different. Even the message expressed would be very different. There were all sorts of knowledge intertwined in it. What a joke. What knowledge was there in your chong 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 chong? It was just a coincidence that the first verse was matched for this interpretation of the verse. Why are you still bragging? You're full of yourself. The internet streaming cameraman did not dare lose his focus. He kept the camera pointed in Zhang Ye's direction. The commotion had attracted a lot of people. More and more of the guests who had previously gone to the auditorium had returned. Someone has answered the last question? What's the situation? Who is that person? It's not considered as answered. Elder Qian's first verse has a trick. These contestants who had gone through to the finals apparently found out about the situation here when their friends called. Their curiosities were piqued, and they proceeded back here to see who had answered the 50th question. Those who had gone through earlier had all seen that question and no one was confident in answering it. But instead they all chose to match simpler couplets. Now that someone had solved one of the two most difficult questions, everyone naturally wanted to know who it was. Amongst them was Zheng Anbang, who was from the Beijing Writers Association and had participated in the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet together with Big Thunder. It seemed like he was also an expert at couplets and had already passed the preliminaries earlier. When he reached the square, he bumped into Big Thunder and asked him for the details. Following that, Beijing Writers Association's Vice President Meng Donghua also arrived, and Zhang Ye's current leader from the TV station's Arts Channel, Wang Shuixin, also walked over. Director Wang was not a participant. He probably had tickets to come watch the competition. Old Hu Fei went over. "Director, you are here too? What's going on?" Little Zhang answered it. Wang Shuixin was very curious. Hu Fei replied, "Not yet. Teacher Little Zhang and Elder Qian. We're just about to have a couplet duel." "A couplet duel with Elder Qian?" Wang Shuixin laughed loudly, thinking that the young one was too overconfident. Ignoring the chattering around. After hearing Zhang Ye's big words, Elder Qian narrowed his eyes and curiously said to Zhang Ye, "Okay, then let's give it a try. Are you sure that you have considered it properly and are ready for it?" "My first verse has a lot of variations," Zhang Ye replied. "Such a coincidence." My second verse's variations are more than a few too. Elder Qian accepted the challenge. Then let's begin. Yes. Zhang Ye was unrelenting. You first. Elder Qian closed his eyes. Hi. Shui Cho Cho Zhao Zhao, Zhao Zhao Cho Lu, the sea tide. It comes daily, daily it falls. Once the duel started, everyone stopped their chattering and focused towards the two of them. Everyone wanted to know how Zhang Ye could counter every move. Elder Qian had stated that his first verse had a lot of variations and intonations. Everyone had believed this because it was Elder Qian, the man who was the college entrance examinations question setter. But Zhang Ye also said his second verse had its own tricks. No one believed this. Not Big Thunder, not Zheng'anbong, and not Ming Donghua. Let's see Elder Qian's first verse. This time, the usage of words and intonation of the first verse were different. Compared to the previous couplet, this one had inclinations towards a big rise and a big fall. This modified first verse was now something closer to nature, so it was different. Even though the words were still Hai Shui Zhao 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 Luo. In fact, this had become another version of a first verse. This was definitely the showstopper. Everyone knew that Zhang Ye's second verse could not match this. But then, Zhang Ye just gave a smile. Fyn Zhang. Zhang Qing Qing. Qing Qing Zhang Xiao. The cloud forms. It expands often. Often it shrinks. Asterisk. What? This second half. What the heck? He matched it. Your freaking second half also has variations? Upon hearing Zhang Ye's second match, everyone still had not come around to. Elder Qian was also stunned. He came up with the third variation, Hai Shui Cho, Zhao 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 Cho, Zhao Zhao Lu, the sea tide. Daily it rises, daily it falls. This time, not only the pronunciation and words had been changed, even the punctuation had been changed. It was a 3-4-3 punctuation. Zhang Ye immediately answered. Fyn Zhang. Qing Qing Zhang Zhang. Qing Qing Xiao. The cloud forms. Often it expands. Often it dissipates. Elder Qian immediately came up with the fourth couplet. Hai Shui Cho, Zhao Cho Zhao Cho, Zhao Cho Lu, the sea tide. It rises and rises, daily it falls. Zhang Ye said, Fyn Zhang. Qing Zhang Qing Zhang. Qing Zhang Xiao. The cloud forms. It expands and expands. Often it shrinks. Elder Qian's eyes narrowed even more. Hai Shui Zhao Cho, Zhao Zhao Cho, Zhao Zhao Lu. The tide comes in the morning. Daily it rises, daily it falls. Zhang Ye said coolly. Fyn Qing Zhang. Qing Qing Zhang. Qing Qing Xiao. The cloud often spreads. Often it spreads. Often it dissipates. Everyone turned dumbfounded while hearing this. All of them were like stone statues while hearing the two in their couplet duel. They felt that this was in the realm of another planet. No one could interfere, nor could anyone interrupt them. They could only listen to it. As they got more and more astonished with every variation of the miraculous couplet, Elder Qian could not believe it. Hai Shui Zhao Cho, Zhao 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 Cho Zhao Lu. The tide comes in the morning. Daily it rises and falls. Zhang Ye brushed his hair. Fyn Qing Zhang. Qing 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 Zhang Qing Xiao. The cloud often spreads. Often it expands and dissipates. Elder Qian gave him a look. Hai Shui Zhao Cho, Zhao Cho Zhao Zhao Cho Lu. The tide comes in the morning. Its rise daily falls. Zhang Ye returned the look. Fyn Qing Zhang. Qing Zhang Qing Qing Zhang Xiao. The cloud often spreads. Its expansion often shrinks. He could even do that? He could even match that? Noticing that he was on the brink, Elder Qian used his ultimate move. Hai Shui Zhao Zhao Cho, Zhao Cho Zhao Zhao Lu. The seawater daily forms tides. The daily tide daily falls. This time it was a 5-5 punctuation. Who knew that Zhang Ye was not pressured at all as he answered easily. Fyn Qing Qing Zhang. Qing Zhang Qing Qing Xiao. The cloud often grows long. The often expansion often dissipates. Elder Qian did not stop. Hai Shui Cho Zhao Zhao. Zhao 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 Cho Lu. The tide comes daily. Daily the tide falls. Zhang Ye's answer was also extremely fast, as if he did not need to think before answering. Fyn Zhang Qing Qing. Qing 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 Zhang Xiao. The cloud expands often. Often the expansion shrinks. Finally, Elder Qian gave his last couplet. This is the final variation. Hai Shui Zhao 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 Cho. Zhao Zhao Cho Lu. The seawater daily forms morning tides. daily it falls. This was an irregular 6-4 punctuation. Zhang Ye replied with a smile. This is also my last variation, fyn ching ching ching. Zhang, ching ching zhang xiao. The clouds often makes expansions, often it shrinks. When the last verse was finished, the square turned into chaos. What the heck? Your sister? What did I hear? God, he can even match that. Zhang Ye actually managed to match that. He matched them all. Every variation of the couplet was matched. And it was not as simple as barely matching. Every match was flawless. It was completely harmonious. Elder Qian. Big thunder. The rest of the contestants and spectators. What the F*** K to your second granny? You could even do that. Zhang Anbang gasped. This Zhang Ye's accomplishment in couplets is so deep. How would I know? Big Thunder's face wasn't very good. He can even match such a miraculous couplet? To manage to fight back in a couplet duel with Elder Qian? This kid must be on stimulants. Everyone was curious and astonished. No one had witnessed such an exciting couplet duel before. Chapter 115. The buzz from the live webcast. It was silent for a few seconds. Many people's emotions were stirred. Teacher Zhang, I love you, ex-assistant Xiaofang screamed. Xiao Lu also waved her arms excitedly. Teacher Zhang, I love you too. Ho Gu and Ho Di cried with excitement. Teacher Zhang, you are so godly. So godly. Too awesome. Too merciless. Too strong. Scaring the heavens. Making spirits cry. So a couplet duel can be so earth-shattering? Other than Big Sis Zhou, Zhao Guizhou, and the others who knew Zhang Ye personally, once the couplet duel was over, those that were present couldn't hold back from applauding loudly. A miraculous couplet had amazed the whole audience. Especially the second verse. It was simply the ultimate. The first and second verses had matched so perfectly. Of course it was perfect. Because not only did Zhang Ye know about this couplet, he even knew about its origins. In Zhang Ye's previous world, on Qinhuang Island, there was a temple of Lady Mengjiang. In the front of the temple were two pillars, which the couplets had been inscribed upon. It described the scenery around Shanghai Pass and the temple of Lady Mengjiang, as well as the expression of nature, the expression of the universe, describing the world of everything using the sea tide and floating clouds as figures of speech, rising and falling, expanding and dissolving, without a state of normalization. This pair of couplets could be read in over 10 ways, and was considered a wonder of the world. And in the examples in the textbooks, these couplets had been used as an examination question, as well as an example. Hence, even if Zhang Ye did not use a memory search capsule, he still had a deep impression of it. As for whose creation this pair of verses belonged to, Zhang Ye did not know. But since this was basically a pair of couplets, then of course it was perfect and without blemish. Otherwise, why would the future generations label it as the millennial miraculous couplet? However, Elder Qian was considered to be quite a genius. This world might not have a temple of Lady Mengjiang, yet he had came up with the upper half of such a miraculous couplet. Seeing Elder Qian's expression and his reaction from just now, he must have not thought of a corresponding second half, or the second half he had thought up wasn't the one that Zhang Ye had used. It was all right. Zhang Ye had helped him complete the couplet, and had found a good home for the millennial miraculous couplet in this world. Elder Qian was speechless for quite a while. The second judge, the old granny, asked him in aghast, "Young lad, what's your name?" Zhang Ye said, neither superciliously nor obsequiously, "My name is Zhang Ye." The old granny was taken aback. "That Shuliao Geta was written by you?" "Yes, it is mine." "Sorry for incurring your ridicule," Zhang Ye said humbly. The third judge, who was the old man, praised. "What a marvelous Fu Yin Chong 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 Xiao. Well matched. A miraculous couplet matching a miraculous couplet. Huh." The old granny glanced at Elder Qian. "Old man Qian, you sure met your match this time around." Elder Qian gave Zhang Ye a few long stares, and in the end, ridiculed himself. "When I wrote the first half, I had also matched it with another second half. But now, compared to your second half, my second half. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Be it the corresponding neatness or the mood, your second half is one level higher than mine. Thank you, young lad, for giving this miraculous couplet's first half a perfect match." Saying that, Elder Qian returned to his seat to pick up a pen to write Zhang Ye's name. I declare that the preliminary round has officially ended. Zhang Ye, you passed. Zhang Ye said, "Thank you, teacher." The preliminaries had ended. Everyone left as they discussed. Bravo. Ho Ge hugged Zhang Ye's shoulders. Hu Fei gave a relieved and contented pat on Zhang Ye's back. Good lad. You really are the best. This is what you call not knowing how to match couplets? This is what you call not studying couplets before. Who are you bluffing? Huh? Zhang Ye immediately tried to stay low-key. It was just sheer luck. Come on, teacher Zhang. Ho Di said delightedly. You have tricks up your sleeve at every turn. Amongst the people, Tian Bin gave Zhang Ye a big thumbs up. His wife also smiled, happy for Zhang Ye from her heart. Big sis Zhou craved nothing short of nationwide chaos. Seeing how Big Thunder had challenged Zhang Ye, but Zhang Ye had managed to match the couplet the next moment, she was tickled amused. Little Zhang, bring the championship title back. Zhang Ye said at a loss. Big sis Zhou, you think too highly of me. I only came for the bustle. What do you mean, champion? He really did not think that he could become the champion, and might not even be able to be placed. After all, even if this world's couplets had a portion of those from his world, they were just a tiny minority. He had happened to run into the last couplet that he knew of from before for the preliminary round, allowing him to pass. If not, he would have been eliminated. Big Thunder was livid. He glanced at Zheng Anbong, before rushing straight to the hall with Zheng Anbong. He had never expected Zhang Ye to successfully match such a miraculous couplet, and he had done it so quickly, without any thought. Back then, he thought that Zhang Ye did not know couplets at all. But who knew that not only was he good at writing poems, essays, novels, fairy tales, and advertisements, he was also good at couplets. Big Thunder no longer dared to despise Zhang Ye. He had to hurry to prepare for the finals. A while later, in the men's bathroom outside the hall, Zhang Ye had abdominal pains, so he did not enter together with Hu Fei and company. He found a stall in the bathroom and locked himself in to do his business. As he had time, Zhang Ye took out his cell phone to surf the net. Although he did not much of his data balance left, he still opened the Beijing Couplet Competition's video website. The video for the preliminary round was already out. Zhang Ye immediately watched it. In the beginning, the scenes were of the contestants who were answering from before. The scene of Big Thunder matching a couplet and passing the preliminary round also appeared. Nearing the end, Zhang Ye's scene finally appeared. My first verse has a lot of variations. Such a coincidence. My second verse's variations are more than a few too. Hai shui cho cho zhao zhao, zhao zhao cho lu, the sea tide. It comes daily, daily it falls. Fyn zhang, zhang qing qing, qing qing zhang xiao, the cloud forms. It expands often, often it shrinks. The scene of the couplet duel between Zhang Ye and Elder Qian had been completely recorded. Seeing his mighty self in the video, Zhang Ye was also very satisfied. It was well filmed, but the only regret was that he was not given a clear frontal shot. Most of it had scenes with side shots or back shots. Throughout the entire process, Elder Qian was facing the camera. There was nothing he could do, for Elder Qian was a famous senior. The video ended. Taking another look, the discussions and comments below were boiling. That 50th question is too exaggerated. That's right. And someone actually managed to match it. It's teacher Zhang Ye. Haha, I knew it was him. Everyone come and see. The face-smacking specialist has made a comeback. Uft, I'm having stitches from laughing. What sort of nickname is that? Who is Zhang Ye? This name sounds familiar. Search on the web yourself. It's full of his data, and there's plenty of information on the web. Hee hee, seeing teacher Zhang Ye revealing his invincible might sure feels good. The second half was matched too brilliantly. Teacher Zhang's literary skill remains the same. Indeed, I even thought that Zhang Ye did not know how to match couplets. I never expected Zhang Ye to also have such deep attainments in couplets. Teacher Zhang is really defying the heavens. No, I have to watch it again. I have never seen such an awesome couplet duel. The first half was good, but the second half was matched even better, as expected of Teacher Zhang. It's too bad that Teacher Zhang looks average. His looks are different from the image in my mind. Hi, but it's nothing much. Teacher Zhang engages in literary work and is not a movie star or singer, so I can't ask for too much. I will still support Teacher Zhang. Let's watch the finals. Right, the finals are starting soon. Looking forward to Teacher Zhang's performance. The finals won't be easy. There are so many experts. For example, Big Thunder is also quite formidable. He was the first runner-up for the last Beijing couplet competition. He won't be easy to deal with. Chapter 116, A Situation During the Finals. Peking University. The Grand Hall was packed, with no empty seats. Zhang Ye used his pass to enter after coming out of the bathroom. The opening speech was already over. A leader from a radio or television station walked away after putting down the microphone. Following that, two hosts came on stage. Zhang Ye had never seen them before. They were probably students of Peking University and were a male-female duo. Hello leaders, guests, and everyone. Welcome to the annual Beijing couplet competition. As a host, I feel very honored. I feel like my body is sparkling with light. Is your zodiac sign a firefly? I've known you for so many years, but this is the first time I'm hearing about this ability of yours. The stage lines were clearly prepared beforehand. The two hosts exchanged banter with each other to liven up the atmosphere before announcing the competition's rules. Before we begin, let us introduce the rules of the final. He pointed to a long stretch of seats from his podium. There were about 50 seats. And to the side, there were 3 seats for the judges. Their names were written on it. They were the same 3 judges from the preliminary round. Here are the seats for the contestants. There are where the judges' seats are. The final will be held in a first-to-the-answer format. The 3 judges will each come up with a question. Following that, the other 50 contestants will come up with the first half of a couplet. Whoever manages to speak first will be allowed to answer. If the answer is unanimously agreed upon by the 3 judges, then the answer will be accepted, giving the contestant 1 point. If you do not manage to match it, 1 point will be deducted. Please note that there is a new rule for this year. If a contestant's couplet cannot be matched by anyone in the time allotted, that contestant will obtain 10 points. Finally, the contestants with the highest scores will be placed accordingly for the top 3. This year's competition had a slight difference in rules when compared with last year's, but they weren't much different. There were just some changes to the way the points were calculated and the point deductions. Next will be the opening dance. Please give a round of applause to our Beijing couplet organization's dancing teachers. An ancient melody sounded. A few dance artists dressed in historical costumes appeared. Their long sleeves fluttered and immediately drew the applause of the audience. Zhang Ye bent his back as he quickly walked to his front row seat. Excuse me. Thank you. His ticket was given to him by Tian Bin. But since the tickets given to the television and radio stations were concentrated together, everyone was actually in one area. Tian Bin's wife saw Zhang Ye coming and said puzzledly, Teacher Zhang, why aren't you preparing backstage? Haven't all the contestants gone there? Big Sis Zhou asked, That's right, little Zhang. What are you doing here? Hu Fei, Xiao Lu and company also looked over. The competition is about to begin. Zhang Ye waved his hand and found an empty spot to sit down. I'm not participating. Let them compete. Hoga was shocked. What? Why aren't you participating? With your deep foundation in couplets, it is such a great opportunity. Why would you? Former leader Zhao Guozhou also frowned. Little Zhang, this doesn't seem like your usual style. Xiaofang was even more anxious than Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang, go on up. Hurry. How can you not go? Zhang Ye answered truthfully. I just happened to be lucky at the preliminary round. I don't believe that I will be that lucky in the final round. They are all experts, so I won't bring ridicule on myself. Actually, Zhang Ye also wanted to give the final round a try. Of course, he wanted to seize a chance to be famous. However, when he heard the competition's rules when he entered, he decided that it was better not to shame himself. He might as well leave the impressive and mysterious impression he had from the preliminary round. Why? Why didn't he even try? It was because there were too many questions. He had not heard of most of this world's couplets. It wasn't that he could not answer all of them, but he could not answer at least 80% of them. He could not use the literary foundations from his world. So even if he went and happened to hear a few questions that he had previously heard of before, that was pointless. If he couldn't get into the top 3, then it would be a waste. He decided not to go, getting rid of the chance for the Beijing Writers Association to suppress him, and not giving them the chance of using the fact that he did not get a placing to fault him. As for damaging to his reputation if he abstained, if the preliminary round did not exist, it would definitely have happened. However, he had staged an astonishing couplet duel with Elder Qian in the preliminary round, and had even won. Hence, even if he did not participate in the final round, his fame would only increase, not decrease. Little Zhang Ye. Many of his old friends and colleagues were persuading him. Zhang Ye only shook his head. He could do nothing about it. It was just that they did not understand the situation. Seeing that Zhang Ye did not have any intentions in participating, everyone felt a sense of regret and stopped saying anything. The opening dance. Recital of Chinese literature. Ancient classic couplets were drawn by famous calligraphers. The program lasted for an hour. It was very interesting, giving enjoyment to people. Now, everything was being broadcast live on the internet. A few cameras were facing the podium, and a few were hanging above. One of them was above the podium, and another was behind the audience. Compared to a traditional professional television's live broadcast, this was not considered very professional. There were too few cameras. But since it was a webcast, it was already considered pretty good. At this moment, the performances came to an end. The male and female host went on stage. Hello, everyone. I believe that the performance from before was already great fun for many, but what is more fun will be in a while. I am announcing the beginning of the competition. Let me first introduce our judges for this Beijing couplet competition. A judge would walk out from backstage as the female host announced each name. Amidst applause, the judges took their seats. Following that, the female host continued to announce. Next, I will announce the contestant name list for those who passed the preliminary round. Lu Feng, Big Thunder, Zheng Anbong, Zhou Yan, the final name, Zhang Ye. Suddenly, there seemed to be a situation. A staff member with a blue badge ran out. One could tell at a glance that he was from the Writers Association, as all the members from the Writers Association wore a blue badge. The couplet organization wore white. Different units have different colors. Following that, a few couplet organization and Writers Association employees came out. They surrounded the three judges and seemed to be discussing something with them. Following that, they even signaled to the host on stage to temporarily stop. It was as if they wanted the hosts to first delay something. What's the matter? Why is the atmosphere so tense? What has happened? It's a live broadcast, too. Why aren't they beginning the finals? The camera quickly moved away, but the audience present could see it clearly. They began to discuss about it. The male host was quick to react. This competition sure is highly anticipated. I wonder who will be this year's champion. Last year's champion, Professor Wang, unfortunately could not come due to his old age. This year, I'm placing my bets on last year's first runner-up, Teacher Big Thunder. What about you? The female host smiled and said, I'm placing my bets on Teacher Zhang Ye. Why? From the male host's expression, he clearly did not know who Zhang Ye was. But since his partner had said so, he had to pretend like he knew. The female host blinked. It's nothing much. It's only because I'm Teacher Zhang Ye's fan. I have memorized every poem of his except the Song of the Stormy Petrel. The male host was amused. But this is a couplet competition. So what? It can't prevent me from worshipping my idol. The female host said matter-of-factly. I only just realized you chase idols. The male host was at a loss of whether to laugh or to cry. The two of them exchanged words as they dragged the time out to change the subject. Offstage, Xiao Lu was smiling with glee. Look at our teacher Zhang's popularity. He has fans all over Beijing. That's right. That female host is your fan. Ho Gu prodded Zhang Ye with his elbow. Teacher Zhang, are you sure that you aren't participating? This will disappoint your fan. Zhang Ye was actually thinking about how much he wanted to go up onto the stage. 5 minutes passed, and the audience was already becoming impatient. The host could no longer drag it out any further. Looking off stage, a host said, Teacher judges, can we begin? An employee with a blue pass off stage noticed the situation and quickly went on stage and took over the microphone. Sorry, but we have a situation. Just now, someone reported that a contestant had violated the rules by cheating. So please wait patiently. We are still discussing the situation. Cheat? Who? What cheating? The audience began to chatter. The Beijing Writers Association's employee said quickly, the person that was reported is Zhang Ye. A few judges were looking very harsh, especially Elder Qian. He stared coldly at the Writers Association employee who had went up on stage to speak without their agreement. The outcome was not settled. So who allowed you to announce the name of the contestant that was reported? Who let you say it? The female host was also stunned. She had previously mentioned that she had her bets on Teacher Zhang Ye. The Writers Association employee pretended that he did not see the fierce stares from the couplet organization's leaders and the few judges. He carried on speaking casually. This is because during the preliminaries, Zhang Ye was discussing the questions with his surrounding friends. Someone even heard one of his friends suggesting to plan a strategy for him to solve the question. After receiving the report, we checked the video footage and realized that it did happen. Elder Qian was enraged. Get him down. What the heck? The faces of the few people from the couplet organization turned ugly. A leader from the couplet organization said to a leader from the Writers Association, "Things aren't even confirmed." Who let you say that? The Writers Association's leader threw up his hands. I didn't instruct him to do it. The woman from the couplet organization who was responsible for receiving Zhang Ye said, "Get him the F***K down." Even vulgarities came out. The Beijing Writers Association's leader frowned, but he got his employee down. But since the words had been said, it was useless to think of turning the situation around by having his employee removed. The words were shocking. This matter immediately blew up. Whether it was the audience or the people watching the live webcast, everyone heard it. Zhang Ye cheated? His friends helped him match it during the preliminary round. I already said it. How can a person manage to match the second half of such a miraculous couplet in such a short time? He must have gotten somebody's help. This kind of person even participated? Right. Quickly revoke Zhang Ye's finals qualification. I was even amazed at that Zhang Ye, who knew that he relied on others to enter the finals. Chapter 117. Zhang Ye's reputation crisis? Many people began to despise him, but many clear-minded people refused to believe. Big Sis Zhou said angrily, "Little Zhang cheated? Bullsh**T. Does little Zhang even need to cheat?" Auntie Sun was also enraged. Who reported it? Who is so mean? Seeing how Zhang Ye was being defamed, Xiao Lu's eyes turned red. We did have ideas, but it was all nonsense. Teacher Zhang relied all on his own ability during the preliminary round. Hou Gu also stood up. Who is so insidious? Zhao Guozhou's expression sank. Cheating? Even a fool can see through it. Can ideas from a group of people match that miraculous couplet of Elder Qian? Anyone who knows a bit of literature and couplets would know that this isn't about having strength in numbers. Tianbin asked, "Someone is setting a trap for Zhang Ye, right?" It must be. Zhao Guozhou inhaled. They really have vicious intentions. Hu Fei suppressed his anger and said, "Some people from the Beijing Writers Association have already been reduced to such means." Hou Di also thought through it. It must be them messing with things. They were the ones who reported. The staff who went up just now was from the Beijing Writers Association. When he finished speaking, the people from the couplet organization were enraged. The judging teachers seemed to even order him to come down and stop talking nonsense. The matter is already very clear. This bunch of people from the Writers Association are serious in destroying Teacher Zhang's reputation. By accusing Teacher Zhang Ye for cheating during a live webcast, even if only half of the people believed, Teacher Zhang's reputation would be gone in the future. Also, by reporting him, they can prevent Zhang Ye from taking part in the final round. Without him, Big Thunder from the Beijing Writers Association would probably win the championship. Da Fei cursed angrily. Those bunch of grandchildren. Only Zhang Ye remained silent. He closed his eyes, but his breathing was hurried. Everyone could tell that Teacher Zhang Ye was enraged, too. The male host immediately tried to save the situation. Then let's first wait for the teachers to come up with a decision after some discussion. However, the female host was very angry. Teacher Zhang Ye cheated? I'm the first to not believe in it. I saw the preliminaries, too. I was not too far away. Is exchanging a few words with friends considered cheating? Then all the contestants who used a cell phone during the preliminary round should be considered as having cheated. Just being able to send the question through a phone and get someone to answer. Isn't that also possible? Then there's no point to this year's couplet competition. We have all cheated. The male host nearly cried as he signaled his partner with his eyes. He was thinking, what are you doing? Don't you think it's messy enough already? And why is your logic so crooked? The female host ignored him. Let's wait for the result. The situation became more and more messy. There were people cursing at Zhang Ye, and there were others supporting him. In the end, even the female host had chimed in to publicly support Zhang Ye. The situation was nearly on the brink of them losing control. Everyone knew that something had to be done. Offstage, the people from the Beijing Writers Association were chatting. Such a cheat is undermining the fairness. He has to be severely punished. That's right. But that isn't enough to convince the masses. I think we should just cancel his qualifications. Judges, how can anyone be convinced if you do not disperse appropriate punishment to an immoral person like Zhang Ye? The participants backstage are now having their objections, too. The woman from the couplet organization said with a cold face, "Immoral? What do you mean by immoral? The results aren't out yet. We are still discussing it. Who let you people from the Writers Association go up on stage? Who allowed you to reveal the entire situation? You haven't even verified the situation. Do you think by just revealing it, those things will become facts?" A minor leader from the Beijing Writers Association said, "Why is it our problem now?" My colleague happened to be fast to speak. "It is a bit inappropriate, but it is a fact that Zhang Ye cheated. We can see clearly from the live footage. Actually, the couplet competition had been held for more than 10 years. Every year it was about the same. The preliminaries were held in an open area. There was no limitations to contestants using their phones or interacting with others. This was because they believed that everyone had a basic quality to them. They would not lower themselves to cheating. No cheating had ever occurred. Although Zhang Ye discussing the couplets with others was not in accordance with the rules, usually, no one would say a thing. Who knew that such a situation would happen this year? This was the first time that someone had reported such a violation. And the conclusion was given on stage before there was any conclusive investigation. There was definitely something underhanded about it. The people from the couplet organization could tell. The youngest among the three judges was also 58 years old. They were very experienced. So how could they not see what the people from the Beijing Writers Association were trying to do? The second judge, the old granny, said, "Is the video proof? Just seeing them interact is proof? Then flip through the video." I believe this isn't the only occasion where a contestant chats with others during the preliminaries. Oh, so you don't allow the contestants to talk? A person from the Beijing Writers Association said. But they were discussing the question. Elder Qian firmly said, "Even if they discussed it, my question can't be matched just from some planning. Are you underestimating me? I am absolutely sure that the second half of the couplet was matched by Zhang Ye. It was all his own wisdom." After he said that, he announced, "Carry on with the competition." The person from the Beijing Writers Association, who had went on stage to speak nonsense, stared. "But, Zhang Ye, I said to carry on with the competition. Did you hear what I said?" Elder Qian stared at him. "If you aren't convinced, why don't you be the first judge? I'll give you this seat of mine." That person stopped speaking. A person from the couplet organization said, "I'll let the hosts know." Not long later, the male host announced, there was no evidence for the report of teacher Zhang Ye's cheating. The competition will carry on. Online, the comments left below the live video feed exploded. What? There is no evidence. There's a conspiracy. There definitely is a conspiracy. That Zhang Ye must have cheated. There's no smoke without fire. I also saw it. In the preliminary round footage, there really was a scene of him discussing with a few people. It was coincidentally captured when filming Big Thunder's matching of the couplet. I believe there are scenes the camera got directly, but they did not upload it. They were all cut. So despicable. Boycott Zhang Ye. I already did not find him pleasing to the eye. No way. Teacher Zhang's literary skills are so good. Is there a need to cheat? It is impossible to judge a man's heart from his face. How can he have such abilities at such a young age? I guess those past poems of his were written by someone else. Didn't that person from the Beijing Writers Association already announce that Zhang Ye was cheating? The Writers Association is, after all, an authoritative source. How can it be fake? Not necessarily. We will know if he's a mule or a horse just by testing him. Right, let's watch the finals. Without any ability, even if he cheated to pass the preliminaries, he would not be placed in the finals. Haha, waiting to see Zhang Ye make a fool of himself. There were also Zhang Ye's fans who helped speak up for him, but soon they were drowned by the criticisms. With this scandal, about 80% of the people watching the live webcast were against Zhang Ye. Chapter 118. The three couplets of the finals. On the podium, the female host said, "We now invite the contestants on stage." The male host read the names. Last year's first runner-up, teacher Big Thunder. The applause from the audience was sparse and not too warm. This was because many people were still focused on the problem of Zhang Ye's cheating. Even though the judges and the organizers from the couplet organization had said the report was invalid due to a lack of proof, it was natural for people to be absorbed by conspiracy theories. They felt that the result was untrue and that Zhang Ye had cheated. Member of the couplet organization, Teacher Lu Fong. Peking University Associate Professor, Teacher Zhou Yan. Famous romance author, Teacher Zhang Anbang. The contestants appeared on stage one by one as they sat in one of the 50 contestant gallery seats. As he had the least experience and was the youngest, Zhang Ye was last on the list. When the female host saw the last name on the list, she read, "Please welcome the last contestant, famous poet, famous best-selling author, renowned radio host, Teacher Zhang Ye." Zhang Ye's title was the longest amongst everyone. However, the moment Zhang Ye's name was mentioned, people from offstage booed. "Boo! Go back down. There's no way to cheat during the final round. Don't embarrass yourself." The attitudes of many were unfriendly. Big Thunder and Zhang Anbang glanced at Zhang Ye, who was sitting in the audience. They smiled at each other. In the audience stands, they were still wondering why they did not see Zhang Ye backstage. So he had decided to not participate and abstain? At least you knew your place. Big Thunder felt that the championship was in the bag. But no one expected to see Zhang Ye suddenly stand up. "Little Zhang, you," Big Sis Zhou said in surprise. Ho Gu and Xiao Lu also chimed in. "You are competing?" Hu Fei said with worry. "Didn't you say that you did not have much hope for the finals?" Zhao Guozhou also gave a suggestion. "Little Zhang, you must think it through carefully. If you really lack the confidence, then you might as well not go. At least you can retain some of your fame. The moment you go and do not get a placing, then the cheating scandal will explode. Everyone will accuse you of cheating, and it will become the truth." Zhang Ye said lightly. "I'm not sure and have no confidence." "Then why are you going?" Hu Fei was unsupportive of him going forward. Zhang Ye only said, "The result is binary. Either you win or you lose. But someone has to win, and why not me?" This was said by famous basketball star Kobe Bryant from Zhang Ye's world. He remembered this line very clearly. "Why not me? That's right, why won't I win?" Xiao Lu clenched her fists and stood up. "Well said, Teacher Zhang. Go all the way." Teacher Zhang also cheered him on. "Teacher Zhang, let all those who doubt. You see your talent. Use real actions to shut them up." Zhang Ye laughed. "I will." On stage, the female host repeated, "Let's welcome Teacher Zhang Ye." Zhang Ye squeezed out from the row of seats and walked to the 50th seat. His name was written there. He narrowed his eyes as he sat down. Confident? Yes. Zhang Ye was now confident after suppressing his tremendous wrath. Why did he suddenly have such a sudden change? This was because just a while ago, under the tremendous stress and voice of doubts, and the pressure of a stain that could destroy Zhang Ye's life as a celebrity, he suddenly had a bright idea. He suddenly thought of a way out. This method was actually something he was not 100% sure. He was not even 50% sure about it, but now, he had no choice but to risk it. He was betting everything on this. Win or lose. Success or failure. Zhang Ye had no idea, but he definitely was unwilling to admit defeat. Beijing Writers Association, do you think that by doing this, you can defeat me, Zhang Ye? Do you think your despicable means can make me forever be beyond redemption? And allow you to achieve your despicable goals? All right, I'll play with you. Let's see who is more skilled today. At this moment, Zhang Ye's fighting spirit was lifted from his anger. Seeing that Zhang Ye did not abstain from the competition, even in the face of the audience's mockery and laughter, Big Thunder had a look of discontent. But from another perspective, wasn't this a chance for them to gain back their pride after the last mid-autumn poetry meet? The champion would definitely be Big Thunder. This way, not only would they recover from their loss of face and let everyone know that the Beijing Writers Association was not a farce, Zhang Ye not being able to get a placing would also verify that he cheated in the preliminaries. Performing so well in the preliminaries, but not even getting placed in the finals? If you didn't cheat, then what could it be? Two birds with one stone. Big Thunder glanced at Zhang Ye, but Zhang Ye did not look at him. He just closed his eyes and gathered his thoughts. The female host holding the microphone said, "I will now announce the time limitations. After a judge or a contestant has submitted their question, the other contestants have 10 minutes to prepare an answer. If no one has an answer within 10 minutes, the submitter will gain victory and also 10 points. The male host asked, "Does anyone have any questions?" Zhang Ye snapped his fingers. "How do we signal our intent to answer?" The female host patiently answered, "The microphone in front of each contestant has been switched on. The contestants can just directly answer into it. Whoever can match the most perfect answer will gain 1 point. To emphasize this, it has to be a perfect answer. If it is slightly mismatched or off in meaning, it will be considered wrong. This will be decided by our 3 judges. If there are any words that the judges are not sure about, the contestant can write out the second verse, and it will be displayed out in front for them to verify. But the basic medium will still be by speaking." Zhang Ye laughed. "Thank you, I understand." It was his first time participating, so he wanted to be sure of the rules. The male host looked over to the judges. "Teachers, can we begin?" "Yes, please begin." The third judge said, "I will be giving out the first question. Everyone, please get ready." At the same time, everyone eagerly looked forward. Some stared towards the old man and felt their emotions tense up as they prepared to match the couplet. But at this time, just as the third judge was about to speak, Zhang Ye very quickly opened up the game ring's inventory and grabbed one of his 2 lucky breads. He had gained them earlier and stored them away. Now it could finally be put to use. This was the only idea Zhang Ye had in mind. He wanted to switch the situation to his advantage with this lucky bread. With its luck, he wanted to let these bunch of people not say any couplet that he had never heard of before. Was this possible? Of course it was possible. The lucky bread's effect was already known to Zhang Ye. It would increase his luck stats. Lucky bread in effect. Countdown begins, 5 o'clock. As the third judge was about to give the first verse, the second judge beside him dropped the bottle cap of her water onto the table in front of him. Talala. The third judge gave a glance and was distracted. He suddenly forgot the first part of the couplet he wanted to use. But he still had many couplets in his mind that he had come up with, as well as couplets that no one had been able to match with. So, he immediately changed to another one. Who shng hwa hshng who, a lotus and monk on a painting. As all the contestants listened, they gave a wry smile. Big Thunder had wanted to be the first to answer. But when he heard this, he felt helpless. He could only be practical and think it over. He knew that this first verse would be difficult to match in a short time. The upper half of the couplet looked normal, but when read backwards, it was no longer normal. It was the same, no matter if it was read from the front or the back. The first couplet was already that difficult? That can't be necessary, right? Why is it so complicated? However, Big Thunder and many others believed that given enough time, they would definitely be able to come up with a match for it. But somehow, someone did not allow them to have the time to think. When he heard this first verse, Zhang Ye smiled. He knew the lucky bread had taken effect. This was a couplet that he knew. It was a couplet by Tang Bohu, who had said that if any future generation could match this, then the person was definitely a genius. Zhang Ye said without giving it any thought. Shu ln hn ln shu. The ink on the book writes official Hanlin. The third judge was stunned. Big Thunder and the other contestants were stunned. 2. F***K. You are too fast. Elder Qian laughed and nodded. Pass. The second and third judges also said, pass. The female host immediately gave Zhang Ye 1 point. Immediately following was a question from the second judge, hng hua hng. Everywhere. Red flowers make it red everywhere. It was again a palindromic couplet, and was one that was so difficult that it needed a lot of time to be solved. Zhang Ye knew the time limits of the lucky bread. He had to answer every question fast. Otherwise, he would have to waste the second lucky bread. He answered quickly. Ching ching lu lu ching ching. Green tree groves are lush green. F***K. Matched again. Everyone was stunned. It was time for Elder Qian to put forth his question. It was yet another palindromic couplet. Xue ing mi hua mi ing xue. The snow reflects the blossoms as the blossoms project the snow. As soon as the last word ended, Zhang Ye matched. Ing y leo x leo ying. The larks suit the willows as the willow suits the lark. At this moment, Elder Qian could only wryly smile. He looked at the 2 judges, who were his old friends, beside him. He helplessly threw up his hands. The questions they had thought about for days had been answered by Zhang Ye in less than a second, like it was a conditional reflex. The second and third judges looked at each other and did not say a word. They were taken aback. They knew very well that these questions could be answered by a master, but they did not expect it to be matched so quickly. The verses were matched without thought. This is 2F*** king exaggerated. Moreover, the third judge who gave the first verse of Hu shng who, a lotus and monk on a painting, didn't even have a second verse for it. Yet Zhang Ye matched it without skipping a beat. 3 questions in a row. 3 points in total. Zhang Ye spent less than 10 seconds in total. Xiao Lu jumped up and screamed, "Teacher Zhang, well done. Teacher Little Zhang, you are too cool." Ho Gu also screamed. Many of Zhang Ye's friends and former colleagues broke out into cheers. It was relieving. This was so king relieving. Who said Teacher Zhang Ye was cheating? Who said Teacher Zhang Ye relied on others to pass the preliminaries? Open up your eyes and take a look. Is this called cheating? Some of the audience members were dumbfounded. Many of the audience were still skeptical. They felt that it was a coincidence. Maybe Zhang Ye was very good at matching palindromic couplets, but he was not good at others. Big Thunder, Zheng Anbang, and all the other contestants thought the same. They could not think otherwise because then there would be no explanation for Zhang Ye's amazing matches. No one can be so fast like you. Chapter 119. A god like Zhang Ye, shocking couplets. 3 points. Zhang Ye was in first place for now. Considering this momentum, everyone knew that Zhang Ye had the chance to become the champion. The contestants could not sit idle. It was their turn to provide the questions. They decided to come up with the most difficult questions. Some of them even decided to change the questions they had originally intended to use. For example, someone from the Beijing Writers Association was contestant number 1. He would be the first to produce a question. He originally had a palindrome couplet, as the difficulty was much higher. If no one could answer it, he would obtain 10 points. This would at least guarantee that he would enter the top 5. However, the moment he saw Zhang Ye answering palindrome couplets so easily, as if he didn't need to think, he decided to change couplets on the spot. This couplet was not created by him, but obtained from a master, so he had not planned on using it, afraid that he would be suspected of cheating. But now, with Zhang Ye's imposing momentum, he had no choice but to use it. Contestant number 1 gave his question, Shui Shan ch mng 1111. Lakes, mountains, bright and gorgeous everywhere. This sort of couplet was in a conversational style called couplets with reiterative locution. The difficulty was quite average and was considered quite low. Big Thunder's eyes lit up. He could match this couplet. After giving some thought to smooth the word flow before beginning to open his mouth, that second of thought had allowed Zhang Ye to beat him to it. Zhang Ye smiled. QNG UUSH how QQ, sunny days, rainy days, wonderful and miraculous all the time. The 3 judges gave his answer some thought. They did not pass him immediately. Many of the contestants could see that there was a twist to it. This couplet was not that simple. Big Thunder saw this, too. After Zhang Ye spoke, he had thought of another second half, but after some further thought, that second half was not appropriate. It did not match. There was a trap. There was a trap in it. Contestant number 1 noticed that Zhang Ye had fallen for his trap and gave a laugh. Sorry, Teacher Zhang Ye. This first half of the couplet can be read backwards. Even with the repeated locutions, it can be read backwards. 1111 ch shan shui. The clear mountains and rivers are everywhere. Zhang Ye smiled. What a coincidence. My couplet can also be read backwards. QQ how sh QNG. It's very good even when it's rainy or sunny. The first contestant was stunned. My first half can be read in parts and can be repeated in a cyclic manner. Shui mng, shan 11. Shui shan mng 11. Clear is the water, gorgeous are the mountains. The lake and mountains are clear and gorgeous everywhere. Zhang Ye smiled. What a coincidence. My couplet is the same and can also be repeated in a cyclic manner. QNG how, USHQ, QNG how Q. Wonderful when it is sunny, marvelous when it is raining. It is miraculous when it rains on a sunny day. This was a popular couplet from his world. It was rumored to be written by Huang Wenzhou. But in this world, the second half had apparently been lost. When contestant number 1 heard this, he nearly vomited blood. He felt as if he had suffered a great deal of internal injuries. In such a short period of time, No, it was almost in an instant. He had managed to see through all the variations of the first half of the couplet, and he had come up with such a perfect second half. Your sister is a god possessing your body. There were the sounds of gasps. The three judges pressed their buttons. Beep. All of them unanimously passed him. Contestant number 2 was a member of the couplet organization, and he refused to have his beliefs shaken. He gave his question, W Shan DSH Wu Shan How? No, Wu. Mountain can be compared to MT Wu. This was a couplet with different homonyms. It was very difficult, just as someone was about to attempt to match it. Zhang Ye gave the second half, H Shui NNG or H Shui Qing. What? Water can be clearer than the rivers, he water. The second judge, the old granny, could not help but shout out, great couplet. As a judge, she should not have said anything, but as a lover of couplets, she could not resist giving her kudos. W Shan Wu Shan? H Shui. She looked at Zhang Ye with a pleasant surprise. The next person tried a different method and came up with a rare couplet that had a missing word, hiding its true meaning. Wiafe or LCQN, Shue Li SNGTN. A crow flies into a siege of herons, delivering coal in the snow, meaning to help someone when they need it most. But Zhang Ye immediately gave the second half. FNG Hung LZ Yuan Yang PN, Jean SHNG Tianhua. A phoenix stands upon the mandarin duck's pond, adding flowers onto embroidery to make something beautiful, perfect. That person, then he admitted Zhang Ye's superiority by giving him a big thumbs up. He did not say another word. Zhang Ye obtained more and more points. At this moment, it no longer seemed like a couplet competition amongst contestants. It became a competition with Zhang Ye soloing against everyone. It was contestant number 5's turn. This person was also from the Beijing Writers Association. Before he gave the question, he signaled to Big Thunder with his eyes. This person had previously exchanged questions with Big Thunder. He had given Big Thunder the answer, so as to allow him to become the champion. This was one of their tiny tricks up their sleeves. Big Thunder understood tacitly. The moment the person said his question, Big Thunder would be the first to answer. He definitely did not want Zhang Ye to obtain another point. And this was a rarely seen riddle couplet. The difficulty of riddle couplets were even more difficult than reverse couplets. Iko NNG to an Arkun San Jiang S Hai Wu H Shui. Able to swallow the 2 springs, 3 rivers, 4 seas, 5 lakes with 1 mouth. A person said confidently. In the end, just as Big Thunder opened his mouth, Zhang Ye was already faster than him. Gudangan or SH Fong. By XNG Qianjia WN HMN. Daring to enter the 100 surnames, the 1,000 families, and the 10,000 households from everywhere alone. The answer to the riddle was a hot water bottle. He had matched it perfectly. Big Thunder's face sunk. The other contestants looked at each other. By SH Gujiang. Tudingi LNHNG are, a white snake crosses the river, a red sun overhead. It was another riddle couplet. Someone had challenged Zhang Ye. The moment he finished speaking, he looked at him. Zhang Ye immediately matched. Qing LNG Gu Bi, Shin P WN Dian Jin Xing. An azure dragon hangs on the wall, multiple golden stars at war. Tian YQPN, Xing YZ, HRN NNG 11. The sky is a chessboard. The stars are its pieces. Who dares play? Another person looked unconvincingly at Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye chuckled. Dizu PP, Lzu Xen, Na Ji Gan Tian. The ground is a pipa, the paths are its strings. Who dares play? Another person said with a blackened face. Feng Qi Dhin Shuang Jing Wu Qin Qing Xiao Xua. The winds are cold, as frost turns to snow. Zhang Ye answered. Arzo Duan Wuqing MNG Shui, Di Jin Qingying. The sun shines in Duanwu. Chongyang can be seen in the Qingming/clear waters. A female comrade said. Bei Yin NN Fei Shuang Ch Dong Shifin SHNG 11. A northern goose flies south. Its wings point east and west as they go up and down. Zhang Ye answered. Qinsha Hu Zh Liang Elens Wei Yuzo Gaudi. A cart in front leaves behind 2 tracks left and right as it wobbles. Up and down. A middle-aged man said. Lao Ya Ti Dun Lao Ya Ji, Ya Fei Ji Lu. An old crow steps on an old forked branch. The crow flies. A branch falls. Zhang Ye tapped the table with his fingers. Xian H Gue Li Xian H Jean. H L Jean MNG. The red-crowned crane returns to the heavenly ravines. A crane cries. The ravine sounds. It was followed by another long list of couplet duels. As usual, Zhang Ye answered the moment he opened his mouth. He did not hesitate to answer more than 10 couplets. The female host nearly shouted bravo from seeing this. The male host was already staring with his eyes wide open while holding the microphone. Finally, it was the Beijing Writers Association's Zhang Onbong's turn to provide a question. His eyebrow ticked, for he did not believe Zhang Ye had superhuman powers. Hence, he came up with his question, Shebn xn shou zng fu. A have-tree does not need an axe, meaning there's no need to kick someone when he's down. Zhang Ye looked up and said his words to everyone's surprise. Gua ren yi jian bi xianggan. It is indeed not a bit relevant. Why did he match with this? He didn't match it successfully. Zhang Ye had finally failed. Zhang Onbong laughed. You call that a couplet? What sort of standard is that? The first half and the second half had no relation at all. The meaning was completely different. Yet Zhang Ye could brazenly say it out? What sort of couplet is that? Xiao Lu from off stage could also tell that it didn't match. Is teacher Zhang beginning to fail? After matching so many, his mind is also messed up. Hogu said in a surprise. However, an unexpected scene appeared. Elder Qian and the other two judges initially felt it did not match. Their eyes were filled with suspicion. That's not right. Zhang Ye had matched so many. So how could he make a mistake even beginners would not make? Why did he match in such an entirely disparate manner? But in the blink of an eye, he understood something before laughing loudly. Good. What a good Gua ren yi jian bi xianggan. It is indeed not a bit relevant. After explaining a few words with the other two judges, beep, beep, beep. All three of them passed him. What? Zhang Onbong exclaimed. Passed? Some players beside could not accept it. This second half can actually pass? How's that possible? Many of the audience and guests were also completely lost. What and what? Elder Qian smiled as he explained. I see many people puzzled. Her. I wonder if people have heard of mismatched couplets. Mismatched couplets? Of course they knew. This was created many years ago by a famous predecessor. However, few people used it, as it was a most unorthodox amongst unorthodox types. Elder Qian explained in detail. Shebn xn shou zng fu. Gua ren yi jian bi xianggan. The have-tree does not need an axe. It is indeed not a bit relevant. The su, tree, matches with gua, meaning fruit, part of indeed, as the substance. Dian, yi dat, a bit as a length, matches bn xn, banshin, need, as the quantifier. In ancient times, 8 feet is xn, and gan, matches fu, axe, which is the name of a weapon. In ancient times, gan was a weapon. So the second half completely corresponds, but the words do not match, so it is considered a mismatched couplet. The meaning has no connection at all, but teacher Zhang Ye's second half not only miraculously matched the first half neatly, but he had used such an odd, Gua ren yi jian bi xianggan, as the second half. This is one of the most impossible mismatched couplet amongst impossibles. Of course I need to pass him. You can even do that? You even knew such an unorthodox mismatched couplet? Everyone's expression when looking at Zhang Ye again looked like they were looking at a god. The next person to provide a question was Big Thunder. Seeing Zhang Ye killing from all directions, Big Thunder was gritting his teeth with hate. But for his own couplet, Big Thunder had absolute confidence. Dilan mi hua sao el shua. Leaving a path in spring snow to view the plum blossom. It was so simple. All the contestants knew Big Thunder was good. He was the first runner-up last year. With last year's champion, an old professor, not coming, many people believed that Big Thunder would likely become the champion. The couplets he gave would be extraordinary. But when they heard it, they were extremely puzzled. This wasn't just simple. It was overly simple, right? Dilan. Mi hua sao el shua. Opening a path through spring snow to view the plum blossom. Anyone present could match it. After Big Thunder finished his question, he smiled without a word. Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes and came up with a second half. X in shan sh wali shi. The stream flows through the glorious mountains in a sidelong glance. With this, the judges also did not understand. The both of them had come up with an extremely simple couplet, making them have doubts. Big Thunder chuckled. Little Zhang, this time you answered wrongly. Do you think my couplet is so simple? Seeing Zhang Ye fall for his trick, he was very pleased. My first half has another way of reading it. Zhang Ye answered with a chuckle. What a coincidence. My second half has another way of reading it, too. Seeing how Zhang Ye was unwilling to repent, Big Thunder decided to serve him the death sentence as he dissected. My first half is Di Lan Mi Hua Sao El Shua. The first sound of each word matches to Do Re Mi Fa Sol La Ti, the 7 tones. Ah, so that's how it is. I knew it wouldn't be so simple. This is too profound, right? Why is it so obscure? Haha. Zhang Ye really hit his head hard on the wall. Big Thunder no longer looked at Zhang Ye as he said to everyone else. Has anyone come up with a match? Zhang Ye leered at him. Didn't I already give my second half? Why are you asking others? Your first half may have a trick behind it, but I already said that coincidentally my second half also has another way of reading it. Big Thunder snorted. What other way of reading it? Read my second half again. This time, it was Zhang Ye's turn at smiling without a word. Read it again? Xen Shan Sh Wali Shi. Upon reading that, Big Thunder stared with horror. This is a homonym. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Er San S Wali Chi. Do, Remi Fa Solati. Matching against 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Go F ** K your sister. You can even F ** King match that? Big Thunder nearly fainted. All the surrounding judges, audience members, and contestants were dumbfounded. Note, this entire scene of crossing verses with each other can be best understood from comedian-actor Stephen Chow's movie, Flirting Scholar. Chapter 120. Zhang Ye's Millennial Impossibility. How can there be such a person? This was practically how one man could hold back all of the enemy forces. With Zhang Ye sitting there, no one had the chance to even open their mouths. His not very tall frame had at this moment appeared like a mountain crushing on their heads and chests. 50 contestants. There was no lack of famous authors and masters amongst the other 49 contestants. None of them were useless, and none of them were pushovers. But now, the scene that appeared was something not seen at a provincial or national competition, much less a Beijing couplet competition. From the beginning to the end, the 49 contestants had no chance to answer a single question. All the questions were answered by one contestant, and the second half was matched perfectly. It was faultless. Absolute genius. A demon not seen in a millennium? Whatever evaluation given to him would not be too much. As previously said, cultured people tend to scorn each other, but at this very second, many of the contestants eyed him with respect. Even those seniors clearly much older than Zhang Ye by many years and who had qualifications much higher than Zhang Ye gasped, looking at Zhang Ye with absolute conviction. Unconvinced. You have to be convinced, even if you aren't. Zhang Ye had scared the wits out of everyone in one move. Actually, there were people who did not think anything of Zhang Ye. Others were saying that he was cheating. And since he was such a young lad, everyone also believed it to be so. No one really thought that he had so much ability. But with the development of the events, people were surprised and enlightened. All that which had previously been said was bullsh * t. Bullsh * t cheating. Bullsh * t having no ability. Apparently, this person had used a melody poem titled Shuidiao Getu, When Will the Moon Be Clear and Bright, to overshadow the masses. He was indeed a capable person, worthy of his reputation. Offstage, Xiao Lu strained her throat to shout, Teacher Zhang, you are so cool. Former assistant Xiao Fang competed with her in terms of loudness, 1 against 49. Teacher Zhang, you are too awesome. Big sis Zhou also laughed loudly. Little Zhang, let's see who still wants to say you cheated. Tianbin gasped with amazement again and again. What a good couplet. Every one of them is a good couplet. Zhang Ye even has this capability. Previously, he had encouraged Zhang Ye, but that was just simple encouragement. This had really exceeded the expectations of Tianbin and his wife. That machine gun-like response in the couplet duel made them stunned at every moment. Hu Fei and Zhao Guozhou did not say a word. They were still reveling in the second half of the couplets that Zhang Ye had answered. They were repeating them with their mouths, as they gave their kudos. Only little Zhang has this standard. Only little Zhang has this standard. And he said that he wanted to forfeit the finals just now? He said that he did not have the confidence? He did not even have intentions to go on stage to participate in the final? Only when he was forced by others did he go up. A few people who had previously heard Zhang Ye's words nearly cursed at their mothers. No confidence, your sister. No confidence, your third uncle and grandma. You call this not having confidence? Then how many people in this world still have confidence? The audience below erupted in applause. Well matched. Exciting. Really exciting. So much fun. I've never heard such fun matches. Your granduncle. Who the F *** K said Zhang Ye cheated. Who said it just now? That's right. Isn't that bluffing and cheating? Isn't this saying lies with your eyes wide open? With this kind of knowledge, does he even need to cheat? It was announced by the Beijing Writers Association just now, right? F *** K, are you dumb, or are we dumb? These people from the Writers Association sure are amazing. They treated us as idiots. Cheating your sister. I finally see it. The bunch of people from the Beijing Writers Association are trying to attack him. This bunch of grandsons. To think that I even believe that Zhang Ye had relied on the ideas of others to pass the preliminaries. Online, in the comments section of the live webcast, there was also a huge stir. Zhang Ye #1 fan jumped out. Every time that Zhang Ye had a problem, he would be the first to run up and support him. He was a hardcore fan amongst Zhang Ye's hardcore fans. He completely concerned himself with the individual and not with the facts. He unconditionally supported Zhang Ye. Say again how teacher Zhang Ye was cheating. I want to see who dares to say that again. The people who had been previously defaming Zhang Ye all had their tongues tied. Some even went from flamer to fan. Bro, it was a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding. Another person said, that's right. Previously, we did not know the situation, so we apologized to teacher Zhang Ye. Teacher Zhang is too formidable. Haha, I'm changing from a bystander to a fan. So amazing. Teacher Zhang's couplet matches are so amazing. Previously, it was the Beijing Writers Association who slung mud at teacher Zhang. That bunch of bastards. I'm really worried for those people's intelligence. Did those people from the Writers Association who tried to trap teacher Zhang eat their medicine in the morning? I bought a watch last year. I was even supportive of teacher Zhang entering the Writers Association from before. I even at Beijing Writers Association every day for teacher Zhang. Now, I think it's pointless going. What a crappy place. Right? If it can't work, teacher Zhang can create his own sect. Why must he get the recognition of the mainstream literary circles? So what if they don't recognize him? So what if they don't let teacher Zhang into the Writers Association? Teacher Zhang's talent can equally demolish all of you. The abuse would be so much that you would take it in silently. Brothers, let's explode the Beijing Writers Association's official website. Good idea. Agree. Agree plus 110. Agree plus 119. My large saber is again unable to endure the thirst. Haha. I am meeting Big Saber Bro again. Every time I forget how many times our troll army has fought together. I just need to count how many times Big Saber Bro uses the word again. This friend with ID, Big Saber Bro, was also one of Zhang Ye's hardcore fans, but he was different from Zhang Ye #1 fan. Big Saber Bro never spoke nonsense, nor did he reason with others. But whenever there was something, he was the first person to lead the charge. He was a hardcore fan who didn't speak nonsense, but spoke with actions. With this mess, the number of people watching the live stream soared. 100,000, 230,000, 380,000. The situation had reversed so quickly. Zhang Ye had used his abilities to reverse the situation. The accusation of cheating was now a ridiculous joke. Even the few people from the Beijing Writers Association did not even dare to mention it again. The competition had not ended and was still continuing. Zhang Ye asked, can the next friend come up with a couplet? He only had a short amount of time left with his lucky bread, and even if it was expended, he still had another lucky bread in his inventory, so he was not too worried. What was key was that Zhang Ye had not gotten a kick out of it yet. He had reached a climax matching couplets, so he could not stop. Hurry, 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 hurry. Zhang Ye was urging in his heart. But those contestants that had not given their questions were all smiling wryly. You still want a match? You still want a match? Get lost. Just with that inhuman couplet battle strength. Who dares to play with you? I'm not giving a question, the next contestant said. The following contestant also helplessly said, I give up too. The next after the following contestant also wiped his sweat. I'll forego too. Zhang Ye had already obtained more than 30 points. Even if he did not answer any of the remaining questions, and they were all answered correctly by one contestant, that person would not have been able to vie for the title of champion from Zhang Ye. So the last few questions no longer had any meaning. But of course, the crux of the matter was that those contestants did not want to shame themselves any further. You can even freaking match the few judges, Zhang Anbang, and Big Thunder's couplets. Then is there any need to talk about ours? Is there any couplet that can give you trouble? So let's not waste any effort. They also left some face for themselves. Give up. I give up too. A young person's abilities must be respected. I will forego, too. All the contestants at the end gave up without a fight. At this moment, the Lucky Bread's 5 minutes were up, but Zhang Ye was feeling depressed. He had not gotten a kick out of it yet, but it was nothing much. The result was still good. The female host was Zhang Ye's fan, so when she saw Zhang Ye's prowess, one could see the joy on her face. They had even said that teacher Zhang had cheated. The means they had used stooped so low. Hence, she said, then is the competition over? I shall announce that the champion is. Before she said anything, Big Thunder interrupted her. Teacher Zhang Ye, aren't you coming up with a question? That's right. Zhang Ye hasn't come up with a question. I'd really like to hear it. So even though the result was fixed, there were people still curious to see what Zhang Ye would come up with. More? Is there a need? Anything will do. We can just listen to it. Some people did not care. It was not something that really mattered. However, many of the people from the Beijing Writers Association did not have the same view, especially Big Thunder and Zhang Anbang. They had shamed themselves too much today and had lost terribly. And it was the inhumane kind of miserable loss. After the Mid-Autumn Poetry Meet, their Beijing Writers Association had once again been annihilated by Zhang Ye. Of course they were unconvinced. Even if they were convinced, even if they acknowledged Zhang Ye's standard in matching couplets, they needed to get back some face. Big Thunder and many people thought simply, he was amazing at matching couplets, but it was not necessarily the case when coming up with a couplet. There was no topic or theme. All sorts of logic and possibilities could be considered, so the real experts amongst them knew that coming up with a couplet was much more difficult than matching a couplet. Big Thunder, and some of them were still unconvinced. Even if Zhang Ye was no doubt the champion, if they could match Zhang Ye's couplet, then they would win back some face for the Beijing Writers Association and would have won against Zhang Ye in this domain. Zhang Ye blinked. Then I'll come up with one. Please. Big Thunder did not think that he could come up with a good couplet, and even if he came up with one that was difficult, they had 49 people. Even if they could not answer as fast as Zhang Ye, given enough time, they could definitely answer it. The people present here were the elites amongst elites. How could there be a couplet that they could not match? No couplet was left without a match in every year's Beijing couplet competition. Elder Qian stared at Zhang Ye. The second and third judges also widened their eyes, particularly interested while waiting. That second, the entire audience quietened down. Everyone was focused on him. Zhang Ye smiled and said a simple 5 words. It looked like a very simple first half. My first half is Yensua Fengla, Yensua Chtng Liu, Willow Pond Locked in Smoke. Chapter 121. This world has another millennial impossibility. Yensua Chitangla, Yensua Chtng Liu, Willow Pond Locked in Smoke. Such a simple 5-word couplet? Zhang Anbang laughed out. Just this. The mood is not bad, but, Big Thunder also said. A youth from the Writers Association was brimming with confidence. What's so hard about this? I'll match it with Rain Falls. But before he finished speaking, Zhang Ye had already written his couplet on the computer in front of him. Immediately, a staff member did something to project the couplet onto the big screen, letting everyone see it clearly. When the youth from the Writers Association saw the couplet, he held back his words after saying, Rain Falls. With a cough, he stopped speaking. He just realized how humorous the what's so hard about this, he said was. When the surrounding people saw it, they were stunned. Yensua Chitangla, Yensua Chtng Liu, Willow Pond Locked in Smoke. Fire, La, metal, Gene, water, faith, earth, Thu, wood. Every word contained one of the 5 elements in its left radical. Your grandmother. How did you think up of such a tricky couplet? And the 5 elemental radicals matched so well. Who said that Zhang Ye couldn't come up with a question? Big Thunder lowered his head to ponder over it. His lips were constantly muttering. clearly trying to match the couplet. Zhang Anbang and several people from the Writers' Association also began to silently try matching it. Seeing them work so hard, Zhang Ye was amused. He hugged his shoulders as he watched the show. Yes, this couplet was tricky with the 5 elements: fire, awa, metal, jin, water, heat, earth, hu, and wood, mu, in the radicals, but it did not look very difficult. Anyone who knew a bit of couplet culture would think that they could match it given enough time. They just needed to find an appropriate word. From the audience's expression, they were clearly having such thoughts. But only Zhang Ye knew that no one could match this couplet. In Zhang Ye's world, it was precisely proven. Some couplets might look difficult, but they were not as hard as people expected when it was matched. For example, using a top radical to make a couplet like Hua Jingo Penglentai, Hua Jingo PNG Lin Ti, Moss of the lotus flower, lotus root, lotus fruit. It looked extremely complicated at first glance, as their top radicals were altsko, but with some careful thought, they were all plants, so matching it with Furung Sao, Rufan Fong, FRNG Shou Yo Rue Fan Fong, scent of the buds of the hibiscus and peony, would not be a problem. It could be matched with other words, too. But some couplets might not appear to have any tricks behind them, and looked about the same as any other couplet, making you think that you could understand it at a glance, but even a lifetime of effort would not allow you to match it. Yen Sua Chung Lu, Yen Sua CHTNG Liu, Willow Pond Locked in Smoke, was a couplet that no one could match even in a few lifetimes. This couplet's history was quite long. In Zhang Ye's world, it had been passed down as a millennial impossibility. Nearly 1,000 years had passed with people succumbing to it. As for this world, they must have never heard of it. Some people matched with Pao Junhar Chunglo, Pazichen Hai Ching Lu, Sea Tower Rocked by Cannons. The television series The Eloquent Ji Xiaolan had previously used this verse. Many people thought this was the match to the couplet, but in fact it wasn't. Pao Junhar Chunglo, Pazichen Hai Ching Lu, Sea Tower Rocked by Cannons, could only be considered as corresponding, but not matched. The flaw in the second half was not only in its mood, but also in its order. Firstly, in its tone pattern, with the prosody of its first, third, and fifth words not considered, the second, fourth, sixth were to be distinct. The first and second verses' second and fourth words were both oblique tones. Soa, Jun, Tong, Chong, and did not match well. Secondly, in terms of mood, the first half was simple and elegant, while the proposed second half was boorish and rough. Although one was like a scholar, the other was like a warrior, it was not coordinated and there was a lack of overall harmony. That was why this second verse, which many people believe to be the standard answer, was actually not good enough. There were also matches of Dengxin Tsinhu Zhong, Dangshin Tsun S Zhong, the bell echoes in a distant dimly lit temple, and Feng Xiao Ji Song, Feng Xiao J Sai HNG. The smoke signals an unfulfilled desire, which matched well in prosody, but did not match the elemental order of the words. In that world, the best accepted match was Kang Hejiang Di to RN Jinjiang Di, peach blossoms scorched the Jinjiang dike. However, even this second verse had a problem. Its strong point was in matching the prosody of the first verse, with a profound mood, especially with RN being used extremely well. The radicals were also in the right order. The only weakness was that Jinjiang Di was a proper noun, while the other was a common noun. Jinjiang and CHTNG were not similar. In that aspect, there was still a gap. From a prosody view, the first verse was level oblique level level oblique, so in order not to violate the lone level rule, the second verse has to be level level oblique oblique level, or oblique level level oblique level, or level 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 oblique level, of which the level level oblique level combination was the most ideal. Of pity, the jiang in this verse was of a level tone, failing to match as an oblique tone to the level tone of TNG in first verse. Hence, there was no solution to the first half, giving it the name of a millennial impossibility. Big Thunder, did you match it? Just a bit. Almost. I think I'm almost there too. I already have some thoughts. There's still time, right? I think I can also try. I'm lacking just 2 words. A word with a fire, or radical, fire radical. With the champion decided, the competition had already come to an end. So these people began to have exchanges in whispers, and things were not as strict anymore. The few judges ignored them, too. They were writing on their tables, trying to match Zhang Ye's couplet, too. Seeing them frowning in thought, Zhang Ye silently smiled. Go ahead and match it. If any one of you can really match it, this bro will chop off his head and give it to you. This couplet had been passed down for more than 100 years, maybe even 1,000 years in his world, and yet no one could succeed. Do you think that just 10 minutes would allow you to match it? Ignoring this bit of time, even if 100 years were given to all of you. No. Even if this world was given 100 years or 1,000 years, no one could perfectly answer this couplet. Forget it. I won't inform you. Torture yourselves. I'll take this opportunity to rest. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. This was a live broadcast, so they could not just wait and do nothing. The two hosts were trying to regulate the mood. This first half seems to not be simple, the male host said, while looking at the screen. The female host laughed. It's far from not simple. It might look common, but the difficulty is there. Just the metal, wood, water, fire, and earth radicals would stop many people in their tracks. Furthermore, there is still the tone pattern one has to match. These two must be combined together to result in a correspondence. The key to the problem is its mood. Teacher Zhang's first half's mood is far and distant, like an ethereal picture, bringing with it full of life. Trying to match this would not be easy. She knew a bit after all. However, it was just a bit. The second judge had a headache as a result of thinking. Throwing down her pen, she said, I can't do it. I'll let you do it. I feel like there should be a solution, but no matter how hard I try, I can't. It just doesn't correspond. The third judge threw up his arms. He had given up, too. The male host blinked and thought, no one could match it? Even the judges couldn't? That can't be. Isn't it just a couplet? There were so many famous experts here. There was strength in numbers. He looked towards an area where the couplet organization and the Writers Association were. Those people were also silently trying to match it. Looking at the audience, all of them were focusing on the couplet. Each one refused to have their beliefs shaken as they tried to solve it. But after a long while, no one spoke. Finally, Elder Qian threw down the pen in his hand. He raised his head and said, let's call it a day. Big Thunder refused to throw in the towel as he quickly said, Elder Qian, just give me a bit of time. I'm almost getting it. That's right. I'm just a word short. I just can't think of a single word. Another person from the Beijing Writers Association said. Elder Qian interrupted them and issued the most authoritative opinion. There's no need to think further, nor do you need to try matching. No matter how much time is given, no one can match it. Zhang Ye was surprised as he glanced at Elder Qian. There really was someone wise. Impossible regardless of how much time? Big Thunder refused to believe. Why? Elder Qian smiled bitterly and said bluntly, because this is a millennial impossibility. What? Impossibility? Millennial impossibility? Impossible. There must be a solution, right? How can it be an impossibility? Elder Qian, did you make a mistake? The contestants were all puzzled and none of them acknowledged it. What was a millennial impossibility? In simple terms, it was a couplet no one could match. Back in the preliminary round, Elder Qian had came up with Hai Shui Chow 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 Luo. To many people, wasn't it considered an impossibility? Actually, no. It was just considered a miraculous couplet. At best, it would be considered a millennial miraculous couplet, but it definitely was not a millennial impossibility. This was because this miraculous couplet had been matched by Zhang Ye neatly. Furthermore, Elder Qian himself had come up with a passable second half. He could match it himself, so there was a solution, so in no way was it a millennial impossibility. Big Thunder's couplet from before? That didn't count either. It was even slightly worse than a miraculous couplet. It was, at most, considered a wonderful couplet, and it had been matched by Zhang Ye. It was solved. None of those counted. But Ansua Shuanglif, Yinsua Chtng Liu, Willow Pond locked in smoke, was? No one was convinced as they waited for Elder Qian to give an explanation. Elder Qian said, I know what all of you are thinking. I had the same thoughts as you. I was thinking that as long as I had time, I would be able to solve this first half. But after I tried several times, I discovered that this first half is unsolvable. The radicals from 5 elements, and the order of the elements, the level tones, the mood, to match all of them, you cannot miss a single one of the 5. It is easy to match one, and matching 2 would not be bad. If you want to match 3, it is nearly impossible, not to mention matching all 5 perfectly. Yensua Trinunglet, Yensua Chtng Liu, Willow Pond locked in smoke. Even if this was placed in ancient times, it would have definitely been a millennial impossibility that would shock the world. I can be absolutely sure in telling everyone that this first half will definitely be unsolvable in 100 years. It can only be left for people of the future. Saying that, Elder Qian sighed with regret. Unsolvable in 100 years. It really was a millennial impossibility? Elder Qian was very famous in the circle, and he was one of the most accomplished few in the country's couplet literary culture. With him saying that, everyone had to believe, even if they didn't. And so what if people refused to agree? They really could not match it. The second judge gasped, "It's really an impossibility?" "I'm very sure," Elder Qian said with a firm tone. The third judge looked at Zhang Ye, who was not far away. He gave a wry smile. What sort of person has come to this year's couplet competition? This is no longer how each new generation excels the last one. This lad has smacked to death all the predecessors and seniors in the profession on the beach. Or am I just an old ignorant man? When did our country have such a spectacular genius? The old granny laughed. In a while, read his Shidiao get. No, it's best if you listen to the version he recited live. Then, his performance today would not seem that strange. That, too, was a melody poem that would last the ages. What was the concept of a millennial impossibility? Saying it just like that might not be easy to understand, but giving an example would make it very clear. A millennial impossibility was equivalent to a few mathematical conjectures in the field of mathematics. They were also the most difficult problems in the world of mathematics. Everyone knew there was a solution, and everyone knew it was possible to come up with a solution, but no one could provide it. There were a few major conjectures in the world of mathematics, and in the world of literature, there were only about 5 to 6 millennial impossibilities. But starting today, this world had another millennial impossibility. The impossibility's first half was Yensua Chtng Liu, Willow Pond locked in smoke. Chapter 122, Face-Smacking Specialist, is back. Grand Hall. Judges. All right, the finals is over. All right, the score has already been tallied. I announce that this year's champion for the Beijing couplet competition is Teacher Zhang Ye. As the host finished announcing, the audience erupted into applause. There were even screams of praise. It was a very lively scene. On stage, many of those participants, who had lost convincingly, stood up to applaud Zhang Ye. Some even gave him a thumbs up. There was no other way. Zhang Ye had garnered all the praises. This had been the strangest couplet competition in recent years. Why strange? Does it need to be explained? All the questions had been answered by Zhang Ye alone. That's why Zhang Ye was the only winner. There was no first runner-up or second runner-up. All the other 49 contestants had 0 points. Doesn't this deserve all the applause? Doesn't this deserve all the respect? Only Big Thunder did not move. He did not applaud. Zheng Anbang and the others from the Beijing Writers Association were not looking so good. None of them applauded Zhang Ye, but instead lowered their heads and did their own things. They were too petty. When Zhang Ye saw this sight, he smiled coldly. The female host smiled. Let's invite Teacher Zhang up onto the stage to receive the award. Zhang Ye stood up, went around the side, and proceeded towards the stage. He smiled at both of the hosts. At the side, Elder Qian and the other 2 judges also walked up. The trophy was prepared beforehand, but they had prepared 3 trophies to be brought up. Elder Qian held one in his hands. The other 2 were not of use anymore. Honestly, this was the first time that they had to present an award for such a dominating performance. One person had dominated and finished off all of his opponents. This was an unprecedented happening in all of the competition's history. Teacher Little Zhang, congratulations. Elder Qian handed him the trophy. Zhang Ye accepted it and said, "Thank you for the affirmation of the teacher judges." Elder Qian smiled. "It is not our affirmation. This is the glory of your victory. And I believe without me saying, this is a couplet competition where the victor is known without any suspense." The audience laughed. Yes, this was won without any suspense. The female host said, "Teacher Zhang, say a sentence or 2 for your acceptance speech." "Well, are you sure you want me to say it?" Zhang Yi blinked his eyes. The male host was surprised. What was there to be sure about? Doesn't every winner of an award say an acceptance speech? Thanking friends, thanking leaders, thanking parents, stuff like that? But the female host knew the meaning behind Zhang Ye's words. This. All right then, I'll say something. Zhang Ye turned to face everyone and paused for a moment. He said, I recall that someone said I cheated. Everybody laughed, treating it as a joke. Only the people from the Beijing Writers Association had ugly expressions. They were thinking, aren't you done? Why do you still mention the past? Why are you so petty? But in fact, Zhang Ye was a petty person. The more people did not want him to mention something, the more this fellow would mention it. I want to know who reported me, and I want to ask the comrade from the Beijing Writers Association who came on stage a while ago saying I cheated. The judges and comrades from the couplet organization had not investigated and had eventually allowed my participation. But why did you say it in such a certain fashion that I cheated? He stared at the youth from the Writers Association off stage. Shouldn't you apologize to me? This is just the most basic respect, right? The youth stared at him with a darkened expression. F***K, apologize me? Based on what? A woman from the couplet organization looked at him. Little Wu, you should really apologize. Apologize, Little Wu. Yet another person from the couplet organization said, this is a live broadcast. Everyone is watching. What you previously said on stage was indeed inappropriate. It was too arbitrary and it impacts Teacher Zhang's reputation. It is only because Teacher Zhang Ye reversed the situation, proving that he did not cheat, that the outcome has not become disastrous. Just a few words of yours was enough to destroy a person. The youth named Wu did not move. He shut his eyes stubbornly. Zhang Ye laughed. Since it's a couplet competition today, it's all right if you don't apologize. I'll give you a couplet. Give a couplet? Why are you giving a couplet now? Everyone was stunned and was curious as to what Zhang Ye would say. The next moment, Zhang Ye said, mice, old or young. We call them old, log, lao, because they are all called mice, laosu, laoshu. With the next verse, Zhang Ye smiled. Turtles, male or female, they are surnamed Wu, ook, because they are all called turtles, wugui, wugui, also used as a vulgarity, like bastard. The youth whose surname was Wu nearly vomited blood. Granduncle Zhang Ye, you are too King Ruthless. He was so angry that he nearly cried out. His face was green. This is a live broadcast program. There were hundreds of thousands of people watching. He scolded him in public? The youth wanted to bury his own head somewhere. He had thought that if he had just refused to apologize, nothing could be done about it. But he had forgotten that this person was not any ordinary person. This was that Zhang Ye who had publicly scolded his leaders at the Silver Microphone Awards. Venomous person, venomous mouth. His heart was the most venomous. At this moment, the youth really felt regretful. He was numb. If he had known, he would have gone forward to apologize. The male host was stupefied. Teacher Zhang. The female host, in turn, was not surprised at all. She knew of Zhang Ye's misdeeds before, so she quickly gave him a nudge on his shoes with her feet and whispered, Teacher, you. The audience was also stunned. But Zhang Ye still had more to say. This year, I was invited by the Beijing Writers Association to participate in this competition. To be able to win it, I would like to thank them, too. Thank you for always supporting me, Writers Association. I also have a couplet for you all. After saying all that, he immediately said, a bull's head hopes to grow a pair of dragon's horns. This sentence was quite usual. No one had a problem with it. But Zhang Ye's second verse nearly made everyone faint. But have you ever seen elephant tusks growing out of a dog's mouth? When have you seen a mean fellow speak of nice things? The Beijing Writers Association's leader and members, people from the couplet organization, were covering their mouths and laughing. This was too interesting. The scolding was too wicked. Of course, Zhang, you wanted to scold. From the moment he participated, it could be seen that none of those from the Beijing Writers Association had pure intentions. They had made it difficult for him from the beginning, resorting to all sorts of tricks. If not for Zhang Ye's wit, his reputation would have been wrecked. His career path would have been cut off. If the accusation of cheating was not proven otherwise, then he wouldn't have been able to clear his name at all. Didn't this justify his revenge? He naturally wanted to take back what was his. Scolding others? It's not like King never scolded. So what if it was live? You are the people I'm cursing. At this moment, The Beijing Writers Association's vice president Meng Donghua had come forth from the backstage. He had heard Zhang Ye publicly scolding their Writers Association. In his moment of rage, he didn't care that this was a live broadcast anymore. He snatched a microphone and argued with Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye, you are good at couplets, aren't you? Then I will give you a question, too. Listen up. Two apes breaking branches deep in the forest. A little monkey dares to have seen it, too. This was a homonymic first verse. Seen it, too, was equivalent to matching a couplet. He was scolding Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye was overjoyed. This first verse was also remembered when he was searching his memories. He immediately retorted. Then you listen up, too. A horse steps into dirty mud. How can the old beast, bast ***d, raise its hooves? Raise its hooves was equivalent to giving a question. All right, so beautifully matched. Ha ha ha. I'm so amused. Teacher Zhang Ye is a god. The audience could not help but laugh out loud. Meng Donghua. And #hashtag at asterisk and at. Vice President Meng's couplet matching skill was not that deep, otherwise he would have taken part. He could not match Zhang Ye at it, which is why he lost the moment he attacked. But Zhang Ye did not let him off. Since you gave me a question, then I shall give you a question, too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What's this question about? There were rarely couplets that stopped at 7. If he wanted to give the first verse, shouldn't it be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8? Why did he forget about the 8? Zhang Ye then looked at him. Can't match it? Then let me give you the second verse. Zio Tizhong Xn Li Y Lin, filial piety, respect, loyalty, trust, courtesy, uprightness, honesty. That was not right. The second verse was not correct either. Zio Tizhong Xn Li Y Lin, filial piety, respect, loyalty, trust, courtesy, uprightness, honesty. What about shame? Why is shame not in there? But who can be a fool for long? A few contestants thought for a moment and quickly analyzed the metaphor of this couplet. The first verse had forgotten about 8. The second verse lacked a shame. This is forgetting 8 lacking shame. Bast ***d with no shame. F ***k. Bast ***d, no shame. Meng Donghua nearly exploded with anger. Zhang, you are scolding people now? The male host, nervous with sweat, hurriedly tried to talk them out of an argument. Our two teachers, the two of you, say less, say less. The cameras are still. This is what you called literary people. Their scolding didn't even have any vulgarities in them. Meng Donghua didn't care anymore. He said directly to Zhang Ye. In such a setting, you publicly scolded the Beijing Writers Association, insulted our Writers Association staff, insulted the people who invited you? Well, now I can put it clearly here. A person like you, even if you are a talent, our Beijing Writers Association will never have you. Isn't this the pot calling the kettle black? And you act like everything about you is correct? When you wanted to step on me, you just stepped. When I fought back, all of you began using reasoning to press me down, just because you are the authoritative body? So that makes you reasonable? What the heck? Zhang Ye was extremely bemused, holding the microphone, looking at all those angry and speechless Beijing Writers Association's members. He said his last words, a doggerel. Its origins were from a famous crosstalker in his previous world, Guodigang. Guodigang's doggerels were considered one of a kind, with them being highly controversial. The one that he used to scold the Beijing radio station's leader had especially attracted all sorts of criticisms from industry insiders. But today, Zhang Ye had selected another one of Teacher Guo's doggerels. It was written by Guodigang after he was uninvited by the New Year's Gala organizers. It had a very special feel and was also very meaningful. Madness and ailing grass, difficulty in discerning. The plum blossoms seemed trimmed, coldness outside the walls. The icy sky is like jade. The silver branches seemed buried as dust. Pushing the blanket into the snow, open your eyes and stop acting nice. Returning after traveling the Jiang province. With the poem done and alcohol drunk, the world seems small. Up to here, many had not understood it. What poem was this? Was it a doggerel? Zhang Ye even knew doggerels? This was really the first time they had heard about it. But after hearing the final part of Zhang Ye's poem, they finally understood and laughed out loud. Embracing beauty, lamenting how life is all about fame and fortune. At this point, Zhang Ye narrowed his eyes and looked towards Meng Donghua, and the people from the Writers Association. Open your drunken eyes slightly. No matter how you succeed or fail, with a laugh. It's not like I'll come. It's not like I'll come. They said that they were not going to invite him into the association. And he came up with such a doggerel? Ha. What a good, it's not like I'll come. A lot of the audience members were tickled by this. Chapter 123. This time, his reputation has really gone bad. This year's competition was fully broadcasted live. The video feed could only be switched among the different camera angles to prevent any wrong or unwanted footage from being shown. But the audio feed could not be cut off. When Zhang Ye scolded, it caused the cameramen in the auditorium to become extremely busy. According to past experiences and rules, it was needless to say that they definitely had to avoid a troublemaker like him. The effect was too negative. The champion was making trouble at the couplet competition. Zhang Ye cursed at the Beijing Writers Association. If such a headline had spread, it wouldn't look good. While they were busy making sure the cameras did not capture the wrong things, an internet video website's supervisor received a call from his manager. Old Wang, leader, the situation now is... I know. Don't cut off the camera. If I don't cut away, what should I do? Just face it straight at them. Of course. Such a hot topic only happens once in 100 years. Hurry. Live stream the whole event. Don't cover up anything. Is that really okay? Why is it not okay? We are not an actual television station, just an internet live stream site. We don't have so much to think about. Whatever comments or opinions come, we can handle it. Let me tell you, Old Wang, the amount of people watching online now has already surpassed 1 million. Although this is the Beijing couplet competition, the people watching are not limited to only the Beijing area. People from all over the country are viewing it now. This is a 1 in a million chance. Are you still going to shift the camera away? This is a 1 in a million chance. Just follow my instructions. Record the cursing too. If anything goes wrong, I will be responsible. All right, leader. I understand. So, the viewers over the internet didn't miss anything. The camera not only recorded the whole scene, Zhang Ye and Meng Dongwu were both given feature shots. Their back-and-forth exchange of couplets reached a climax and almost made the web audience jump up and cheer. Oh my God! A simple couplet can be used to curse in such an earth-shattering manner? Ha! Come and see. Those who did not watch the live broadcast will regret this for sure. It's too delightful. Teacher Zhang Ye is too delightful. Waha! Such a great bull's head hopes to grow a pair of dragon's horns. I feel the ultimate was a horse steps into dirty mud. How can the old beast, bast ****, raise its hooves? That it's not like I'll come doggerel was too good. Teacher Zhang is as splendid as ever with his words. A doggerel was also written so interestingly. Support Teacher Zhang. They don't want us. We are the ones who don't want the association. That's right. No matter how you succeed or fail, it's not like we'll come. What did I say? The face-smacking specialist has returned once again. Don't they know what happened at the Silver Microphone Awards? They actually dared to get Teacher Zhang to give an acceptance speech in public? Face-smacker Zhang is a person with past, criminal, records. Here it comes. I knew Teacher Zhang would not say anything nice. This time sure is interesting. Back then, Teacher Zhang was banned by the radio station. This time, he will be banned by the literature circle. Teacher Zhang is too good at causing incidents. But, I like it. I love a Teacher Zhang who dares to speak up and act. He is my lifetime idol. This is a godly curse. Some people were still unclear of what was going on. Why did this person scold so ruthlessly? A person below him said in a despising manner, Bro, did you just get onto the internet today? This isn't the first time Teacher Zhang has scolded others. Search online for this year's online slangs. About half the top 10 slangs for cursing were created by Teacher Zhang Ye. It's not weird. That person went to check. I bought a watch last year was an original creation of Teacher Zhang. I just learned about it. Brothers, in the future, join our Teacher Zhang's troll army. It gives you meat to eat and girls to meet. The person began recruiting. There was reason to believe that after today, Zhang Ye's popularity would definitely have another explosive increase. Peking University. Couplet competition venue. After Zhang Ye said the last doggerel, no one dared to challenge him to a quarrel anymore. Meng Dongwu stopped speaking. Big Thunder also shut up. The people from the Beijing Writers Association could only stare angrily, as they could not do a thing. It was hopeless, for they were completely no match for Zhang Ye. Saying anything more would just bring ridicule to themselves. A pair of couplets from Zhang Ye was enough to feel like curses were raining down on them. Meeting a prickly person who did not care about anything would only cause headaches. Zhang Ye surveyed the surroundings. Seeing that no one made a sound, and seeing that they were all stunned because of him, he placed the microphone back onto the rack before walking off the stage. He left Ming Donghua and the people from the Beijing Writers Association the view of his back. The three judges were also looking at each other with wry smiles. Couplets were one of the traditional cultures of China, and it was also an important piece of Chinese literature. They knew that although people felt that couplets were mostly quite proper, there were couplets that embedded mockery in them. There was no doubt that the couplets Zhang Ye had used to curse were some of the best amongst mocking couplets. Zhang Ye was the first person that they had seen that was able to use mocking couplets in such a masterful way and say it so impressively. Every one of them was good. Every one of them was flawless. From their point of view, this young man, Zhang Ye, had completely researched what there was to couplet culture. He was probably more knowledgeable than old scholars who had been immersed in it for decades. Elder Qian suddenly had a yearning for talent. I suddenly feel like taking in a disciple. The third judge laughed. Old man Qian, aren't you not taking in disciples anymore? You still want to take him in? Besides, what can you teach him? Elder Qian was helpless. Indeed, it is precisely that I do not know what to teach him. In literature, it seems that he is more accomplished than me, the old granny said, and he is quite a prickly person. After what he did today, he would most definitely be known in the literature scene. However, there will be even more people doubting him. Just like a few old fools I know, they are predecessors who enjoy teaching juniors to be respectful of their elders. They would definitely attack him. Then I won't take him in as a disciple. Elder Qian said, I'll help him. The third judge said, Elder Qian, why do you think so highly of this youth? There are many people who are talented, but most of them are young and aggressive and would fall to nothing early on, with no accomplishments. There are so many of these kinds of youths. They are uncountable, but how many of them can last until the end? You think he can make it? Elder Qian was very determined. Those people you mentioned just have average talent, but Zhang Ye is different. He definitely can. I think he definitely can. Saying that, Elder Qian looked at his two old friends in a joking manner. No one from China has gotten a Nobel Prize in literature. What if at some time in the future, when China really gets this highest honor, will it be him? The old granny said surprisingly. You really have such thoughts? Elder Qian, isn't your evaluation of him too high? The third judge was shocked as he said, there are so many literary scholars in the country who have failed. No one has reached the top after all these years. He is just a 20-plus-year-old lad. Nobel Prize in literature? You think too highly of him. The old granny also didn't think so highly. Zhang Ye is still far from that. Elder Qian laughed. At least he is closer than us. Now, all he needs is time and experience. He is the best seedling that I have ever seen. Chapter 124. Facing the Sea with Spring Blossoms. Sunday. Zhang Ye was resting. Early in the morning, eldest little sister Chao Dan had woken him up. Brother, you are famous again. I went to the newspaper stand this morning. A few local newspapers had you in them. Only after reading did I know that you took part in yesterday's couplet competition and won. You are really great, brother. Zhang Ye tiredly said, so, I guess. Pass me the phone. Pass it to me. It was Mom's voice on the other end. Zhang Ye was a little stunned. Mom, you are around too? Are you at Grandma's home? His mother said fiercely. You rascal, why did you make such a mess again? Such an important competition. You were just on stage to collect your award, and you scolded people? You are fantastic. That was all broadcast live. I heard from your sister that the internet is discussing about how many of the authors and literary people are criticizing you. Zhang Ye sighed. It will be fine. How can that be fine? His mother said angrily. It's not like it's the first time. Don't make a big fuss. After being through worse before, Zhang Ye was calmer. How big could it be? After all, it was them who started the dirty tricks. You know me. I'm not the type to mess with others, but others also shouldn't mess with me. If they do, then they will pay for it. That is my style. His mother said disappointedly. Mom, I am going back to sleep. Zhang Ye hung up. To others who could fall asleep after such a big incident, they would be worried about this and that, or thinking of the consequences. But to Zhang Ye, he was already used to this. Every 2 or 3 days, he would get into some sort of trouble. He no longer put it at heart. Wasn't this just the usual? Zhang Ye honestly just took his lazy naps and didn't care much about the issue. Being scolded? Being doubted and criticized? When someone scolded him the first time, Zhang Ye raged. When they scolded him the 5th time, Zhang Ye was angry. When they scolded him the 10th time, Zhang Ye was humbled. But now, Zhang Ye was invulnerable. If and when someone scolded him with an interesting phrase, Zhang Ye would even smile. After he woke up, Zhang Ye went downstairs to buy a few newspapers and bring them home to read. The first copy was the Beijing Times. This newspaper was considered an acquaintance of Zhang Ye's. When Zhang Ye had first appeared in a newspaper, it was them who had reported on him. The paper's article was considered to be more objective, as it reported the details of yesterday's couplet competition. It mentioned Zhang Ye's scolding situation, but mentioned more about Zhang Ye's dominating performance and award, as well as the more than 10 couplets that were said. The focus was on the couplet that Elder Qian described as an millennium impossibility, which was praised to the skies by the paper. Overall, the report gave recognition to Zhang Ye. As for the second and third newspapers, they were generally critical of him. A newspaper had mentioned that Zhang Ye had been reported for cheating from out of nowhere, and it also wrote at the end that he should not have used a couplet to scold others at such a situation, regardless of what had happened. This was a problem with his quality of person. It criticized Zhang Ye for not having the bearing of a scholar and was overly petty. Zhang Ye let it pass and turned his attention to Weibo. On Weibo, just as his sister and his mom had said, many people were criticizing him, having literary talent, but not having a good heart. But there were also many supporters of Zhang Ye. Who are the ones without good hearts? It's you people from the Beijing Writers Association. If they had not said that teacher Zhang Ye had cheated, would teacher Zhang have scolded them? I'm neutral, but anyone with eyes could see what had happened yesterday. I support Zhang Ye on this matter. It's the Beijing Writers Association who deserves to be scolded. Who can they blame? Still criticizing teacher Zhang Ye? Your asses sure are crooked. Back at the Silver Microphone Awards, I did not agree to teacher Zhang's recital of Dead Water, as I think he went beyond bounds. But yesterday, I don't think teacher Zhang did any wrong. Those of you who are criticizing teacher Zhang Ye, I want to ask you, if it was you who was being maligned by others, to the point where your job would be lost as a result, and you would not be able to survive in this industry anymore, would you treat it as if nothing had happened? Will you carry on being a grandson of the Beijing Writers Association? Maybe you can do that, but teacher Zhang can't do it. He isn't a wimp like you, because his name is Zhang Ye. The Beijing Writers Association's official Weibo also publicly launched an attack on Zhang Ye. From the posting time, it had just happened a few minutes ago, just like how Vice President Meng said, a person like Zhang Ye would not be accepted by our Writers Association, no matter how accomplished he is or how talented he is. How can a person with such a questionable character be any good at literature? Our Writers Association focuses not only on talent for taking in members, it also greatly focuses on a person's character and moral standing. Below the post, many people were still cursing. What a joke. You dare to talk about morals? Ha. All of you are too humorous. You do not want him, but it's not like teacher Zhang will go. Just as everyone was having a debate, the official Weibo of the National Writers Association suddenly expressed their position. After the National Writers Association's committee member Qian's and other Writers Association's members' recommendation, after an inspection, we invite teacher Zhang Ye to join our National Writers Association. With this statement out, the discussion became even more explosive. Holy sh*t. The National Writers Association has given their statement. Face smacking. The Beijing Writers Association's face has been smacked senseless. That's right. The Beijing Writers Association just said that they would not want a person like Zhang Ye, but in the end, the National Writers Association has invited teacher Zhang Ye. Their faces are swollen now. Elder Qian recommended Zhang Ye. He really wants Zhang Ye to enter the National Writers Association? Support. Teacher Zhang has finally obtained the recognition of the mainstream literature world. Do you think that teacher Zhang Ye will enter the National Writers Association? I guess so. After all, It's one of the most authoritative literature units in the country. I guess not. There are so many authors in the country scolding Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang might not even bother about being a part of them. With Teacher Zhang's temper, it's something he would definitely do. Many people were quite delighted to know what the outcome was. Some of the older elders of the National Writers Association raised their objections. Mr. Qian, why are you recommending such a hooligan into the association? This is the National Writers Association. If we let that little Zhang in, wouldn't that cause the atmosphere to turn foul? I don't support it. He doesn't even know the basics of respecting one's elders. He can't even mind his mouth. What can such a person do? Mess things up. This Zhang Ye has no standards. Zhang Ye #1 fan expressed, teachers, all of you may be predecessors, but I don't think any of you have the qualifications to say that. If you have the ability, then match the Yinsuo Chengli, Yinsua Chtng Liu, Willow Pond locked in smoke. Teacher Zhang gave. Only then will you have the qualifications to criticize Teacher Zhang for his literary standard. If not, anyone can say what standards does Zhang Ye have. If you want to reject him, why don't you show some of your abilities? After this was said, many people stopped speaking. Zhang Ye #1 fan said, no one can match it? Then don't say anything. Actually, since yesterday, Yinsua Chengli, Yinsua Chtng Liu, Willow Pond locked in smoke, had become a hot phrase on the internet. It was extremely popular for a while. Some famous people did not believe it in the beginning and thought that they would be able to match it. Someone even declared so. But after a day, those people who had made the declaration that it was not some impossibility had shut up and disappeared. Are you scared? Why hasn't any person matched it? This was a millennial impossibility. Many authoritative people in the profession had begun to acknowledge it. At home, after seeing that Weibo message, Zhang Ye only felt touched. Zhang Ye had only spoken a few words with Elder Qian, but he had stood up for him when almost everyone in the profession was criticizing Zhang Ye. He had even recommended that he be invited into the National Writers Association and had held out an olive branch for him. As long as Zhang Ye nodded, and as long as Zhang Ye gave a call or simply left a reply on Weibo, he would enter the Writers Association. And it was not just a provincial-level Beijing Writers Association, but the biggest national writers association. Zhang Ye thanked Elder Qian in his heart, but he suddenly did not feel like entering the Writers Association. This small organization was not very powerful and was very complicated. The experienced predecessors were stuck in their ways. Euphemistically speaking, they were overly traditional. But without mincing one's words, they were overly pedantic. It did not match Zhang Ye's temper in any way. He could already predict that if he joined, there would be even more of such similar events like yesterday. All of that made Zhang Ye uncomfortable. So why would he join? Asking. To be rebuffed? Zhang Ye didn't think that he was that free. Others didn't like him. This bro doesn't even wish to enter. However, Zhang Ye did not want to give too cruel a rejection after Elder Qian's painstaking effort, as it would have been not knowing what was good for himself. Hence, he thought of a roundabout method that rejected it, but did not end things badly. Thank you, Teacher Qian. Thank you for the National Writers Association's acknowledgement, Zhang Ye replied. Quick, take a look. Teacher Zhang has said something. Haha. Let's see what Teacher Zhang will do. Netizens on Weibo gathered over. Many professionals and people from the National Writers Association and other provinces also moved their attention. They were waiting for Zhang Ye's reply. Those who cursed him, those who supported him, and even those who were neutral paid attention. Before Zhang Ye posted the next message, that Weibo message had been forwarded 1,000 times. This showed how much attention was placed on this matter. There was no other way about it. After all, Zhang Ye was now famous. He had said dead water at the Silver Microphone Awards, and he had scolded using couplets at the couplet competition. Everything Zhang Ye said would gain the attention of others. This was also the temporary fame brought from the couplet competition. Zhang Ye paused for a while before expressing his stance. Starting tomorrow, I will be a happy man. Feed a horse, split logs, travel the world. Starting tomorrow, I will care for crops and vegetables. I have a house. It faces the sea, and flowers bloom in spring warmth. Starting tomorrow, I will contact every relative to tell them about my happiness. As that lightning bolt of happiness told me, I will tell each and every person. Give every river and every mountain a warm-hearted name. As for strangers, I wish you happiness, too. I wish you a glittering future. I wish you a lover who becomes a spouse. I wish that you obtain happiness in this world. I wish only to face the sea, where flowers bloom in spring warmth. It's a poem? A modern poem that Teacher Zhang is best at? What's the meaning of the poem? What does Teacher Zhang want to say? Why do I have goosebumps reading this poem? It's too beautiful. Haha, I got it. He is indeed a cultured person. Even when rejecting, Teacher Zhang can reject in such an artistic manner. This poem was written too nicely. Many people could not understand, but many people knew it well. Amongst them was a literary author who wasn't that famous. He dissected it, starting tomorrow, starting tomorrow, starting tomorrow. This was said 3 times, which makes the meaning very clear. What Teacher Zhang means is that tomorrow, or in the future, he might be able to melt the grievances like ice and not fuss about the problems in the past. Tomorrow, or in the future, he might be able to give his well wishes to those who criticized or hated him, wishing them a good journey ahead. Upon saying that, the author gasped in admiration. But now, he wishes only to face the sea, where flowers bloom in spring warmth. A simple poem from Zhang Ye had caused great acclaim once again. Below, a person from the couplet organization gave his evaluation. Mr. Zhang is so talented. I bow in deference. Elder Qian, the committee member of the Writers' Association, also replied later. Since little Zhang has made his decision, then we can only respect it. But I have something to say. I will say it now, and I will also say it again in the future. It is not your loss that the National Writers' Association doesn't have you, but it's our Writers' Association that has suffered. After that, he added on, Teacher Little Zhang, I wish to wait for tomorrow, where you can still face the sea, and can also let the flowers bloom in the National Writers' Association. The Writers' Association's invitation to you will be effective for life. The matter was settled. However, there was no end to the discussion. Zhang Ye had thrown out a poem to once again shock the modern poem arena. This poem is really good. It's so good, it's explosive. Face-smacking specialist has made another production. Come gather around. I have a feeling that this poem will be more popular than Flying Bird and Fish. Haha, it's already popular. Look at the forwards. It's already exceeded 4,000. This is almost defying the heavens. Everyone is. Facing the sea with spring blossoms. Switching off the computer, Zhang Ye felt relaxed. He wanted to give Teacher Qian a call to apologize again, but he decided against it. Why? Because there were 2 reasons. Firstly, there was no need to say anything more. They were considered good friends despite the great difference in age. They had not interacted much, but 1 poem and 1 couplet was enough as the most profound interaction. So there was no need to mull over it on the phone. It would instead make it more corny. The second point was, your sister, because he did not have Elder Qian's telephone number. The first point was actually not important at all. Forget it. He was not entering the Writers' Association, so there was nothing to worry about. Literature was not important for Zhang Ye's development. It could be considered a tiny tributary towards his goal. It was nice to have it, as it added brilliance to the existing splendor. If he had the opportunity to develop this further, Zhang Ye would not let it go. But the main goal was not this. This was not the most important thing, so it was all right if he did not enter the Writers' Association. Then what was his goal? What was his goal all along? Was there a need to ask? His goal was, of course, not to have decayed teeth. Chapter 125, Countless Lottery Draws. Plus 3,200. Plus 12,676. Plus 6,981. His reputation kept increasing. When it hit 9 p.m. at night, Zhang Ye looked into his game ring's reputation points. It had reached 1.4 million. Zhang Ye had been staring at the display for the whole day, and with every reputation point gained, it felt like a promotion. Zhang Ye was very excited because these points could let him play the lottery to gain items to prevent tooth decay, rather, to help him further his dreams of being a superstar. Secondly, with every reputation point gained, it meant that another person knew of him and admired him. The points gained decreased slowly, likely to be coming to an end. After all, the couplet competition, the Millennium Impossibility, and facing the sea with spring blossoms could not gain him reputation points forever. It was all for the moment, and it was reaching its limit. Zhang Ye had never had such a quick increase in reputation, nor had he reached such a level of reputation points before. He had to be content for now. as it afforded him a lot of lottery chances now. Time for the lottery. Buy a chance at the draw. Without a thought, Zhang Ye added an additional stake, not more, to try his luck. The needle spun fast and stopped at the skills category in his first draw. A treasure chest, small, appeared and Zhang Ye immediately opened it up. A flash of light. A skill book appeared. Lock-picking skill experience book. 2 upon reading, increased the lock-picking skills of the gamer. A skill book. As there was no use in storing it, Zhang Ye flipped open the books one by one. After consuming the 2 books, he felt slightly giddy, with new memories filling up in his mind. Looking sideways at his closet and drawer, Zhang Ye had felt a sense of thievery instincts, and, without any basis of logic, he knew that he could pick that lock open. All he needed were some tools. F***K, what a wretched outcome. Why did I even get such a skill for? Luckily, he did not stake too much on it. Zhang Ye was wondering if the game ring had known that his nickname was called Instant Noodle Hero, and therefore gave such a skill to him, to see if he could carry a pack of instant noodles out of a place, thus ensuring the glory of being nicknamed Instant Noodle Hero. Forget it, and continue to draw. It's always better to have a skill. After all, having many skills did not burden the body. For the second round of lottery, Zhang Ye also added an additional stake, spending 200,000 of his reputation. He observed as the needle spun. 1 round, 2 rounds, 3 rounds. The needle stopped at the consumption category. Zhang Ye immediately opened up the treasure chest, small, and the items appeared. Save, 2 saves a record. This save file can only be stored for half an hour. This save crystal was already familiar to Zhang Ye. It was the first item he'd had, which he had gotten from his first lottery draw. It had helped him a great deal during his interview for his job back then. Even though the record could only be saved for 30 minutes, it was enough to solve many problems. Zhang Ye regretted a little. If he had known that he would get this item, he would have added 10 additional stakes. What a pity. He put the save crystal away. At the third draw for today, Zhang Ye did not use additional stakes temporarily. He waited until after the needle was coming to a stop before opening up the additional stakes menu. This was to let him analyze a little first, as there were 2 categories ahead. The needle was currently at the stats category, and further in front was the skills category. To add or not to add. How many stakes to add? These 2 categories had items that were quite good. After thinking it through, and with the earlier experience of the save crystal, Zhang Ye bet all his remaining reputation with the use of the additional stakes. Whatever will be, will be. In his earlier 2 draws, he had spent a total of 200,000 each time. Now that he had 1 million points left, deducting the 100,000 he spent on the third draw, he could add 9 additional stakes. And so he bet all of it. The draw continued. The needle continued moving. At this time, the needle, as if giving all its strength, slowly moved forward. Since Zhang Ye was not concerned with which of the 2 categories the needle would land on, it was a bet anyway, so he closed his eyes and waited quietly. When the game ring indicated that the lottery had ended, Zhang Ye slowly opened his eyes narrowly to peek at the lottery board. It was the skills category. 10 treasure chests, small, opened up. This was Zhang Ye's biggest bet ever, so he was nervous. He feared that if the game ring had gotten him a how to cook the most delicious instant noodles skill experience book, then his heart would have just died. Let's open them. After removing the 10 treasure chests from the inventory, they all piled up on the ground. Zhang Ye once again went to the bathroom to wash his hands, this time with shampoo. A pleasant aroma floated around as he took a deep breath and opened the first chest. It was a book, different looking from the lock-picking skill experience book and the calligraphy skill experience book. The book cover was newer and all white, so it didn't look too ancient. Consecutively, he opened 10 of the chests, all containing the same book. He then held up a book to take a look. Taekwondo skill experience book. Upon reading, raises the player's Taekwondo skill experience. Taekwondo? Something of the Koreans? Zhang Ye's eyes showed some disdain, but he still smiled from ear to ear. He immediately flipped open the book to gain the experience. 1 book, 5 books, 10 books. With a single breath, he consumed all of the skills experience. Although as a nationalist, he did not like things from the Koreans, nor did he like fighting techniques like Taekwondo, this was at least a skill that allowed one to throw one's weight about. Once he knew it, Zhang Ye did not need to be afraid of anything else. When he saw larger-sized elementary school students, he, too, would be able to put up a fight. Cross, kick, side kick, inverted kicks. All right, there's no such move. Zhang Ye raised his leg to try some moves. It felt powerful. His leg kicks were very standard. Steady, accurate, and relentless. You could feel the wind with each kick. But alas, Zhang Ye's physical fitness was poor, and his strength and stamina were lacking. Usually seated in front of his computer and lacking in exercise and training, after 7 to 8 moves, he felt like he had already pulled something and was in pain. F***K. Looks like the skill experience book could only let him learn by gaining knowledge of the techniques. It did not improve his physique to that of those who had trained for many years. He was lacking in stature and strength, so he could not fully utilize it. But it's okay. This was good enough. At least now, he had the ability to beat up those in the Southern Mountain old folks' home and then trample on the Northern Seas kindergarten school. What's more, Zhang Ye was most excited by the possibilities of the existence of this Taekwondo skill. Does that mean that there will be a Muay Thai skill? Could there be an 8 trigrams palm or a Jeet Kune Do skill, too? Zhang Ye believed that those definitely existed. It was just that he had not managed to draw them. If he could really obtain the unlimited right to buy these experience books of various international martial arts in the special category, he would one day become invincible with enough reputation. Judo is good too. Tian. Tuei isn't bad too. If 10 books were not enough, he would consume 100. If 100 was not enough, then he would consume 1,000. If 1,000 was not good enough, 10,000 books should do it, right? At that time, the whole world's top martial artists could have a go at him. Who could defeat him by then? He would go and challenge all the martial arts schools and challenge the whole world. Martial artists were also considered celebrities in this world. They could become famous and gain reputation, too. All roads lead to Rome. Zhang Ye could finally see a clearer path forward. Chapter 126. The new segment is going on air. Monday. Slightly cloudy. Beijing television station. Zhang Ye came early to the unit once again. After he put down his stuff, he was prepared to do some cleaning. He suddenly realized that someone else was in the office. You are? It was a 50-something-year-old middle-aged man who was almost fully bald and who looked older than others his age. Upon seeing Zhang Ye, the middle-aged man curled his lips. He was holding a broom behind the door and was sweeping the floor. You are Teacher Zhang? You can just call me Old Wei. Her. I am an editor of the Arts Channel. Everyone calls me Editor Wei or Old Wei. Zhang Ye said. Yo. Then why are you doing the cleaning? Please leave it to me. It's fine. Editor Wei replied. The cleaner is on leave today, and I wasn't doing anything anyway. That won't do. I am younger. How? Can I let you do the work? Zhang Ye tried to snatch the broom from him. Besides, you are not from our team. You don't need to. But Editor Wei did not let him take the broom. He just laughed and took out a small book. Just help me by signing this. I am your fan and like your poems very much, especially that Facing the Sea with Spring Blossoms from the other day. My daughter had found it online and showed it to me. To be honest, I read it 10 times and still cannot recite it by heart. There aren't many good works like these now in modern poetry. Zhang Ye was a little embarrassed. Then an autograph won't suffice. Since you like it, then it's my honor. I will write out this poem and sign it for you. Editor Wei was very happy. That would be the best. If it's not too troublesome? It's not troublesome. Zhang Ye quickly took a pen and paper. Since it was a modern poem, a pen would be good enough. There was no need for brush and ink. The poem was written. He signed on it. Zhang Ye then gifted it to him. Editor Wei shouted his praises. Good poem. Good poem. At this time, the twins Ho Ge and Ho Di arrived at work. When they entered the office, they saw Editor Wei. Ho Ge panicked and rushed over. Uncle Wei, why are you doing the cleaning again? Ho Di also rushed over. Give me. Editor Wei couldn't argue with them, so he just took the rubbish out from their office and went back. When he left, Zhang Ye asked curiously, Who is that editor? What? You must have thought he's a cleaner, right? Ho Ge sighed. When I first came, I also thought so too. I always see him cleaning the place or clearing the trash in the various offices or changing the water cooler's water. I heard from other colleagues from other departments that Uncle Wei even sponsors several students who can't afford school. He's a very kind uncle. Everyone respects him a lot. But apparently, he previously offended our Arts Channel's boss, Director Wang Shuixin. Although his job title is an editor, he doesn't get one bit of bonus. He doesn't have any responsibilities and has been repressed all this while. Since he has no jobs to do usually, he would help clean the place and change the ink cartridges. Hi, Director Wang Shuixin. Zhang Ye's "this is also everything" had previously also offended him, so he knew that he was not a magnanimous person. Xiaolu came into the office following that, in high spirits. Seeing Zhang Ye, she laughed. Teacher Zhang, why aren't you feeding the horses, splitting logs, and traveling the world? I thought you wouldn't come to work today and will be facing the sea, watching the flowers bloom in spring warmth. Hogu also recalled and gave a big thumbs up. Yesterday, that poem on Weibo was amazing. Did you not see what happened on the web later? It was spread like mad. Xiaolu laughed. My own tagline has changed to the name of your poem. I wish only to face the sea, where flowers bloom in spring warmth. What? Grows on your brain? How can everything you write be so deep? Zhang Ye chuckled. My brain doesn't have anything growing. But at least there's something underneath my feet. Dafei also arrived at the unit. Hearing that, he asked, underneath your feet? What's there underneath your feet? Zhang Ye said, I am standing on the shoulders of giants. At the door, Hu Fei strode in and happened to hear their conversation. Huh? Amazing. What an amazing standing on the shoulders of giants. Little Zhang's words are always pearls of wisdom. Xiaolu and Hogu were also impressed. The shoulders of giants? They had never heard of such a metaphor. This expression was attributed to his world's Newton. However, they would forever not understand what Zhang Ye really meant. The giants were not giants. Zhang Ye was not referring to the greats of this world, but the sages of his world. Of course, he would definitely not explain this. This was a secret of his. He would not tell a second person as long as he was alive, regardless of who it was. After some chatting, Hu Fei suddenly clapped his hands. All right, let's get down to business. Stop standing and take a seat. Just listen to what I have to say, and ask if you have any question. He sat at his own desk. His office was also there and had the same treatment as the rest. Hu Fei did not have a lone leader office for himself. It was just that he was usually busy, so he would be away at meetings and various other affairs. Sometimes he would have things outside of the office, so he was seldom around. Zhang Ye and company waited for him to speak. Hu Fei seemed to be in a good mood as he laughed. Yesterday, I obtained a message that our segment will begin soon. The program at the same time slot has been decided by the station to be axed this Friday. So our segment will officially begin on Saturday. If we are recording, it has to begin tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. We need to finish recording it at the latest on Friday to make it in time for the Saturday afternoon broadcast. So for these few days, we won't be able to rest easy. It's time to busy ourselves. I hope that no one grumbles when we work overtime. I will work overtime with everyone. Xiaolu chuckled. Look at what you are saying, brother Hu. What's there for us to grumble about? We will work overtime if need be. We've been relaxing for so long, so we can't wait to busy ourselves. Hogu also said, right. We will definitely do our best to help brother Hu. Hodi said, Brother Hu, it's all right if we work overtime. If you need to rest, please rest. We will do everything well for you. Dafei said, you invited us because you trusted us. We also trust you. As long as you say it, I would be fine working overtime for an entire week. Hu Fei nodded, feeling relieved. Then I'll thank everyone first. Saying that, he looked towards Zhang Ye. Actually, the person who will be working the hardest will be teacher Little Zhang. I have already gotten the approval from the higher-ups. Little Zhang will officially take on the role of our segment's host. He will be responsible to work with the lecturer and the guests, as well as interact with the audience. This role of his is very important. I do not have any script. The lecturer has been confirmed, and what is to be talked about has been fixed. The only thing is that the content and order of the lecture hasn't been confirmed. We might need to have some discussions during the recording, so the workload on Little Zhang would be even higher and more difficult. He was also not very sure, for Zhang Ye had no experience being a television host. Little Zhang, is it fine without a script? Everyone looked towards Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye was amused. Leader, go to my previous unit and ask, and you will know. Even if it's a live broadcast, I have never used a script. I just say whatever is on my mind. I actually might not be able to say anything if you give me a script. I'll just improvise on the spot. Hu Fei was relieved. All right, I was just waiting for you to say that. Xiao Lu chuckled. With teacher Zhang, One of him can handle two. Ho Di said. Teacher Zhang would definitely not have any problems with his working abilities. Ho Gus said with concern. What's the name of our news segment? Hu Fei said. It was also just fixed. It is tentatively called Musings of History. If there is something more appropriate, we will change it later. It's a trivial problem. Well, with Zhang Ye as host, he will work with the lecturer. He will try to let the lecturer's knowledge be expressed to the fullest extent. Maybe a historical figure or historical event will be discussed. It might even be a novel. Anyways, it will be a spread of historical knowledge. We will then invite a few guests. The guests will supplement or examine the topic. They can even raise doubts. It's all right, even if they do not agree. This will largely be moderated by teacher Zhang Ye. I believe that he will do it well, but the core is to listen to the lecturer's speech. The guests are just helping out. The main point is to accommodate the lecturer's point of view. The person that we invite is definitely a professor, and one of the most authoritative ones. What he says can't be wrong. So the doubts by the guests will just be an interlude and not the main theme. Zhang Ye nodded. I understand. Hu Fei said. The time of the segment also has some minor adjustments. From today on, our segment will take over the Saturday and Sunday 1 to 2 p.m. time slot. There will be 2 episodes a week, and each will be an hour long. Although this time slot can't compare to the primetime hours on the weekdays, it's actually pretty good. Ho Gus snapped his fingers. That's good. Are there any more questions? Hu Fei looked at them. Zhang Ye asked, have the higher-ups given any instructions on the ratings for our segment? For example, how high do the ratings have to be passable? How much lower than a certain percentage will it be axed? Amongst the colleagues, Zhang Ye was really the only professional. He was from a specialized major and had worked in the radio media for a period of time, so he knew a bit more. The others like Ho Gu and Xiao Lu, they were in no way part of this profession. They were, at best, technical staff. There's a possibility of being axed. Xiao Lu asked with a dumbfounded expression. Ho Gu said, that can't be. Our station seems to think highly of our news segment. Hu Fei smiled wryly. No matter how highly they think of us, results still matter. Also, every program in the station is highly thought of. If not, would they even air the program? Is there a need to say anything else? Teacher Little Zhang asked a good question. I didn't want to talk about it initially, but it's okay if I say it. The Arts channel set the lowest ratings for us that the first episode must get as at least 1%. If it is lower than that, it could be axed 3 weeks later. 1% seems hard. It's not considered very high. It's all right. Zhang Ye also felt it was manageable. It was not high at all. People might say that the hottest variety shows in the country would be considered blockbusters if they broke 2%. Breaking 1% was considered pretty popular. So how could it be easy? Actually, it was not the same. Those were for the Central TV or other provincial satellite TV segments. They covered the entire country's frequencies. Although it did not cover 100%, the signal was in basically all the major districts in the country. There were hundreds of millions of people. As for the Beijing television station's Arts channel, it only covered the area of Beijing. Even if everyone watched it, there were only tens of millions of people. The difference in audience numbers was huge, hence the ratings were not comparable. For example, for the Beijing television station satellite TV segment, if a program could obtain 2% in ratings, there might be tens of millions watching. Then it would be considered to be hot. But if it was the local channel with the Beijing's Arts channel, if a program could obtain 2%, the number of people watching was only about 1 million. It might even be 800,000 to 900,000 people. Zhang Ye could only estimate. He did not know the actual figures, as he was still new. However, what he was sure of was that the ratings required were not considered bad, nor was it hot. It could be considered average, neither high nor low. The difference was great. Hence, a satellite channel's ratings and a provincial channel's ratings were completely different concepts. If one wanted to really compare, it was like Zhang Ye at the Beijing radio station, where despite being a provincial radio station with a short-range signal, he had managed to use late-night ghost stories to create history. His ratings had overtaken the ratings of the central radio station, which broadcast to the entire country. Only then could it be said that the Beijing radio station's program had exceeded a similar program of the central radio station. The listenership and audience numbers were the most objective statistic. Only then could a provincial station compare with a satellite station. There was no point in looking at percentage ratings, for there was no way to compare them, as the way it was calculated was different. Of course, getting back to the point, taking a provincial audience count to compare with the satellite channels, this was also impossible. It was fool's talk. Any satellite channel's program would have a potential audience of hundreds of millions. But what about a provincial channel? The potential audience was just tens of millions. The difference was nearly 10 times. How could they compare? Only an anomalous person like Zhang Ye had done it previously. But that was in the radio system. There weren't that many listeners, so the probability wasn't that impossible. Chapter 127. The recording of the segment's first episode. 3 days later. Thursday morning. Beijing television station recording studio. The rostrum should be here. Yes, a little bit more. Dafei instructed the stage staff. The guest seats should be placed on the opposite side of the rostrum. The lighting is not good enough. It's too dim. Hoga said. Xiao Lu was preparing the guests' and lecturers' introduction script, which were to be given to Zhang Ye. Although they weren't exactly experienced yet, they were still experts in their fields. They did not fully understand the TV industry and its workings, but they were very professional and it was what they were good at, so there wouldn't be any hiccups. Zhang Ye arrived. Teacher Zhang is here. Dafei greeted. Xiao Lu had finished writing and came over immediately. Teacher Zhang, for you. This is the introduction script. It's for today's lecturer and guests' general information. That's good. I will memorize it. A lot of hosts who introduced their guests usually held a cue card. Some hosts even made a big issue and used teleprompters. But Zhang Ye never had this habit. He liked to do things to perfection, and since he was trained in media, he put more emphasis on going off script. Half an hour later, Hu Fei walked in quickly. Is everything ready? Everything is ready, brother Hu. Dafei said. I've already checked twice over. Hu Fei laughed. Good. I'm assured when you guys handle it. Looking at his watch, he said, it's almost time. The audience will be arriving soon. Have the guests and lecturer arrived? Xiao Lu said, I didn't see anyone. Still not here. Hu Fei was surprised. I've informed them it's at 8 a.m., and it's already 8:30 now. I will hurry them then. Xiao Lu was in charge of coordination. She immediately made a call. After speaking for half a minute, she hung up and said, the teachers said that they will be arriving very soon. Zhang Ye frowned.